to pay their respects, but they make a friendship as they wait for hours, and the mood is definitely light during the walk. We're in a part of the line where it comes in waves. They're trying to regulate. They don't want to get it overcrowded, so it comes in waves here, and we've got a wave passing now. But they talk, they laugh a bit. What you hear from those that have been through is once you make the turn and enter that building and begin to feel the momentum and the weight of this moment, things change dramatically. You don't hear the laughter that you're hearing here now. You don't hear anything. They say it is silence. It is a very religious experience for many, is the word that they have used. And they spend that time, just a few seconds after waiting for hours to be there, really reflecting, some bowing, some saying a short prayer, others just staring and thinking about what the Queen meant to not only the UK, but the Commonwealth and the world. And they understand the magnitude of this moment. And so for many of them, it's a very special time, and one that they say they had to be a part of, that she dedicated herself for so long to so many that the least they can do is wait a few hours and say one final goodbye. So it's something that, again, for so many of these people is not. It's not a requirement. It's a need for them, if that makes any sense. It's something that they feel like they have to do to complete the cycle of this monarchy that, for them, they've only had a queen. Most of these people have never known any other monarch, and now they're moving to, of course, King Charles. Francis, Philip?
Jay, thank you. And of course, it makes sense. I mean, not only was she the head of state, but you talked to many people, she was like a family member there.
And you can see how they feel, especially these mourners, the honor, the reverence they want to pay, but also celebrate the life and what they did for them individually in their lives. Yeah. This is Early Today. Have a great day.
The clock is ticking for tens of thousands of America's freight rail workers who are preparing to go on strike just after midnight tonight. But Amtrak and other local railways are already canceling trains.
Today, two of the world's most powerful leaders and American adversaries are meeting face to face. We'll tell you what's at stake and what they hope to achieve.
At this very minute, thousands of mourners are paying their respects to Queen Elizabeth as the miles-long procession shows no signs of letting up.
President Biden hits the Motor City with an electric pitch and plan for America's auto industry.
Get ready for Fiona, strengthening to a tropical storm overnight. Michelle Grossman is here with the track as we kick off a busy Thursday. Early Today starts right now.
Thanks for being with us this morning. I'm Frances Rivera.
And I'm Philip Mena. The race to avoid a freight rail strike is on. The clock is ticking ahead of tonight's midnight deadline when two major unions could strike. Consequences of such a massive service disruption would stretch far and wide, delaying shipments from food to cars and oil. Miguel Almaguer starts us off.
As cargo and passenger trains crisscross our nation on a tangled web of rail lines, the U.S. may be on track for a strike. The two largest unions, representing nearly 50,000 active freight train conductors and engineers, could walk off the job as early as Friday, a double disaster that could further cripple the supply chain and bring passenger service to a grinding halt.
Who would be impacted by a strike?
Basically everybody. You know, what moves on the rails is everything related to manufacturing, warehouse, distribution, even clothes.
With negotiations already gridlocked even after the White House intervened, the rail union says work-life balance, scheduling that leaves workers on call 24/7, is the biggest hurdle. Even amid a plan to bump up salaries 24%, a deal still can't be reached, as the organization representing rail companies says it's critical to prevent rail service disruptions. Michael Lindsay is a train engineer.
This is not about the pay necessarily. These companies that think that they own our lives, this is a lot bigger than just the railroad industry.
If a strike isn't averted, it could cost our economy $2 billion a day. 40% of goods that are shipped long distance in the U.S. traverse the rail system, many departing the Port of Long Beach into a network of distribution hubs. The frozen flow of goods, from food to everyday products, could empty shelves and raise prices. A catastrophic blow for the U.S., already battling supply chain issues, labor shortages, and inflation.
The economy really depends on a strong rail system. Both the rail companies and the labor unions are going to have to work together.
And then there's Amtrak, canceling all long-distance routes outside the Northeast, since 97% of the rails they ride on are owned by freight companies. Commuter rail systems also planning cuts.
How am I going to get to work?
A looming strike threatening to derail train travel and the U.S. economy.
Oh, thanks to Miguel for that report.
Ukraine's President Zelensky is back in Kyiv this morning after a surprising trip that had underscored a hard-fought victory. He visited two eastern cities yesterday, liberated after Ukrainian forces drove Russian troops out of the Kharkiv region. Zelensky watched as his country's flag was hoisted above the recaptured city of Izyum and toured the destruction left behind by Russian forces. While on his way back to the capital, Zelensky was involved in a car accident but was not seriously injured, according to his spokesman. Ukraine's recent advances will loom over a critical meeting between China's President Xi Jinping and Russia's Vladimir Putin. Let's turn to NBC's Janice Mackey-Frayer, who is live in Beijing with the latest. Janice, good morning. The two leaders are expected to hold a summit today.
Good morning, Francis. Xi Jinping will reunite face-to-face with Vladimir Putin. It's Xi's first trip out of China since the beginning of the pandemic. He's in Central Asia for a Chinese-backed summit in Uzbekistan. Now, the last time these two men were together here in Beijing, they declared a partnership without limits, and it was only weeks after that that Russia invaded Ukraine. Since then, China has not outright supported Russia in the offensive, but it has not condemned Russia either. It's offered rhetorical support. There's been the amplification of Russian propaganda here. China has backed Russia at the UN, and it's also been buying up a lot of Russian gas. But fundamentally, it isn't clear whether Xi is going to offer much more material Chinese support to Putin at a time when he needs it. This meeting comes at a very crucial juncture for Russia. It's losing ground in Ukraine. Its forces are pulling back from territory. They're giving up more ground than what had been gained over the past few months. Xi may not want to look as though he's continuing to back Russian weakness. That could create anxiety in Beijing. So he's likely to use this platform of a meeting with Putin to denounce the West and criticize NATO expansion, the subtext of that being a warning to the U.S. To not cross so-called red lines here with regards to Taiwan. Francis?
Yeah, it is a tightrope walk for them, I can imagine. Janice Mackey-Frayer for us in Beijing. Janice, thank you.
The UK grieves in public this morning as the late Queen Elizabeth II lies in state in London. These are live pictures from Westminster Hall of the public paying their respects to Britain's longest reigning monarch. The Queen's coffin will remain at Westminster until her funeral on Monday.
Joining us live from London now is Chapman Bell. Chapman, good morning. Talk about how long some of these people have been waiting in those lines.
Good morning, Francis and Philip. As you can see, there's a stream of people beside me, all in that line to pay their respects to the late Queen. Some of these people said they've been waiting for 2 hours, though they know they still have at least 5, maybe 6 hours ahead of them. As this line will wrap down, they'll go down the stairs along the river, crossing yet another bridge where before getting to Westminster Hall, which is next to Big Ben behind me, where the Queen's coffin is lying in state. These people say it's important for them to pay their respects. It's the only monarch many of them have ever known. Now, that coffin was brought to Westminster Hall from Buckingham Palace yesterday in a very solemn procession. It was pulled on a horse-drawn gun carriage by the King's Troop Royal Horse Artillery, and it was surrounded by other soldiers and followed by members of the royal family, including King Charles, Prince William, Prince Harry, Prince Andrew, and Edward, the Earl of Wessex. It was then placed in Westminster Hall in a short service led by the Archbishop of Canterbury, and these people are going now to pay their respects. Now, that coffin is guarded in 6-hour shifts by members of the armed forces, and just to show how strong their devotion is to the late monarch, you can see in these images one of these soldiers standing at attention, having a bit of a tumble before fainting and falling while on guard. Now, you can see in the video he was attended by police officers on the scene, but it just shows how devoted these soldiers are. We've seen this before in other ceremonies with the Queen, where they're standing at attention for so long. They put Queen over country and over themselves, really, by standing at attention for so long as people continue to pay their respects. Philip and Francis?
Yeah, we see the example of that devotion with the stories. There's so many people waiting, the hours and miles-long wait for them. Chapman, thank you.
An electric fleet of cars and trucks drove into the spotlight at the Detroit Auto Show. President Biden was on hand to take a test drive, give a big thumbs up, and make a big announcement about the road ahead for electric vehicles in America. NBC's Jacob Ward has more.
In the birthplace of the modern auto industry, the buzzword getting the most mileage is electricity. From hot rods to Humvees, from suburban chariots to charging stations, Detroit's auto show is back, and with more than just cars.
Electric propulsion has become so sophisticated and manufacturing has become so nimble that companies here are even offering personal flight vehicles that are all electric.
Manufacturers like GM and Ford are rushing to electrify their fleets, chasing the dominant EV seller Tesla, a no-show at the big show.
Now we're choosing to build a better America.
President Biden, who hopped in an EV at the show, wants 50% of all auto sales by 2030 to be electric vehicles. But to power them all, we will need 20 times the number of chargers. The president says he's on it.
We're investing $7.5 billion to build electric vehicle charging stations all across America. So today, I'm pleased to announce we're approving funding for the first 35 states.
New tech has empowered startup founders like Detroit's Andy Didorosi, who plans to build two-seater electric trucks here.
Manufacturing works a lot more now like software startups, where somebody can have an idea and you can have something on the road in 6 or 8 months.
But even with all these new models, most owners only buy a new vehicle every 12 years. So an all-EV America is a long way away. And while the average American only drives 40 miles daily, range anxiety is a real thing.
Well, none of this happens overnight, but we also know that we're in a race against time. There's no question that the world is going electric. The question is how we make sure that it happens fast enough, how we make sure that it's accessible to everybody and affordable.
The possibilities and potential of the road ahead. Jake Ward, NBC News, Detroit.
The effects of global warming were on display in Chile. Take a look at this, a massive chunk of glacier about 650 feet long, collapsing at a national park in the Patagonia region. Experts say the abnormally high temperatures and rain had weakened the ice walls.
That is not the doomsday glacier that we told you about the other day, Michelle, but you do have a tropical storm named Fiona that has developed overnight. NBC meteorologist Michelle Grossman here with us. Morning, Michelle.
Hey there, guys. Yeah, we are watching our 6th named storm. We do expect it to stay a tropical storm. It's in an environment that's not really conducive to strengthening, but we will see it move off to the east, impacting the Caribbean later this weekend. So here's the latest on Fiona, 625 miles east of the Leeward Islands. We're even seeing some rain already, some heavy rain where you see those darker colors. And that would be the biggest threat with this. We're seeing winds at 50 miles per hour. It's moving 14 miles per hour to the west. And this is the track. It's going to track over the northern Leeward Islands as early as tomorrow into Puerto Rico, also portions of Hispaniola. Notice it starts to make that turn. I'll show you why in just a minute. So there's that area of high pressure. It's steering it down to the northern Leeward Islands, but that's ultimately going to turn it to the north and west away from the east coast as we go throughout the next couple of days. So by this weekend into Puerto Rico. That's a look at the big weather story of the day. Here's a closer look at your day ahead. Enjoy today. We are looking at spectacular weather in the Northeast, New England, Great Lakes, temperatures in the 70s, lots of sunshine. Looking at some storms once again in the northern Rockies, rounds of showers and storms that could lead to localized flooding. All right, guys, we're going to look at some stormy weather in the Central Plains, also Florida today in just a bit.
Okay, Michelle, thank you. You want to feel like a kid all over again? The National Toy Hall of Fame needs your input on which toys should make it to their class of 2022. The Strong Museum of Play released the 12 toy nominees to join the rank and file. Contenders such as Bingo or Nerf meet the requirements of achieving icon status while also promoting learning. You can now vote for your picks on the museum's website until September 21st. The winners will be announced in November.
We are back in just 60 seconds as the judge in the Nicholas Cruz school shooting case lashes out at the defense. That's next.
Tonight, I interviewed Secretary of Transportation Pete Buttigieg about the ongoing delays. You seem to be pointing the finger at the airlines. They're pointing the finger back. Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better?
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers right now on Morning News Now.
We're staying on top of the breaking situation in Ukraine.
We are watching dangerous heat this week.
Recession, I mean, is that where we're headed? Is there any way to avoid that?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
It's the best time of the morning. Time for that pop start, baby.
I'm feeling the vibe today on the show.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
No stress, no mess, just yum.
That's it.
Leading the news, according to new research, seniors who had COVID-19 may be more likely to develop Alzheimer's disease. The study published in the Journal of Alzheimer's Disease showed that patients 65 and older had a 50 to 80% higher risk of developing the brain disorder within 1 year of contracting COVID compared to the control group. The highest risk was in women 85 and older. Researchers say it's unclear if COVID triggers a new occurrence of the debilitating form of dementia or speeds up the emergence of it.
Drama in the courtroom in the Parkland shooter trial. The judge admonished the defense team after abruptly resting its case. WTVJ reporter Tony Piptoni takes us inside the shouting match.
The killer walked into court knowing a closely guarded secret. One, a frustrated judge forced into the light with this demand.
Who is your next witness and when are they being called and which attorney is going to question them?
The defense was evasive and the judge had enough.
Let's bring the jury in, please.
Your Honor?
Yes?
At this time, the defense rests.
We're not playing chess. I mean,
For one record.
let me just stop. State, are you going to have anything ready for today?
No. We're
last told
expecting,
us there was 80 witnesses.
we're waiting for 40 more witnesses.
The defense presented 26 witnesses over 11 days and never said they would definitely put on all 80 potential witnesses, but the judge was livid.
I just want to say this is the most uncalled for, unprofessional way to try a case.
Lead defense attorney Melissa McNeil took the brunt of the judge's ire.
I have been practicing in this county for 22 years.
You know what? I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear
Well, Judge, you're insulting me on the record in front of my client, and I believe that I should be able to
Okay,
defend
you
myself.
can do that later. You can make your record later, but you've been insulting me the entire trial. So blatantly, taking your headphones off, arguing with me, storming out, coming late intentionally if you don't like my rulings.
Our thanks to Tony for that report.
Taking a page from the Texas playbook, the fallout as Florida's governor flies migrants to Martha's Vineyard.
And I choose you. A happy couple gets on the right track after tying the knot on a train.
Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
The indictment of a former president, or perhaps candidate for president, would arguably tear the country apart. Is that your concern? Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
The indictment of a former president, or perhaps candidate for president, would arguably tear the country apart. Is that your concern? Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
Our show is about sparking conversations around today's biggest issues. The Fed raises interest rates. That controls inflation. Explain how that works. Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs and their relationship to their employers? Could you just remind us why there are 9 justices on the Supreme Court instead of 3 or 20 or 2? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Harry Styles!
We're on the website.
Take screenshots of everything.
Oh my God. That's our last name right there.
What a great success story. A very big moment for this small Texas business called JVD. The Latina and lesbian-owned brand just launched their first nationwide collection with Target. The company has gained popularity with their Latina Power shirts. Now this launch comes just as Hispanic Heritage Month begins today.
How inspiring is that? Wow. Amazing. All right, there's a couple in Florida. Full steam ahead on a happily ever after. They said their I do's all aboard a Brightline train. And of course, it's not your typical walk down the aisle, although it is a very fitting place for this couple to get married. They met 6 years ago, and then they started taking that train on their date nights. Forget about typical ways to get married, you know, whatever fits them, and it seems like that's exactly it.
And it means something,
yeah,
too. That's important. All right, up next, Michelle's got her eye on a few storms brewing across America.
And we're going to need a bigger boat inside this wild close encounter.
Our show is about sparking conversations around today's biggest issues. The Fed raises interest rates. That controls inflation. Explain how that works. Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs and their relationship to their employers? Could you just remind us why there are 9 justices on the Supreme Court instead of 3 or 20 or 2? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Our show is about sparking conversations around today's biggest issues. The Fed raises interest rates. That controls inflation. Explain how that works. Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs and their relationship to their employers? Can you just remind us why there are 9 justices on the Supreme Court instead of 3 or 20 or 2? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
These are our missing daughters and sons.
We need anyone who saw something to come forward.
She was wearing a black jacket, a black top.
I'm going to bring my son home alive.
Dateline, Missing in America. Listen to the full season now. News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
These are our missing daughters and sons.
We need anyone who saw something to come forward.
She was wearing a black jacket, a black top.
I'm going to bring my son home alive.
Dateline, Missing in America. Listen to the full season now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers right now on Morning News Now.
We're staying on top of the breaking situation in Ukraine.
We are watching dangerous heat this week.
Recession, I mean, is that where we're headed? Is there any way to avoid that?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
A fishing charter off the coast of Maine is going to need a bigger boat after a 7-foot mako shark breached the water and onto the ship's deck right there. A group snapping the video of the cobalt blue animal moments before their finned friend decided to join them. The charter's captain said no one was hurt, and they quickly returned the shark back to the ocean.
Yeah, which brave soul did that, I wonder? All right, Michelle's back with us. She's got a look at storms brewing in Florida and the Midwest. Hello again, Michelle.
Hello again. Yeah, we're looking at summer storms today, and some could be strong with severe winds, also some heavy rainfall. So we do have this front moving through portions of the plains from Texas and Nebraska. We could see some really heavy rain, also the chance for some strong storms. That will continue tomorrow, especially in the upper Midwest. We're looking anywhere from Grand Isle down to Dodge City, Amarillo, seeing the chance for some really damaging winds, some low hail, and also some hail, and also the chance of a tornado or two. I want to get Florida in here because we're looking at the chance of 2 to 4 inches of rain possible. Back to you guys.
All right, thanks. The one and only Vanilla Ice surprised a group of high school band members to help inspire them make their dreams come true.
What do you love about fatherhood?
The chaos, the learning. Is climate change one of your top priorities?
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference in their own communities?
Believe in yourself.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Harry Styles!
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers right now on Morning News Now.
We're staying on top of the breaking situation in Ukraine.
We are watching dangerous heat this week.
Recession, I mean, is that where we're headed? Is there any way to avoid that?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
The indictment of a former president, or perhaps candidate for president, would arguably tear the country apart. Is that your concern? Can you update us on the status of negotiations? Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
New this morning, dozens of migrants were flown without notice to Martha's Vineyard. The office of Florida Governor Ron DeSantis confirmed that 2 planes carrying the migrants were flown from Florida to Massachusetts. It's part of the state's program to transport migrants to areas with sanctuary policies. The Vineyard Gazette reports that nearly 50 people from Venezuela and Colombia landed Wednesday. State Representative Dylan Fernandez shared these photos and said the island jumped into action, putting together beds and giving everyone a good meal. He says the migrants were met with compassion and not chaos.
A sigh of relief amidst tragedy. A baby is rescued from the rubble of a collapsed building in Jordan. Search crews were on the second day of evacuations in the country's capital of Amman when they saved a 5-month-old from the wreckage. According to Reuters, the infant was taken to the hospital in stable condition. Investigations are still underway, with 3 arrests made in connection to the collapse that killed at least 9 people.
All right, to Vanilla Ice now, who wants to keep playing that funky music. The rapper surprised a Florida marching band in a push to help them get to London for Band Week. Tanya Rogers of WPTV has the story.
It's the Sounds of Success Community Marching Band in Riviera Beach, members as young as 5 years of age to 23. The band is raising funds after getting an invitation to perform at Band Week in London next year. And during band practice, they got a local surprise.
How you doing? I'm good, brother. How you doing?
A visit from Rob Van Winkle, known as Vanilla Ice.
That's what it's all about, is to follow that magical dream and to get these kids to London. Hopefully we can raise enough money, you know, and make this happen. It's not cheap.
We're right now trying to raise a total of $50,000 for our down payment, which is due by the 25th of this month.
Vanilla Ice encouraging the kids to follow their dreams.
I did Ice Ice Baby when I was 16 years old, man. And, you know, it takes that time of life to have, you know, all this inspiration and become who you are.
I like the energy that we have. Like, we are so driven to do what we love.
Whoa! You know, I'm going to put my money in. I'm going to, you know, hopefully get other people to help put their money in. I'm honored that they're here and they're doing something great, but they're also neighbors of ours here in this community, and they're kids with inspiration and dreams, and it's musical.
Our thanks to Tanya for that report. Yeah, he's been into home improvement. Now it's all about band improvement for these kids.
Yeah, it's been 30 years since he was the biggest. Anybody under a certain age has no idea just how big he was. And so to bring him to that school, that's pretty amazing.
Hopefully those kids, if they didn't know, they were schooled maybe by their parents to let them know who this guy is.
To the extreme.
Yeah.
Got to remember that one.
Thanks for kicking off your morning with us. I'm Francis Rivera.
And I'm Philip Mena. Have a great Thursday.
Bracing for standstill, a coast-to-coast rail strike could begin in less than 20 hours, costing the economy $2 billion a day, impacting the supply chain and even people going to work.
As Russia reels from recent setbacks in Ukraine, President Putin is set to meet today with China's Xi. What is their agenda? A live report ahead.
A disturbing incident caught on camera. A Chick-fil-A employee comes to the aid of a woman being carjacked while holding a baby.
At this very minute, thousands of mourners are paying their respects to Queen Elizabeth as the miles-long procession shows no signs of letting up.
And sticker shock for home buyers as mortgage rates surged past 6% for the first time since 2008. A busy Thursday ahead. Early today starts right now.
Good morning, I'm Philip Mena.
And I'm Francis Rivera. The clock is ticking for rail companies and unions to reach an agreement. 2 of the U.S.'s major freight rail unions are threatening to strike if a deal isn't reached by tonight's midnight deadline. Such a massive disruption in service further snarl the supply chain and wreak havoc on the economy, costing the economy $2 billion a day. 40% of goods shipped in the U.S. go by train. And shipments ranging from oil to grain and livestock feed would be impacted, halting the flow of food and everyday consumer items.
Starting today, Amtrak's long-distance routes have been canceled, saying in a statement that the decision was made to avoid stranding passengers. Much of the company's long-distance service runs along freight tracks, and Midwest commuter rail carrier Metra announced multiple Chicago area routes would also be canceled ahead of the strike deadline. The two largest U.S. freight rail unions say quality of life concerns are the biggest hurdle in reaching an agreement here. They say the rail carrier's scheduling practices leaves many workers on call 24/7 every week of the year. In a statement to NBC News, the Association of the American Railroads said that 9 of the 12 unions have reached tentative agreements. The Biden administration is continuing to facilitate negotiations.
This morning, tens of thousands of people are lining the streets of London waiting for their turn to pay their respects to Queen Elizabeth II. And these are live pictures of where they are all headed, Westminster Hall, where the Queen lies in state. People have waited many hours to file past and honor the woman who was a central figure of British life and identity for more than 70 years. The Queen's coffin will remain at Westminster until her funeral on Monday. For the latest on the ongoing remembrance, here's Keir Simmons.
Britain finding many ways to say goodbye to the only monarch most have ever known. Queen Elizabeth II departed Buckingham Palace at 2:22 p.m. precisely. In death as in life, impeccable timing. Her coffin draped with the royal standard, the imperial crown, encrusted with almost 3,000 diamonds and on a velvet cushion. The same crown she wore during her coronation in 1953. For her family, a long farewell, slowly following her coffin. The king walking behind her, just as he did when she was queen. For William and Harry, there must have been memories of the time they lost their mum, Diana. Like his father, William, now heir to the throne and Prince of Wales, in his formal military uniform. Princes Harry and Andrew, both war veterans, but no longer working royals, wearing suits, though with their medals. The Queen's casket, borne on the same gun carriage that carried her father for his funeral. And as she entered Parliament Square, her first Prime Minister, Winston Churchill, looking on. 2 towering British figures together again for a few seconds on this historic day.
It meant so much just to be able to say goodbye to her and to have the grandchildren, just to see them seeing her was something I'll never forget. I'll never forget.
King Charles, Prince William and Princess Anne giving a royal salute. The Queen carried into the Palace of Westminster, at times so silent you could hear the boots of her pallbearers echoing across this storied hall. Inside, they were joined by Queen Consort Camilla, plus Kate and Meghan. Harry and Meghan briefly holding hands, the Prince perhaps wiping away a tear. Outside, massive lines stretching for 3 miles. 750,000 expected to wait for a predicted 24 hours. Paula, who was at Churchill's funeral, and Amanda were among the first to see the Queen.
You had your own time to walk down, and you had your own time to actually say goodbye in whichever form you felt most appropriate.
It was emotional for you, wasn't it?
Very emotional.
Yeah. I think
Very
it's not
emotional.
until you actually walk past and you know she's behind you that you realise you said goodbye.
There are huge numbers of people wanting to see the Queen before her funeral. That line on the bridge behind me there snakes right along the river on the other side. On this side, they still have more than an hour to wait before they reach the Queen's casket. And these people are expected to keep coming 24 hours a day for the next 4 days.
Okay, Keir, thank you.
Ukraine President Zelensky is recovering this morning after a car accident in Kyiv. His spokesman said he wasn't seriously injured. Zelensky was on his way back from a visit to cities freshly liberated from Russian control. Zelensky watched as his country's flag was hoisted above the recaptured city of Izium while he toured the destruction left behind by Russian forces. Ukraine's recent advances will loom over a critical meeting between China's President Xi Jinping and Russia's Vladimir Putin. NBC's Janice Mackey-Freyer is live in Beijing with the latest. Janice, these two leaders are expected to hold a very important summit today.
Well, the last time they were together here in Beijing, they declared a partnership without limits. And it was only a few weeks after that that Russia invaded Ukraine. China has never outright supported Russia's position, but it's never condemned it either. It's offered rhetorical support. They've been buying up Russian gas. They've backed Russia at the UN. And there's been the amplification of Russian propaganda here. But beyond that, it's unclear whether China's willing to offer more material support out of concern of triggering secondary sanctions against China. But this meeting comes at a crucial time for Russia. It's losing ground in Ukraine. It's been retreating from territory that took months to gain. And so China may not want to be perceived as backing Russian weakness. It's why Xi Jinping is likely to use his platform with Putin to denounce the West, to criticize NATO, and in the subtext of that, send a message to the U.S. about crossing so-called red lines here with regards to Taiwan. It's also just a few weeks away from the Communist Party Congress here, when Xi Jinping is expected to secure an unprecedented third term in power. It's unusual that he's even traveling right now with the party Congress so close. So he's likely to do things that will be perceived more as shoring up his foreign policy credentials instead of taking political risks that won't serve him or China. Philip?
A critical update on that meeting. Janice, thank you.
A federal jury in Chicago has officially convicted singer R. Kelly on child pornography charges. The R&B star was found guilty on 6 counts of sexual exploitation and enticement of a minor, including 3 counts of child pornography for making videotapes of himself sexually abusing his 14-year-old goddaughter. The jury acquitted Kelly of 7 other counts, including conspiracy to obstruct justice. The U.S. Attorney's Office will recommend his sentence be served to the 30 years he's already facing in New York.
Let's turn now to Martha's Vineyard, where dozens of migrants unexpectedly landed overnight. The office of Governor Ron DeSantis provided this video, which they say was taken by their sources on the ground, reportedly showing the migrants arriving from Florida to Massachusetts, part of Florida's program to transport migrants to areas with sanctuary policies. The Vineyard Gazette reports the group included nearly 50 people from Venezuela and Colombia. Officials in Massachusetts say they had no warning of this. Local official Dylan Fernandez shared these photos and said that the island jumped into action, putting together beds and giving everyone a good meal. He says that many of the migrants did not even know where they were, but they were met with compassion.
The founder of outdoor apparel maker Patagonia is giving away the entire company worth more than $3 billion in a bid to fight climate change. Yvon Chouinard and his family are transferring the entire company into a nonprofit and trust. In a letter he wrote, "Instead of going public, you could say we're going purpose. Instead of extracting value from nature and transforming it into wealth for investors, we'll use the wealth Patagonia creates to protect the source of all wealth." The company's profit, usually around $100 million a year, will now go to efforts to protect underdeveloped land worldwide. The 83-year-old is a climber, a surfer, and a longtime environmentalist.
All right, here we go. It's that time of year. NBC meteorologist Michelle Grossman is here to tell us about a new tropical storm that has developed overnight. Morning, Michelle.
Good morning, guys. It's been a slow start to the Atlantic season, but we finally have another system. It's our 6th named system of the year, and it's Tropical Storm Fiona, expected to stay a tropical storm. So here is the latest: 625 miles east of the Leeward Islands, winds at 50 miles per hour. It's moving west at 14 miles per hour, and that's where we expect it to go. Continuing west over the next few days, so the Leeward Islands by Friday, Puerto Rico, the Virgin Islands by Saturday. Sunday, we'll see it impacting Hispaniola. So as we go throughout time here, northern Leeward Islands, you're going to get heavy rain, could see some landslides and also some mudslides. That's a look at the big weather story of the day. Here's a closer look at your day ahead. All right, enjoy today in New England, the Northeast, Great Lakes, Mid-Atlantic. We're looking at temperatures in the 60s, 70s, and 80s, low humidity. And we're looking at the chance for some showers in the upper Midwest, also parts of the Rockies, 64 degrees in Casper. All right, guys, we're tracking some summer storms and spots. We'll do that in just a few minutes.
Okay, yeah, reminder, it's still summer. Thanks, Michelle. We're back in 60 seconds with mortgage rates surging to 2008 levels.
Plus, why this Chick-fil-A employee is being called a hero after springing into action.
Right now on NBC News Now, we begin with breaking news just coming in.
What's happening now, what's happening next, and what it means for you.
We're continuing to follow the Russian attack on Ukraine.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind.
Fewer people are content to just offer their thoughts and prayers.
Stunning testimony at the January 6th hearing.
Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades. Parts of Virginia cleaning up after severe storms.
Flames forcing thousands to evacuate.
When do I play meteorologist? Only when the heat is this bad.
Another special night of election coverage right here at NBC News Now.
Results are coming in.
This Tuesday is going to be huge.
This is big when we're talking about November.
This feels like an ideological fight to the death. Is there room for common ground?
What do you think when you see the activism?
Do you think this could have happened without social media?
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
It's the best time of the morning. Time for that pop stuff, baby.
I'm feeling the vibe today on the show.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world. Because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Leading the news, the shocking scene outside of a Chick-fil-A in Fort Walton Beach, Florida. A Chick-fil-A employee rushed to help a woman and her baby as they were being carjacked on Wednesday. The victim was getting the infant out of her car when she says 43-year-old William Branch approached her wielding a stick, demanding the keys, forcing himself inside. The Okaloosa County Sheriff's Office says Branch was charged with carjacking and a weapon and battery. Everyone involved is said to be okay.
A new study has found that taking a daily multivitamin could help improve brain function in older adults. The findings were published in the Journal of Alzheimer's Association. The trial involved more than 2,200 people aged 65 or older. They found that daily supplements slowed cognitive decline by 60%. People with a history of cardiovascular disease benefited the most.
The interest rate for mortgages is now doubled in the last year. The average rate on a 30-year fixed mortgage surged past 6% for the first time in 14 years, according to the Mortgage Bankers Association. At the same time, the demand for mortgages continues to decline, falling 29% from this time last year.
Still to come, the long goodbye. Thousands of mourners line up for a chance to say a final farewell to the Queen.
And the growing outrage after a human trafficking victim was ordered to pay $150,000 to the family of her alleged rapist.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Can you tell us what it was like? Our NBC News exclusive.
No stress, no mess, just yum.
That's it.
The indictment of a former president, or perhaps candidate for president, would arguably tear the country apart. Is that your concern? Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Back now with our NBC News exclusive.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
Harry Styles!
These are our missing daughters and sons.
We need anyone who saw something to come forward.
She was wearing a black jacket, a black top.
I'm going to bring my son home alive.
Dateline, Missing in America. Listen to the full season now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Back now with our NBC News exclusive.
Harry Styles!
Coming up on Today, a closer look at what British tabloids have dubbed the Fab Four reunion as William, Kate, Harry and Meghan come together to honor Her Majesty the Queen.
New developments in the case involving a 17-year-old who stabbed and killed her alleged rapist. A judge has cleared her prison sentence, but she could still be on the hook for a six-figure payment to the alleged rapist's family. NBC's Maya Eaglin has more on this unique case.
A teenager, the alleged victim of unspeakable crimes of human trafficking and rape, after fatally stabbing her alleged rapist, will stay out of prison. But a court ruling Piper Lewis must pay $150,000 to the family of the man who raped her.
The events that took place on that horrific day cannot be changed, as much as I wish they could.
17-year-old Lewis pleading guilty to involuntary manslaughter and willful injury in the 2020 killing of 37-year-old Zachary Brooks. She says he raped her multiple times in the weeks before his death.
I wish the events that took place on June 1st, 2020 never occurred. But to say there's only one victim to this story is absurd.
Her charges punishable by up to 10 years each in prison, but the judge taking a different path at sentencing.
Ms. Lewis, I will defer your judgment.
Lewis given 5 years of probation, but she could be sent to prison if she violates any part of that. Her conviction also carries an automatic requirement by Iowa law to pay restitution to Brooks's estate. The judge saying the court was, quote, presented with no other option. Lewis's attorney disagreeing at sentencing.
If you defer judgment, Mr. Brooks' estate is not entitled to any restitution whatsoever. And frankly, his estate doesn't deserve it because of his own conduct.
A GoFundMe started for Lewis has now exceeded that amount, saying the excess money will support her continued education. Lewis was just 15 when she stabbed Brooks more than 30 times in a Des Moines apartment. Officials say she was a runaway, seeking to escape an abusive foster home. Piper said in court that a man took her in before forcibly trafficking her to other men for sex. She testified that one of those men was Brooks, who repeatedly raped her at knife point. We reached out to Brooks's attorney, but have not heard back. Police and prosecutors have not disputed Lewis was assaulted and trafficked, but they have argued that Brooks was asleep at the time he was stabbed and not an immediate threat. Prosecutors telling NBC News they, quote, recommended that she goes to a woman's facility to provide structure and deal with the issues that she has. Advocates argue her actions were the result of the trauma she faced.
You know, many of the things that we heard during the trial around not only what she experienced, but also her reactions to that are very common trauma reactions for survivors.
Piper's circumstances are not uncommon. Of the more than 25,000 cases of children who had run away and were reported missing to the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children in 2021, the center says 1 in 6 were likely victims of child sex trafficking. Lewis is not the only alleged child sex trafficking victim to kill an abuser, but she is one of the few to avoid prison time after such a crime.
That does feel in some ways like a win, though, to be really real and really frank, the way that our criminal legal system works, 5 years probation in a controlled facility means that you don't have any wiggle room.
That day, a combination of complicated actions took place, resulting in the death of a person as well as stolen innocence of a child.
Our thanks to Maya for that. A GoFundMe account has raised over $320,000 to help Lewis.
We have got your national forecast next, including some big storms that are brewing.
And we will go live to Westminster as people bid their solemn farewells to the Queen.
Our show is about sparking conversations around today's biggest issues. The Fed raises interest rates. That controls inflation. Explain how that works. Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs and their relationship to their employers? Could you just remind us why there are 9 justices on the Supreme Court instead of 3 or 20 or 2? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Harry Styles!
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
No stress, no mess, just yum.
That's it.
Welcome back on this Thursday. We are tracking summer storms today. It's a very slow-moving front that's moving through the plains. That's going to bring the chance from strong storms from Texas to Nebraska. So we do have a severe weather risk. Winds gusting to 60 miles per hour could cause some damage. Also the risk for some hail. Low tornado risk, but still not zero. So we're going to watch that as we head throughout the afternoon hours. That is one spot. Another spot is in Florida. We've seen this over the past few days. Storms developing in the afternoon. It's a stationary front along with the sea breeze. That's going to bring locally heavy rain possible. Look at all this rain. The brighter colors, that's where we're seeing the heaviest rain. So anywhere 1 to 3 inches. Locally could see higher amounts up to 4. Back to you guys.
Hey, Michelle, thanks. We're live in London where thousands have been waiting patiently in line all night to pay their respects when Early Today comes back.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers right now on Morning News Now.
We're staying on top of the breaking situation in Ukraine.
We are watching dangerous heat this week.
Recession, I mean, is that where we're headed? Is there any way to avoid that?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
What do you love about fatherhood?
The chaos, the learning. Is climate change one of your top priorities?
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference in their own communities?
Believe in yourself.
Our show is about sparking conversations around today's biggest issues. The Fed raises interest rates. That controls inflation. Explain how that works. Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs and their relationship to their employers? Could you just remind us why there are 9 justices on the Supreme Court instead of 3 or 20 or 2? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast, available anytime and anywhere.
We're here to start conversations because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
And what do you love about fatherhood?
The chaos, the learning. Is climate change one of your top priorities?
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference in their own communities?
Believe in yourself.
This morning, Queen Elizabeth lies in state in London's Westminster Hall. These here are live pictures from Westminster Hall as members of the public pay their respects to Britain's longest reigning monarch. The Queen's coffin will remain there until her funeral on Monday. NBC's Jay Gray joins us now live from London. Jay, good morning. How are the people you've been talking to dealing with all of this?
I think it's a mixture of emotions and for so many who stand in line for so long, a kinship thrown together with strangers, often in this situation where they're here to pay their respects, but they make a friendship as they wait for hours, and the mood is definitely light during the walk. We're in a part of the line where it comes in waves. They're trying to regulate. They don't want to get it overcrowded, so it comes in waves here, and we've got a wave passing now. But they talk, they laugh a bit. What you hear from those that have been through is once you make the turn and enter that building and begin to feel the momentum and the weight of this moment, things change dramatically. You don't hear the laughter that you're hearing here now. You don't hear anything. They say it is silence. It is a very religious experience for many is the word that they have used. And they spend that time, just a few seconds after waiting for hours to be there, really reflecting, some bowing, some saying a short prayer, others just staring and thinking about what the Queen meant to not only the UK but the Commonwealth and the world. And they understand the magnitude of this moment, and so for many of them it's a very special time and one that they say they had to be a part of, that she dedicated herself for so long to so many that the least they can do is wait a few hours and say one final goodbye. So it's something that again for so many of these people is not. It's not a requirement, it's a need for them, if that makes any sense. It's something that they feel like they have to do to complete the cycle of this monarchy that for them they've only had a queen. Most of these people have never known any other monarch, and now they're moving to, of course, King Charles. Francis, Philip?
All right, Jay, thank you. And of course, it makes sense. I mean, not only was she the head of state, but you talked to many people, she was like a family member there.
And you can see how they feel, especially these mourners, the honor, the reverence they want to pay, but also celebrate the life and what they did for them individually in their lives. So this is Early Today. Have a great day.
Good morning. Thanks for being here. I'm Stephen Romo.
And I'm Zincle Asamoah in Washington, D.C. Joe and Savannah are off this morning. Right now on Morning News Now, back on track. Breaking this morning, President Biden announcing a tentative deal to avoid what would be a crippling railroad shutdown. Now freight rail workers set to vote on the 11th hour agreement just hours after threatening to strike.
Who would be impacted by a strike?
Basically everybody. You know, what moves on the rails is everything related to manufacturing, warehouse, distribution, even clothes.
We have late-breaking information on the hours of negotiations and the crucial call the president made to get this deal done. Fit for a Queen. This morning, a massive showing on the streets of London, still growing by the minute. Tens of thousands of people lining up for miles, expecting to wait for hours to pay their final respects to Queen Elizabeth as she lies in state ahead of her funeral next week. We'll have more on that. Plus, King Charles is set to spend a quiet day in mourning after yesterday's grand procession. All of the latest just ahead. Also this morning, high-stakes summit, a historic meeting with potentially world-changing consequences. Russian President Vladimir Putin set to meet his Chinese counterpart for the first time since Russia's invasion of Ukraine. And increased tensions in Taiwan. More on the deepening partnership that's raising global concerns. And finally, purpose over profit, a major move by the founder of one of the biggest outdoor retailers to give away his billion-dollar business in the name of climate change. How he says he's making Mother Nature Patagonia's only shareholder, and why the move could redefine how other business owners view corporate leadership. And Stephen, I'm sad I can't be sitting next to you today, but it's good to see you there in New York.
I know. It is great to see you as always. And Clay, we'll keep it fun this morning, even through that distance.
Absolutely. And we begin this morning with that breaking news on the tentative deal to avert a potential strike and major shutdown of railroads across the country.
Yeah, a lot of eyes on this one. The White House announcing earlier this morning an agreement in place between the railroad companies and two labor unions that were threatening to strike if a new contract was not reached by midnight. President Biden saying in a statement that the deal is, quote, an important win for our economy and the American people. We have full coverage of these developments in just a moment. Rick Newman, a senior columnist at Yahoo Finance, on how critical a deal was to helping protect the economy. But we begin with NBC News technology correspondent Jake Ward and NBC News White House correspondent Mike Memoli. Good morning to both of you. And we begin with Mike. We'll start off asking about what more we know about this deal and how the White House was able to reach this agreement at the last minute.
Well, Stephen, we expect to learn some more details about the particular terms of the agreement when Labor Department officials hold a media availability later this morning. The president saying in a statement announcing the agreement this morning that it's going to lead to improved pay and working conditions for the union workers here. But it is significant. The Labor Department was hosting both the management and union representatives throughout the day yesterday. I'm told in the end there were 20 hours of consecutive negotiations leading to an agreement. And President Biden playing a crucial role with a phone call to both sides late last night around 9 p.m. The agreement followed in the hours that came after. Now, President Biden in that statement calling this a win for tens of thousands of rail workers who worked tirelessly through the pandemic to ensure that America's families and communities got deliveries of what kept us going during these difficult years. He also called it a win for the freight rail companies, saying they're now going to be able to attract the kind of talent workers to keep them on the rails. Now, this was going to affect not just freight rail, but passenger rail. Amtrak yesterday had announced they were canceling a number of their long-distance routes, and so an important win for the White House at a time they were really concerned about another economic blow.
And all down to the wire. Jake, if you could walk us through what got us to this point in the first place. What were the issues at heart of this negotiation, and are there any sticking points left?
Well, fundamentally, Steve, we're talking here about, as Mike has mentioned, really the backbone of the economy. 40% of what you and I buy on the grocery store shelves depend on rail traffic to get there. And so the stakes really could not have been higher. As Mike mentioned, we don't know yet exactly what the carriers and the unions have agreed to here. Neither of them are commenting yet. We only know this because the White House has announced it. But the terms here the negotiation here had everything to do with working conditions. According to the unions, there had been basically a shift in the last few years that began to make what was already an extraordinarily demanding job. When you sign on to work for the railroad, you are signing on to be within reach of your phone and to be within range of your job every day of the year. It's an emergency-based sort of employment. But what rail workers were saying was that because in the last few years there had been a reduction in the workforce, that companies had been shedding workers. One report from the Surface Transportation Board shows that about 29% fewer workers in the industry over the past 6 years. And the unions had essentially said that they were doing pre-pandemic levels of rail traffic with only about 80% of the workforce. And that added up, they said, to a very stern system, a strict system that penalized them for even trying to go to the doctor. One of the things they were asking for was unpaid sick leave, not just paid sick leave, unpaid sick leave. They wanted 15 days that they could rely on to be able to go to the doctor without having to take that time out of their, sleeping schedule was what it was down to. Otherwise, they would have been penalized under several new programs that had been instituted that would, basically points programs. So these were really fundamental questions about the quality of life for these workers. They say it was making things just untenable. I'll also mention here quickly that, these companies have seen a 600% increase in profit since 2004. That's something unions had really pointed at, but the carriers had said, those are mostly about investments. It's not about labor, and so said that it shouldn't really be part of this. So really, two sides very much at loggerheads. It is amazing that we have come to this point, Stephen.
I think so many people don't realize how demanding these jobs actually are. So, Mike, from a political standpoint, how important was this for the White House to solve this and avoid a strike?
Well, Stephen, I tell you, Biden administration officials really feel like since the president took office last year, it's been one crisis after another. And you think about the other supply chain crisis they inherited early on, having to deal with ocean shipping that only has recently become to be resolved. And so at a time when the administration has really been celebrating a run of legislative successes, you saw the president with multiple events this week, again, touting the Inflation Reduction Act, the infrastructure law. This really threatened to upset that momentum at a critical moment. We know the midterm elections now less than 8 weeks away. And so this really removes what would have been a major economic blow at a really brutal time for the administration. And the White House already this morning touting the fact that President Biden's approval ratings continue to tick up. A new poll from the Associated Press has his approval rating now at 45%, up from the mid-30s just a month ago.
A lot of things changing really fast as those midterms inch closer. Mike Mimley, Jake Ward, thank you both.
Now let's bring in Yahoo Finance senior columnist Rick Newman for more on how a potential strike could have impacted an already fragile economy. Good morning, Rick. So I want to jump in and talk about the latest consumer price index report out this week. It showed that inflation rose more than expected last month. So what kind of impact would a strike have had on these already sky-high prices?
It would have made inflation worse. And it's not necessarily gas prices, which is probably the one single consumer product that people pay the most attention to. Just because everybody sees those prices advertised everywhere, it would have been other types of energy. So there's a lot of coal that gets transported by rail. If you have less coal, that means utilities are going to be using more natural gas, and those prices have been going up. Ethanol, almost all ethanol gets transported by rail. That's an important additive in gasoline. There's some oil and oil products. Mostly this would have been industrial products that would have passed through higher costs to consumer products and done it fairly quickly. So Biden must make this deal stick. He needs this deal in place, especially given that the midterm elections are less than 2 months away.
And Rick, I know that before the news of an agreement being reached, the American Farm Bureau Federation expressed their concerns over a potential stoppage. So talk to us about some of the challenges farmers and ranchers would have faced.
Think about energy. Let's talk about natural gas for a moment. People do not pay close attention to the cost of natural gas because you don't see it anywhere. I mean, nobody looks at the fine print on their utility bills, or at least most people don't. Natural gas prices right now are twice what they were 1 year ago. And that is really important because a lot of utilities use natural gas to produce electricity. It takes a lot of energy to produce food, to transport food, and to produce a lot of other things in the system. And when energy costs go up, which they have done, and they're probably going to stay there for the next several months into the winter, that raises the cost of many products, and it does it in a way that people can't really see. So if you see, food prices are up 13% year over year. That is one of the most important drivers of inflation right now. And that has a lot to do with energy. There are other factors, not enough workers in the system and things like that. But energy is one of the biggest concerns with regard to inflation right now. And it's not gasoline. It's other types of energy where you don't really see the price.
And I mean, Rick, you've talked about gasoline a few times, so we should touch on it. Obviously, we've seen gas prices improve dramatically across the country over the past few months. The national average now at $3.69 a gallon, according to AAA, and that's down from that $5 high we saw back in June. I was out at a gas station when we hit that record. So how does the news this morning affect drivers specifically? Would a strike have caused these prices to go back up again?
Yeah. So like I mentioned before, ethanol makes up about 10% of gasoline, and that does travel mostly by rail. So if there had been disruptions in ethanol supplies, that probably would have caused problems for gasoline and pushed prices up a little bit. Now, we're not going to have that problem right now. But I think there's a good case that gasoline prices are about as low as they're going to go. I'm not sure the drivers are going to get much more of a break. This has to do, obviously, with the global price for oil. We don't get to set oil prices. They're set in a global market. They've actually been ticking up a little bit lately. The war in Ukraine remains a huge issue with regard to oil supplies in the world. It seems far away to many Americans, but you know, if there's a disruption of oil supply from Russia or any country of just 1 to 2% of the global supply, that is going to push prices up. So we've got a really nice set of relief during the last 3 months. I fill up my tank, and I love seeing that price fall below $4. I don't know that we're going to get much lower than we are right now, though.
Okay, a lot to watch out for drivers. Rick Newman, thank you.
Bye, guys.
Now, the latest on the investigation into the January 6th attack on the Capitol. Former White House Chief of Staff Mark Meadows has reportedly complied with a subpoena from the Justice Department. According to what multiple sources familiar with the matter have told CNN, Meadows turned over the same materials he previously gave the House Select Committee investigating that attack. Those materials include emails and text messages between Election Day of 2020 and the day President Biden was inaugurated. It's unclear whether the DOJ will seek more material from Meadows, potentially leading to a legal fight over executive privilege.
Now to the latest on the memorial of Queen Elizabeth II. Crowds spent the night in miles-long lines for a chance to say one final goodbye to the monarch. This is a live map showing the line of tens of thousands of mourners waiting to file through Westminster Hall for the first full day of her lying in state. Right now, it's nearly 4 miles long. Meanwhile, King Charles III is expected to have a day away from public duties and events for reflection. For more on this, let's bring in NBC News foreign correspondent Molly Hunter live from London. Molly, good to see you. So hundreds of thousands are expected to say their farewells and pay their respects in the following days. And that enormous line of people is being talked about around the world, understandably. 4 miles, that is very long. And I understand that even the first 3 people in that line got a wristband to signify sort of the significance of this moment. So talk to us about what you've seen and what we can expect to see today.
Yeah, Zinkley, good morning. And you hear the kind of, if you hear the laughter, the noises behind me, it's because the line, the epic long queue, I'm just looking at it, they're just crowding towards the bridge. They are moving very, very quickly right below me. So as you said, there's an app that Londoners can check to see. Right now it's about 4 miles. We are told by people at this stage, and we're just across from Westminster Hall, they queue on this side, cross the bridge, head into Westminster Hall. It's about 2.5 hours to here, 45 more minutes. So it is not the 10-mile long line, the 30-hour wait that was expected. But take a quick listen, to what a couple people said about waiting in that line.
She was the glue, what knitted the monarchy together, really, wasn't she?
You're always guiding us as a moral standard, and part of the reason I come to this country. So I didn't actually know she meant that much to me.
And Zinkley and Steve, everyone is saying this is the least they feel they can do. They will wait for as long as it takes. Now, we'll see if the crowds get bigger, of course, over the weekend when people aren't working. But it's certainly not as backed up as was expected.
Not as backed up, but I still love that you can see the line from where you are. That's amazing, Molly. And I also know that President Biden spoke to King Charles III yesterday to offer his condolences on the passing of his mother, the Queen. What can you tell us about that conversation?
Yeah, we have a short readout. Sinclair, I'll just read a tiny bit of it. It says the president recalled fondly the Queen's kindness and hospitality, including when she hosted him and the First Lady at Windsor Castle last June. He also conveyed the great admiration of the American people for the Queen, whose dignity and constancy deepen the enduring friendship and special relationship between the two countries. Sinclair, we are meeting a lot of Americans here who say exactly that. The Queen was not just the Queen of the United Kingdom or of the Commonwealth. Americans, and I am sure you guys have been talking about this too, feel a real fondness for the monarch and for the 70 years that she reigned.
A lot of solidarity around the world. Molly Hunter, thank you.
And for more on this, let's bring in NBC News British historian Andrew Roberts. Andrew, good morning to you. If you would, give us the broad view here. Do these miles-long lines have any comparison in modern times? And have people in the UK ever sort of turned out in numbers like this?
Never before in the numbers that are expected. I think that, of course, this is a Thursday. You wait till the weekend when people have to on their hands. That's when they're going to be coming from all over the country to join this queue. I shouldn't be surprised if it stretches to Bermondsey. The authorities are ready for that to happen. They're speeding it up much faster. And as you can see, they're going on both sides of the cataract, which is a very sensible way to speed the whole thing up. But to look at it historically, I just found one sentence from a report of Winston Churchill's lying in state. And it's a rather beautiful piece of writing. What the journalist said was, 2 rivers run silently through London tonight, and one is made of people, dark and quiet as the nighttime Thames itself. It flows through Westminster Hall. So we have seen this before. We saw it with Winston Churchill in 1965, but you have to go back that far to see a precedent like this.
So striking to see all of those people willing to line up and wait. And what do we think about the way people are mourning? And what do you think this says about modern Britain and its relationship with the Crown?
Well, it's obviously got a very strong and ancient relationship with the Crown that goes back the concept of monarchy 1,000 years. So in that sense, it's an essential part of the self-identity of the nation. With regard to looking forward, it's much more difficult. One has to look at the King Charles III and see the ways in which he's going to try to continue the traditions of his mother.
A lot still to come on that. Thank you so much for your insight, Andrew Roberts.
Now let's turn back to the U.S. for the latest on Tropical Storm Fiona and get a check of your Morning News Now weather.
Meteorologist Michelle Grossman joins us now for more on that. Good morning, Michelle.
Good morning. Good to see you both. And we are looking at our 6th named storm of the Atlantic season. It was a slow start, but we're getting there. We're at the peak season, and we are looking at our 6th named storm. So here's the latest information. Became a tropical storm overnight. It was Tropical Depression 7, now Tropical Storm Fiona, 580 miles east of the Leeward Islands. It's moving at 13 miles per hour, so that's pretty quick. And we're seeing winds at 50 miles per hour. We do anticipate that it's going to stay a tropical storm and sort of entering conditions that aren't great for strengthening, so we do expect it to stay at this strength a little bit higher. So as we go throughout time here, by Friday into Saturday, we're going to see it impacting the northern parts of the Leeward Islands, and then by Sunday into the Virgin Islands, into Puerto Rico, into Hispaniola by Monday into Tuesday, and then it could impact the Bahamas early next week before it takes that turn to the right. So we have a big area of high pressure. That's a steering current, and we're going to see it move off to the west and also the north. Hopefully that will help steer it away from the East Coast, and that's what we're thinking as of right now. Now back closer to U.S., we are looking at some rain in the northern plains. We're looking at some rain also in parts of the central part of the nation. So that's a big story today in terms of any storms. We're looking at severe weather possible in the central and southern plains. Also looking at some storms in Florida as we go throughout the afternoon to evening hours. We saw that yesterday. We saw it the day before. We're going to see it once again today. So your severe weather threat for today, we could see winds gusting up to 60 miles per hour. That could cause some damage. Also some hail. It's a low risk, but still not zero. Same with the tornado risk. We're looking at a low risk. The major concern here will be heavy downpours and also some winds. But it's extending from the northern plains into the central plains, parts of the southern plains. So basically Amarillo into Dodge City and also Grand Island. This is the setup. We have an area of low pressure. It's a slow-moving front, nearly stationary, but not quite parked. So it's moving slowly through hot and humid air. That's going to spark the chance for some storms as it slides through the plains. Strong storms from Texas and Nebraska. And that will be likely mainly later on this afternoon into the evening hours. Tomorrow, still moving really slow. We're looking at heavy downpours possible in the upper Midwest. We could see 1 to 3 inches of rain, maybe a little bit higher as we go throughout the afternoon hours. And rainfall rates could be 1 to 2 inches per hour. So as we look towards Florida, we're seeing a stationary front also moving very, very slowly. That's the name of the game. That's what we saw the past few days. So we're going to see this interacting with some sea breeze. That's going to develop soaking storms once again. We're going to see the chance for some flooding rains. Locally heavy rain, flooding is possible once again. And then tomorrow, not moving really far. It moves a little bit to the north, but look at all these heavy cells of really heavy downpours from Tampa to Orlando and also Miami. So a tough go in terms of travel there. We're going to see some ponding on the roadways. Rainfall forecast 1 to 3 inches generally. Could see a little higher amounts, 2 to 4 inches in some spots, especially within some of those thunderstorm cells. We could see some pretty heavy downpours. Now, in terms of the temperatures, picture perfect. Really nice September weather in the Northeast, the Mid-Atlantic, also portions of New England. But, Stephen, we are looking at really hot conditions still. Feeling like summer with just a few days left with temperatures in the 90s.
Wow, a lot to keep track of. I know you'll watch Fiona for us. Yeah. We'll check back in on that one. Michelle, thank you.
Thank you so much. And coming up on Morning News Now, global concern over what could be a deepening partnership between Russia and China.
When we come back, we'll tell you about the high-stakes meeting between the two countries' presidents and how it could impact the war in Ukraine.
No stress, no mess, just yum. That's it.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
We're here to start conversations because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by. Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
And what do you love about fatherhood?
The chaos, the learning. Is climate change one of your top priorities?
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference in their own communities?
Believe in yourself.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Harry Styles!
NBC News, streaming free now.
No stress, no mess, just yum.
That's it.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Back now with our NBC News exclusive.
These are our missing daughters and sons.
We need anyone who saw something to come forward.
She was wearing a black jacket, a black top.
I'm gonna bring my son home alive.
Dateline, Missing in America. Listen to the full season now. Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
It's the best time of the morning. Time for that pop stuff, baby.
I'm feeling the vibe today on the show.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We're back. An overseas Chinese president, Xi, is set to meet with Russian President Vladimir Putin for the first time since February. The two leaders are in Uzbekistan at the Shanghai Cooperation Organization Summit. This is Xi's first trip overseas since the start of the pandemic, and there's a lot at stake. He's seeking to consolidate his power with a historic third term, and Putin is facing backlash and isolation from the West over the invasion in Ukraine. NBC News foreign correspondent Raf Sanchez joins us now from Taipei to talk about this. Raf, good morning. So a lot has happened since the last time Xi and Putin met in February. If I break it down, they declared their partnership, quote, without limits, and called it a new era in international relations. And the war in Ukraine is not going as well as Putin had hoped. So given all that, what are we expecting from today's meeting? And do you expect their stand on Western relations to be more toned down this time around?
Zinkley, good morning, good evening from here in Taipei. This is a really important meeting for both of these leaders for the reasons that you just laid out. The war in Ukraine is not going Putin's way on the battlefield, and he is really eager to show the world, but also the Russian people, that he is not isolated on the world stage, that he has friends, that he has allies, and there is no more important friend and ally than China, this rising authoritarian superpower. For Xi, he is heading into a critical couple of weeks. The Chinese Communist Party Congress is meeting in mid-October. They are expected to rubber stamp that unprecedented third term for him, making him the most powerful Chinese leader since Chairman Mao. But Xi has been walking kind of a delicate diplomatic line when it comes to Ukraine. He has been rhetorically supporting Russia. China has been voting with Russia at the UN. China has been amplifying Russian propaganda about NATO, but it has not sent military aid to Russia. It's certainly not sent troops to fight on the battlefield. And the Chinese are very closely watching what's happening in Ukraine to see what lessons they might learn if they were ever to launch an invasion here in Taiwan, and especially what kind of mistakes have the Russians made on the battlefield that they could avoid here. So people all around the world, and especially here in Taipei, are very closely watching this meeting, going to see what sort of statements come out of it later. Zinkley?
Understandably closely watching it, and you touched on it. We know Taiwan is a major point of contention for China. It has vowed to, quote, unify with Taiwan and threatened to take it by force if necessary. And just yesterday, the Senate Foreign Relations Committee here in the U.S. approved a bill to boost ties with Taiwan and give it more military weapons to stave off a Chinese invasion or a potential one. So how could the outcome of Russia's invasion in Ukraine influence what may happen in Taiwan?
Yeah, Zinkley, there are a lot of parallels here, right? Taiwan, Ukraine are both smaller democracies living in the shadow of much larger authoritarian neighbors with vastly superior militaries. We actually interviewed the former head of the Taiwanese military, and he said Ukraine can learn a lot of lessons, take a lot of inspiration from the way the Ukrainians have fought asymmetrical warfare against the Russians. Taiwan is 23 million people. China is more than 1 billion. Taiwan is never going to be able to compete in a conventional war, but it may be able to use very mobile, agile units to hit the Chinese and get out of the way before the Chinese can respond. The Admiral Lee called this the Muhammad Ali strategy, and I want you to take a listen to a little bit of what he had to say about it.
But from the Ukraine war's example, the lesson we can learn that the asymmetrical capability is so effective to defend yourself, especially when you are weaker and small countries.
Zinkley, in terms of putting that asymmetrical warfare into practice, he said one of the things Taiwan needs to do is wean itself off of those really big-ticket American military hardware items. So that's F-16 fighter jets, its tanks, its warships, and instead focus on the kinds of weapons that the Ukrainians have used so effectively against Russia. Specifically, he mentioned those anti-ship missiles, which the Ukrainians used to sink the Moskva. That's the flagship of the Russian Black Sea Fleet. He said if China were to ever launch a kind of D-Day style invasion of Taiwan, try to land its forces on the beaches here, those kinds of missiles would be absolutely devastating as the Chinese fleet draws near. Zinkley?
Raf Sanchez in Taipei, thank you.
In other international news this morning, Ukrainian President Zelensky is getting a look at the damage in towns recaptured by Ukrainian forces.
That's right. NBC News foreign correspondent Janice Mackey-Freyer joins us now with more on that and other stories making news around the world. Good morning, Janice.
Good morning. Ukrainian President Zelensky visited the eastern part of the country where Russian forces had retreated after capturing territory there, but they left behind towns and villages that had been devastated. There's also a major effort underway to try to repair a dam that had been hit by Russian shelling, a move criticized by Ukrainian officials who say that they targeted something that had no military value but is essential to people. Here in China, millions are bracing for torrential rain and floods as Typhoon Muefa makes landfall, with gale force winds reaching 100 miles per hour and waves churning as high as 15 feet. It's being called the strongest tropical cyclonic storm to hit eastern China in a decade, and it's heading towards Shanghai. That's where flights have been canceled and container ports have been forced to shut down. And finally, talk about a duet. In Italy, the world's first synchronized aerobatic flight and cliff dive, and it was set to music. Stunt pilot Dario Costa teamed up with a select group of high divers, and they did this all over the Adriatic. Check out this precision. When the diver would hear the plane coming, they would jump from the platform just as Costa pulled up sharply. It was not leaving a lot of time to nail photos and videos, and probably why everyone involved was calling it, quote, perfect harmony. And that's a look at some of the stories making headlines today.
Incredible to see that timing alone. All right, Janice, thanks so much.
And coming up, a new perspective on the deadly withdrawal of U.S. troops from Afghanistan. We've got a look at a new documentary using never-before-seen footage to shed light on what went wrong 1 year ago.
Plus, guilty again. Singer R. Kelly now convicted in a series of additional charges and facing even more time behind bars. The latest next on Morning News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were going to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers right now on Morning News Now.
We're staying on top of the breaking situation in Ukraine.
We are watching dangerous heat this week. Recession, I mean, is that where we're headed? Is there any way to avoid that?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Welcome back. A federal jury in Chicago has handed down another swath of convictions to disgraced R&B singer R. Kelly. On Wednesday, Kelly was found guilty on 6 counts of charges related to child pornography. The verdict is the latest legal blow to the artist, who is already serving a 30-year prison sentence stemming from a separate case litigated here in New York. Prosecutors say these convictions are another step in the right direction.
We are pleased with the fact that Robert Kelly is finally being held accountable for that reprehensible conduct. We are particularly pleased that Robert Kelly is finally being held responsible for the abuse of his 14-year-old goddaughter. As you may recall, that was the subject of the 2008 trial in Cook County. And the jury in this case found him guilty of that very same conduct.
A lot of disturbing stuff here. NBC News correspondent Ron Allen joins us with more on that conviction. And Ron, good morning to you. So if you could, we already know about this 30-year sentence that was litigated here in New York. How could this new verdict affect that at all?
Well, he's going to be sentenced for these latest crimes. He faces 10 to 90 years in prison. And the prosecutors have said that they want this sentence to run consecutively to the 30-year sentence. In other words, back to back. They say to essentially honor that each of the victims, the women who came forward, is a separate case, therefore not to run concurrently. And also in case Kelly appeals, so that he basically, they are determined to keep him in prison for the rest of his life. We'll get a sentencing date at some point soon. This case in Chicago is different from the New York case. The New York case, the uniqueness of it was a racketeering charge. They charged him you charge mob bosses of running a criminal enterprise that was all about him, about his sexual gratification. This case in Chicago was targeted at the testimony and the abuse allegations raised by 5 young women, including, as you heard the prosecutor say, Kelly's goddaughter, who was 14 at the time. She's now a woman in her late 30s. And she and 4 other women came forward, as was the case in New York, after all these years to tell their truth and tell their story. Listening to them was harrowing and disturbing. But the bottom line is that he was convicted of a range of charges, and he's probably going to be in prison for the rest of his life.
Yeah, important not to overlook how difficult it was for them and how brave it is for them to come forward. And following that verdict, we know Kelly's attorney actually said that prosecutors had overblown this case. Do we think there's going to be an appeal here?
Likely. The defense attorneys tried to make the case that Kelly himself was a victim of sexual abuse when he was a young person, that he dropped out of high school, that he's illiterate, that he was manipulated by all these people who were his managers and others and accountants. But remember, he was a mega musical superstar, and during his time there was no one bigger. He performed at the Olympics. He was multiple Grammy winner, the Pied Piper of R&B, as he was called. And now we have 2 juries who essentially have not bought this "oh, poor me" defense that the defense tried to raise for R. Kelly. Listening to the testimony and to the stories that these women were telling, it was just incredible. It was horrific. There have been a number of high-profile cases of sexual abuse by celebrities, Bill Cosby, Harvey Weinstein. And there are some advocates out there who say that R. Kelly's case is the worst of them all in some ways, given the depravity, given what he did to these women. It wasn't just sexual abuse, it was violence, it was cruelty, prosecutors said. There were all kinds of very strong language used to describe what he was doing to these women. And again, now he's going to be in prison probably for the rest of his life.
Disturbing and so difficult to listen to there in the courtroom. And we know, looking forward, Kelly still facing 2 other sexual misconduct trials and also the sentencing. What can we expect?
There are state charges pending in Chicago and Illinois and in Minnesota. And there's now some question about whether these prosecutors will go forward with these cases, given the fact that he has been convicted in these federal cases. The judge yesterday did not announce a date for sentencing. Sentencing will probably come in several weeks, if not a couple of months, in the Chicago case, the Illinois case. And he faces a minimum of 10 years and up to 90 years, given the convictions yesterday, on top of 30 years. So do the math. He's done.
Yeah, a long time ahead of him. All right, Ron Allen, thanks so much.
And a new documentary is shining light on the tumultuous days when U.S. troops were pulled from Afghanistan just over 1 year ago. America's longest war lasted 20 years, costing the U.S. nearly $2 trillion. 2,461 soldiers were killed as a result. But the toll was just as severe for Afghanistan. More than 47,000 Afghanistan civilians died during the war, along with over 66,000 military personnel. The film Escape from Kabul Kabul uses never-before-seen footage during the withdrawal to paint a bigger picture of just what transpired during the historic period.
We're ending America's longest war.
20 years. It's obviously not a success.
We knew we were there to evacuate the at-risk Afghans, the U.S. citizens.
They kind of made it sound like, oh, it's going to be quick and simple. We're going to be in and out. But that didn't happen here.
You need to back up. Push back.
Jamie Roberts, the director and producer of Escape from Kabul, joins us now. Jamie, good morning. Good to see you. Just seeing 30 seconds of that footage is chilling. Completing a film is no small feat, so congrats on that. And I know that the production team spent 10 months on the ground conducting interviews and gathering that footage, some of which we just saw. What were some of the moments that stood out to you? What kind of lasting impact did you see this war have on people still in Afghanistan?
Hi, Sinclair. Yeah, I think when I first got to Kabul, the city is full of Taliban driving ANA tanks, Humvees, holding machine guns that were all funded pretty much by NATO and American forces. So that's the first thing that really hits you, is that now you have the Taliban in complete control, and they're very well equipped with U.S. high-tech machinery. And secondly, I think, we spent a long time trying to get access to the Taliban that were there on the ground when the evacuation happened, who were facing the U.S. Marines and the other soldiers that were there. And I think one particular interview with a Taliban suicide commander was the most impactful, and that's in the film. He was quite an incredible character and terrifying.
What did that Taliban suicide commander tell you?
He told me that it was like a dream when he came in. For them, it was complete victory. This was them banishing the Americans and the NATO forces after losing many of their fellow Talibs in war. They were extremely proud, and now they're looking forward to take over the country and have complete control.
And I know you also directed 4 Hours at the Capitol, which examines events that took place during the January 6th attack. Why is it important for you to take a magnifying glass to these major controversial moments? What's your approach? What do you want viewers to take away?
We want to, really the idea is to look deeply, with a deep focus on an issue like this. And with the Capitol, the same. There's a news cycle with great journalism that happens, but quite often, as happening in the world right now, new events happen, so the news cycle goes on. Whereas, Afghanistan, the war was 20 years long, $2 trillion spent. It's important to examine what happened and also what the situation is now. Because Afghans are still stuck there. There's no U.S. embassy presence in the country. Al-Qaeda leader has just been droned by America there. The situation still hangs in the balance. It's not going away, even though maybe we're looking at other things like Ukraine, like Taiwan. So really, we want to examine these events and see what we can learn from them.
Absolutely. It's important we don't turn away from them. Jamie Roberts, thank you so much. And for all you viewers, Escape from Kabul will be available to stream on HBO Max starting September 21st. And coming up, a city in crisis. After the break here on Morning News Now, I'll take you to Jackson, Mississippi, where clean, drinkable water is a precious commodity, and why historians say the problem actually dates back decades.
Plus, Patagonia's promise, the founder of one of the biggest outdoor retailers giving his billion-dollar business away. The major move that's making a statement in the corporate world. We'll be right back.
Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
Our show is about sparking conversations around today's biggest issues. The Fed raises interest rates. That controls inflation. Explain how that works. Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs and their relationship to their employers? Could you just remind us why there are 9 justices on the Supreme Court instead of 3 or 20 or 2? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
These are our missing daughters and sons.
We need anyone who saw something to come forward.
She was wearing a black jacket, a black top.
I'm going to bring my son home alive.
Dateline, Missing in America. Listen to the full season now. News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
These are our missing daughters and sons.
We need anyone who saw something to come forward.
She was wearing a black jacket, a black top.
I'm going to bring my son home alive.
Dateline, Missing in America. Listen to the full season now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Harry Styles!
NBC News, streaming free now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
These are our missing daughters and sons.
We need anyone who saw something to come forward.
She was wearing a black jacket, a black top.
I'm going to bring my son home alive.
Dateline, Missing in America. Listen to the full season now.
We're here to start conversations because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Now to the billionaire founder of a major outdoor retailer who is redefining corporate leadership with his decision to just give away his entire company, all to help fight climate change. NBC News correspondent Emily Ikeda has that story.
Behind the world-renowned company famous for outdoor clothing and gear is 83-year-old Yvon Chouinard, a climber, surfer, and lifelong environmentalist who just gave away his estimated $3 billion business born from blacksmithing in a shed. His family transferred ownership of Patagonia to a trust and nonprofit organization created to funnel all of the apparel company's profits to fight climate change and defend nature. Instead of going public, you could say we're going purpose, Chouinard wrote in a public letter. Instead of extracting value from nature and transforming it into wealth for investors, we'll use the wealth Patagonia creates to protect the source of all wealth. The reluctant billionaire has never been swayed by business norms, even encouraging consumers to limit their spending at his company.
You know, you've heard of recycle and reuse, stuff like that. You also have to consider refuse. Refuse to buy something just because, you know, if you don't need it, don't buy it.
For decades, he's given away 1% of Patagonia's annual sales to environmental causes.
For me, it's an earth tax. It's a taxing ourselves for being polluters, for using up non-renewable resources.
But the climate advocate says that's no longer enough, writing, "We can save our planet if we commit to it." And that's just what Chouinard is doing. Emily Ikeda, NBC News.
More business news now. A TikTok exec says they have an agreement with the U.S. government on how to address privacy concerns.
CNBC's Silvana Henao joins us with more on that. Good morning, Silvana.
Hey guys, good morning. Yeah, so a top executive at TikTok is pushing back against lawmakers grilling the company over its links to China. Vanessa Pappas testified before the Senate Homeland Security Committee yesterday. Pappas is TikTok's chief operating officer. She says the company is committed to the security of its users in the U.S. and is working towards a deal with the federal government to protect their data. Senators from both parties pressed TikTok over potential access Chinese employees have to U.S. data and whether they have ties to the Communist Party. Ford taking the wraps off a new gas-powered Mustang as its muscle car rivals are going electric. The redesigned 2024 Mustang comes in a hardtop and convertible version with 2 gas engines. Ford says it knows customers want an internal combustion engine in the iconic vehicle. Reports say a planned hybrid version was scrapped. And Walmart is launching a virtual fitting room to help shoppers see how clothes would look on them. Walmart rolled out a beta version of the tool back in March, letting customers choose a model that resembles them in body type, skin tone, and hair color. They can also choose from more than 270,000 items from Walmart's private brands, national brands like Levi's, Hanes, and Champion, and even clothes sold on its third-party marketplace, guys. Sounds pretty cool, right?
Yeah, very cool.
I love seeing how inclusive fashion companies are getting. It's exciting.
And if I can avoid a fitting room, I'm all for it.
Next, they need to tackle the difference between fitting room lighting and real world lighting.
Oh, yes,
absolutely.
All right, Silvana, thanks so much.
You got it.
And turning now to the ongoing water crisis that's plaguing residents in Jackson, Mississippi. The EPA now looking into the city's water system after a boil water advisory was put in place over a month ago. But historians and residents say the issue is not new.
So I will be going scavenging for water today.
Deborah Bell is a Jackson, Mississippi native. We met her at a water distribution event.
That's what I do. I have to buy water.
Bell organizes most of her day around water, like many of Jackson's more than 150,000 residents. A boil water advisory up since July 30th. Still in effect nearly 2 months later. Deadly storms and flash flooding leaving households without running water. And while water pressure has returned, the water itself remains largely non-potable. Now, the Environmental Protection Agency has launched an inquiry into the water crisis, a probe into funding for and oversight over the water system. And while the government looks into just what went wrong, Jackson's residents are left going through extreme measures to keep their drinking water safe.
This is just water that I accumulated this week. This water here, I boiled it last night. It's ready to use for my cooking for today. Nothing but hot water, and then let it cool off so you can get you a bath.
Lifelong resident Bell says the issue is not new.
So this water has been contaminated for decades. The pipes has always been that way.
It's a problem historians like Dr. Robert Luckett say is rooted in white flight out of the city.
And I would pinpoint it really to 1969 to 1970. The Supreme Court declares that desegregation of public schools must begin immediately.
Luckett says as white people left the city, so too did investments in the city's infrastructure. Jackson, today, with a black population over 80% and nearly a quarter of its residents living below the poverty line.
The thing about the water system in the city of Jackson is that our system of pipes below the city are over 100 years old. Most of them are lead. The entire system needs to be replaced.
The Mississippi Health Department tells NBC there is not an estimate on when the boil water notice will be lifted. The mayor of Jackson saying in a press conference,
"We are in an ongoing state of emergency, even when we're not facing a boil water notice."
All while residents continue living through a sobering reality.
You got a choice between water, gas, food. What? It brings tears to my eyes to know that somebody may have gotten sick from drinking that water.
It's important to note that the city's watchdog probe is still ongoing. And while Jackson waits for those results to be released, Mississippi Senator Cindy Hyde-Smith is asking the Biden administration to include the Jackson water crisis in an upcoming emergency spending bill as residents continue to be under a boil water advisory.
Such important coverage. Thanks for bringing that to us, Clay. And coming up on Morning News Now, a life-saving act of kindness from a complete stranger.
Up next, we'll share the heartwarming story of how one man set to donate his liver to a friend was able to save the life of someone he didn't even know. This is Morning News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it.
This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves.
They're pushing the gates open.
Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods. The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now. Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Can you tell us what it was like? Our NBC News exclusive.
Welcome back. The highly anticipated return of Taco Bell's cult classic, the Mexican pizza, is finally here. But that is not the only thing Taco Bell has up its sleeve, or shell. Over 100,000 people signed a petition to bring back the fan favorite, and to celebrate its permanent relaunch, Taco Bell is releasing Mexican Pizza, the musical. I'm serious, the musical. Not a joke. And it's starring Doja Cat and Dolly Parton. Yes, Doja and Dolly. And you can binge it starting today. In a press release, Taco Bell described it as, quote, a satirical musical about the harrowing story of those who fought to bring back the Mexican pizza. The musical will debut on TikTok, yes, TikTok, at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard. So, Stephen, if you need me at 8 p.m. Eastern, I will be glued to my phone.
I know where you'll be. I love that they have to say it's satirical, like we weren't going to already figure that part out.
2022, I guess, yeah.
That's a good point. Well, let's end this hour with an amazing story here. A stranger's act of kindness. A Texas man going under the knife, giving away over half of his liver to someone he didn't even know, all in an effort to save that man's life. NBC's Tom Llamas has that story.
On February 11th of this year, the Wordle answer of the day stood out to Randy Staples, who plays the online game every day. It's because he had a life-altering decision in front of him.
The Wordle of the day for you is amaze. And what's about to happen in 9 days is amazing. Just think about it. My portion of my liver is going to go into another person to save that person's life.
Randy was originally approved as a liver donor for a close friend, but after that friend suddenly passed away, Randy still felt he could help someone else.
I just knew that I needed to continue. If I could save another human's life. I wanted to.
So Randy decided to move forward with his organ donation, giving away more than half of his liver to a complete stranger.
I'm almost certain this is the first one that's been done in North Texas where the donor and the recipient did not know each other.
That surgery, a success. Randy spent months in recovery waiting to meet his transplant recipient.
To me, that meeting is going to be amazing, you know, just to know that I saved somebody's life.
That meeting finally happened this August.
Are they here yet? Yes. Okay.
Randy meeting his liver recipient Lee Hatcher for the first time in this emotional moment. Both men happy, but more importantly in this case, healthy.
Yeah, everything's wonderful.
Randy, remember, he's an avid Wordle player, describing the relationship over text.
The text chain we got going. The text feed is called chopped liver, and then Lee is just a sliver. I did that because it rhymes, but in reality, he took a chunk.
The pair showing off these liver transplant t-shirts inspired by Wordle, but for Lee, there's only one word to use how he feels, and it doesn't fit in a 5-letter box.
Oh, I'm grateful. It's my blood brother, grateful, very grateful.
Wow, hard not to be emotional over something like that. Our thanks to Tom Yamas for that incredible story.
Really beautiful.
Yeah, I love that. And that does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
The news continues right now. Good morning, I'm Zincle Asamoah.
And I'm Stephen Romo. Joe and Savannah are off this morning. And right now on Morning News Now, crisis averted. Breaking news this morning, President Biden announces a tentative agreement with rail workers unions, avoiding a strike that could have disrupted travel and the already troubled supply chain. What we're learning about that deal. And saying goodbye. Tens of thousands of people are lining up to pay their respects to Queen Elizabeth. Some people could be waiting in line up to 24 hours before they reach the Queen's coffin. Why people say it's worth that wait. Plus a closer look at the Prince William and Prince Harry reunion and how next week's funeral may affect their relationship moving forward. Fixing a wrong. Pulse oximeters have been a crucial tool during the COVID pandemic by measuring oxygen levels in patients. But turns out they're not accurately measuring crucial health data for people of color. How scientists are working to change that. Plus, power of a podcast. A murder case at the center of a hit true crime podcast could get a second look. Baltimore prosecutors want a new trial for Adnan Syed, years after the serial podcast put a spotlight on the case. The likelihood evidence brought up in that podcast could be used in the courtroom. So much to get to this morning. And Clay, you're all the way in D.C., but feeling connected with you this morning.
I'm so glad. I feel it too, Stephen. I feel it too. Good to see you.
Good to see you, and we have a lot to get to this morning. We begin this hour with that tentative deal to avoid a rail strike that would have threatened massive disruption around the country.
That's right. Earlier this morning, the White House releasing a statement saying an agreement has been reached with the nation's two largest freight rail unions. According to the Association of American Railroads, union rail workers will receive a 24% wage increase over a 5-year period, as well as an immediate $11,000 payout once the deal is ratified. President Biden calling the deal, quote, a win for tens of thousands of rail workers who worked tirelessly through the pandemic. In preparation of a potential strike, Amtrak had preemptively canceled 3 long-distance train routes on lines operated by freight trains. In response to the deal, Amtrak says this morning it's working to quickly restore those canceled trains. NBC News White House correspondent Mike Memoli with the latest on the agreement is here with us. Mike, good morning. Good to see you. So let's jump in. Explain to us how the unions came to a deal and the role that the president and the administration played in getting to an agreement.
Well, Zincle, we're learning more every hour about this new agreement that was reached really in the early morning hours. In fact, we know that the 2 labor unions that were negotiating with freight rail operators really had been talking throughout the week, but really yesterday was a critical moment as they faced that midnight deadline, the Labor Department hosting both sides at their headquarters here in Washington, beginning with meetings early in the morning and continuing for 20 consecutive hours. Now, ultimately, both sides had a handshake agreement at 2:30 in the morning, and then the Teamsters board, representing some of those union workers, signed off on the agreement at 4:30. We got a statement from the White House just after 5 a.m. announcing the deal, and in that statement, President Biden saying rail workers will get better pay, improved working conditions, and peace of mind around their health care costs, all hard-earned. The agreement is a victory for railway companies as well, the president says, who will be able to retain and recruit more workers for an industry that will continue to be part of the backbone of the American economy. The president himself playing an important role. He was talking with both sides throughout the week, and we're told had a crucial phone call around 9 o'clock last night as they were coming close to this agreement.
And Mike, it's not lost on me that the president is a longtime supporter of the rail industry, right? He actually has a train station named after him, Joseph R. Biden Railroad Station in Delaware. And he also has been an ardent supporter of labor unions. But the reality is a strike would have been devastating to the economy. We're already seeing an inflation. So walk us through the fine line that President Biden had to walk.
Yeah, it's a really important question because we've seen, especially in the last few weeks, the way in which President Biden has described himself as the most pro-labor president in America's history. Just the other day, as he was celebrating the Inflation Reduction Act, Biden was introduced at that event by a member of the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers. Yesterday, when the president was in Detroit, he was introduced by a member of the United Auto Workers Union. But the White House officials I've been speaking to throughout this process emphasize that, yes, he is a labor guy, but he was playing a sort of neutral role, trying to bring both sides to the table and really stressing to each side the devastating impact a shutdown would have had on America's economy. I think everyone at the table knew what was at stake, not just for the economy, and especially his friends in the union movement knew what was at stake for him politically, too.
A lot at stake there. Mike Memoli, thank you.
All right, let's bring in CNBC's senior congressional correspondent, Ilan Moy, for more on this tentative agreement. Ilan, good morning to you. So how big of a win is this for President Biden and the Democrats? And how is the GOP planning to use the labor dispute as a campaign issue for the midterms? Does that deal take away this potential point for the Republicans?
Yeah, look, for better or for worse, President Biden and the Democrats own these negotiations, whether there was a deal or whether there wasn't a deal. The administration and the party has been coming under increasing pressure from business groups, from the rail industry, and from Republicans to try to intervene ahead of this deadline that we were going to have at midnight tonight to make sure that the railroad workers did not go on strike. This is something that Republicans felt would be catastrophic for the economy. Democrats agreed, but they were trying to let the process play out. They wanted to give the negotiations and the unions, quite frankly, the full amount of time in order to reach a deal. And at this moment, that does appear to be a success. However, it will take some time for the union workers to actually ratify this deal. A source telling NBC that it could take a couple more weeks before the workers have actually signed off on this. So that does still present some level of risk to Democrats heading into the midterms. They do not want to have this self-imposed headache, at the top of mind for voters as they go to the ballot box in November.
Yeah, it makes sense. That could have some fallout. And Ilan, we know our supply chains have been fragile since the onset of the pandemic. So how devastating would this strike have been to those supply routes and to the overall state of the economy?
Yeah, the industry was saying that if the railroads had shut down, it could have cost the economy $2 billion a day. And that is why this has been such a priority for all members of the administration and of the Congress as well, in order to make sure that that did not happen. You heard already earlier this week some rail companies saying that grain shipments might have to be stopped. So the agricultural industry was potentially going to suffer here. You also heard from fertilizer companies saying that they did not want to ship some ammonia fertilizer because that's a potentially hazardous product that could have been sitting out on a train track if the railroad workers had actually gone forward with this strike. So this is something that Congress could have had the power to intervene. It could have had the power to stop a strike if it had come to that. As of now, they do not have to use that type of authority. But again, we will see how this plays out because the business industry has made this such a priority for the administration and for both parties because they don't want to see that devastating impact to the economy that was at risk because of these talks.
Yeah, it's hard to overstate the ripple effects this could have potentially had. Ilan, thank you.
Now we turn to London, where people are waiting in a more than 4-mile-long line to say their goodbyes to Queen Elizabeth as she lies in state. Exactly 1 week after her death, thousands have already paid their respects, and hundreds of thousands more are expected. For more, we're joined by NBC News senior international correspondent Keir Simmons in London. Keir, good morning.
Well, good morning to you. And just in the past few minutes, we have more details about what will happen on Monday for that state funeral. 2,000 invited to attend that funeral at Westminster Abbey, just along the street from here. We're also hearing that the Queen's children will hold a vigil inside the Palace of Westminster, inside Westminster Hall, where the Queen is lying in state tomorrow. And as you can see behind me, there are lines of everyday folk. That's them just a few moments from meeting Her Majesty, and they are describing a moving scene when they do go into that hall.
Through the night and into the morning, they kept coming. A stream of mourners quietly filing past the Queen's majestic coffin. Outside, thousands in a long line stretching along the famous River Thames and 3 miles across London, waiting hours for just a few last minutes with their late Queen. Inside Westminster Hall, one by one, stopping only briefly, each with their own reason to want to say goodbye. Paula, who as a child was at Churchill's funeral, and Amanda were among the first to pay their last respects.
I think it's them standing at the top of the stairs and realising that this is why we're here.
Did it help?
Yes, it did. You saw, and you had to accept that you saw it was finality. Yeah. I think that's what it did.
Yes.
The late monarch's casket, draped with the royal standard, a simple wreath of flowers from the gardens of her beloved homes, Balmoral and Windsor, and placed on a velvet cushion, the imperial crown, perhaps the most famous of the Queen's crown jewels. Encrusted with almost 3,000 diamonds, she wore it at her coronation. For her family, a long farewell. Slowly following her coffin, the King walking behind her just as he did when she was Queen. William and Harry, side by side, as they were when they walked this same route behind their mother Diana's coffin 25 years ago. Like his father, William wearing his military uniform. Princes Harry and Andrew, both veterans, in suits but with their medals. Inside, they were joined by the Queen Consort Camilla, as well as Kate and Meghan. Harry and Meghan briefly holding hands, the Prince perhaps wiping away a tear.
And we just have these new pictures of William and Kate at Sandringham going out to greet the crowds there. More scenes of the royal family reaching out to members of the public because, of course, as we have said so many times, this is a family going through personal grief alongside a nation with so many folks with their own personal stories about the Queen.
Yeah, Keir, a family going through such a personal event in a public way. We're seeing those live images there of so many gathered. Thank you so much.
Well, as people of the United Kingdom say their final goodbyes, many eyes around the world are focused on Prince William and Prince Harry and their relationship. During the royal procession Wednesday, we saw the brothers walking together behind that coffin. And for more, we're joined by NBC News foreign correspondent Molly Hunter in London for us. Good morning, Molly.
Steve, good morning to you. Lots of people spoke about that image, noticed that image, of course, the parallels between today and 25 years ago. We did see, as Keir just mentioned, the new Prince and Princess of Wales, William and Kate, up greeting mourners. And in the next couple of days, we may see both couples. We may see all 4 couples together. There's nothing on the schedule right now that says that yet, but we may see them pay their respects at Westminster Hall.
This country's favorite royal brothers doing their best to make sure the focus stays on their beloved grandmother, walking side by side Wednesday, though the 2 brothers are now looking at drastically different futures. William, the new Prince of Wales, now next in line to the throne, and with his wife Kate, they're now the 2 most popular members of the royal family.
I think even with Charles on the throne, William will have a much bigger role. I think it's going to be more of a double act.
the Charles monarchy than his mother's was. So you can see just in the last week, Harry, as far as the royal family is concerned, is less significant.
And after this is all over, Harry and Meghan will return to California, far from this week's pomp and circumstance. Yesterday, the couples, alongside their whole family, all the Queen's children and grandchildren, united in grief. And inside Westminster Hall, the Duchess of Sussex, Meghan, and Princess of Wales, Kate, seemingly closer, at least physically, than they've been in years. Meghan wearing a pair of classic pearl and diamond studs, a gift from Queen Elizabeth from their first engagement, just the two of them back in 2018. And Kate wearing a brooch that belonged to the Queen and earrings that were once Princess Diana's. On Saturday, we were there when William, Kate, Harry and Meghan surprised the crowds of well-wishers at Windsor Castle.
It's just terrific. It's just so nice to see all four together and just, yeah, it was brilliant.
The crowd turned joyful. It almost felt like the so-called Fab Four from back in 2018. And though their children haven't been seen this week, the focus always on the next generation, George, Louis, and Charlotte, with the new name Wales taking their place as the children of the future king, and little Archie and Lilibet also moving up a place in the royal line of succession, unclear if they'll earn the title HRH. And when they return to America, Meghan has her new podcast. Prince Harry still rumored to be publishing his own book before the year's end. But in the days before Queen Elizabeth's state funeral on Monday, a truce, it seems, of sorts, their grandmother, even in death, still bringing the brothers together.
Now, guys, like I said in the piece, that visit at Windsor was unannounced over the weekend. And I think the reason, I'm talking to Daisy McAndrew, our royal contributor, the reason that they did it before all the big events started was really to get those newspaper headlines out of the way, to, get everyone talking about it over the weekend. So really, this week is all about the Queen. No plans yet to see all four together. But again, like I said, there are many opportunities between now and the funeral where we just might. Guys, I'll send it back to you.
And if one family knows how to deal with the PR of the situation along with everything else that they're going through, it is that family. Molly, thank you so much.
For more now, we're joined by NBC News royal commentator Daisy McAndrew. Daisy, thank you so much for being here. So today is actually Prince Harry's 38th birthday, and many British newspapers are focused on those pictures of the prince and his brother side by side behind the Queen's coffin. Do you think this mourning period will heal the royal rift, and specifically between these two brothers?
I think that's what everybody is keeping their fingers crossed for. And, hopefully it can't do any harm. Many people, in fact, I think Oprah Winfrey was saying earlier this week, wasn't she, that a time of grief when you are burying a member of your family is often an opportunity to put the past to bed and to try to build some of those relationships. Now, of course, when you're doing that in front of the eyes of the world, perhaps it is much more difficult because every bit of body language, every nuance, every glance is analysed and dissected and poured over, and perhaps that puts added pressure on. But I also do think that clearly it's the will of the new king, that the beginning of his reign, which is such an important time, it's a time of jeopardy, isn't it? When something changes, the public is either going to take King Charles to its heart, or it's going to possibly reject him and say, you're not the Queen, we're not quite so sure. So for that moment of danger to be overshadowed or put in jeopardy by the boys' relationship, I think will be uppermost in his mind and in those around him. So certainly there are a lot of people pushing for this reconciliation. Whether they can pull it off is another thing.
And Daisy, it's hard to talk about the royal rift without talking about Meghan. I know that inside Westminster Hall, we saw Duchess Meghan hand in hand with her husband, Prince Harry, standing right behind William and Kate. So how important would it have been for Meghan to be there with the rest of the royal family?
I think it was a sign that she is a valued and senior member of the royal family, whether or not the two of them are working royals. So I think that was a sign of respect and a sign of goodwill. And we saw Sophie Wessex, her aunt and aunt-in-law in some ways. We saw her put her hand on Meghan's back. We saw Meghan do that very deep, very sort of gracious and respectful curtsy towards the Queen's coffin. So certainly the optics, if we're going to use the language of professional PR professionals, the optics looked good, and she was clearly upset. Kate was clearly upset. It was a very, very moving occasion.
Daisy McAndrew breaking down what's really an impactful and important event. Thank you.
Well, back home now, the threat of summer storms continues. Let's get a check at your Morning News Now weather.
Hey there, good morning.
Us now.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Go ahead.
All good. It's hard to hear from here in D.C. Good to see you, Michelle.
Good to see you. And you know what, Clay? Your weather's looking great in D.C. today. We're going to look at really nice temperatures, lots of sunshine, low humidity. That includes all the Mid-Atlantic, the Northeast, into New England. But yes, we are watching some summer storms with 1 week left. We're looking strong storms in the middle of the country, heavy rain also in the upper Midwest. That's going to be tomorrow as well. We're looking at heat in the plains, temperatures into the 90s. It's steamy. That's what's going to spark some storms. So we have the heat, the humidity, along with a stationary front that's going to move through, and that's going to spark the storms. And we're looking at some heavy rain in Florida once again. We've seen it every day this week. It's a stationary front that's really not moving, along with a sea breeze. So talking about the temperatures first, because it's hot in the middle of the nation. We're looking at temperatures well above normal for this time of year. Look at Minneapolis, 85. That is 13 degrees above where we're supposed to be at this time. Omaha, 86 degrees, 85 in Kansas City, 91 in Dodge City, and temperatures near 80 degrees in Milwaukee. That's going to move off to the east as we go throughout Friday. So temperatures 10 degrees above normal in Chicago at 84, Wichita 92, 88 in St. Louis, 86 degrees in Cincinnati. Really nice in the Northeast, but that's going to move also. The heat's going to move there to the east by the weekend. So we're looking at temperatures really warm once again. Here's the risk for severe weather as we go throughout the afternoon through the northern plains, the central plains, also portions of the southern plains. Winds gusting up to 60 miles per hour. Could see some hail. Also the chance of a tornado. Those two things are low, but still not zero. So we're going to continue to watch that. Also could see some heavy rainfall. Generally 1 to 3 inches, but where you see these darker colors, the reds, the oranges, the yellows, that's where we're indicating the heaviest rain, and that's where we're going to see those torrential downpours in some spots. Same case in Florida. We're looking at locally 2 to 4 inches. That could cause some ponding on the roadways and also some localized flooding. We do have our 6th named storm. That is Tropical Storm Fiona, and it is east of the Leeward Islands right now. So we're looking at winds at 50 miles per hour. It's a pretty good size tropical storm. Winds moving west at 13 miles per hour, 545 miles east of the Leeward Islands. And as we go throughout time, it's going to be a little bit slow moving. We're going to see it move over the Leeward Islands by Sunday, Puerto Rico, and then we're looking at Hispaniola by next week. Back to you.
Another reminder that it's hurricane season.
Yeah.
Michelle, thank you.
Sure.
Indeed. Michelle, thanks. And coming up on Morning News Now, a popular New England vacation spot now at the center of the immigration debate.
Overnight, dozens of undocumented immigrants arrived on Martha's Vineyard, sent there by Florida's governor. What's behind the move and the concerns that this could become an even bigger issue? That's next.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Can you tell us what it was like? Our NBC News exclusive.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods.
The indictment of a former president, or perhaps candidate for president, would arguably tear the country apart. Is that your concern? Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods.
NBC News, streaming free now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
NBC News, streaming free now.
No stress, no mess, just yum.
That's it.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
No stress, no mess, just yum.
That's it.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
It's the best time of the morning. Time for that pop start, baby.
I'm feeling the vibe today on the show.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were going to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
Welcome back. A group of 50 migrants arrived unexpectedly yesterday on Martha's Vineyard. It's all part of a controversial strategy by Republican governors who have been sending migrants to Democrat-led states to protest the rise of illegal immigration. NBC News senior national correspondent Carrie Sanders joins us now with more on this. Good morning, Carrie.
Well, good morning, Stephen. This is seen as an escalation in that standoff between Republican governors and the Biden administration over their immigration and border policies. This clearly sets the mood and the move that puts this issue right front and center with democratically led states now having to deal with immigration.
This morning, a surprising scene in Martha's Vineyard. 2 planes filled with about 50 migrants landing on the island, according to emergency management officials. Authorities say the planes were sent from Florida Wednesday afternoon by Governor Ron DeSantis. This video, provided by DeSantis' office, which says it was obtained by a source on the ground, appears to show the migrants' arrival on the island. DeSantis' office saying the planes were part of the state's relocation program to transport illegal immigrants to sanctuary destinations, adding states like Massachusetts, New York, and California will better facilitate the care of these individuals who they have invited into our country by incentivizing illegal immigration.
This is really clearly a political stunt.
Republican Governor DeSantis borrowing a tactic from other Republican governors, moving migrants to other states in order to protest the Biden administration's border policies. Since April, Texas bused more than 7,000 migrants to D.C., which declared a public emergency last week. The state has also bused thousands to New York and Chicago. Local Democratic lawmakers in Martha's Vineyard outraged. Representative Dylan Fernandez posted to social media saying he met with the immigrants at a local church and that dozens of beds have been supplied by local social services, along with meals, medical care, and a play area for children at a shelter.
Some of these people, I've been told, traveled months just to get to the border. And then we're sent here in an airplane with very little information about where they're going or why they were going there.
And Carrie, we know these migrants were unexpected, but do we know were even local humanitarian agencies warned about their pending arrival?
Well, several local officials on Martha's Vineyard say that they had no warning at all, that they had to scramble to provide services, likening it to responding to a natural disaster, Stephen.
All right, Carrie Sanders, thanks so much.
Now to breaking news overnight from Ukraine. A Russian strike on a dam flooding part of Ukraine, President Zelensky's hometown. NBC News foreign correspondent Megan Fitzgerald joins us now from Kyiv. Megan?
Yeah, good morning. Just within the last couple of hours, another attack on that same town that was struck overnight. Meanwhile, the Ukrainians say they are closing in on Kherson, the first city to fall under Russian control.
Overnight, dangerous floodwaters rushing into the streets of Kryvyi Rih, filling up homes and forcing evacuations. Ukraine says at least 7 Russian missiles struck a dam in the southern city that's also President Zelensky's hometown. It's
Russia's latest attack on critical infrastructure, just days ago hitting a power station in the north, plunging millions into the dark. The strike seen as retaliation after their embarrassing retreat. Ukraine's military sweeping through Russia's front lines in a lightning-fast advance, saying they've now liberated 3,200 square miles of land from the south to the northeast. President Zelensky was involved in a minor car accident Wednesday evening. A spokesperson says he doesn't have any serious injuries. Earlier in the day, he toured 2 towns in the Kharkiv region, an area he says has now almost been completely recaptured.
We know that truth is on our side, though, so we'll come because it's our land and it's our people.
But the newly freed territory is also destroyed. Buildings crumbled, some houses completely gone, as evidence is now surfacing of the most horrific atrocities of war, including torture and murder. Investigations of dozens of war crimes underway. This woman says as the occupiers fled, they murdered her boy. I curse this war, I curse Putin, but no one will give my son back.
I feel like part of my life went out of my body.
It's a debilitating type of grief felt across the world.
And his dad called to tell me that he had been killed on a mission.
Misty Gossett's 24-year-old son Joshua, a U.S. Army veteran from Tennessee, had no connection to Ukraine, but he went to help anyway.
He was a born soldier. I think he was a soldier every Halloween his entire childhood.
It's been 24 days, and she's still waiting for his remains.
He did fall in love with Ukraine, but this is his home.
Waiting for the return of a soldier willing to die for democracy, no matter the country. NBC News has reached out to the U.S. State Department, but they're not commenting. Misty says she doesn't know when her son's remains will return home. Back to you.
Heartbreaking reporting, Megan. Thank you.
Well, still ahead, abortion is now against the law in Indiana. And as that state now bans the procedure, there are new moves in the abortion battle on the federal level. We're breaking down the latest on that issue next.
Plus, a shot at redemption. A man convicted of murder as a teenager, the focus of a popular Serial podcast, could get a second chance to prove his innocence. More on that next.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Back now with our NBC News exclusive.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Back now with our NBC News exclusive.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Tonight, I interviewed Secretary of Transportation Pete Buttigieg about the ongoing delays. You seem to be pointing the finger at the airlines. They're pointing the finger back. Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better?
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
It's the best time of the morning. Time for that pop start, baby.
I'm feeling the vibe today on the show.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
We're back now with the intensifying debate over abortion rights. A ban goes into effect today in Indiana, and it's just the latest state to enact one. And this comes after Senator Lindsey Graham proposed federal legislation that would ban abortions nationwide after 15 weeks. It's a proposal that has divided Senate Republicans. NBC News senior Washington correspondent Hallie Jackson has the latest.
Republicans for months have banked on the economy and Americans' unhappiness with it as a key to trying to take back the House and Senate in the midterms. But with Roe versus Wade now overturned, newly energized Democrats are focusing on abortion rights as the pushback to Senator Lindsey Graham's new proposal shows the GOP struggling to come to a cohesive message on the issue.
With the midterms looming, the Republican divide over abortion now growing. Senator Lindsey Graham defending his new proposed legislation that would ban abortions nationwide after 15 weeks, with exceptions for rape, incest, and the life of the mother.
I believe that abortion on demand, as Democrats propose, is so out of line with the world, it's so extreme that we owe it to the public to say what we're for.
While Graham's bill has little chance of becoming law in the current Congress, it's exposing a divide in the GOP that has widened since the Supreme Court struck down Roe versus Wade 3 months ago. Many Republicans walking back support for abortion bans in favor of limited restrictions, with party leaders, including the Senate's top Republican, Mitch McConnell, distancing themselves from Graham's legislation.
I think most of the members of my conference prefer that this be dealt with at the state level.
In Indiana, an abortion ban taking effect today, coming just days after West Virginia lawmakers passed a bill prohibiting abortion with few exceptions. A dozen states have outlawed the procedure since the Supreme Court's ruling, some now facing legal challenges, like in Ohio, where a lower court blocked the state's 6-week abortion ban on Wednesday. Democrats seizing on Graham's legislation, arguing it's evidence of what the GOP would do if it wins control of Congress.
Well, it's finally clear. The Republicans are for a national ban on abortion. They want to establish it at the federal level, and they want the states to follow through.
The White House has slammed Senator Graham's bill, calling it wildly out of step with what Americans believe. Polling shows most Americans, a majority, believe abortions should be legal in all or most cases. And listen, this is going to be a factor in the midterms. More than half of Americans say this issue will be very important to their vote in November. That is up since the spring, before the Supreme Court overturned Roe. And it's mostly driven by Democrats who are motivated by this issue. Back to you.
Hallie Jackson, thank you.
Well, there are new developments this morning in a decades-old murder mystery, a case that garnered a lot of national attention after becoming the subject of the popular podcast Serial. In Baltimore this morning, prosecutors are pushing to overturn the conviction of accused murderer Adnan Syed following the discovery of new evidence. Since 1999, Syed has been serving a life sentence for the murder of his then-girlfriend, Hae Min Lee. But now prosecutors are requesting a new trial, claiming, quote, the state no longer has confidence in the integrity of this conviction. NBC News legal analyst Danny Ceballos joins us now with more on this. So, Danny, break down this new evidence that they're talking about for this case.
What's amazing is only because of a new law that allowed juveniles to challenge their convictions after they've served 20 years in Maryland, supposedly, at least according to the prosecutor's office or the state, new evidence came to light. First of all, I don't know what that new evidence could possibly be. Is there any case in America that has had more scrutiny inside and outside than the case of Adnan Syed? So for whatever reason, some new evidence emerged, and it falls into generally 3 categories. 2 new potential suspects, some DNA testing that remains pending, and cell tower location services. Keep in mind that, we're all used to now using our iPhone and finding exactly where someone is on the West Side Highway. But back then, that was not the state of technology. Cell phone tower technology uses information to kind of triangulate when your phone pings off of different towers. It's not a perfect science. But again, all of these have given the state reasons to say, well, we now think the original trial or the trial that convicted him was unreliable, but we're not saying he's innocent yet, but we are asking for his release and vacating that conviction while we figure out, it seems, what they want to do.
This podcast was everywhere. It debuted huge. 2014, I think it was, so quite a while ago now. There have been other podcasts about it since then, so much attention on it. And back in 2018, this got a lot of attention. This appeals court also ruled Syed deserved a new trial, but that ended up not happening. It was reversed almost a year later. Do we think that reversal, could something like that happen again?
He was given a new trial, and then that new trial, he lost it on appeal. I mean, that had to be devastating. But this is a totally different procedural situation. This time it's the government the government filing the motion saying essentially based on new evidence, we want to vacate the conviction. Now, a lot of folks are wondering why vacate the conviction but not go so far as to say he's innocent. Well, I'm going to let you in on a jaded criminal defense attorney view of this. Keep in mind that in Maryland, they have a wrongful conviction statute. I handle wrongful conviction cases. And usually, in order to get a lot of money from the state, and this might be a lot of money, he's been in for 20 plus years, I believe. In order to get money from the state, you have to be innocent. And notice, it's very interesting in the press release, the state is saying, we're not saying yet that he's innocent. And I wonder if the city or state fathers have gone to the prosecutor and said, well, hold off on the whole innocent spiel until we know for sure, because that's going to cost us a lot of money.
Well, I'm glad we have an attorney to help us parse that, because it's, for most people, it's either he did it or he didn't do it, but there's more a nuance there. How soon, though, could we expect to see this retrial if it happens?
Well, that's the big question, if it happens, and I'm not so sure it will happen. Keep in mind, the state has already taken the position that they don't believe there was sufficient evidence essentially on the first trial. So how are they really going to go to trial again? Decades later, where witnesses have disappeared, died, evidence has faded, the case becomes a lot harder for the prosecution to bring this time. I think they've painted themselves into a corner. They've essentially said, we're moving for a new trial, and I think it's a stall tactic. They're just going to wait until the furor dies down and probably not retry the case. I don't really see how they could do that now, especially since they're on the record saying, we're not so sure we did a good job the first time, back when the evidence was fresh and witnesses were still around.
Yeah, it seems like a difficult thing to do. Probably all this is going to be the subject of another podcast.
And I'll listen. I bet you will, too. I'll be there.
Absolutely. Yeah, I was glued. One of the first podcasts I was glued to was that one.
That's right.
Danny Ceballos, thanks so much.
And coming up, new insight this morning into the impact the COVID pandemic has on mental health.
Yeah, interesting stuff here. How everything from masks to social distancing played a role on our mental well-being, and why doctors say you can stay safe and not suffer in silence.
Harry Styles!
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
The indictment of a former president, or perhaps candidate for president, would arguably tear the country apart. Is that your concern? Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast, available anytime and anywhere.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers right now on Morning News Now.
We're staying on top of the breaking situation in Ukraine.
We are watching dangerous heat this week. Recession, I mean, is that where we're headed? Is there any way to avoid that?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Back now with our NBC News exclusive.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Our show is about sparking conversations around today's biggest issues. The Fed raises interest rates. That controls inflation. Explain how that works. Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs and their relationship to their employers? Could you just remind us why there are 9 justices on the Supreme Court instead of 3 or 20 or 2? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast, available anytime and anywhere.
No stress, no mess, just yum.
That's it.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Welcome back. Time for business news. California is taking Amazon to court, claiming the company is violating the state's antitrust and unfair competition laws.
Yes, CNBC's Silvana Henao joins us now with more on that and other business stories making headlines. Good morning, Silvana.
Hey guys, good morning. Yep, the state of California is suing Amazon, accusing the company of violating antitrust laws by stifling the competition. State officials also claim Amazon engages in practices that push sellers to keep higher prices on products listed on other sites. Amazon has said in the past, sellers set their own prices. California's lawsuit is similar to one filed last year by the District of Columbia, which was dismissed by a judge and is now being appealed. Ethereum, the second largest cryptocurrency just behind Bitcoin, has just completed a major software upgrade today. The transition from proof of work to proof of stake drastically cuts the amount of energy needed to mine and produce Ethereum by as much as 99%. The overhaul essentially alters the way the blockchain secures the network and verifies crypto transactions. Users shouldn't notice any major changes. And Disney's CEO says the company could eventually group all its streaming services under Disney+. Bob Chapek says there's a little bit of friction for customers who want to switch between the family-friendly and franchise content on Disney+ and the general entertainment on Hulu or sports on ESPN+. Disney would still have to take full ownership of Hulu from NBC Universal, which owns a third of the service, guys.
Well, anything that would help me figure out my streaming services. I have so many subscriptions. I don't even know.
It's like I'm trying to scroll through everything, and I can't find one. I'm like, where did this one go? Yeah, it'd be great.
Well, Silvana, thank you so much.
You got it, guys.
And we've been living through COVID-19 for a while now, so you've likely heard of oximeters. They're a crucial healthcare tool needed to measure oxygen levels in blood. But for years, critics have been sounding the alarm, saying oximeters may have biased results, allegedly giving Black and brown patients incorrect readings during COVID-19 and allegedly causing delays in treatment for these very patients. I went to two labs that say they're working to make oximeters for all. Oximeters measure oxygen levels in blood, but critics say if you're a person of color, the device may be assessing your levels wrong. According to a 2022 study,
Black patients who are critically ill are 3 times more likely than white patients to have their oxygen saturation measurements overestimated.
It's not the first research to say so. A 2020 study concluding nearly 12% of oximeter readings for Black patients are misleading. An inaccurate oximeter reading could make the difference between being sent home or sent for emergency care.
As we can see here, hemoglobin and deoxyhemoglobin are not the only chromophores that are absorbing light.
These scientists of color at Brown University are working to combat that, developing new technology.
We'll first walk into the laboratory and then we'll go through the air shower where...
An air shower? Jacatura's team calls their approach unique, calibrating for differences in skin tone. So today what you're saying is that a typical oximeter does not adjust for melanin, even though, as we see from this melanin line, the light absorption is different.
Right. And we are trying to correct for this.
Since blood cells absorb light, oximeters use light to measure oxygen blood levels. But for Black or darker-skinned people, it's not just blood cells absorbing light. Melanin, or their skin pigmentation, does too. This leads to what these researchers call misleading oximeter readings that overestimate oxygen levels for people of color. To learn more, we came here to the headquarters of one of the major oximeter manufacturers to find out just how they make these.
So you ready for this?
Joe Chiani is a co-inventor of Massimo's oximeter, first developed in 1989 and now used for over 200 million patients per year, according to the company. No stranger to the public eye, Chiani is uniquely aware of the scrutiny and the technology.
We shine red LED and infrared LED. So here's your oxygen saturation.
But does the device itself
when it's actively testing you, gauge melanin?
Not exactly. We have a universal calibration.
Kiani says Massimo's FDA-approved technology was calibrated to a diverse population with no clinically significant biases.
So this is the lab where you do testing for the oximeter?
In order to work on all patients, we created a system that could handle that.
Kiani telling us he disagrees with data from the 2020 New England Journal of Medicine study showing potential discrepancies in medical care based on traditional oximeter readings. But Brown's lab continues defending the data.
So a critical challenge with pulse oximeters is that the issue of false negatives disproportionately affects people with higher melanin values of the skin. That false negative reading that everything is okay is where the danger really comes in.
The team now awaiting a green light from the Institutional Research Board.
We managed to make a new technique of doing the measurements by exploiting the electric fields of light.
If approved, they'll test their oximeters on ICU patients alongside the medical gold standard, a blood sample, shining light on a controversial and critical medical device. And the Brown University lab tells me once they get approval to test their tool on ICU patients, they'll work towards FDA approval. As for inventor Kiani, he points out that there are major differences between over-the-counter oximeters and devices used in hospitals for ICUs. Stephen.
Fascinating and important stuff. Sinclair, thank you. Well, a startling new CDC report is highlighting the heavy toll the COVID-19 pandemic has taken on the nation's mental health. 22% of Americans sought out treatment for mental health in 2021. As you remember, that was a year when the country struggled to contain both the Delta and then the Omicron variants. Adults between the ages of 18 and 44 were hit harder than any other age groups, with 5% more of them looking for help compared to 2019. With many still practicing social distancing and isolation to avoid the virus, one factor that may be contributing to the mental health decline is loneliness. And one doctor working to highlight the issue is Linda Freed. She joins us now with more on this. She's the dean of the Mailman Public School of the Columbia University and a contributor to MSNBC's Know Your Value. Such an important topic. Thanks for joining us this morning, Dr. Freed.
My pleasure.
We were just trying to break down what experts say about loneliness and how this could be seen as sort of a second pandemic just right alongside COVID-19. Do you think that loneliness should be treated as like a public health emergency?
So I absolutely think that. And I think that because, first of all, it causes people to be ill. Not immediately. Loneliness is really a normal feeling. We all feel it. It is normal the way the feeling of hunger is normal. So if you're hungry, it tells you you need something to eat. And our bodies are beautifully designed to let us know that. Similarly, if we are not having satisfying and meaningful relationships with other people, we experience the feeling of loneliness, which tells us to get it together and find what we need. But if it doesn't happen, and I think that has been true for many, and particularly young people during the pandemic, it can become chronic. And chronic loneliness actually has a very different long-term set of serious consequences for the individual, and I would also say for society. For the individual, it can cause long-term effects equivalent to smoking 15 cigarettes a day in terms of risks for heart disease and obesity. But it also affects our mental well-being because chronic loneliness gives you what I think of as a blue lens over your glasses. You don't wear glasses, but I do. Yeah. where you start interpreting interactions when you've been chronically lonely differently and more negatively, anticipating that people aren't liking you. It leads to feelings of anger and isolation and higher anxiety and risk for depression.
Oh, it's fascinating to think of it as a signal like hunger would be, because so many people use the terms, lonely and loneliness sort of flippantly without really thinking much about what they mean. But in practical terms, what should we look for here? What are the symptoms of loneliness?
So I think the first one is that it hurts. It doesn't feel good. And we should pay attention to that. It's our brain wired to tell us to correct this. I think when it becomes chronic, then we start having this blue lens of negative interpretations of what's going on with another person in a way that somebody else might not interpret negatively. And I think those are important to understand because it might help us be reflective of what we're experiencing.
Yeah. Sort of the opposite of rose-colored glasses, I guess we can think.
Well, that's the way I've come to think about it. It's blue lens glasses.
Blue lens glasses, yes, not nearly as fun. Such an important topic. Thank you so much for bringing that to us, Dr. Linda Fried.
Sure, my pleasure. And I would say that it's really critical that we develop the solutions. There are solutions for people to find ways to engage on things they love, but we also need to think about why it's increasing. Some of it is the pandemic.
Yeah.
But some of it is that rates of loneliness have been increasing anyway. And it's a lot of ways because we have designed out in our communities and in our society, really, many of the ways that human beings counted on to build connections with each other, whether it's in terms of intimate relationships, in terms of meaningful relationships with family and friends, or a sense of belonging in our communities.
So important to think about all those factors. Thank you so much, Dr. Fried.
My pleasure. Thank you.
And coming up, the Queen's death has sparked a lot of interest in the royal family, both in real life and on the big screen.
Yeah, up next, the show's trending again after the Queen's death and what's next in the world of royal TV.
We're here to start conversations because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
No stress, no mess, just yum.
That's it.
We're here to start conversations because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Our show is about sparking conversations around today's biggest issues. The Fed raises interest rates. That controls inflation. Explain how that works. Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs and their relationship to their employers? Could you just remind us why there are 9 justices on the Supreme Court instead of 3 or 20 or 2? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Yamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
These are our missing daughters and sons.
We need anyone who saw something to come forward.
She was wearing a black jacket, a black top.
I'm going to bring my son home alive.
Dateline, Missing in America. Listen to the full season now.
Top Story with Tom Yamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The indictment of a former president, or perhaps candidate for president, would arguably tear the country apart. Is that your concern? Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
Welcome back. So if the events in London have made you want to rewatch a certain Netflix show, you are not alone. The passing of the Queen has renewed interest in the works about the royal family. NBC News foreign correspondent Kelly Kobiella has a closer look at some of the movies and TV series inspired by the monarchy that are suddenly trending once again. Kelly, good morning.
Trending big time. Good morning to you, Clay. Yeah, well, the world is mourning the loss of Queen Elizabeth. Of course, depictions of her life on TV and film still exist, and many, many people are now tuning in to get a look at what life might have been like behind palace walls. Here in London, the streets are flooded with thousands of mourners paying their final respects to the Queen. Her death now shining a renewed spotlight on the monarchy and the powerful family behind it, with millions turning to TV and movies to try to learn more about them.
When I ascended the throne, I was just a girl, 25 years old.
Netflix's The Crown logging 17.6 million hours viewed, launching the drama back up to number 4 on the platform's trending list in the U.S. and the top 10 in 26 other countries. The show's popularity even rising past the new season of Stranger Things, imaginings of the Queen's life and love recapturing audiences once again.
Be firm, just lay down the law. I know Winston Churchill and all that, but remember who you are. You're the Queen of England.
Beyond the royals' reign on streaming, movies inspired by Her Majesty are seeing viewership skyrocket too.
You obviously know my job better than I do.
Yes, well, you are my 10th Prime Minister, Mr. Blair. My first, of course, was Winston Churchill.
The Oscar-nominated film The Queen breaking into iTunes' top 40 movie chart. Music lovers are listening to songs about the Queen as well. Streaming numbers for the Beatles' Her Majesty and the Sex Pistols' God Save the Queen are up between 260 and 650%. Even books about the royal family are turning pages. The Palace Papers, which examines the turbulent times surrounding the death of Princess Diana and beyond, reached number 4 on Amazon's list of bestsellers in world history.
I think what people are really interested now in seeing is what made Queen Elizabeth tick.
And while the streaming giants won't tell us exactly how many more people are watching these shows inspired by the royal family, we do understand that some members of the royal family have watched shows like The Crown. Zinkley?
Kind of cool. I wonder what they make of it. Time will tell. Kelly Kobiea, thank you. And that does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But your news continues right now. Good morning. Thanks for being here. I'm Stephen Romo.
And I'm Zinkley Asamoah in Washington, D.C. Joe and Savannah are off this morning. Right now on Morning News Now, back on track. Breaking this morning, President Biden announcing a tentative deal to avoid what would be a crippling railroad shutdown. Now freight rail workers set to vote on the 11th hour agreement just hours after threatening to strike.
Who would be impacted by a strike?
Basically everybody. You know, what moves on the rails is everything related to manufacturing, warehouse, distribution, even clothes.
We have late-breaking information on the hours of negotiations and the crucial call the president made to get this deal done. Fit for a Queen this morning, a massive showing on the streets of London, still growing by the minute. Tens of thousands of people lining up for miles, expecting to wait for hours to pay their final respects to Queen Elizabeth as she lies in state ahead of her funeral next week. We'll have more on that. Plus, King Charles is set to spend a quiet day in mourning after yesterday's grand procession. All of the latest just ahead. Also this morning, high-stakes summit, a historic meeting with potentially world-changing consequences. Russian President Vladimir Putin set to meet his Chinese counterpart for the first time since Russia's invasion of Ukraine. And increased tensions in Taiwan, more on the deepening partnership that's raising global concerns. And finally, purpose over profit, a major move by the founder of one of the biggest outdoor retailers to give away his billion-dollar business in the name of climate change. How he says he's making Mother Nature Patagonia's only shareholder, and why the move could redefine how other business owners view corporate leadership. And Stephen, I'm sad I can't be sitting next to you today, but it's good to see you there in New York.
I know. It is great to see you as always. And Clay, we'll keep it fun this morning, even through that distance.
Absolutely. And we begin this morning with that breaking news on the tentative deal to avert a potential strike and major shutdown of railroads across the country.
Yeah, a lot of eyes on this one. The White House announcing earlier this morning an agreement in place between the railroad companies and 2 labor unions that were threatening to strike if a new contract was not reached by midnight. President Biden saying in a statement that the deal is, quote, an important win for our economy and the American people. We have full coverage of these developments in just a moment. Rick Newman, a senior columnist at Yahoo Finance, on how critical a deal was to helping protect the economy. But we begin with NBC News technology correspondent Jake Ward and NBC News White House correspondent Mike Memoli. Good morning to both of you. And we begin with Mike. We'll start off asking about what more we know about this deal and how the White House was able to reach this agreement at the last minute.
Well, Stephen, we expect to learn some more details about the particular terms of the agreement when Labor Department officials hold a media availability later this morning. The president saying in a statement announcing the agreement this morning that it's going to lead to improved pay and working conditions for the union workers here. But it is significant. The Labor Department was hosting both the management and union representatives throughout the day yesterday. I'm told in the end there were 20 hours of consecutive negotiations leading to an agreement. And President Biden playing a crucial role with a phone call to both sides late last night around 9 p.m. The agreement followed in the hours that came after. Now, President Biden in that statement calling this a win for tens of thousands of rail workers who worked tirelessly through the pandemic to ensure that America's families and communities got deliveries of what kept us going during these difficult years. He also called it a win for the freight rail companies, saying they're now going to be able to attract the kind of talent workers to keep them on the rails. Now, this was going to affect not just freight rail, but passenger rail. Amtrak yesterday had announced they were canceling a number of their long-distance routes, and so an important win for the White House at a time they were really concerned about another economic blow.
And all down to the wire. Jake, if you could walk us through what got us to this point in the first place. What were the issues at heart of this negotiation, and are there any sticking points left?
Well, fundamentally, Steve, we're talking here about, as Mike has mentioned, really the backbone of the economy. 40% of what you and I buy on the grocery store shelves depend on rail traffic to get there. And so the stakes really could not have been higher. As Mike mentioned, we don't know yet exactly what the carriers and the unions have agreed to here. Neither of them are commenting yet. We only know this because the White House has announced it. But the terms here the negotiation here had everything to do with working conditions. According to the unions, there had been basically a shift in the last few years that began to make what was already an extraordinarily demanding job. When you sign on to work for the railroad, you are signing on to be within reach of your phone and to be within range of your job every day of the year. It's an emergency-based sort of employment. But what rail workers were saying was that because in the last few years there had been a reduction in the workforce, that companies had been shedding workers. One report from the Surface Transportation Board shows that about 29% fewer workers in the industry over the past 6 years. And the unions had essentially said that they were doing pre-pandemic levels of rail traffic with only about 80% of the workforce. And that added up, they said, to a very stern system, a strict system that penalized them for even trying to go to the doctor. One of the things they were asking for was unpaid sick leave, not just paid sick leave, unpaid sick leave. They wanted 15 days that they could rely on to be able to go to the doctor without having to take that time out of their, sleeping schedule was what it was down to. Otherwise, they would have been penalized under several new programs that had been instituted that would, basically points programs. So these were really fundamental questions about the quality of life for these workers. They say it was making things just untenable. I'll also mention here quickly that, these companies have seen a 600% increase in profit since 2004. That's something unions had really pointed at, but the carriers had said, those are mostly about investments. It's not about labor, and so said that it shouldn't really be part of this. So really, two sides very much at loggerheads. It is amazing that we have come to this point, Stephen.
I think so many people don't realize how demanding these jobs actually are. So, Mike, from a political standpoint, how important was this for the White House to solve this and avoid a strike?
Well, Stephen, I tell you, Biden administration officials really feel like since the president took office last year, it's been one crisis after another. And you think about the other supply chain crisis they inherited early on, having to deal with ocean shipping that only has recently become to be resolved. And so at a time when the administration has really been celebrating a run of legislative successes. You saw the president with multiple events this week, again, touting the Inflation Reduction Act, the infrastructure law. This really threatened to upset that momentum at a critical moment. We know the midterm elections now less than 8 weeks away. And so this really removes what would have been a major economic blow at a really brutal time for the administration. And the White House already this morning touting the fact that President Biden's approval ratings continue to tick up. A new poll from the Associated Press has his approval rating now at 45%, up from the mid-30s just a month ago.
A lot of things changing really fast as those midterms inch closer. Mike Mimley, Jake Ward, thank you both.
Now let's bring in Yahoo Finance senior columnist Rick Newman for more on how a potential strike could have impacted an already fragile economy. Good morning, Rick. So I want to jump in and talk about the latest consumer price index report out this week. It showed that inflation rose more than expected last month. So what kind of impact would a strike have had on these already sky-high prices?
It would have made inflation worse. And it's not necessarily gas prices, which is probably the one single consumer product that people pay the most attention to. Just because everybody sees those prices advertised everywhere, it would have been other types of energy. So there's a lot of coal that gets transported by rail. If you have less coal, that means utilities are going to be using more natural gas, and those prices have been going up. Ethanol, almost all ethanol gets transported by rail. That's an important additive in gasoline. There's some oil and oil products. Mostly this would have been industrial products that would have passed through higher costs to consumer products and done it fairly quickly. So Biden must make this deal stick. He needs this deal in place, especially given that the midterm elections are less than 2 months away.
And Rick, I know that before the news of an agreement being reached, the American Farm Bureau Federation expressed their concerns over a potential stoppage. So talk to us about some of the challenges farmers and ranchers would have faced.
Think about energy. Let's talk about natural gas for a moment. People do not pay close attention to the cost of natural gas because you don't see it anywhere. I mean, nobody looks at the fine print on their utility bills, or at least most people don't. Natural gas prices right now are twice what they were 1 year ago. And that is really important because a lot of utilities use natural gas to produce electricity. It takes a lot of energy to produce food, to transport food, and to produce a lot of other things in the system. And when energy costs go up, which they have done, and they're probably going to stay there for the next several months into the winter, that raises the cost of many products, and it does it in a way that people can't really see. So if you see, food prices are up 13% year over year. That is one of the most important drivers of inflation right now. And that has a lot to do with energy. There are other factors, not enough workers in the system and things like that. But energy is one of the biggest concerns with regard to inflation right now. And it's not gasoline. It's other types of energy where you don't really see the price.
And I mean, Rick, you've talked about gasoline a few times, so we should touch on it. Obviously, we've seen gas prices improve dramatically across the country over the past few months. The national average now at $3.69 a gallon, according to AAA. And that's down from that $5 high we saw back in June. I was out at a gas station when we hit that record. So how does the news this morning affect drivers specifically? Would a strike have caused these prices to go back up again?
Yeah. So like I mentioned before, ethanol makes up about 10% of gasoline, and that does travel mostly by rail. So if there had been disruptions in ethanol supplies, that probably would have caused problems for gasoline and pushed prices up a little bit. Now, we're not going to have that problem right now. But I think there's a good case that gasoline prices are about as low as they're going to go. I'm not sure that drivers are going to get much more of a break. This has to do, obviously, with the global price for oil. We don't get to set oil prices. They're set in a global market. They've actually been ticking up a little bit lately. The war in Ukraine remains a huge issue with regard to oil supplies in the world. It seems far away to many Americans, but if there's a disruption of oil supply from Russia or any country of just 1 to 2% of the global supply, that is going to push prices up. So we've got a really nice set of relief during the last 3 months. I fill up my tank, and I love seeing that price fall below $4. I don't know that we're going to get much lower than we are right now, though.
Okay, a lot to watch out for drivers. Rick Newman, thank you.
Bye, guys.
Now the latest on the investigation into the January 6th attack on the Capitol. Former White House Chief of Staff Mark Meadows has reportedly complied with a subpoena from the Justice Department. According to what multiple sources familiar with the matter have told CNN, Meadows turned over the same materials he previously gave the House Select Committee investigating that attack. Those materials include emails and text messages between Election Day of 2020 and the day President Biden was inaugurated. It's unclear whether the DOJ will seek more material from Meadows, potentially leading to a legal fight over executive privilege.
Now to the latest on the memorial of Queen Elizabeth II. Crowds spent the night in miles-long lines for a chance to say one final goodbye to the monarch. This is a live map showing the line of tens of thousands of mourners waiting to file through Westminster Hall for the first full day of her lying in state. Right now, it's nearly 4 miles long. Meanwhile, King Charles III is expected to have a day away from public duties and events for reflection. For more on this, let's bring in NBC News foreign correspondent Molly Hunter live from London. Molly, good to see you. So hundreds of thousands are expected to say their farewells and pay their respects in the following days. And that enormous line of people is being talked about around the world, understandably. 4 miles, that is very long. And I understand that even the first 3 people in that line got a wristband to signify sort of the significance of this moment. So talk to us about what you've seen and what we can expect to see today.
Yeah, Zinkley, good morning. And you hear the kind of, if you hear the laughter, the noises behind me, it's because the line, the epic long queue, I'm just looking at it, they're just crowding towards the bridge. They are moving very, very quickly right below me. So as you said, there is an app that Londoners can check to see. Right now it's about 4 miles. We are told by people at this stage, and we're just across from Westminster Hall, they queue on this side, cross the bridge, head into Westminster Hall. It's about 2.5 hours to here, 45 more minutes. So it is not the 10-mile long line, the 30-hour wait that was expected. But take a quick listen, to what a couple people said about waiting in that line.
She was the glue, what knitted the monarchy together, really, wasn't she?
You're always guiding us as a moral standard, and a part of the reason I come to this country. So I didn't actually know she meant that much to me.
And Zinkley and Steve, everyone is saying this is the least they feel they can do. They will wait for as long as it takes. Now, we'll see if the crowds get bigger, of course, over the weekend when people aren't working. But it's certainly not as backed up as was expected.
Not as backed up, but I still love that you can see the line from where you are. That's amazing, Molly. And I also know that President Biden spoke to King Charles III yesterday to offer his condolences on the passing of his mother, the Queen. What can you tell us about that conversation?
Yeah, we have a short readout. Zinkley, I'll just read a tiny bit of it. It says the president recalled fondly the Queen's kindness and hospitality, including when she hosted him and the First Lady at Windsor Castle last June. He also conveyed the great admiration of the American people for the Queen, whose dignity and constancy deepen the enduring friendship and special relationship between the two countries. Zinkley, we are meeting a lot of Americans here who say exactly that. The Queen was not just the Queen of the United Kingdom or of the Commonwealth. Americans, and I am sure you guys have been talking about this too, feel a real fondness for the monarch and for the 70 years that she reigned.
A lot of solidarity around the world. Molly Hunter, thank you.
And for more on this, let's bring in NBC News British historian Andrew Roberts. Andrew, good morning to you. If you would, give us the broad view here. Do these miles-long lines have any comparison in modern times? And have people in the UK ever sort of turned out in numbers like this?
Never before in the numbers that are expected. I think that, of course, this is a Thursday. You wait till the weekend when people have to on their hands. That's when they're going to be coming from all over the country to join this queue. I shouldn't be surprised if it stretches to Bermondsey. The authorities are ready for that to happen. They're speeding it up much faster. And as you can see, they're going on both sides of the cataract, which is a very sensible way to speed the whole thing up. But to look at it historically, I just found one sentence from a report of Winston Churchill's lying in state. And it's a rather beautiful piece of writing. What the journalist said was 2 rivers run silently through London tonight, and one is made of people, dark and quiet as the nighttime Thames itself. It flows through Westminster Hall. So we have seen this before. We saw it with Winston Churchill in 1965, but you have to go back that far to see a precedent like this.
So striking to see all of those people willing to line up and wait. And what do we think about the way people are mourning? And what do you think this says about modern Britain and its relationship with the Crown?
Well, it's obviously got a very strong and ancient relationship with the Crown that goes back the concept of monarchy 1,000 years. So in that sense, it's an essential part of the self-identity of the nation. With regard to looking forward, it's much more difficult. One has to look at King Charles III and see the ways in which he's going to try to continue the traditions of his mother.
A lot still to come on that. Thank you so much for your insight, Andrew Roberts.
Now let's turn back to the U.S. for the latest on Tropical Storm Fiona and get a check of your Morning News Now weather.
Meteorologist Michelle Grossman joins us now for more on that. Good morning, Michelle.
Good morning. Good to see you both. And we are looking at our 6th named storm of the Atlantic season. It was a slow start, but we're getting there. We're at the peak season, and we are looking at our 6th named storm. So here's the latest information. Became a tropical storm overnight. It was Tropical Depression 7, now Tropical Storm Fiona, 580 miles east of the Leeward Islands. It's moving at 13 miles per hour, so that's pretty quick. And we're seeing winds at 50 miles per hour. We do anticipate that it's going to stay a tropical storm and sort of entering conditions that aren't great for strengthening, so we do expect it to stay at this strength a little bit higher. So as we go throughout time here, by Friday into Saturday, we're going to see it impacting the northern parts of the Leeward Islands, and then by Sunday into the Virgin Islands, into Puerto Rico, into Hispaniola by Monday into Tuesday, and then it could impact the Bahamas early next week before it takes that turn to the right. So we have a big area of high pressure. That's a steering current, and we're going to see it move off to the west and also the north. Hopefully that will help steer it away from the East Coast, and that's what we're thinking as of right now. Now back closer to U.S., we are looking at some rain in the northern plains. We're looking at some rain also in parts of the central part of the nation. So that's a big story today in terms of any storms. We're looking at severe weather possible in the central and southern plains. Also looking at some storms in Florida as we go throughout the afternoon to evening hours. We saw that yesterday. We saw it the day before. We're going to see it once again today. So your severe weather threat for today, we could see winds gusting up to 60 miles per hour. That could cause some damage. Also some hail. It's a low risk, but still not zero. Same with the tornado risk. We're looking at a low risk. The major concern here will be heavy downpours and also some winds. But it's extending from the northern plains into the central plains, parts of the southern plains. So basically Amarillo into Dodge City and also Grand Island. This is the setup. We have an area of low pressure. It's a slow-moving front, nearly stationary, but not quite parked. So it's moving slowly through hot and humid air. That's going to spark the chance for some storms as it slides through the plains. Strong storms from Texas and Nebraska. And that will be mainly later on this afternoon into the evening hours. Tomorrow, still moving really slow. We're looking at heavy downpours possible in the upper Midwest. We could see 1 to 3 inches of rain, maybe a little bit higher as we go throughout the afternoon hours. And rainfall rates could be 1 to 2 inches per hour. So as we look towards Florida, we're seeing a stationary front also moving very, very slowly. That's the name of the game. That's what we saw the past few days. So we're going to see this interacting with some sea breeze. That's going to develop soaking storms once again. We're going to see the chance for some flooding rains. Locally, heavy rain, flooding is possible once again. And then tomorrow, not moving really far. It moves a little bit to the north, but look at all these heavy cells of really heavy downpours from Tampa to Orlando and also Miami. So a tough go in terms of travel there. We're going to see some ponding on the roadways. Rainfall forecast 1 to 3 inches generally. Could see a little higher amounts, 2 to 4 inches in some spots, especially within some of those thunderstorm cells. We could see some pretty heavy downpours. Now, in terms of the temperatures, picture perfect. Really nice September weather in the Northeast, the Mid-Atlantic, also portions of New England. But, Stephen, we are looking at really hot conditions still. Feeling like summer with just a few days left with temperatures in the 90s.
Wow, a lot to keep track of. I know you'll watch Fiona for us. Yeah. We'll check back in on that one. Michelle, thank you.
Thank you so much. And coming up on Morning News Now, global concern over what could be a deepening partnership between Russia and China.
When we come back, we'll tell you about the high-stakes meeting between the two countries' presidents and how it could impact the war in Ukraine.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves.
You can actually see they're pushing the gates open.
Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one?
You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months.
Exactly.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves.
You can actually see they're pushing the gates open.
Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one?
You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months.
Exactly.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Harry Styles!
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
We're back. An overseas Chinese president Xi is set to meet with Russian President Vladimir Putin for the first time since February. The two leaders are in Uzbekistan at the Shanghai Cooperation Organization Summit. This is Xi's first trip overseas since the start of the pandemic, and there's a lot at stake. He's seeking to consolidate his power with a historic third term, and Putin is facing backlash and isolation from the West over the invasion in Ukraine. NBC News foreign correspondent Raf Sanchez joins us now from Taipei to talk about this. Raf, good morning. So a lot has happened since the last time Xi and Putin met in February. If I break it down, they declared their partnership, quote, without limits, and called it a new era in international relations. And the war in Ukraine is not going as well as Putin had hoped. So given all that, what are we expecting from today's meeting? And do you expect their stand on Western relations to be more toned down this time around?
Zinkley, good morning, good evening from here in Taipei. This is a really important meeting for both of these leaders for the reasons that you just laid out. The war in Ukraine is not going Putin's way on the battlefield, and he is really eager to show the world, but also the Russian people, that he is not isolated on the world stage, that he has friends, that he has allies, and there is no more important friend and ally than China, this rising authoritarian superpower. For Xi, he is heading into a critical couple of weeks. The Chinese Communist Party Congress is meeting in mid-October. They are expected to rubber stamp that unprecedented third term for him, making him the most powerful Chinese leader since Chairman Mao. But Xi has been walking kind of a delicate diplomatic line when it comes to Ukraine. He has been rhetorically supporting Russia. China has been voting with Russia at the UN. China has been amplifying Russian propaganda about NATO, but it has not sent military aid to Russia. It's certainly not sent troops to fight on the battlefield. And the Chinese are very closely watching what's happening in Ukraine to see what lessons they might learn if they were ever to launch an invasion here in Taiwan, and especially what kind of mistakes have the Russians made on the battlefield that they could avoid here. So people all around the world, and especially here in Taipei, are very closely watching this meeting, going to see what sort of statements come out of it later. Sinclair?
Understandably closely watching it, and you touched on it. We know Taiwan is a major point of contention for China. It has vowed to, quote, unify with Taiwan and threatened to take it by force if necessary. And just yesterday, the Senate Foreign Relations Committee here in the U.S. approved a bill to boost ties with Taiwan and give it more military weapons to stave off a Chinese invasion or a potential one. So how could the outcome of Russia's invasion in Ukraine influence what may happen in Taiwan?
Yeah, Ziegler, there are a lot of parallels here, right? Taiwan, Ukraine are both smaller democracies living in the shadow of much larger authoritarian neighbors with vastly superior militaries. We actually interviewed the former head of the Taiwanese military, and he said Ukraine can learn a lot of lessons, take a lot of inspiration from the way the Ukrainians have fought asymmetrical warfare against the Russians. Taiwan is 23 million people. China is more than 1 billion. Taiwan is never going to be able to compete in a conventional war, but it may be able to use very mobile, agile units to hit the Chinese and get out of the way before the Chinese can respond. The Admiral Lee called this the Muhammad Ali strategy, and I want you to take a listen to a little bit of what he had to say about it.
But from the Ukraine war's example, the lesson we can learn that the asymmetrical capability is so effective to defend yourself, especially when you are weaker and small countries.
Sinclair, in terms of putting that asymmetrical warfare into practice, he said one of the things Taiwan needs to do is wean itself off of those really big-ticket American military hardware items. So that's F-16 fighter jets, its tanks, its warships, and instead focus on the kinds of weapons that the Ukrainians have used so effectively against Russia. Specifically, he mentioned those anti-ship missiles, which the Ukrainians used to sink the Moskva. That's the flagship of the Russian Black Sea Fleet. He said if China were to ever launch a kind of D-Day style invasion of Taiwan, try to land its forces on the beaches here, those kinds of missiles would be absolutely devastating as the Chinese fleet draws near. Sinclair.
Raf Sanchez in Taipei, thank you.
In other international news this morning, Ukrainian President Zelensky is getting a look at the damage in towns recaptured by Ukrainian forces.
That's right. NBC News foreign correspondent Janice Mackey-Freyer joins us now with more on that and other stories making news around the world. Good morning, Janice.
Good morning. Ukrainian President Zelensky visited the eastern part of the country where Russian forces had retreated after capturing territory there, but they left behind towns and villages that had been devastated. There's also a major effort underway to try to repair a dam that had been hit by Russian shelling, a move criticized by Ukrainian officials who say that they targeted something that had no military value but is essential to people. Here in China, millions are bracing for torrential rain and floods as Typhoon Muefa makes landfall, with gale force winds reaching 100 miles per hour and waves churning as high as 15 feet. It's being called the strongest tropical cyclonic storm to hit eastern China in a decade, and it's heading towards Shanghai. That's where flights have been canceled and container ports have been forced to shut down. And finally, talk about a duet. In Italy, the world's first synchronized aerobatic flight and cliff dive, and it was set to music. Stunt pilot Dario Costa teamed up with a select group of high divers, and they did this all over the Adriatic. Check out this precision. When the diver would hear the plane coming, they would jump from the platform just as Costa pulled up sharply. It was not leaving a lot of time to nail photos and videos, and probably why everyone involved was calling it, quote, perfect harmony. And that's a look at some of the stories making headlines today.
Incredible to see that timing alone. All right, Janice, thanks so much.
And coming up, a new perspective on the deadly withdrawal of U.S. troops from Afghanistan. We've got a look at a new documentary using never-before-seen footage to shed light on what went wrong 1 year ago.
Plus, guilty again. Singer R. Kelly now convicted in a series of additional charges and facing even more time behind bars. The latest next on Morning News Now.
No stress, no mess, just yum.
That's it.
NBC News, streaming free now.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Can you tell us what it was like? Our NBC News exclusive.
It's the best time of the morning. Time for that pop start, baby.
I'm feeling the vibe today on the show.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Our show is about sparking conversations around today's biggest issues. The Fed raises interest rates. That controls inflation. Explain how that works. Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs and their relationship to their employers? Could you just remind us why there are 9 justices on the Supreme Court instead of 3 or 20 or 2? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
These are our missing daughters and sons.
We need anyone who saw something to come forward.
She was wearing a black jacket, a black top.
I'm going to bring my son home alive.
Dateline, Missing in America. Listen to the full season now.
Welcome back. A federal jury in Chicago has handed down another swath of convictions to disgraced R&B singer R. Kelly. On Wednesday, Kelly was found guilty on 6 counts of charges related to child pornography. The verdict is the latest legal blow to the artist, who is already serving a 30-year prison sentence stemming from a separate case litigated here in New York. Prosecutors say these convictions are another step in the right direction.
We are pleased with the fact that Robert Kelly is finally being held accountable for that reprehensible conduct. We are particularly pleased that Robert Kelly is finally being held responsible for the abuse of his 14-year-old goddaughter. As you may recall, that was the subject of the 2008 trial in Cook County. And the jury in this case found him guilty of that very same conduct.
A lot of disturbing stuff here. NBC News correspondent Ron Allen joins us with more on that conviction. And Ron, good morning to you. So if you could, we already know about this 30-year sentence that was litigated here in New York. How could this new verdict affect that at all?
Well, he's going to be sentenced for these latest crimes. He faces 10 to 90 years in prison. And the prosecutors have said that they want this sentence to run consecutively to the 30-year sentence. In other words, back to back. They say to essentially honor that each of the victims, the women who came forward, is a separate case, therefore not to run concurrently, and also in case Kelly appeals, so that he basically, they are determined to keep him in prison for the rest of his life. We'll get a sentencing date at some point soon. This case in Chicago is different from the New York case. The New York case, the uniqueness of it was a racketeering charge. They charged him you charge mob bosses of running a criminal enterprise that was all about him, about his sexual gratification. This case in Chicago was targeted at the testimony and the abuse allegations raised by 5 young women, including, as you heard the prosecutor say, Kelly's goddaughter, who was 14 at the time. She's now a woman in her late 30s. And she and 4 other women came forward, as was the case in New York, after all these years to tell their truth and tell their story. Listening to them was harrowing and disturbing. But the bottom line is that he was convicted of a range of charges, and he's probably going to be in prison for the rest of his life.
Yeah, important not to overlook how difficult it was for them, how brave it is for them to come forward. And following that verdict, we know Kelly's attorney actually said that prosecutors had overblown this case. Do we think there's going to be an appeal here?
Likely. The defense attorneys tried to make the case that Kelly himself was a victim of sexual abuse when he was a young person, that he dropped out of high school, that he's illiterate, that he was manipulated by all these people who were his managers and others and accountants. But remember, he was a mega musical superstar, and during his time there was no one bigger. He performed at the Olympics. He was multiple Grammy winner, the Pied Piper of R&B, as he was called. And now we have two juries who essentially have not bought this "oh, poor me" defense that the defense tried to raise for R. Kelly. Listening to the testimony and to the stories that these women were telling, it was just incredible. It was horrific. There have been a number of high-profile cases of sexual abuse by celebrities, Bill Cosby, Harvey Weinstein, and there are some advocates out there who say that R. Kelly's case is the worst. Kelly's case is the worst of them all in some ways, given the depravity, given what he did to these women. It wasn't just sexual abuse; it was violence, it was cruelty. Prosecutors said there were all kinds of very strong language used to describe what he was doing to these women. And again, now he's going to be in prison probably for the rest of his life.
Disturbing and so difficult to listen to there in the courtroom. And we know, looking forward, Kelly still facing 2 other sexual misconduct trials and also the sentencing. What can we expect?
There are state charges pending in Chicago and Illinois and in Minnesota. And there's now some question about whether these prosecutors will go forward with these cases, given the fact that he has been convicted in these federal cases. The judge yesterday did not announce a date for sentencing. Sentencing will probably come in several weeks, if not a couple of months, in the Chicago case, the Illinois case. And he faces a minimum of 10 years and up to 90 years. Given the convictions yesterday, on top of 30 years. So do the math. He's done.
Yeah, a long time ahead of him. All right, Ron Allen, thanks so much.
And a new documentary is shining light on the tumultuous days when U.S. troops were pulled from Afghanistan just over 1 year ago. America's longest war lasted 20 years, costing the U.S. nearly $2 trillion. 2,461 soldiers were killed as a result. But the toll was just as severe for Afghanistan. More than 47,000 Afghanistan civilians died during the war, along with over 66,000 military personnel. The film Escape from Kabul uses never-before-seen footage during the withdrawal to paint a bigger picture of just what transpired during the historic period.
We're ending America's longest war.
20 years. It's obviously not a success.
We knew we were there to evacuate the at-risk Afghans, the U.S. citizens.
They kind of made it sound like, oh, it's going to be quick and simple. We're going to be in and out. But that didn't happen here.
You need to back up. Push back. Push back.
Jamie Roberts, the director and producer of Escape from Kabul, joins us now. Jamie, good morning. Good to see you. Just seeing 30 seconds of that footage is chilling. Completing a film is no small feat, so congrats on that. And I know that the production team spent 10 months on the ground conducting interviews and gathering that footage, some of which we just saw. What were some of the moments that stood out to you? What kind of lasting impact did you see this war have on people still in Afghanistan?
Hi, Sinclair. Yeah, I think when I first got to Kabul, the city is full of Taliban driving ANA tanks, Humvees, holding machine guns that were all funded pretty much by NATO and American forces. So that's the first thing that really hits you, is that now you have the Taliban in complete control, and they're very well equipped with U.S. high-tech machinery. And secondly, I think, we spent a long time trying to get access to the Taliban that were there on the ground when the evacuation happened, who were facing the U.S. Marines and the other soldiers that were there. And I think one particular interview with a Taliban suicide commander was the most impactful, and that's in the film. He was quite an incredible character and terrifying.
What did that Taliban suicide commander tell you?
He told me that it was like a dream when he came in. For them, it was complete victory. This was them banishing the Americans and the NATO forces after losing many of their fellow Talibs in war. They were extremely proud, and now they're looking forward to take over the country and have complete control.
And I know you also directed 4 Hours at the Capitol, which examines events that took place during the January 6th attack. Why is it important for you to take a magnifying glass to these major controversial moments? What's your approach? What do you want viewers to take away?
We want to really, the idea is to look deeply with a deep focus on an issue like this. And with the Capitol, the same. There's a news cycle with great journalism that happens, but quite often, as happening in the world right now, new events happen. So the news cycle goes on. Whereas, Afghanistan, the war was 20 years long, $2 trillion spent. It's important to examine what happened and also what the situation is now. Because Afghans are still stuck there. There's no U.S. embassy presence in the country. Al-Qaeda leader has just been droned by America there. The situation still hangs in the balance. It's not going away, even though maybe we're looking at other things like Ukraine, like Taiwan. So really, we want to examine these events and see what we can learn from them.
Absolutely. It's important we don't turn away from them. Jamie Roberts, thank you so much. And for all you viewers, Escape from Kabul will be available to stream on HBO Max starting September 21st. And coming up, a city in crisis. After the break here on Morning News Now, I'll take you to Jackson, Mississippi, where clean, drinkable water is a precious commodity and why historians say the problem actually dates back decades.
Plus, Patagonia's promise, the founder of one of the biggest outdoor retailers giving his billion-dollar business away. The major move that's making a statement in the corporate world. We'll be right back.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
We're here to start conversations because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Right now on NBC News Now.
As we come on the air, here's what we know.
It has been dramatic, powerful.
We begin with breaking news just coming in.
What's happening now, what's happening next, and what it means for you.
We're continuing to follow the Russian attack on Ukraine.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
We're getting out of this area right now because more air raid sirens are sounding.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind.
Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No. Fewer people are content to just offer their thoughts and prayers.
And the House has answered the call to create new gun laws.
The stunning testimony at the January 6th hearing on Capitol Hill.
Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades.
Parts of Virginia cleaning up after severe storms.
A terrifying night of flash floods.
Flames forcing thousands to evacuate.
When do I play meteorologist? Only when the heat is this bad.
Another special night of election coverage right here at NBC News Now.
Results are coming in.
This Tuesday is going to be huge for primary purposes.
It's an interesting race here. I've just never covered anything like it.
This is big when we're talking about November. How many doors do you think you've each knocked on?
This feels like an ideological fight to the death. Is there room for common ground on this issue?
What do you think when you see the activism that's happening right now?
Do you think this movement could have happened without social media?
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
The indictment of a former president, or perhaps candidate for president, would arguably tear the country apart. Is that your concern? Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Now to the billionaire founder of a major outdoor retailer who is redefining corporate leadership with his decision to just give away his entire company, all to help fight climate change. NBC News correspondent Emily Ikeda has that story.
Behind the world-renowned company famous for outdoor clothing and gear is 83-year-old Yvonne Chenard, a climber, surfer, and lifelong environmentalist who just gave away his estimated $3 billion business born from blacksmithing in a shed. His family transferred ownership of Patagonia to a trust and nonprofit organization created to funnel all of the apparel company's profits to fight climate change and defend nature. Instead of going public, you could say we're going purpose, Chenard wrote in a public letter. Instead of extracting value from nature and transforming it into wealth for investors, we'll use the wealth Patagonia creates to protect the source of all wealth. The reluctant billionaire has never been swayed by business norms, even encouraging consumers to limit their spending at his company.
You know, you've heard of recycle and reuse, stuff like that. You also have to consider refuse to buy something just because, you know, if you don't need it, don't buy it.
For decades, he's given away 1% of Patagonia's annual sales to environmental causes.
For me, it's an earth tax. It's a tax, taxing ourselves for being polluters, for using up non-renewable resources.
But the climate advocate says that's no longer enough, writing, "We can save our planet if we commit to it." And that's just what Chenard is doing. Emily Ikeda, NBC News.
More business news now. A TikTok exec says they have an agreement with the U.S. government on how to address privacy concerns.
CNBC's Silvana Henao joins us with more on that. Good morning, Silvana.
Hey guys, good morning. Yeah, so a top executive at TikTok is pushing back against lawmakers grilling the company over its links to China. Vanessa Pappas testified before the Senate Homeland Security Committee yesterday. Pappas is TikTok's chief operating officer. She says the company is committed to the security of its users in the U.S. and is working towards a deal with the federal government to protect their data. Senators from both parties pressed TikTok over potential access Chinese employees have to U.S. data and whether they have ties to the Communist Party. Ford taking the wraps off a new gas-powered Mustang as its muscle car rivals are going electric. The redesigned 2024 Mustang comes in a hardtop and convertible version with 2 gas engines. Ford says it knows customers want an internal combustion engine in the iconic vehicle. Reports say a planned hybrid version was scrapped. And Walmart is launching a virtual fitting room to help shoppers see how clothes would look on them. Walmart rolled out a beta version of the tool back in March, letting customers choose a model that resembles them in body type, skin tone, and hair color. They can also choose from more than 270,000 items from Walmart's private brands, national brands like Levi's, Hanes, and Champion, and even clothes sold on its third-party marketplace, guys. Sounds pretty cool, right?
Yeah, very cool.
I love seeing how inclusive fashion companies are getting. It's exciting.
And if I can avoid a fitting room, I'm all for it.
Next, they need to tackle the difference between fitting room lighting and real world lighting.
Oh, yes, absolutely.
All right, Silvana, thanks so much.
You got it.
And turning now to the ongoing water crisis that's plaguing residents in Jackson, Mississippi. The EPA now looking into the city's water system after a boil water advisory was put in place over a month ago. But historians and residents say the issue is not new.
So I will be going scavenging for water today.
Deborah Bell is a Jackson, Mississippi native. We met her at a water distribution event.
That's what I do. I have to buy water.
Bell organizes most of her day around water, like many of Jackson's more than 150,000 residents. A boil water advisory up since July 30th. Still in effect nearly 2 months later. Deadly storms and flash flooding leaving households without running water. And while water pressure has returned, the water itself remains largely non-potable. Now, the Environmental Protection Agency has launched an inquiry into the water crisis, a probe into funding for and oversight over the water system. And while the government looks into just what went wrong, Jackson's residents are left going through extreme measures to keep their drinking water safe.
This is just water that I accumulated this week. This water here, I boiled it last night. It's ready to use for my cooking for today. Nothing but hot water, and then let it cool off so you can get you a bath.
Lifelong resident Bell says the issue is not new.
So this water has been contaminated for decades. The pipes has always been that way.
It's a problem historians like Dr. Robert Luckett say is rooted in white flight out of the city.
And I would pinpoint it really to 1969 to 1970. The Supreme Court declares that desegregation of public schools must begin immediately.
Luckett says as white people left the city, so too did investments in the city's infrastructure. Jackson, today, with a black population over 80% and nearly a quarter of its residents living below the poverty line.
The thing about the water system in the city of Jackson is that our system of pipes below the city are over 100 years old. Most of them are lead. The entire system needs to be replaced.
The Mississippi Health Department tells NBC there is not an estimate on when the boil water notice will be lifted. The mayor of Jackson saying in a press conference,
"We are in an ongoing state of emergency, even when we're not facing a boil water notice."
All while residents continue living through a sobering reality.
You got a choice between water, gas, food. What? It brings tears to my eyes to know that somebody may have gotten sick from drinking that water.
And it's important to note that the city's watchdog probe is still ongoing. And while Jackson waits for those results to be released, Mississippi Senator Cindy Hyde-Smith is asking the Biden administration to include the Jackson water crisis in an upcoming emergency spending bill as residents continue to be under a boil water advisory.
Such important coverage. Thanks for bringing that to us, Clay. And coming up on Morning News Now, a life-saving act of kindness from a complete stranger.
Up next, we'll share the heartwarming story of how one man set to donate his liver to a friend was able to save the life of someone he didn't even know. This is Morning News Now.
No stress, no mess, just yum.
That's it.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Tonight, I interviewed Secretary of Transportation Pete Buttigieg about the ongoing delays. You seem to be pointing the finger at the airlines. They're pointing the finger back. Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better?
NBC News, streaming free now.
Harry Styles!
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Can you tell us what it was like? Our NBC News exclusive.
Welcome back. The highly anticipated return of Taco Bell's cult classic, the Mexican pizza, is finally here. But that is not the only thing Taco Bell has up its sleeve, or shell. Over 100,000 people signed a petition to bring back the fan favorite, and to celebrate its permanent relaunch, Taco Bell is releasing Mexican Pizza, the musical. I'm serious, the musical, not a joke. And it's starring Doja Cat and Dolly Parton. Yes, Doja and Dolly. And you can binge it starting today. In a press release, Taco Bell described it as, quote, a satirical musical about the harrowing story of those who fought to bring back the Mexican pizza. The musical will debut on TikTok, yes, TikTok, at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard. So, Stephen, if you need me at 8 p.m. Eastern, I will be glued to my phone.
I know where you'll be. I love that they have to say it's satirical, like we weren't going to already figure that part out.
2022, I guess, yeah.
That's a good point. Well, let's end this hour with an amazing story here. A stranger's act of kindness. A Texas man going under the knife, giving away over half of his liver to someone he didn't even know, all in an effort to save that man's life. NBC's Tom Yamas has that story.
On February 11th of this year, the Wordle answer of the day stood out to Randy Staples, who plays the online game every day. It's because he had a life-altering decision in front of him.
The Wordle of the day for you is amaze. And what's about to happen in 9 days is amazing. Just think about it. My portion of my liver is going to go into another person to save that person's life.
Randy was originally approved as a liver donor for a close friend, but after that friend suddenly passed away, Randy still felt he could help someone else.
I just knew that I needed to continue. If I could save another human's life, I wanted to.
So Randy decided to move forward with his organ donation, giving away more than half of his liver to a complete stranger.
I'm almost certain this is the first one that's been done in North Texas where the donor and the recipient did not know each other.
That surgery, a success. Randy spent months in recovery, waiting to meet his transplant recipient.
To me, that meeting is going to be amazing, you know, just to know that I saved somebody's life.
That meeting finally happened this August.
Are they here yet? Yes. Okay.
Randy meeting his liver recipient, Lee Hatcher, for the first time in this emotional moment. Both men happy, but more importantly, in this case, healthy.
Yeah, everything's wonderful.
Randy, remember, he's an avid Wordle player, describing the relationship over text.
The text chain we got going. The text feed is called chopped liver, and then Lee is just a sliver. I did that because it rhymes, but in reality, he took a chunk.
The pair showing off these liver transplant t-shirts inspired by Wordle, but for Lee, there's only one word to use how he feels, and it doesn't fit in a 5-letter box.
Oh, I'm grateful. It's my blood brother, grateful, pretty grateful.
Wow, hard not to be emotional over something like that. Our thanks to Tom Yamas for that incredible story.
Really beautiful.
Yeah, I love that. And that does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
The news continues right now. Good morning. I'm Zinklea Samoa.
And I'm Stephen Romo. Joe and Savannah are off this morning. And right now on Morning News Now, crisis averted. Breaking news this morning, President Biden announces a tentative agreement with rail workers unions, avoiding a strike that could have disrupted travel and the already troubled supply chain. What we're learning about that deal. And saying goodbye. Tens of thousands of people are lining up to pay their respects to Queen Elizabeth. Some people could be waiting in line up to 24 hours before they reach the Queen's coffin. Why people say it's worth that wait. Plus a closer look at the Prince William and Prince Harry reunion and how next week's funeral may affect their relationship moving forward. Fixing a wrong. Pulse oximeters have been a crucial tool during the COVID pandemic by measuring oxygen levels in patients. But turns out they're not accurately measuring crucial health data for people of color. How scientists are working to change that. Plus, power of a podcast. A murder case at the center of a hit true crime podcast could get a second look. Baltimore prosecutors want a new trial for Adnan Syed years after the serial podcast put a spotlight on the case. The likelihood evidence brought up in that podcast could be used in the courtroom. So much to get to this morning. And Clay, you're all the way in D.C., but feeling connected with you this morning.
I'm so glad. I feel it too, Stephen. I feel it too. Good to see you.
Good to see you, and we have a lot to get to this morning. We begin this hour with that tentative deal to avoid a rail strike that would have threatened massive disruption around the country.
That's right. Earlier this morning, the White House releasing a statement saying an agreement has been reached with the nation's two largest freight rail unions. According to the Association of American Railroads, union rail workers will receive a 24% wage increase over a 5-year period, as well as an immediate $11,000 payout once the deal is ratified. President Biden calling the deal, quote, a win for tens of thousands of rail workers who worked tirelessly through the pandemic. In preparation of a potential strike, Amtrak had preemptively canceled 3 long-distance train routes on lines operated by freight trains. In response to the deal, Amtrak says this morning it's working to quickly restore those canceled trains. NBC News White House correspondent Mike Memoli with the latest on the agreement is here with us. Mike, good morning. Good to see you. So let's jump in. Explain to us how the unions came to a deal and the role that the president and the administration played in getting to an agreement.
Well, Sinclair, we're learning more every hour about this new agreement that was reached really in the early morning hours, in fact. We know that the two labor unions that were negotiating with freight rail operators really had been talking throughout the week, but really yesterday was a critical moment as they faced that midnight deadline. The Labor Department hosting both sides at their headquarters here in Washington, beginning with meetings early in the morning and continuing for 20 consecutive hours. Now, ultimately, both sides had a handshake agreement at 2:30 in the morning, and then the Teamsters board, representing some of those union workers, signed off on the agreement at 4:30. We got a statement from the White House just after 5 a.m. announcing the deal, and in that statement, President Biden saying rail workers will get better pay, improved working conditions, and peace of mind around their health care costs, all hard-earned. The agreement is a victory for railway companies as well, the president says, who will be able to retain and recruit more workers for an industry that will continue to be part of the backbone of the American economy. The president himself playing an important role. He was talking with both sides throughout the week, and we're told had a crucial phone call around 9 o'clock last night as they were coming close to this agreement.
And Mike, it's not lost on me that the president is a longtime supporter of the rail industry, right? He actually has a train station named after him, Joseph R. Biden Railroad Station in Delaware. And he also has been an ardent supporter of labor unions. But the reality is a strike would have been devastating to the economy. We're already seeing an inflation. So walk us through the fine line that President Biden had to walk.
Yeah, it's a really important question because we've seen, especially in the last few weeks, the way in which President Biden has described himself as the most pro-labor president in America's history. Just the other day, as he was celebrating the Inflation Reduction Act, Biden was introduced at that event by a member of the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers. Yesterday, when the president was in Detroit, he was introduced by a member of the United Auto Workers Union. But the White House officials I've been speaking to throughout this process emphasize that, yes, he is a labor guy, but he was playing a sort of neutral role, trying to bring both sides to the table and really stressing to each side the devastating impact a shutdown would have had on America's economy. I think everyone at the table knew what was at stake, not just for the economy, and especially his friends in the union movement knew what was at stake for him politically, too.
A lot at stake there. Mike Memoli, thank you.
All right, let's bring in CNBC's senior congressional correspondent, Elon Moy, for more on this tentative agreement. Elon, good morning to you. So how big of a win is this for President Biden and the Democrats? And how is the GOP planning to use the labor dispute as a campaign issue for the midterms? Does that deal take away this potential point for the Republicans?
Yeah, look, for better or for worse, President Biden and the Democrats own these negotiations, whether there was a deal or whether there wasn't a deal. The administration and the party has been coming under increasing pressure from business groups, from the rail industry, and from Republicans to try to intervene ahead of this deadline that we were going to have at midnight tonight to make sure that the railroad workers did not go on strike. This is something that Republicans felt would be catastrophic for the economy. Democrats agreed, but they were trying to let the process play out. They wanted to give the negotiations and the unions, quite frankly, the full amount of time in order to reach a deal. And at this moment, that does appear to be a success. However, it will take some time for the union workers to actually ratify this deal. A source telling NBC that it could take a couple more weeks before the workers have actually signed off on this. So that does still present some level of risk to Democrats heading into the midterms. They do not want to have this self-imposed headache, at the top of mind for voters as they go to the ballot box in November.
Yeah, it makes sense. That could have some fallout. And Elon, we know our supply chains have been fragile since the onset of the pandemic. So how devastating would this strike have been to those supply routes and to the overall state of the economy?
Yeah, the industry was saying that if the railroads had shut down, it could have cost the economy $2 billion a day. And that is why this has been such a priority for all members of the administration and of the Congress as well, in order to make sure that that did not happen. You heard already earlier this week some rail companies saying that grain shipments might have to be stopped. So the agricultural industry was potentially going to suffer here. You also heard from fertilizer companies saying that they did not want to ship some ammonia fertilizer because that's a potentially hazardous product that could have been sitting out on a train track if the railroad workers had actually gone forward with the strike. So this is something that Congress could have had the power to intervene. It could have had the power to stop a strike if it had come to that. As of now, they do not have to use that type of authority. But again, we will see how this plays out because the business industry has made this such a priority for the administration and for both parties because they don't want to see that devastating impact to the economy that was at risk because of these talks.
Yeah, it's hard to overstate the ripple effects this could have potentially had. Elon, thank you.
Now we turn to London, where people are waiting in a more than 4-mile-long line to say their goodbyes to Queen Elizabeth as she lies in state. Exactly 1 week after her death, thousands have already paid their respects, and hundreds of thousands more are expected. For more, we're joined by NBC News senior international correspondent Keir Simmons in London. Keir, good morning.
Well, good morning to you. And just in the past few minutes, we have more details about what will happen on Monday for that state funeral. 2,000 invited to attend that funeral at Westminster Abbey, just along the street from here. We're also hearing that the Queen's children will hold a vigil inside the Palace of Westminster, inside Westminster Hall, where the Queen is lying in state tomorrow. And as you can see behind me, there are lines of everyday folk. That's them just a few moments from meeting Her Majesty, and they are describing a moving scene when they do go into that hall.
Through the night and into the morning, they kept coming. A stream of mourners quietly filing past the Queen's majestic coffin. Outside, thousands in a long line stretching along the famous River Thames and 3 miles across London, waiting hours for just a few last minutes with their late Queen. Inside Westminster Hall, one by one, stopping only briefly, each with their own reason to want to say goodbye. Paula, who as a child was at Churchill's funeral, and Amanda were among the first to pay their last respects.
I think it's them standing at the top of the stairs and realising that this is why we're here.
Did it help?
Yes, it did. You saw, and you had to accept that you saw it was finality. Yeah. I think that's what it did.
The late monarch's casket, draped with the royal standard, a simple wreath of flowers from the gardens of her beloved homes, Balmoral and Windsor, and placed on a velvet cushion, the imperial crown, perhaps the most famous of the Queen's crown jewels. Encrusted with almost 3,000 diamonds, she wore it at her coronation. For her family, a long farewell. Slowly following her coffin, the King walking behind her just as he did when she was Queen. William and Harry, side by side, as they were when they walked this same route behind their mother Diana's coffin 25 years ago. Like his father, William wearing his military uniform. Princes Harry and Andrew, both veterans, in suits but with their medals. Inside, they were joined by the Queen Consort Camilla, as well as Kate and Meghan. Harry and Meghan briefly holding hands, the Prince perhaps wiping away a tear.
And we just have these new pictures of William and Kate at Sandringham going out to greet the crowds there. More scenes of the royal family reaching out to members of the public because, of course, as we have said so many times, this is a family going through personal grief alongside a nation with so many folks with their own personal stories about the Queen.
Yeah, Keir, a family going through such a personal event in a public way. We're seeing those live images there of so many gathered. Thank you so much.
Well, as people of the United Kingdom say their final goodbyes, many eyes around the world are focused on Prince William and Prince Harry and their relationship. During the royal procession Wednesday, we saw the brothers walking together behind that coffin. And for more, we're joined by NBC News foreign correspondent Molly Hunter in London for us. Good morning, Molly.
Steve, good morning to you. Lots of people spoke about that image, noticed that image, of course, the parallels between today and 25 years ago. We did see, as Keir just mentioned, the new Prince and Princess of Wales, William and Kate, up greeting mourners. And in the next couple of days, we may see both couples. We may see all four couples together. There's nothing on the schedule right now that says that yet, but we may see them pay their respects at Westminster Hall.
This country's favorite royal brothers doing their best to make sure the focus stays on their beloved grandmother, walking side by side Wednesday, though the two brothers are now looking at drastically different futures. William, the new Prince of Wales, now next in line to the throne, and with his wife Kate, they're now the two most popular members of the royal family.
I think even with Charles on the throne, William will have a much bigger role. I think it's going to be more of a double act, the Charles monarchy, than his mother's was. So you can see just in the last week, Harry, as far as the royal family is concerned, is less significant.
And after this is all over, Harry and Meghan will return to California, far from this week's pomp and circumstance. Yesterday, the couples, alongside their whole family, all the Queen's children and grandchildren, united in grief. And inside Westminster Hall, the Duchess of Sussex, Meghan, and Princess of Wales, Kate, seemingly closer, at least physically, than they've been in years. Meghan wearing a pair of classic pearl and diamond studs, a gift from Queen Elizabeth from their first engagement, just the two of them back in 2018. And Kate wearing a brooch that belonged to the Queen and earrings that were once Princess Diana's. On Saturday, we were there when William, Kate, Harry and Meghan surprised the crowds of well-wishers at Windsor Castle.
It's just terrific. It's just so nice to see all four together and just, yeah, it was brilliant.
The crowd turned joyful. It almost felt like the so-called Fab Four from back in 2018. And though their children haven't been seen this week, the focus always on the next generation, George, Louis, and Charlotte, with the new name Wales taking their place as the children of the future king, and little Archie and Lilibet also moving up a place in the royal line of succession, unclear if they'll earn the title HRH. And when they return to America, Meghan has her new podcast. Prince Harry still rumored to be publishing his own book before the year's end. But in the days before Queen Elizabeth's state funeral on Monday, a truce, it seems, of sorts, their grandmother, even in death, still bringing the brothers together.
Now, guys, like I said in the piece, that visit at Windsor was unannounced over the weekend. And I think the reason, I'm talking to Daisy McAndrew, our royal contributor, the reason that they did it before all the big events started was really to get those newspaper headlines out of the way, to, get everyone talking about it over the weekend. So really, this week is all about the Queen. No plans yet to see all four together. But again, like I said, there are many opportunities between now and the funeral where we just might. Guys, I'll send it back to you.
And if one family knows how to deal with the PR of the situation along with everything else that they're going through, it is that family. Molly, thank you so much.
For more now, we're joined by NBC News royal commentator Daisy McAndrew. Daisy, thank you so much for being here. So today is actually Prince Harry's 38th birthday, and many British newspapers are focused on those pictures of the prince and his brother side by side behind the Queen's coffin. Do you think this mourning period will heal the royal rift, and specifically between these two brothers?
I think that's what everybody is keeping their fingers crossed for.
And, hopefully it can't do any harm. Many people, in fact, I think Oprah Winfrey was saying earlier this week, wasn't she, that a time of grief when you are burying a member of your family is often an opportunity to put the past to bed and to try to build some of those relationships. Now, of course, when you're doing that in front of the eyes of the world, perhaps it is much more difficult because every bit of body language, every nuance, every glance is analysed and dissected and poured over, and perhaps that puts added pressure on. But I also do think that clearly it's the will of the new king, that the beginning of his reign, which is such an important time, it's a time of jeopardy, isn't it? When something changes, the public is either going to take King Charles to its heart, or it's going to possibly reject him and say, you're not the Queen, we're not quite so sure. So for that moment of danger to be overshadowed or put in jeopardy by the boys' relationship, I think will be uppermost in his mind and in those around him. So certainly there are a lot of people pushing for this reconciliation. Whether they can pull it off is another thing.
And Daisy, it's hard to talk about the royal rift without talking about Meghan. I know that inside Westminster Hall, we saw Duchess Meghan hand in hand with her husband, Prince Harry, standing right behind William and Kate. So how important would it have been for Meghan to be there with the rest of the royal family?
I think it was a sign that she is a valued and senior member of the royal family, whether or not the two of them are working royals. So I think that was a sign of respect and a sign of goodwill. And we saw Sophie Wessex, her aunt and aunt-in-law in some ways, we saw her put her hand on Meghan's back. We saw Meghan do that very deep, very sort of gracious and respectful curtsy towards the Queen's coffin. So certainly, the optics, if we're going to use the language of professional PR professionals, the optics looked good, and she was clearly upset. Kate was clearly upset. It was a very, very moving occasion.
Daisy McAndrew breaking down what's really an impactful and important event. Thank you.
Well, back home now, the threat of summer storms continues. Let's get a check at your Morning News Now weather.
Hey there, good morning.
Us now.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Go ahead.
All good. It's hard to hear from here in D.C. Good to see you, Michelle.
Good to see you. And you know what, Clay? Your weather's looking great in D.C. today. We're going to look at really nice temperatures, lots of sunshine, low humidity. That includes all the Mid-Atlantic, the Northeast, into New England. But yes, we are watching some summer storms with 1 week left. We're looking strong storms in the middle of the country, heavy rain also in the upper Midwest. That's going to be tomorrow as well. We're looking at heat in the plains, temperatures into the 90s. It's steamy. That's what's going to spark some storms. So we have the heat, the humidity, along with a stationary front that's going to move through, and that's going to spark the storms. And we're looking at some heavy rain in Florida once again. We've seen it every day this week. It's a stationary front that's really not moving, along with a sea breeze. So talking about the temperatures first, because it's hot in the middle of the nation. We're looking at temperatures well above normal for this time of year. Look at Minneapolis, 85. That is 13 degrees above where we're supposed to be at this time. Omaha, 86 degrees, 85 in Kansas City, 91 in Dodge City, and temperatures near 80 degrees in Milwaukee. That's going to move off to the east as we go throughout Friday. So temperatures 10 degrees above normal in Chicago, at 84, Wichita 92, 88 in St. Louis, 86 degrees in Cincinnati. Really nice in the Northeast, but that's going to move also. The heat's going to move there to the east by the weekend. So we're looking at temperatures really warm once again. Here's the risk for severe weather as we go throughout the afternoon through the northern plains, the central plains, also portions of the southern plains. Winds gusting up to 60 miles per hour. Could see some hail. Also the chance of a tornado. Those two things are low, but still not zero. So we're going to continue to watch that. Also could see some heavy rainfall. Generally 1 to 3 inches, but where you see these darker colors, the reds, the oranges, the yellows, that's where we're indicating the heaviest rain, and that's where we're going to see those torrential downpours in some spots. Same case in Florida. We're looking at locally 2 to 4 inches. That could cause some ponding on the roadways and also some localized flooding. We do have our 6th named storm. That is Tropical Storm Fiona, and it is east of the Leeward Islands right now. So we're looking at winds at 50 miles per hour. It's a pretty good size tropical storm. Winds moving west at 13 miles per hour, 545 miles east of the Leeward Islands. And as we go throughout time, it's going to be a little bit slow moving. We're going to see it move over the Leeward Islands by Sunday, Puerto Rico, and then we're looking at Hispaniola by next week. Back to you.
Another reminder that it's hurricane season.
Yeah.
Michelle, thank you.
Sure.
Indeed. Michelle, thanks. And coming up on Morning News Now, a popular New England vacation spot now at the center of the immigration debate.
Overnight, dozens of undocumented immigrants arrived on Martha's Vineyard, sent there by Florida's governor. What's behind the move and the concerns that this could become an even bigger issue? That's next.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers right now on Morning News Now.
We're staying on top of the breaking situation in Ukraine.
We are watching dangerous heat this week. Recession, I mean, is that where we're headed? Is there any way to avoid that?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
No stress, no mess, just yum.
That's it.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
These are our missing daughters and sons.
We need anyone who saw something to come forward.
She was wearing a black jacket, a black top.
I'm gonna bring my son home alive.
Dateline, Missing in America. Listen to the full season now.
Harry Styles!
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Our show is about sparking conversations around today's biggest issues. The Fed raises interest rates. That controls inflation. Explain how that works. Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs and their relationship to their employers? Could you just remind us why there are 9 justices on the Supreme Court instead of 3 or 20 or 2? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that.
Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
NBC News, streaming free now.
Welcome back. A group of 50 migrants arrived unexpectedly yesterday on Martha's Vineyard. It's all part of a controversial strategy by Republican governors who have been sending migrants to Democrat-led states to protest the rise of illegal immigration. NBC News senior national correspondent Carrie Sanders joins us now with more on this. Good morning, Carrie.
Well, good morning, Stephen. This is seen as an escalation in that standoff between Republican governors and the Biden administration over their immigration and border policies. This clearly sets the mood and the move that puts this issue right front and center with democratically led states now having to deal with immigration.
This morning, a surprising scene in Martha's Vineyard. 2 planes filled with about 50 migrants landing on the island, according to emergency management officials. Authorities say the planes were sent from Florida Wednesday afternoon by Governor Ron DeSantis. This video, provided by DeSantis' office, which says it was obtained by a source on the ground, appears to show the migrants' arrival on the island. DeSantis' office saying the planes were part of the state's relocation program to transport illegal immigrants to sanctuary destinations, adding states like Massachusetts, New York, and California will better facilitate the care of these individuals who they have invited into our country by incentivizing illegal immigration.
This is really clearly a political stunt.
Republican Governor DeSantis borrowing a tactic from other Republican governors, moving migrants to other states in order to protest the Biden administration's border policies. Since April, Texas bused more than 7,000 migrants to D.C., which declared a public emergency last week. The state has also bused thousands to New York and Chicago. Local Democratic lawmakers in Martha's Vineyard outraged. Representative Dylan Fernandez posted to social media saying he met with the immigrants at a local church and that dozens of beds have been supplied by local social services, along with meals, medical care, and a play area for children at a shelter.
Some of these people, I've been told, traveled months just to get to the border. And then we're sent here in an airplane with very little information about where they're going or why they were going there.
And Carrie, we know these migrants were unexpected, but do we know were even local humanitarian agencies warned about their pending arrival?
Well, several local officials on Martha's Vineyard say that they had no warning at all, that they had to scramble to provide services, likening it to responding to a natural disaster, Stephen.
All right, Carrie Sanders, thanks so much.
Now to breaking news overnight from Ukraine. A Russian strike on a dam flooding part of Ukraine, President Zelensky's hometown. NBC News foreign correspondent Megan Fitzgerald joins us now from Kyiv. Megan?
Yeah, good morning. Just within the last couple of hours, another attack on that same town that was struck overnight. Meanwhile, the Ukrainians say they are closing in on Kherson, the first city to fall under Russian control.
Overnight, dangerous floodwaters rushing into the streets of Kryvyi Rih, filling up homes and forcing evacuations. Ukraine says at least 7 Russian missiles struck a dam in the southern city that's also President Zelensky's hometown. It's Russia's latest attack on critical infrastructure, just days ago hitting a power station in the north, plunging millions into the dark. The strike seen as retaliation after their embarrassing retreat. Ukraine's military sweeping through Russia's front lines in a lightning-fast advance, saying they've now liberated 3,200 square miles of land from the south to the northeast. President Zelensky was involved in a minor car accident Wednesday evening. A spokesperson says he doesn't have any serious injuries. Earlier in the day, he toured 2 towns in the Kharkiv region, an area he says has now almost been completely recaptured.
We know that truth is on our side, though, so we'll come because it's our land and it's our people.
But the newly freed territory is also destroyed. Buildings crumbled, some houses completely gone, as evidence is now surfacing of the most horrific atrocities of war, including torture and murder. Investigations of dozens of war crimes underway. This woman says as the occupiers fled, they murdered her boy. I curse this war, I curse Putin, but no one will give my son back.
I feel like part of my life went out of my body.
It's a debilitating type of grief felt across the world.
And his dad called to tell me that he had been killed on a mission.
Misty Gossett's 24-year-old son Joshua, a U.S. Army veteran from Tennessee, had no connection to Ukraine, but he went to help anyway.
He was a born soldier. I think he was a soldier every Halloween his entire childhood.
It's been 24 days, and she's still waiting for his remains.
He did fall in love with Ukraine, but this is his home.
Waiting for the return of a soldier willing to die for democracy, no matter the country.
NBC News has reached out to the U.S. State Department, but they're not commenting. Misty says she doesn't know when her son's remains will return home. Back to you.
Heartbreaking reporting, Megan. Thank you.
Well, still ahead, abortion is now against the law in Indiana. And as that state now bans the procedure, there are new moves in the abortion battle on the federal level. We're breaking down the latest on that issue next.
Plus, a shot at redemption. A man convicted of murder as a teenager, the focus of a popular serial podcast, could get a second chance to prove his innocence. More on that next.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Our show is about sparking conversations around today's biggest issues. The Fed raises interest rates. That controls inflation. Explain how that works. Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs and their relationship to their employers? Could you just remind us why there are 9 justices on the Supreme Court instead of 3 or 20 or 2? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
These are our missing daughters and sons.
We need anyone who saw something to come forward.
She was wearing a black jacket, a black top.
I'm going to bring my son home alive.
Dateline, Missing in America. Listen to the full season now. News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
And what do you love about fatherhood?
The chaos, the learning. Is climate change one of your top priorities?
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference in their own communities?
Believe in yourself.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We're back now with the intensifying debate over abortion rights. A ban goes into effect today in Indiana, and it's just the latest state to enact one. And this comes after Senator Lindsey Graham proposed federal legislation that would ban abortions nationwide after 15 weeks. It's a proposal that has divided Senate Republicans. NBC News senior Washington correspondent Hallie Jackson has the latest.
Republicans for months have banked on the economy and Americans' unhappiness with it as a key to trying to take back the House and Senate in the midterms. But with Roe versus Wade now overturned, newly energized Democrats are focusing on abortion rights as the pushback to Senator Lindsey Graham's new proposal shows the GOP struggling to come to a cohesive message on the issue.
With the midterms looming, the Republican divide over abortion now growing. Senator Lindsey Graham defending his new proposed legislation that would ban abortions nationwide after 15 weeks, with exceptions for rape, incest, and the life of the mother.
I believe that abortion on demand, as Democrats propose, is so out of line with the world, it's so extreme that we owe it to the public to say what we're for.
While Graham's bill has little chance of becoming law in the current Congress, it's exposing a divide in the GOP that has widened since the Supreme Court struck down Roe versus Wade 3 months ago. Many Republicans walking back support for abortion bans in favor of limited restrictions, with party leaders, including the Senate's top Republican, Mitch McConnell, distancing themselves from Graham's legislation.
I think most of the members of my conference prefer that this be dealt with at the state level.
In Indiana, an abortion ban taking effect today, coming just days after West Virginia lawmakers passed a bill prohibiting abortion with few exceptions. A dozen states have outlawed the procedure since the Supreme Court's ruling, some now facing legal challenges, like in Ohio, where a lower court blocked the state's 6-week abortion ban on Wednesday. Democrats seizing on Graham's legislation, arguing it's evidence of what the GOP would do if it wins control of Congress.
Well, it's finally clear. The Republicans are for a national ban on abortion. They want to establish it at the federal level, and they want the states to follow through.
The White House has slammed Senator Graham's bill, calling it wildly out of step with what Americans believe. Polling shows most Americans, a majority, believe abortions should be legal in all or most cases. And listen, this is going to be a factor in the midterms. More than half of Americans say this issue will be very important to their vote in November. That is up since the spring, before the Supreme Court overturned Roe. And it's mostly driven by Democrats who are motivated by this issue. Back to you.
Hallie Jackson, thank you.
Well, there are new developments this morning in a decades-old murder mystery, a case that garnered a lot of national attention after becoming the subject of the popular podcast Serial. In Baltimore this morning, prosecutors are pushing to overturn the conviction of accused murderer Adnan Syed following the discovery of new evidence. Since 1999, Syed has been serving a life sentence for the murder of his then-girlfriend, Hae Min Lee. But now prosecutors are requesting a new trial, claiming, quote, the state no longer has confidence in the integrity of this conviction. NBC News legal analyst Danny Ceballos joins us now with more on this. So, Danny, break down this new evidence that they're talking about for this case.
What's amazing is only because of a new law that allowed juveniles to challenge their convictions after they've served 20 years in Maryland, supposedly, at least according to the prosecutor's office or the state, new evidence came to light. First of all, I don't know what that new evidence could possibly be. Is there any case in America that has had more scrutiny inside and outside than the case of Adnan Syed? So for whatever reason, some new evidence emerged, and it falls into generally three categories. Two new potential suspects, some DNA testing that remains pending, and cell tower location services. Keep in mind that, we're all used to now using our iPhone and finding exactly where someone is on the West Side Highway. But back then, that was not the state of technology. Cell phone tower technology uses information to kind of triangulate when your phone pings off of different towers. It's not a perfect science. But again, all of these have given the state reasons to say, well, we now think the original trial or the trial that convicted him was unreliable, but we're not saying he's innocent yet, but we are asking for his release and vacating that conviction while we figure out, it seems, what they want to do.
This podcast was everywhere. It debuted huge. 2014, I think it was. So quite a while ago now. There have been other podcasts about it since then. So much attention on it. And back in 2018, this got a lot of attention. This appeals court also ruled Syed deserved a new trial, but that ended up not happening. It was reversed almost a year later. Do we think that reversal, could something like that happen again?
He was given a new trial, and then that new trial, he lost it on appeal. I mean, that had to be devastating. But this is a totally different procedural situation. This time it's the government. The government filing the motion saying essentially based on new evidence, we want to vacate the conviction. Now, a lot of folks are wondering, why vacate the conviction but not go so far as to say he's innocent? Well, I'm going to let you in on a jaded criminal defense attorney view of this. Keep in mind that in Maryland, they have a wrongful conviction statute. I handle wrongful conviction cases. And usually, in order to get a lot of money from the state, and this might be a lot of money, he's been in for 20 plus years, I believe. In order to get money from the state, you have to be innocent. And notice, it's very interesting in the press release, the state is saying, we're not saying yet that he's innocent. And I wonder if the city or state fathers have gone to the prosecutor and said, well, hold off on the whole innocent spiel until we know for sure, because that's going to cost us a lot of money.
Well, I'm glad we have an attorney to help us parse that, because it's, for most people, it's either he did it or he didn't do it, but there's more a nuance there. How soon, though, could we expect to see this retrial if it happens?
Well, that's the big question, if it happens, and I'm not so sure it will happen. Keep in mind, the state has already taken the position that they don't believe there was sufficient evidence essentially on the first trial. So how are they really going to go to trial again decades later, where witnesses have disappeared, died, evidence has faded? The case becomes a lot harder for the prosecution to bring this time. I think they've painted themselves into a corner. They've essentially said, we're moving for a new trial, and I think it's a stall tactic. They're just going to wait until the furor dies down and probably not retry the case. I don't really see how they could do that now, especially since they're on the record saying, we're not so sure we did a good job the first time, back when the evidence was fresh and witnesses were still around.
Yeah, it seems like a difficult thing to do. Probably all this is going to be the subject of another podcast.
And I'll listen. I bet you will, too. I'll be there.
Absolutely. Yeah, I was glued. One of the first podcasts I was glued to was that one.
That's right.
Danny Ceballos, thanks so much.
And coming up, new insight this morning into the impact the COVID pandemic has on mental health.
Yeah, interesting stuff here. How everything from masks to social distancing played a role on our mental well-being, and why doctors say you can stay safe and not suffer in silence.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers right now on Morning News Now.
We're staying on top of the breaking situation in Ukraine.
We are watching dangerous heat this week. Recession, I mean, is that where we're headed? Is there any way to avoid that?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Time for business news. California is taking Amazon to court, claiming the company is violating the state's antitrust and unfair competition laws.
Yes, NBC's Silvana Henao joins us now with more on that and other business stories making headlines. Good morning, Silvana.
Hey guys, good morning. Yep, the state of California is suing Amazon, accusing the company of violating antitrust laws by stifling the competition. State officials also claim Amazon engages in practices that push sellers to keep higher prices on products listed on other sites. Amazon has said in the past, sellers set their own prices. California's lawsuit is similar to one filed last year by the District of Columbia, which was dismissed by a judge and is now being appealed. Ethereum, the second largest cryptocurrency just behind Bitcoin, has just completed a major software upgrade today. The transition from proof of work to proof of stake drastically cuts the amount of energy needed to mine and produce Ethereum by as much as 99%. The overhaul essentially alters the way the blockchain secures the network and verifies crypto transactions. Users shouldn't notice any major changes. And Disney's CEO says the company could eventually group all its streaming services under Disney+. Bob Chapek says there's a little bit of friction for customers who want to switch between the family-friendly and franchise content on Disney+ and the general entertainment on Hulu or sports on ESPN+. Disney would still have to take full ownership of Hulu from NBC Universal, which owns a third of the service, guys.
Well, anything that would help me figure out my streaming services. I have so many subscriptions. I don't even know.
It's like I'm trying to scroll through everything and I can't find one. I'm like, where did this one go? Yeah, it'd be great.
Well, Silvana, thank you so much.
You got it, guys.
And we've been living through COVID-19 for a while now, so you've likely heard of oximeters. They're a crucial healthcare tool needed to measure oxygen levels in blood. But for years, critics have been sounding the alarm, saying oximeters may have biased results, allegedly giving Black and brown patients incorrect readings during COVID-19 and allegedly causing delays in treatment for these very patients. I went to two labs that say they're working to make oximeters for all. Oximeters measure oxygen levels in blood, but critics say if you're a person of color, the device may be assessing your levels wrong. According to a 2022 study,
Black patients who are critically ill are 3 times more likely than white patients to have their oxygen saturation measurements overestimated.
It's not the first research to say so. A 2020 study concluding nearly 12% of oximeter readings for Black patients are misleading. An inaccurate oximeter reading could make the difference between being sent home or sent for emergency care.
As we can see here, hemoglobin and deoxyhemoglobin are not the only chromophores that are absorbing light.
These scientists of color at Brown University are working to combat that, developing new technology.
We'll first walk into the laboratory and then we'll go through the air shower where...
An air shower? Jacatura's team calls their approach unique, calibrating for differences in skin tone.
So today what you're saying is that a typical oximeter does not adjust for melanin, even though, as we see from this melanin line, the light absorption is different.
Right. And we are trying to correct for this.
Since blood cells absorb light, oximeters use light to measure oxygen blood levels. But for Black or darker-skinned people, it's not just blood cells absorbing light. Melanin, or their skin pigmentation, does too. This leads to what these researchers call misleading oximeter readings that overestimate oxygen levels for people of color. To learn more, we came here to the headquarters of one of the major oximeter manufacturers to find out just how they make these.
So you ready for this?
Joe Chiani is a co-inventor of Massimo's oximeter, first developed in 1989 and now used for over 200 million patients per year, according to the company. No stranger to the public eye, Chiani is uniquely aware of the scrutiny and the technology.
We shine red LED and infrared LED. So here's your oxygen saturation.
But does the device itself, when it's actively testing you, gauge melanin?
Not exactly. We have a universal calibration.
Chiani says Massimo's FDA-approved technology was calibrated to a diverse population with no clinically significant biases.
So this is the lab where you do testing for the oximeter?
In order to work on all patients, we created a system that could handle that.
Chiani telling us he disagrees with data from the 2020 New England Journal of Medicine study showing potential discrepancies in medical care based on traditional oximeter readings. But Brown's lab continues defending the data.
So a critical challenge with pulse oximeters is that the issue of false negatives disproportionately affects people with higher melanin values of the skin. That false negative reading that everything is okay is where the danger really comes in.
The team now awaiting a green light from the Institutional Research Board.
We managed to make a new technique of doing the measurements by exploiting the electric fields of light.
If approved, they'll test their oximeters on ICU patients alongside the medical gold standard, a blood sample, shining light on a controversial and critical medical device. And the Brown University lab tells me once they get approval to test their tool on ICU patients, they'll work towards FDA approval. As for inventor Chiani, he points out that there are major differences between over-the-counter oximeters and devices used in hospitals for ICUs. Stephen.
Fascinating and important stuff. And Clay, thank you. Well, a startling new CDC report is highlighting the heavy toll the COVID-19 pandemic has taken on the nation's mental health. 22% of Americans sought out treatment for mental health in 2021. As you remember, that was a year when the country struggled to contain both the Delta and then the Omicron variants. Adults between the ages of 18 and 44 were hit harder than any other age groups, with 5% more of them looking for help compared to 2019. With many still practicing social distancing and isolation to avoid the virus, one factor that may be contributing to the mental health decline is loneliness. And one doctor working to highlight the issue is Linda Freed. She joins us now with more on this. She's the dean of the Maryland Public School of the Columbia University and a contributor to MSNBC's Know Your Value. Such an important topic. Thanks for joining us this morning, Dr. Freed.
My pleasure.
We were just trying to break down what experts say about loneliness and how this could be seen as sort of a second pandemic just right alongside COVID-19. Do you think that loneliness should be treated as like a public health emergency?
So I absolutely think that. And I think that because, first of all, it causes people to be ill. Not immediately. Loneliness is really a normal feeling. We all feel it. It is normal the way the feeling of hunger is normal. So if you're hungry, it tells you you need something to eat. And our bodies are beautifully designed to let us know that. Similarly, if we're not having satisfying and meaningful relationships with other people, we experience the feeling of loneliness, which tells us to get it together and find what we need. But if it doesn't happen, and I think that has been true for many, and particularly young people during the pandemic, it can become chronic. And chronic loneliness actually has a very different long-term set of serious consequences for the individual, and I would also say for society. For the individual, it can cause long-term effects equivalent to smoking 15 cigarettes a day in terms of risks for heart disease and obesity. But it also affects our mental well-being because chronic loneliness gives you what I think of as a blue lens over your glasses. You don't wear glasses, but I do. Yeah. where you start interpreting interactions when you've been chronically lonely differently and more negatively, anticipating that people aren't liking you. It leads to feelings of anger and isolation and higher anxiety and risk for depression.
Oh, it's fascinating to think of it as a signal like hunger would be, because so many people use the terms, lonely and loneliness sort of flippantly without really thinking much about what they mean. But in practical terms, what should we look for here? What are the symptoms of loneliness?
So I think the first one is that it hurts. It doesn't feel good. And we should pay attention to that. It's our brain wired to tell us to correct this. I think when it becomes chronic, then we start having this blue lens of negative interpretations of what's going on with another person in a way that somebody else might not interpret negatively. And I think those are important to understand because it might help us be reflective of what we're experiencing.
Sort of the opposite of rose-colored glasses, I guess we can think.
Well, that's the way I've come to think about it. It's blue lens glasses.
Blue lens glasses, yes, not nearly as fun. Such an important topic. Thank you so much for bringing that to us, Dr. Linda Freed.
Sure, my pleasure. And I would say that it's really critical that we develop the solutions. There are solutions for people to find ways to engage on things they love, but we also need to think about why it's increasing. Some of it is the pandemic.
Yeah.
But some of it is that rates of loneliness have been increasing anyway. And it's a lot of ways because we have designed out in our communities and in our society, really, many of the ways that human beings counted on to build connections with each other, whether it's in terms of intimate relationships, in terms of meaningful relationships with family and friends, or a sense of belonging in our communities.
So important to think about all those factors. Thank you so much, Dr. Freed.
My pleasure. Thank you.
And coming up, the Queen's death has sparked a lot of interest in the royal family, both in real life and on the big screen.
Yeah, up next, the show's trending again after the Queen's death and what's next in the world of royal TV.
Right now on NBC News Now.
As we come on the air, here's what we know.
It has been dramatic, powerful.
We begin with breaking news just coming in.
What's happening now, what's happening next, and what it means for you.
We're continuing to follow the Russian attack on Ukraine.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
We're getting out of this area right now because more air raid sirens are sounding.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind.
Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No. Fewer people are content to just offer their thoughts and prayers.
And the House has answered the call to create new gun laws.
The stunning testimony at the January 6th hearing on Capitol Hill.
Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades.
Parts of Virginia cleaning up after severe storms.
A terrifying night of flash floods. Flames forcing thousands to evacuate.
When do I play meteorologist? Only when the heat is this bad.
Another special night of election coverage right here at NBC News Now.
Results are coming in.
This Tuesday is going to be huge for primary purposes.
It's an interesting race here. I've just never covered anything like it.
This is big when we're talking about November. How many doors do you think you've each knocked on?
This feels like an ideological fight to the death. Is there room for common ground on this issue?
What do you think when you see the activism that's happening right now?
Do you think this movement could have happened without social media?
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
The indictment of a former president, or perhaps candidate for president, would arguably tear the country apart. Is that your concern? Can you update us on the status of negotiations? Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Welcome back. So if the events in London have made you want to rewatch a certain Netflix show, you are not alone. The passing of the Queen has renewed interest in the works about the royal family. NBC News foreign correspondent Kelly Kobiella has a closer look at some of the movies and TV series inspired by the monarchy that are suddenly trending once again. Kelly, good morning.
Trending big time. Good morning to you, Zinkley. Yeah, well, the world is mourning the loss of Queen Elizabeth. Of course, depictions of her life on TV and film still exist, and many, many people are now tuning in to get a look at what life might have been like behind palace walls. Here in London, the streets are flooded with thousands of mourners paying their final respects to the Queen. Her death now shining a renewed spotlight on the monarchy and the powerful family behind it, with millions turning to TV and movies to try to learn more about them.
When I ascended the throne, I was just a girl, 25 years old.
Netflix's The Crown logging 17.6 million hours viewed, launching the drama back up to number 4 on the platform's trending list in the U.S. and the top 10 in 26 other countries. The show's popularity even rising past the new season of Stranger Things, imaginings of the Queen's life and love recapturing audiences once again.
Be firm, just lay down the law. I know Winston Churchill and all that, but remember who you are. You're the Queen of England.
Beyond the royals' reign on streaming, movies inspired by Her Majesty are seeing viewership skyrocket too.
You obviously know my job better than I do.
Yes, well, you are my 10th Prime Minister, Mr. Blair. My first, of course, was Winston Churchill.
The Oscar-nominated film The Queen breaking into iTunes' top 40 movie chart. Music lovers are listening to songs about the Queen as well. Streaming numbers for the Beatles' Her Majesty and the Sex Pistols' God Save the Queen are up between 260 and 650%. Even books about the royal family are turning pages. The Palace Papers, which examines the turbulent times surrounding the death of Princess Diana and beyond, reached number 4 on Amazon's list of bestsellers in world history.
I think what people are really interested now in seeing is what made Queen Elizabeth tick.
And while the streaming giants won't tell us exactly how many more people are watching these shows inspired by the royal family, we do understand that some members of the royal family have watched shows like The Crown. Zinkley?
Kind of cool. I wonder what they make of it. Time will tell. Kelly Kobiella, thank you. And that does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But your news continues right now.
Welcome back. The highly anticipated return of Taco Bell's cult classic, the Mexican pizza, is finally here. But that is not the only thing Taco Bell has up its sleeve, or shell. Over 100,000 people signed a petition to bring back the fan favorite, and to celebrate its permanent relaunch, Taco Bell is releasing Mexican Pizza, the musical. I'm serious, the musical, not a joke. And it's starring Doja Cat and Dolly Parton. Yes, Doja and Dolly. And you can binge it starting today. In a press release, Taco Bell described it as, quote, a satirical musical about the harrowing story of those who fought to bring back the Mexican pizza. The musical will debut on TikTok, yes, TikTok, at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard. So, Stephen, if you need me at 8 p.m. Eastern, I will be glued to my phone.
I know where you'll be. I love that they have to say it's satirical, like we weren't going to already figure that part out.
2022, I guess, yeah.
That's a good point. Well, let's end this hour with an amazing story here. A stranger's act of kindness. A Texas man going under the knife, giving away over half of his liver to someone he didn't even know, all in an effort to save that man's life. NBC's Tom Yamas has that story.
On February 11th of this year, the Wordle answer of the day stood out to Randy Staples, who plays the online game every day. It's because he had a life-altering decision in front of him.
The Wordle of the day for y'all is amaze. And what's about to happen in 9 days is amazing. Just think about it. My portion of my liver is going to go into another person to save that person's life.
Randy was originally approved as a liver donor for a close friend, but after that friend suddenly passed away, Randy still felt he could help someone else.
I just knew that I needed to continue. If I could save another human's life, I wanted to.
So Randy decided to move forward with his organ donation, giving away more than half of his liver to a complete stranger.
I'm almost certain this is the first one that's been done in North Texas where the donor and the recipient did not know each other.
That surgery, a success. Randy spent months in recovery, waiting to meet his transplant recipient.
To me, that meeting is going to be amazing, you know, just to know that I saved somebody's life.
That meeting finally happened this August.
Are they here yet? Yes. Okay.
Randy meeting his liver recipient, Lee Hatcher, for the first time in this emotional moment. Both men happy, but more importantly, in this case, healthy.
Yeah, everything's wonderful.
Randy, remember, he's an avid Wordle player, describing the relationship over text.
The text chain we got going. The text feed is called chopped liver, and then Lee is just a sliver. I did that because it rhymes, but in reality, he took a chunk.
The pair showing off these liver transplant t-shirts inspired by Wordle, but for Lee, there's only one word to use how he feels, and it doesn't fit in a 5-letter box.
Oh, I'm grateful. It's my blood brother, grateful, pretty grateful.
Wow, hard not to be emotional over something like that. Our thanks to Tom Yamas for that incredible story.
Really beautiful.
Yeah, I love that. And that does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
The news continues right now. Good morning. I'm Zincle Asamoah.
And I'm Stephen Romo. Joe and Savannah are off this morning. And right now on Morning News Now, crisis averted. Breaking news this morning, President Biden announces a tentative agreement with rail workers unions, avoiding a strike that could have disrupted travel and the already troubled supply chain. What we're learning about that deal. And saying goodbye. Tens of thousands of people are lining up to pay their respects to Queen Elizabeth. Some people could be waiting in line up to 24 hours before they reach the Queen's coffin. Why people say it's worth that wait. Plus a closer look at the Prince William and Prince Harry reunion and how next week's funeral may affect their relationship moving forward. Fixing a wrong. Pulse oximeters have been a crucial tool during the COVID pandemic by measuring oxygen levels in patients. But turns out they're not accurately measuring crucial health data for people of color. How scientists are working to change that. Plus, power of a podcast. A murder case at the center of a hit true crime podcast could get a second look. Baltimore prosecutors want a new trial for Adnan Syed, years after the serial podcast put a spotlight on the case. The likelihood evidence brought up in that podcast could be used in the courtroom. So much to get to this morning. And Clay, you're all the way in D.C., but feeling connected with you this morning.
I'm so glad. I feel it too, Stephen. I feel it too. Good to see you.
Good to see you, and we have a lot to get to this morning. We begin this hour with that tentative deal to avoid a rail strike that would have threatened massive disruption around the country.
That's right. Earlier this morning, the White House releasing a statement saying an agreement has been reached with the nation's two largest freight rail unions. According to the Association of American Railroads, union rail workers will receive a 24% wage increase over a 5-year period, as well as an immediate $11,000 payout once the deal is ratified. President Biden calling the deal, quote, a win for tens of thousands of rail workers who worked tirelessly through the pandemic. In preparation of a potential strike, Amtrak had preemptively canceled 3 long-distance train routes on lines operated by freight trains. In response to the deal, Amtrak says this morning it's working to quickly restore those canceled trains. NBC News White House correspondent Mike Memoli with the latest on the agreement is here with us. Mike, good morning. Good to see you. So let's jump in. Explain to us how the unions came to a deal and the role that the president and the administration played in getting to an agreement.
Well, Zinkley, we're learning more every hour about this new agreement that was reached really in the early morning hours. In fact, we know that the two labor unions that were negotiating with freight rail operators really had been talking throughout the week, but really yesterday was a critical moment as they faced that midnight deadline. The Labor Department hosting both sides at their headquarters here in Washington, beginning with meetings early in the morning and continuing for 20 consecutive hours. Now, ultimately, both sides had a handshake agreement at 2:30 in the morning, and then the Teamsters board, representing some of those union workers, signed off on the agreement at 4:30. We got a statement from the White House just after 5 a.m. announcing the deal, and in that statement, President Biden saying rail workers will get better pay, improved working conditions, and peace of mind around their health care costs, all hard-earned. The agreement is a victory for railway companies as well, the president says, who will be able to retain and recruit more workers for an industry that will continue to be part of the backbone of the American economy. The president himself playing an important role. He was talking with both sides throughout the week, and we're told had a crucial phone call around 9 o'clock last night as they were coming close to this agreement.
And Mike, it's not lost on me that the president is a longtime supporter of the rail industry, right? He actually has a train station named after him, Joseph R. Biden Railroad Station in Delaware. And he also has been an ardent supporter of labor unions. But the reality is a strike would have been devastating to the economy. We're already seeing an inflation. So walk us through the fine line that President Biden had to walk.
Yeah, it's a really important question because we've seen, especially in the last few weeks, the way in which President Biden has described himself as the most pro-labor president in America's history. Just the other day, as he was celebrating the Inflation Reduction Act, Biden was introduced at that event by a member of the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers. Yesterday, when the president was in Detroit, he was introduced by a member of the United Auto Workers Union. But the White House officials I've been speaking to throughout this process emphasize that, yes, he is a labor guy, but he was playing a sort of neutral role, trying to bring both sides to the table and really stressing to each side the devastating impact a shutdown would have had on America's economy. I think everyone at the table knew what was at stake, not just for the economy, and especially his friends in the union movement knew what was at stake for him politically, too.
A lot at stake there. Mike Memoli, thank you.
All right, let's bring in CNBC's senior congressional correspondent, Elan Moy, for more on this tentative agreement. Elan, good morning to you. So how big of a win is this for President Biden and the Democrats? And how is the GOP planning to use the labor dispute as a campaign issue for the midterms? Does that deal take away this potential point for the Republicans?
Yeah, look, for better or for worse, President Biden and the Democrats own these negotiations, whether there was a deal or whether there wasn't a deal. The administration and the party has been coming under increasing pressure from business groups, from the rail industry, and from Republicans to try to intervene ahead of this deadline that we were going to have at midnight tonight to make sure that the railroad workers did not go on strike. This is something that Republicans felt would be catastrophic for the economy. Democrats agreed, but they were trying to let the process play out. They wanted to give the negotiations and the unions, quite frankly, the full amount of time in order to reach a deal. And at this moment, that does appear to be a success. However, it will take some time for the union workers to actually ratify this deal. A source telling NBC that it could take a couple more weeks before the workers have actually signed off on this. So that does still present some level of risk to Democrats heading into the midterms. They do not want to have this self-imposed headache, at the top of mind for voters as they go to the ballot box in November.
Yeah, it makes sense. That could have some fallout. And Elon, we know our supply chains have been fragile since the onset of the pandemic. So how devastating would this strike have been to those supply routes and to the overall state of the economy?
Yeah, the industry was saying that if the railroads had shut down, it could have cost the economy $2 billion a day. And that is why this has been such a priority for all members of the administration and of the Congress as well, in order to make sure that that did not happen. You heard already earlier this week some rail companies saying that grain shipments might have to be stopped. So the agricultural industry was potentially going to suffer here. You also heard from fertilizer companies saying that they did not want to ship some ammonia fertilizer because that's a potentially hazardous product that could have been sitting out on a train track if the railroad workers had actually gone forward with this strike. So this is something that Congress could have had the power to intervene. It could have had the power to stop a strike if it had come to that. As of now, they do not have to use that type of authority. But again, we will see how this plays out because the business industry has made this such a priority for the administration and for both parties because they don't want to see that devastating impact to the economy that was at risk because of these talks.
Yeah, it's hard to overstate the ripple effects this could have potentially had. Elon, thank you.
Now we turn to London, where people are waiting in a more than 4-mile-long line to say their goodbyes to Queen Elizabeth as she lies in state. Exactly 1 week after her death, thousands have already paid their respects, and hundreds of thousands more are expected. For more, we're joined by NBC News senior international correspondent Keir Simmons in London. Keir, good morning.
Well, good morning to you. And just in the past few minutes, we have more details about what will happen on Monday for that state funeral. 2,000 invited to attend that funeral at Westminster Abbey, just along the street from here. We're also hearing that the Queen's children will hold a vigil inside the Palace of Westminster, inside Westminster Hall, where the Queen is lying in state tomorrow. And as you can see behind me, there are lines of everyday folk. That's them just a few moments from meeting Her Majesty, and they are describing a moving scene when they do go into that hall.
Through the night and into the morning, they kept coming. A stream of mourners quietly filing past the Queen's majestic coffin. Outside, thousands in a long line stretching along the famous River Thames and 3 miles across London, waiting hours for just a few last minutes with their late Queen. Inside Westminster Hall, one by one, stopping only briefly, each with their own reason to want to say goodbye. Paula, who as a child was at Churchill's funeral, and Amanda were among the first to pay their last respects.
I think it's them standing at the top of the stairs and realising that this is why we're here.
Did it help?
Yes, it did. You saw, and you had to accept that you saw it was finality. Yeah. I think that's what it did.
Yes.
The late monarch's casket, draped with the royal standard, a simple wreath of flowers from the gardens of her beloved homes, Balmoral and Windsor, and placed on a velvet cushion, the imperial crown, perhaps the most famous of the Queen's crown jewels. Encrusted with almost 3,000 diamonds, she wore it at her coronation. For her family, a long farewell. Slowly following her coffin, the King walking behind her just as he did when she was Queen. William and Harry, side by side, as they were when they walked this same route behind their mother Diana's coffin 25 years ago. Like his father, William wearing his military uniform. Princes Harry and Andrew, both veterans, in suits but with their medals. Inside, they were joined by the Queen Consort Camilla, as well as Kate and Meghan. Harry and Meghan briefly holding hands, the Prince perhaps wiping away a tear.
And we just have these new pictures of William and Kate at Sandringham going out to greet the crowds there. More scenes of the royal family reaching out to members of the public because, of course, as we have said so many times, this is a family going through personal grief alongside a nation with so many folks with their own personal stories about the Queen.
Yeah, Keir, a family going through such a personal event in a public way. We're seeing those live images there of so many gathered. Thank you so much.
Well, as people of the United Kingdom say their final goodbyes, many eyes around the world are focused on Prince William and Prince Harry and their relationship. During the royal procession Wednesday, we saw the brothers walking together behind that coffin. And for more, we're joined by NBC News foreign correspondent Molly Hunter in London for us. Good morning, Molly.
Steve, good morning to you. Lots of people spoke about that image, noticed that image, of course, the parallels between today and 25 years ago. We did see, as Keir just mentioned, the new Prince and Princess of Wales, William and Kate, up greeting mourners. And in the next couple of days, we may see both couples. We may see all four couples together. There's nothing on the schedule right now that says that yet, but we may see them pay their respects at Westminster Hall.
This country's favorite royal brothers doing their best to make sure the focus stays on their beloved grandmother, walking side by side Wednesday, though the two brothers are now looking at drastically different futures. William, the new Prince of Wales, now next in line to the throne, and with his wife Kate, they're now the two most popular members of the royal family.
I think even with Charles on the throne, William will have a much bigger role. I think it's going to be more of a double act, the Charles monarchy, than his mother's was. So you can see just in the last week, Harry, as far as the royal family is concerned, is less significant.
And after this is all over, Harry and Meghan will return to California, far from this week's pomp and circumstance. Yesterday, the couples, alongside their whole family, all the Queen's children and grandchildren, united in grief. And inside Westminster Hall, the Duchess of Sussex, Meghan, and Princess of Wales, Kate, seemingly closer, at least physically, than they've been in years. Meghan wearing a pair of classic pearl and diamond studs, a gift from Queen Elizabeth from their first engagement, just the two of them back in 2018. And Kate wearing a brooch that belonged to the Queen and earrings that were once Princess Diana's. On Saturday, we were there when William, Kate, Harry and Meghan surprised the crowds of well-wishers at Windsor Castle.
It's just terrific. It's just so nice to see all four together and just, yeah, it was brilliant.
The crowd turned joyful. It almost felt like the so-called Fab Four from back in 2018. And though their children haven't been seen this week, the focus always on the next generation, George, Louis, and Charlotte, with the new name Wales taking their place as the children of the future king, and little Archie and Lilibet also moving up a place in the royal line of succession, unclear if they'll earn the title HRH. And when they return to America, Meghan has her new podcast, Prince Harry still rumored to be publishing his own book before the year's end. But in the days before Queen Elizabeth's state funeral on Monday, a truce, it seems, of sorts, their grandmother, even in death, still bringing the brothers together.
Now, guys, like I said in the piece, that visit at Windsor was unannounced over the weekend. And I think the reason, I'm talking to Daisy McAndrew, our royal contributor, the reason that they did it before all the big events started was really to get those newspaper headlines out of the way, to, get everyone talking about it over the weekend. So really, this week is all about the Queen. No plans yet to see all four together. But again, like I said, there are many opportunities between now and the funeral where we just might. Guys, I'll send it back to you.
And if one family knows how to deal with the PR of the situation, along with everything else that they're going through, it is that family. Molly, thank you so much.
For more now, we're joined by NBC News royal commentator Daisy McAndrew. Daisy, thank you so much for being here. So today is actually Prince Harry's 38th birthday, and many British newspapers are focused on those pictures of the prince and his brother side by side behind the Queen's coffin. Do you think this mourning period will heal the royal rift, and specifically between these two brothers?
I think that's what everybody is keeping their fingers crossed for.
And, you know, hopefully it can't do any harm. Many people, in fact, I think Oprah Winfrey was saying earlier this week, wasn't she, that a time of grief when you are burying a member of your family is often an opportunity to put the past to bed and to try to build some of those relationships. Now, of course, when you're doing that in front of the eyes of the world, perhaps it is much more difficult because every bit of body language, every nuance, every glance is analysed and dissected and poured over, and perhaps that puts added pressure on. But I also do think that clearly it's the will of the new king, that the beginning of his reign, which is such an important time, it's a time of jeopardy, isn't it? When something changes, you know, the public is either going to take King Charles.
As you might guess, I am very pleased to announce a tentative labor agreement that has been reached between the railroad workers and the railway companies. This agreement is a big win for America and for both, in my view. I want to thank the lead negotiators from the labor movement, the Brotherhood of Locomotive Engineers and the Trainmen, International Association of Sheet Metal and Air and Rail and Transportation Workers Union, and the other labor unions engaged. And this is a win for tens of thousands of rail workers and for their dignity and the dignity of their work. It's a recognition of that. During these early, dark, uncertain days of the pandemic, they showed up so every American could keep going. They worked tirelessly through the pandemic to ensure that families and communities got the deliveries they needed during these difficult few years. And because of the labor agreement, those rail workers will get better pay, a 24% wage increase over the next 5 years, improved working conditions, peace of mind around their health care by capping the cost that workers will have to pay. And it's about the right to go to a doctor or stay healthy and make sure you're able to have the care you can afford. It's all part of this agreement. They earned and deserve these benefits. And this is a great deal for both sides, in my view. The agreement is also a victory for railway companies. And I want to thank the lead negotiators from the National Railway Labor Conference and our major rail companies. These companies also played a critical role in keeping America moving during the pandemic, and that's not hyperbole, it's a fact. With this agreement, railroad companies will be able to retain and recruit workers. They'll be able to continue to operate effectively as a vital piece of our economy. They're really the backbone of the economy. I have this visual image of rails being the backbone. I mean, literally, the backbone of the economy. So I thank the unions and the rail companies for negotiating in good faith. They've been up for 20 straight hours to that negotiation and for sticking with it, especially over the last few days. In fact, the negotiators here today, I don't think they've been to bed yet, so I don't want to keep this very long, and they're having to stand besides. Together, we reached an agreement, you reached an agreement that will keep our critical rail system working and avoid disruptions of our economy. And I'm grateful for the members of the administration who worked tirelessly on both sides to help get this done. I especially want to thank Labor Secretary Marty Walsh, a card-carrying union member and the first union labor secretary in decades, for his tireless round-the-clock work. This agreement is validation of what I've always believed. Unions and management can work together for the benefit of everyone. They're traveling now, a number of them up, but I want to thank Secretary of Transportation Pete Buttigieg and Agriculture Secretary Tom Vilsack, who were deeply involved, along with, I want to thank Deputy Labor Secretary Julie Su, Director of the National Economic Council Brian Deese, and the Deputy National Director of Labor Celeste Drake for this commitment and hard work. To the American people, this agreement can avert the significant damage that any shutdown would have brought. Our nation's rail system is the backbone of our supply chain. Everything you rely on, and it's hard to realize this, from everything from clean water to food to gas to liquefied natural gas to everything, every good that you need seems to end up on a rail getting delivered to where it needs to go. With unemployment still near record lows and signs of progress in lowering costs, this agreement allows us to continue to rebuild a better America with an economy that truly works for working people and their families. Today is a win, and I mean it sincerely, a win for America. So I want to thank you all for getting this done, both business and labor. Thank you, thank you, thank you, and may God protect our troops. Thank you so much.
Mr. President, when will the railway system come back online?
Mr. President, reaction to migrants being sent to Martha's Vineyard and DC, sir?
Mr. President, grocery prices are up over 13%. What do you tell struggling Americans?
Rail's moving, it's not going to go up.
The migrants, are you confident in the situation?
My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Allie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. A group of 50 migrants arrived unexpectedly yesterday on Martha's Vineyard. It's all part of a controversial strategy by Republican governors who have been sending migrants to Democrat-led states to protest the rise of illegal immigration. NBC News senior national correspondent Carrie Sanders joins us now with more on this. Good morning, Carrie.
Well, good morning, Stephen. This is seen as an escalation in that standoff between Republican governors and the Biden administration over their immigration and border policies. This clearly sets the mood and the move that puts this issue right front and center with democratically led states now having to deal with immigration.
This morning, a surprising scene in Martha's Vineyard. 2 planes filled with about 50 migrants landing on the island, according to emergency management officials. Authorities say the planes were sent from Florida Wednesday afternoon by Governor Ron DeSantis. This video, provided by DeSantis' office, which says it was obtained by a source on the ground, appears to show the migrants' arrival on the island. DeSantis' office saying the planes were part of the state's relocation program to transport illegal immigrants to sanctuary destinations, adding states like Massachusetts, New York, and California will better facilitate the care of these individuals who they have invited into our country by incentivizing illegal immigration.
This is really clearly a political stunt.
Republican Governor DeSantis borrowing a tactic from other Republican governors, moving migrants to other states in order to protest the Biden administration's border policies. Since April, Texas bused more than 7,000 migrants to D.C., which declared a public emergency last week. The state has also bused thousands to New York and Chicago. Local Democratic lawmakers in Martha's Vineyard outraged. Representative Dylan Fernandez posted to social media saying he met with the immigrants at a local church and that dozens of beds have been supplied by local social services, along with meals, medical care, and a play area for children at a shelter.
Some of these people, I've been told, traveled months just to get to the border. And then we're sent here in an airplane with very little information about where they're going or why they were going there.
And Carrie, we know these migrants were unexpected, but do we know were even local humanitarian agencies warned about their pending arrival?
Well, several local officials on Martha's Vineyard say that they had no warning at all, that they had to scramble to provide services, likening it to responding to a natural disaster, Stephen.
All right, Carrie Sanders, thanks so much.
Now to breaking news overnight from Ukraine. A Russian strike on a dam flooding part of Ukraine, President Zelensky's hometown. NBC News foreign correspondent Megan Fitzgerald joins us now from Kyiv. Megan?
Yeah, good morning. Just within the last couple of hours, another attack on that same town that was struck overnight. Meanwhile, the Ukrainians say they are closing in on Kherson, the first city to fall under Russian control.
Overnight, dangerous floodwaters rushing into the streets of Kryvyi Rih, filling up homes and forcing evacuations. Ukraine says at least 7 Russian missiles struck a dam in the southern city that's also President Zelensky's hometown. It's Russia's latest attack on critical infrastructure, just days ago hitting a power station in the north, plunging millions into the dark. The strike seen as retaliation after their embarrassing retreat. Ukraine's military sweeping through Russia's front lines in a lightning-fast advance, saying they've now liberated 3,200 square miles of land from the south to the northeast. President Zelensky was involved in a minor car accident Wednesday evening. A spokesperson says he doesn't have any serious injuries. Earlier in the day, he toured 2 towns in the Kharkiv region, an area he says has now almost been completely recaptured.
We know that truth is on our side, though, so we'll come because it's our land and it's our people.
But the newly freed territory is also destroyed. Buildings crumbled, some houses completely gone, as evidence is now surfacing of the most horrific atrocities of war, including torture and murder. Investigations of dozens of war crimes underway. This woman says as the occupiers fled, they murdered her boy. I curse this war, I curse Putin, but no one will give my son back.
I feel like part of my life went out of my body.
It's a debilitating type of grief felt across the world.
And his dad called to tell me that he had been killed on a mission.
Misty Gossett's 24-year-old son Joshua, a U.S. Army veteran from Tennessee, had no connection to Ukraine, but he went to help anyway.
He was a born soldier. I think he was a soldier every Halloween his entire childhood.
It's been 24 days, and she's still waiting for his remains.
He did fall in love with Ukraine, but this is his home.
Waiting for the return of a soldier willing to die for democracy, no matter the country.
NBC News has reached out to the U.S. State Department, but they're not commenting. Misty says she doesn't know when her son's remains will return home. Back to you.
Heartbreaking reporting, Megan. Thank you.
Well, still ahead, abortion is now against the law in Indiana. And as that state now bans the procedure, there are new moves in the abortion battle on the federal level. We're breaking down the latest on that issue next.
Plus, a shot at redemption. A man convicted of murder as a teenager, the focus of a popular serial podcast, could get a second chance to prove his innocence. More on that next.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers right now on Morning News Now.
We're staying on top of the breaking situation in Ukraine.
We are watching dangerous heat this week. Recession, I mean, is that where we're headed? Is there any way to avoid that?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
These are our missing daughters and sons.
We need anyone who saw something to come forward.
She was wearing a black jacket, a black top.
I'm going to bring my son home alive.
Dateline, Missing in America. Listen to the full season now.
Our show is about sparking conversations around today's biggest issues. The Fed raises interest rates. That controls inflation. Explain how that works. Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs and their relationship to their employers? Could you just remind us why there are 9 justices on the Supreme Court instead of 3 or 20 or 2? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
These are our missing daughters and sons.
We need anyone who saw something to come forward.
She was wearing a black jacket, a black top.
I'm going to bring my son home alive.
Dateline, Missing in America. Listen to the full season now.
It's the best time of the morning. Time for that pop start, baby.
I'm feeling the vibe today on the show.
We're back now with the intensifying debate over abortion rights. A ban goes into effect today in Indiana, and it's just the latest state to enact one. And this comes after Senator Lindsey Graham proposed federal legislation that would ban abortions nationwide after 15 weeks. It's a proposal that has divided Senate Republicans. NBC News senior Washington correspondent Hallie Jackson has the latest.
Republicans for months have banked on the economy and Americans' unhappiness with it as a key to trying to take back the House and Senate in the midterms. But with Roe versus Wade now overturned, newly energized Democrats are focusing on abortion rights as the pushback to Senator Lindsey Graham's new proposal shows the GOP struggling to come to a cohesive message on the issue. With the midterms looming, the Republican divide over abortion now growing. Senator Lindsey Graham defending his new proposed legislation that would ban abortions nationwide after 15 weeks, with exceptions for rape, incest, and the life of the mother.
I believe that abortion on demand, as Democrats propose, is so out of line with the world, it's so extreme that we owe it to the public to say what we're for.
While Graham's bill has little chance of becoming law in the current Congress, it's exposing a divide in the GOP that has widened since the Supreme Court struck down Roe versus Wade 3 months ago. Many Republicans walking back support for abortion bans in favor of limited restrictions, with party leaders, including the Senate's top Republican, Mitch McConnell, distancing themselves from Graham's legislation.
I think most of the members of my conference prefer that this be dealt with at the state level.
In Indiana, an abortion ban taking effect today, coming just days after West Virginia lawmakers passed a bill prohibiting abortion with few exceptions. A dozen states have outlawed the procedure since the Supreme Court's ruling, some now facing legal challenges, like in Ohio, where a lower court blocked the state's 6-week abortion ban on Wednesday. Democrats seizing on Graham's legislation, arguing it's evidence of what the GOP would do if it wins control of Congress.
Well, it's finally clear. The Republicans are for a national ban on abortion. They want to establish it at the federal level, and they want the states to follow through.
The White House has slammed Senator Graham's bill, calling it wildly out of step with what Americans believe. Polling shows most Americans, a majority, believe abortions should be legal in all or most cases. And listen, this is going to be a factor in the midterms. More than half of Americans say this issue will be very important to their vote in November. That is up since the spring, before the Supreme Court overturned Roe. And it's mostly driven by Democrats who are motivated by this issue. Back to you.
Hallie Jackson, thank you.
Well, there are new developments this morning in a decades-old murder mystery, a case that garnered a lot of national attention after becoming the subject of the popular podcast Serial. In Baltimore this morning, prosecutors are pushing to overturn the conviction of accused murderer Adnan Syed following the discovery of new evidence. Since 1999, Syed has been serving a life sentence for the murder of his then-girlfriend, Hae Min Lee. But now prosecutors are requesting a new trial, claiming, quote, the state no longer has confidence in the integrity of this conviction. NBC News legal analyst Danny Ceballos joins us now with more on this. So, Danny, break down this new evidence that they're talking about for this case.
What's amazing is only because of a new law that allowed juveniles to challenge their convictions after they've served 20 years in Maryland, supposedly, at least according to the prosecutor's office or the state, new evidence came to light. First of all, I don't know what that new evidence could possibly be. Is there any case in America that has had more scrutiny inside and outside than the case of Adnan Syed? So for whatever reason, some new evidence emerged, and it falls into generally 3 categories. 2 new potential suspects, some DNA testing that remains pending, and cell tower location services. Keep in mind that, we're all used to now using our iPhone and finding exactly where someone is on the West Side Highway. But back then, that was not the state of technology. Cell phone tower technology uses information to kind of triangulate when your phone pings off of different towers. It's not a perfect science. But again, all of these have given the state reasons to say, well, we now think the original trial or the trial that convicted him was unreliable, but we're not saying he's innocent yet, but we are asking for his release and vacating that conviction while we figure out, it seems, what they want to do.
This podcast was everywhere. It debuted huge. 2014, I think it was. So quite a while ago now. There have been other podcasts about it since then. So much attention on it. And back in 2018, this got a lot of attention. This appeals court also ruled Syed deserved a new trial, but that ended up not happening. It was reversed almost a year later. Do we think that reversal, could something like that happen again?
He was given a new trial, and then that new trial, he lost it on appeal. I mean, that had to be devastating. But this is a totally different procedural situation. This time it's the government The government filing the motion saying essentially based on new evidence, we want to vacate the conviction. Now, a lot of folks are wondering why vacate the conviction but not go so far as to say he's innocent. Well, I'm going to let you in on a jaded criminal defense attorney view of this. Keep in mind that in Maryland, they have a wrongful conviction statute. I handle wrongful conviction cases. And usually, in order to get a lot of money from the state, and this might be a lot of money, he's been in for 20 plus years, I believe. In order to get money from the state, you have to be innocent. And notice, it's very interesting in the press release, the state is saying, we're not saying yet that he's innocent. And I wonder if the city or state fathers have gone to the prosecutor and said, well, hold off on the whole innocent spiel until we know for sure, because that's going to cost us a lot of money.
Well, I'm glad we have an attorney to help us parse that, because it's, for most people, it's either he did it or he didn't do it, but there's more a nuance there. How soon, though, could we expect to see this retrial if it happens?
Well, that's the big question, if it happens, and I'm not so sure it will happen. Keep in mind the state has already taken the position that they don't believe there was sufficient evidence essentially on the first trial. So how are they really going to go to trial again decades later, where witnesses have disappeared, died, evidence has faded? The case becomes a lot harder for the prosecution to bring this time. I think they've painted themselves into a corner. They've essentially said, we're moving for a new trial, and I think it's a stall tactic. They're just going to wait until the furor dies down and probably not retry the case. I don't really see how they could do that now, especially since they're on the record saying, we're not so sure we did a good job the first time, back when the evidence was fresh and witnesses were still around.
Yeah, it seems like a difficult thing to do. Probably all this is going to be the subject of another podcast.
And I'll listen. I bet you will, too. I'll be there.
Absolutely. Yeah, I was glued. One of the first podcasts I was glued to was that one.
That's right.
Danny Ceballos, thanks so much.
And coming up, new insight this morning into the impact the COVID pandemic has on mental health.
Yeah, interesting stuff here. How everything from masks to social distancing played a role on our mental well-being, and why doctors say you can stay safe and not suffer in silence.
We're here to start conversations because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
It's the best time of the morning, time for that pop stuff, baby.
I'm feeling the vibe today on the show.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were going to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Time for business news. California is taking Amazon to court, claiming the company is violating the state's antitrust and unfair competition laws.
Yes, NBC's Silvana Henao joins us now with more on that and other business stories making headlines. Good morning, Silvana.
Hey guys, good morning. Yep, the state of California is suing Amazon, accusing the company of violating antitrust laws by stifling the competition. State officials also claim Amazon engages in practices that push sellers to keep higher prices on products listed on other sites. Amazon has said in the past, sellers set their own prices. California's lawsuit is similar to one filed last year by the District of Columbia, which was dismissed by a judge and is now being appealed. Ethereum, the second largest cryptocurrency just behind Bitcoin, has just completed a major software upgrade today. The transition from proof of work to proof of stake drastically cuts the amount of energy needed to mine and produce Ethereum by as much as 99%. The overhaul essentially alters the way the blockchain secures the network and verifies crypto transactions. Users shouldn't notice any major changes. And Disney's CEO says the company could eventually group all its streaming services under Disney+. Bob Chapek says there's a little bit of friction for customers who want to switch between the family-friendly and franchise content on Disney+ and the general entertainment on Hulu or sports on ESPN+. Disney would still have to take full ownership of Hulu from NBC Universal, which owns a third of the service, guys.
Well, anything that would help me figure out my streaming services. I have so many subscriptions. I don't even know.
It's like I'm trying to scroll through everything, and I can't find one. I'm like, where did this one go? Yeah, it'd be great.
Well, Silvana, thank you so much.
You got it, guys.
And we've been living through COVID-19 for a while now, so you've likely heard of oximeters. They're a crucial healthcare tool needed to measure oxygen levels in blood. But for years, critics have been sounding the alarm, saying oximeters may have biased results, allegedly giving Black and brown patients incorrect readings during COVID-19 and allegedly causing delays in treatment for these very patients. I went to two labs that say they're working to make oximeters for all. Oximeters measure oxygen levels in blood, but critics say if you're a person of color, the device may be assessing your levels wrong. According to a 2022 study,
Black patients who are critically ill are 3 times more likely than white patients to have their oxygen saturation measurements overestimated.
It's not the first research to say so. A 2020 study concluding nearly 12% of oximeter readings for Black patients are misleading. An inaccurate oximeter reading could make the difference between being sent home or sent for emergency care.
As we can see here, hemoglobin and deoxyhemoglobin are not the only chromophores that are absorbing light.
These scientists of color at Brown University are working to combat that, developing new technology.
We'll first walk into the laboratory and then we'll go through the air shower where...
An air shower? Jacachira's team calls their approach unique, calibrating for differences in skin tone.
So today what you're saying is that a typical oximeter does not adjust for melanin, even though, as we see from this melanin line, the light absorption is different.
Right. And we are trying to correct for this.
Since blood cells absorb light, oximeters use light to measure oxygen blood levels. But for Black or darker-skinned people, it's not just blood cells absorbing light. Melanin, or their skin pigmentation, does too. This leads to what these researchers call misleading oximeter readings that overestimate oxygen levels for people of color. To learn more, we came here to the headquarters of one of the major oximeter manufacturers to find out just how they make these.
So you ready for this?
Joe Chiani is a co-inventor of Massimo's oximeter, first developed in 1989 and now used for over 200 million patients per year, according to the company. No stranger to the public eye, Chiani is uniquely aware of the scrutiny and the technology.
We shine red LED and infrared LED. So here's your oxygen saturation.
But does the device itself, when it's actively testing you, gauge melanin?
Not exactly. We have a universal calibration.
Chiani says Massimo's FDA-approved technology was calibrated to a diverse population with no clinically significant biases.
So this is the lab where you do testing for the oximeter?
In order to work on all patients, we created a system that could handle that.
Chiani telling us he disagrees with data from the 2020 New England Journal of Medicine study showing potential discrepancies in medical care based on traditional oximeter readings. But Brown's lab continues defending the data.
So a critical challenge with pulse oximeters is that the issue of false negatives disproportionately affects people with higher melanin values of the skin. That false negative reading that everything is okay is where the danger really comes in.
The team now awaiting a green light from the Institutional Research Board.
We managed to make a new technique of doing the measurements by exploiting the electric fields of light.
If approved, they'll test their oximeters on ICU patients alongside the medical gold standard, a blood sample, shining light on a controversial and critical medical device. And the Brown University lab tells me once they get approval to test their tool on ICU patients, they'll work towards FDA approval. As for inventor Kiani, he points out that there are major differences between over-the-counter oximeters and devices used in hospitals for ICUs. Stephen.
Fascinating and important stuff. Clay, thank you. Well, a startling new CDC report is highlighting the heavy toll the COVID-19 pandemic has taken on the nation's mental health. 22% of Americans sought out treatment for mental health in 2021. As you remember, that was a year when the country struggled to contain both the Delta and then the Omicron variants. Adults between the ages of 18 and 44 were hit harder than any other age groups, with 5% more of them looking for help compared to 2019. With many still practicing social distancing and isolation to avoid the virus, one factor that may be contributing to the mental health decline is loneliness. And one doctor working to highlight the issue is Linda Freed. She joins us now with more on this. She's the dean of the Maryland Public School of the Columbia University and a contributor to MSNBC's Know Your Value. Such an important topic. Thanks for joining us this morning, Dr. Freed.
My pleasure.
We were just trying to break down what experts say about loneliness and how this could be seen as sort of a second pandemic just right alongside COVID-19. Do you think that loneliness should be treated as like a public health emergency?
So I absolutely think that. And I think that because, first of all, it causes people to be ill. Not immediately. Loneliness is really a normal feeling. We all feel it. It is normal the way the feeling of hunger is normal. So if you're hungry, it tells you you need something to eat. And our bodies are beautifully designed to let us know that. Similarly, if we are not having satisfying and meaningful relationships with other people, we experience the feeling of loneliness, which tells us to get it together and find what we need. But if it doesn't happen, and I think that has been true for many, and particularly young people during the pandemic, it can become chronic. And chronic loneliness actually has a very different long-term set of serious consequences for the individual, and I would also say for society. For the individual, it can cause long-term effects equivalent to smoking 15 cigarettes a day in terms of risks for heart disease and obesity. But it also affects our mental well-being because chronic loneliness gives you what I think of as a blue lens over your glasses. You don't wear glasses, but I do. Yeah. where you start interpreting interactions when you've been chronically lonely differently and more negatively, anticipating that people aren't liking you. It leads to feelings of anger and isolation and higher anxiety and risk for depression.
Wow, it's fascinating to think of it as a signal like hunger would be, because so many people use the terms, lonely and loneliness sort of flippantly without really thinking much about what they mean. But in practical terms, what should we look for here? What are the symptoms of loneliness?
So I think the first one is that it hurts. It doesn't feel good. And we should pay attention to that. It's our brain wired to tell us to correct this. I think when it becomes chronic, then we start having this blue lens of negative interpretations of what's going on with another person in a way that somebody else might not interpret negatively. And I think those are important to understand because it might help us be reflective of what we're experiencing.
Yeah. Sort of the opposite of rose-colored glasses, I guess we can think.
Well, that's the way I've come to think about it. It's blue lens glasses.
Blue lens glasses, yes, not nearly as fun. Such an important topic. Thank you so much for bringing that to us, Dr. Linda Freed.
Sure, my pleasure. And I would say that it's really critical that we develop the solutions. There are solutions for people to find ways to engage on things they love, but we also need to think about why it's increasing. Some of it is the pandemic.
Yeah.
But some of it is that rates of loneliness have been increasing anyway. And it's a lot of ways because we have designed out in our communities and in our society, really, many of the ways that human beings counted on to build connections with each other, whether it's in terms of intimate relationships, in terms of meaningful relationships with family and friends, or a sense of belonging in our communities.
So important to think about all those factors. Thank you so much, Dr. Freed.
My pleasure. Thank you.
And coming up, the Queen's death has sparked a lot of interest in the royal family, both in real life and on the big screen.
Yeah, up next, the show's trending again after the Queen's death and what's next in the world of royal TV.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast, available anytime and anywhere.
Right now on NBC News Now.
As we come on the air, here's what we know.
It has been dramatic, powerful.
We begin with breaking news just coming in.
What's happening now, what's happening next, and what it means for you.
We're continuing to follow the Russian attack on Ukraine.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
We're getting out of this area right now because more air raid sirens are sounding.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind.
Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No, fewer people are content to just offer their thoughts and prayers.
And the House has answered the call to create new gun laws.
The stunning testimony at the January 6th hearing on Capitol Hill.
Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades.
Parts of Virginia cleaning up after severe storms.
A terrifying night of flash floods.
Flames forcing thousands to evacuate.
When do I play meteorologist? Only when the heat is this bad.
Another special night of election coverage right here at NBC News Now.
Results are coming in.
This Tuesday is going to be huge for primary purposes.
It's an interesting race here. I've just never covered anything like it.
This is big when we're talking about November.
How many doors do you think you've each knocked on?
This feels like an ideological fight to the death. Is there room for common ground on this issue?
What do you think when you see the activism that's happening right now?
Do you think this movement could have happened without social media?
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods.
Welcome back. So if the events in London have made you want to rewatch a certain Netflix show, you are not alone. The passing of the Queen has renewed interest in the works about the royal family. NBC News foreign correspondent Kelly Kobiella has a closer look at some of the movies and TV series inspired by the monarchy that are suddenly trending once again. Kelly, good morning.
Trending big time. Good morning to you, Clay. Yeah, while the world is mourning the loss of Queen Elizabeth, of course, depictions of her life on TV and film still exist, and many, many people are now tuning in to get a look at what life might have been like behind palace walls. Here in London, the streets are flooded with thousands of mourners paying their final respects to the Queen. Her death now shining a renewed spotlight on the monarchy and the powerful family behind it, with millions turning to TV and movies to try to learn more about them.
When I ascended the throne, I was just a girl, 25 years old.
Netflix's The Crown logging 17.6 million hours viewed, launching the drama back up to number 4 on the platform's trending list in the U.S. and the top 10 in 26 other countries. The show's popularity even rising past the new season of Stranger Things, imaginings of the Queen's life and love recapturing audiences once again.
Be firm, just lay down the law. I know Winston Churchill and all that, but remember who you are. You're the Queen of England.
Beyond the royals' reign on streaming, movies inspired by Her Majesty are seeing viewership skyrocket too.
You obviously know my job better than I do.
Yes, well, you are my 10th Prime Minister, Mr. Blair. My first, of course, was Winston Churchill.
The Oscar-nominated film The Queen, breaking into iTunes' top 40 movie chart. Music lovers are listening to songs about the Queen as well. Streaming numbers for the Beatles' Her Majesty and the Sex Pistols' God Save the Queen are up between 260 and 650%. Even books about the royal family are turning pages. The Palace Papers, which examines the turbulent times surrounding the death of Princess Diana and beyond, reached number 4 on Amazon's list of bestsellers in world history.
I think what people are really interested now in seeing is what made Queen Elizabeth tick.
And while the streaming giants won't tell us exactly how many more people are watching these shows inspired by the royal family, we do understand that some members of the royal family have watched shows like The Crown. Zinkley?
Kind of cool. I wonder what they make of it. Time will tell. Kelly Kobiea, thank you. And that does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But your news continues right now.
Hey there, everyone. Thanks so much for joining us this Thursday. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Nguyen. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today is Thursday, September 15th. Ready to roll. A last-minute deal avoids economic disaster as the railroads narrowly come to an agreement to keep the country and the supply chain moving.
Migrant flights. The governor of Florida has sent 2 planes of immigrants to Martha's Vineyard. That's an affluent island on Massachusetts. DeSantis drawing attention to the problems border states face.
Revealing text messages between NFL Hall of Famer Brett Favre and a former Mississippi governor show that the star was involved in a plan to divert welfare money and use it to buy perks for his daughter's school.
Evolving identity as Hispanic Heritage Month begins. We'll take a look at the diverse and changing nature of Latinos in the U.S.
Thanks so much for joining us and welcome to NBC News Daily. We start right now with breaking news. A major economic and supply chain crisis now likely averted.
Yeah, President Biden announcing a tentative deal to avoid a massive rail strike that was set to begin tomorrow. Some experts estimate a rail strike would have cost the United States more than $2 billion a day.
Leading us off this hour, we have NBC News correspondent Cal Perry standing by at a rail station there in California. We also have NBC News senior White House correspondent Kelly O'Donnell, who starts us off now live from Washington, D.C. Kelly, it's good to see you. We know that the president just spoke about this very deal from the Rose Garden just moments ago. What role did the Biden administration actually play in this deal, and what is in the deal?
Well, the president has been very personally invested in this, and he's had top cabinet officials involved in the negotiations as well, in addition to planning for the horrible what-ifs if it didn't go well. And so the president brought together the negotiators at the White House and talked to the American people about what has been averted. Now, of course, there is still the important matter of having the actual vote for union members, but a tentative deal is a moment of celebration for the Biden administration and for the parties involved here. The union workers who will get higher wages will have more flexibility with taking time off work for doctor appointments, and the rail companies will have some flexibility for hiring. So that's the nature of compromise. It came nearly to the brink. There was round-the-clock negotiating deep into the night, and a handshake finally brought things to a conclusion. The president talked about what has been rescued here, and he says that's the American economy, because so many parts of our daily lives are affected by what travels by rail. Here's the president.
To the American people, this agreement can avert the significant damage that any shutdown would have brought. Our nation's rail system is the backbone of our supply chain. This agreement allows us to continue to rebuild a better America with an economy that truly works for working people and their families. Today is a win, and I mean it sincerely, a win for America.
And so the president referenced a significant pay increase for those workers, about 24% over 5 years, the largest they would have had in decades. And so that's significant, especially when we talk about inflation. The president is very politically aligned with labor. We've known that. That's been a part of his political brand for a long time. But he also says this is an important step forward for the rail companies and for the broader economy with just a few months before the midterm elections.
Very important, and what a difference 24 hours makes, Kelly. Cal, let me turn to you. Amtrak had preemptively canceled some of their long-distance train routes. They were worried about this potential strike tomorrow. Today, they're saying they're working quickly to restore all of those canceled trains. So has service returned yet, Cal? And if you were planning train travel, what should you do now?
So the local regional service in most of the country was unaffected, and that is what the majority of folks use, at least if they're taking the train to get to work. We're talking about things like in California, MetroLink, which services 3 counties, 2.5 million people a year. That's 11,000 people a day. MetroLink was unaffected. They would have had to start canceling trains this evening. They obviously avoided doing that. Amtrak, like you said, they had canceled some of those long routes. For example, Chicago to Los Angeles. They're going to try to get those trains back up as early as today. They're reaching out to customers to try to get them to be rebooked. For commuters who are just trying to get to work today, it was a relief, especially here in Los Angeles. Take a listen to what a few folks had to say.
I would be going home, but it would probably be a lot more expensive because I would have to figure out a car or rent a car or something like that, and I hate to drive in LA. I'm feeling lucky, so maybe I should buy a lottery ticket today.
But it makes it a lot easier for us. We do have an option to work remotely if needed.
I was honestly worried about getting to work.
You know, we talk so much about inflation and about people having to spend money and choosing what it is that they spend money on. This was the perfect crisis to be averted. When you talk about gas prices, having to rent a car, it's just not something that people had budgeted for. And so there are a great many people who are relieved this morning, guys.
Kelly, as you know, we're just weeks away from the midterm elections. You touched on this earlier, but walk us through the political stakes here for President Biden and what he's really worried about as we head into November.
Well, had this gone forward in a strike with these kinds of implications, it would have certainly had an enormous impact on the economy, and presidents are often judged by that. And although President Biden is not specifically on the ballot for the midterms, he is a huge force in the midterms because they're so often a reflection of the job he's doing. And of late, his approval rating has been ticking back up after some very difficult time. And so for Democrats, this is important to have labor, a big bloc, an important part of the voting constituency for Democrats to have this resolution. For consumers, this is important. They're already dealing with higher prices and to avoid more pain. So this is a case where the administration is able to show they were tackling a problem, we're able to resolve it, at least as we expect right now. And that's probably good for the president for the elections coming up.
And good for commuters as well. NBC News senior White House correspondent Kelly O'Donnell, thank you. And NBC News correspondent Cal Perry for us in LA. We appreciate it.
Florida Governor Ron DeSantis is intensifying the battle over immigration. On Wednesday, DeSantis sent 2 planes filled with migrants to the wealthy Massachusetts island of Martha's Vineyard. Now, local officials had no warning of the migrants' arrival. Here's NBC News senior national correspondent Carrie Sanders.
This is an escalation by Republican governors who are upset with the Biden administration's border and immigration policies. This move clearly takes the immigration issue and establishes it once again in democratically controlled states.
This morning, a surprising scene in Martha's Vineyard. 2 planes filled with about 50 migrants landing on the island, according to emergency management officials. Authorities say the planes were sent from Florida Wednesday afternoon by Governor Ron DeSantis. This video, provided by DeSantis' office, which says it was obtained by a source on the ground, appears to show the migrants' arrival on the island. DeSantis' office saying the planes were part of the state's relocation program to transport illegal immigrants to sanctuary destinations, adding states like Massachusetts, New York, and California will better facilitate the care of these individuals who they have invited into our country by incentivizing illegal immigration.
This is really clearly a political stunt.
Republican Governor DeSantis borrowing a tactic from other Republican governors, moving migrants to other states in order to protest the Biden administration's border policies. Since April, Texas bused more than 7,000 migrants to D.C., which declared a public emergency last week. The state has also bused thousands to New York and Chicago. Local Democratic lawmakers in Martha's Vineyard outraged. Representative Dylan Fernandez posted to social media saying he met with the immigrants at a local church and that dozens of beds have been supplied by local social services, along with meals, medical care, and a play area for children at a shelter.
Some of these people, I've been told, traveled months just to get to the border. And then we're sent here in an airplane with very little information about where they're going or why they were going there.
Local officials in Martha's Vineyard say they were given no warning that the planes were arriving, and they had to scramble to provide emergency humanitarian services. They say it was much like responding to a natural disaster.
Republican governors aren't stopping at Martha's Vineyard. In fact, Texas Governor Greg Abbott is now taking his opposition to the administration's border policy to the vice president's doorstep. This morning, 2 buses carrying migrants arriving at the U.S. Naval Observatory in Washington, which is the official residence of Vice President Kamala Harris. Governor Abbott tweeting about the move this morning, calling on the administration to, quote, do its job and secure the border.
Well, soaring mortgage rates have eclipsed a new milestone, topping 6% on average for 30-year fixed-rate mortgages.
That's right. This is the highest it's been since 2008 and is roughly double what it was this time last year.
CNBC anchor Deirdre Bosa joins us now for our Money Minute. Deirdre, what does this mean for homeowners and really the economy as a whole?
So, Vicki and Morgan, this is really bad news for homeowners and for home buyers. Increasing the cost of a mortgage is in effect increasing the price of the house that you're buying or selling. So some potential buyers are deciding it now makes sense to just stay where they are. And that can also be seen as a negative for the economy. It is important, though, to remember that the Federal Reserve is actually trying to slow economic growth by raising interest rates because it thinks that it's more important to get inflation under control right now. Now, when it comes to smaller purchases, Americans, they are still buying. The government says today that retail sales increased by 0.3% in August, and that's a bigger increase than economists had expected. Those sales are measured in dollars, so some of the gain is due to the higher prices themselves. Now, inflation, it's also hitting food prices especially hard. CNBC.com has some tips from experts on how to save at the supermarket. They say stock up on staples, plan your meals, bring a shopping list to avoid impulse buying, look for the best deals, and guys, cut back on meat. So maybe don't have that ribeye if you're feeling it for tonight. Back to you.
All right, CNBC anchor Deirdre Bosa. Thank you so much, Deirdre. We appreciate it. Coming up, Hall of Fame quarterback Brett Favre is under fire. Up next, newly released text messages reveal just how involved he was in a multi-million-dollar fraud scandal. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were going to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that.
Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
NBC News, streaming free now.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
These are our missing daughters and sons.
We need anyone who saw something to come forward.
She was wearing a black jacket, a black top.
I'm going to bring my son home alive.
Dateline, Missing in America. Listen to the full season now.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
To cover the news, you have to be in it.
This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves.
They're pushing the gates open.
Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Don Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
These are our missing daughters and sons.
We need anyone who saw something to come forward.
She was wearing a black jacket, a black top.
I'm going to bring my son home alive.
Dateline, Missing in America. Listen to the full season now.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now you can listen to it as a podcast, available anytime and anywhere.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Newly released text messages are detailing just how hands-on Mississippi's former governor and NFL Hall of Famer Brett Favre were in an alleged welfare fraud scheme.
The state is suing the legendary quarterback and others, accusing them of misusing millions of dollars meant for low-income families. NBC News Justice and Intelligence correspondent Ken Delaney joins us now with more. Ken, we know that earlier Favre said he did not know this was welfare money when he accepted it, but now these text messages allegedly from Favre really put him at the center of this fraud scandal and suggest otherwise.
That's right, Morgan. Both Favre and the former governor, Republican Phil Bryant, have insisted that they did not know that this was welfare money intended for poor women and children. But what these texts do is they make it clear that, at the very least, they knew it was coming from Mississippi's welfare agency, the Department of Human Services. Here's more. A new twist in the growing investigation into the misuse of government welfare funds in Mississippi, showing NFL Hall of Famer Brett Favre and the state's former governor might have been more deeply involved than first known. Text messages included in newly released court documents show Favre asked then-Governor Phil Bryant for help securing state money for a college volleyball facility where Favre's daughter played the sport, and Bryant sent him to the state welfare agency. Favre soon began texting with a nonprofit executive named Nancy New, who was doling out millions in federal funds sent to Mississippi for families in poverty. New has since pleaded guilty to fraud and is cooperating with prosecutors. After New was able to secure $4 million in welfare funds for the volleyball project, Favre texted, "Very big deal and can't thank you enough." 2 years later, Favre asked for more money. "Just left Brett Favre," Bryant texted New in 2019. "Can we help him with his project?" Text messages show New proposed paying Favre $1.1 million for radio ads. But the texts show Favre was worried about how it might look. He wrote, "If you were to pay me, is there any way the media can find out where it came from and how much?" New replied no, but added, "I understand you being uneasy about that." It's all part of a broader welfare spending scandal that has led to an FBI investigation, though there is no indication Favre is under law enforcement scrutiny. He paid back the $1.1 million. Brad Pygott was hired by the state welfare agency to claw back $77 million that was misspent. But when Pygott demanded answers on the volleyball building, he was fired. The state agency says they weren't on the same page. We asked him about the new text.
Mr. Favre all but badgered the governor of Mississippi to get this public money to his the purpose of building a volleyball facility.
Now, Brett Favre's lawyer told me that he behaved honorably throughout this affair and still insists he did not know this was welfare money. And Phil Bryant, the former governor, has said the same thing. The state and federal criminal investigations into this matter continue. Guys, back to you.
All right, you'll continue to follow those for us. NBC News Justice and Intelligence correspondent Ken Delaney, and thank you, Ken.
You bet.
Well, a new and troubling link between cannabis and mental health. Children whose mothers used marijuana after the 5th or 6th week of pregnancy, they're more likely to develop disorders in early adolescence. This is all according to a new analysis. Joining us now for our mental health check, Dr. George James from the Council for Relationships. And Dr. James, this study says cannabis use by mothers was connected to issues like attention deficit disorder, aggressive behavior, and even rule-breaking behavior in kids. So with cannabis use growing, what do parents really need to think about before they light up?
You know, one of the things I would like to say, especially for, pregnant or women out there, is that we know that just about any substance while pregnant is not really helpful. And as much as possible, we know that there might be other circumstances, as much as possible not to use any substances because it can have that impact. I think what we've also seen is that the use of cannabis is just another example of something that can impact mental health, as well as so many other different variables. And if you're pregnant and you need ways to maybe stop using, there's ways that you can get help through your medical doctor, because we're seeing these profound impacts when we look later on in life.
Dr. James, another thing I want to ask you about is the impact of social media on teens. There seems to be so much more data we're learning day to day about really the impact of social media on all of us, but particularly a new study finds that a significant connection between Facebook and higher levels of anxiety and depression among college students. So what is your advice to young people who want to stay connected, but who are ultimately struggling with mental health issues right now?
You know, in this study, it looked at the early days of Facebook and the impact that it can have with mental health. And we know that sometimes our young folks are not really using Facebook as much, but they are using social media, whether it be TikTok or Instagram or maybe something else. And we know that social comparison, with social media can also impact people. This thought of I'm missing out, I'm not doing enough, or I'm not having enough likes makes people feel less than. And the thing about social media is that it makes our world smaller for good or for bad. And in terms of allowing us to recognize that sometimes we are seeing other people as better than us, and that makes us feel sometimes less.
All right, Dr. George James. Dr. James, thank you so much for joining us. We really appreciate your time and your expertise.
All right, well, coming up, the founder and CEO of outdoor clothing company Patagonia giving away the company, what it's worth, and where that money is going right after the break. You're watching NBC News Daily.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Back now with our NBC News exclusive.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
Harry Styles!
Right now on NBC News Now, we begin with breaking news just coming in.
What's happening now, what's happening next, and what it means for you.
We're continuing to follow the Russian attack on Ukraine.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind.
Fewer people are content to just offer their thoughts and prayers.
Stunning testimony at the January 6th hearing.
Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades.
Parts of Virginia cleaning up after severe storms.
Flames forcing thousands to evacuate. When do I play meteorologist? Only when the heat is this bad.
Another special night of election coverage right here at NBC News Now.
Results are coming in.
This Tuesday is going to be huge.
This is big when we're talking about November.
This feels like an ideological fight to the death. Is there room for common ground?
What do you think when you see the activism?
Do you think this could have happened without social media? We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
These are our missing daughters and sons.
We need anyone who saw something to come forward.
She was wearing a black jacket, a black top.
I'm going to bring my son home alive.
Dateline, Missing in America. Listen to the full season now.
New developments in the case of an Iowa teen who killed her alleged rapist. A judge is clearing her prison sentence, but she still faces consequences, including a six-figure payment to that alleged rapist's family. NBC News Now correspondent Maya Eaglin has the story.
A teenager, the alleged victim of unspeakable crimes of human trafficking and rape, after fatally stabbing her alleged rapist, will stay out of prison. But a court ruling Piper Lewis must pay $150,000 to the family of the man who raped her.
The events that took place on that horrific day cannot be changed.
as much as I wish they could.
17-year-old Lewis pleading guilty to involuntary manslaughter and willful injury in the 2020 killing of 37-year-old Zachary Brooks. She says he raped her multiple times in the weeks before his death.
I wish the events that took place on June 1st, 2020 never occurred. But to say there's only one victim to this story is absurd.
Her charges punishable by up to 10 years each in prison, but the judge taking a different path at sentencing.
Ms. Lewis, I will defer your judgment.
Lewis given 5 years of probation, but she could be sent to prison if she violates any part of that. Her conviction also carries an automatic requirement by Iowa law to pay restitution to Brooks's estate. The judge saying the court was, quote, presented with no other option. Lewis's attorney disagreeing at sentencing.
If you defer judgment, Mr. Brooks' estate is not entitled to any restitution whatsoever. And frankly, his estate doesn't deserve it because of his own conduct.
A GoFundMe started for Lewis has now exceeded that amount, saying the excess money will support her continued education. Lewis was just 15 when she stabbed Brooks more than 30 times in a Des Moines apartment. Officials say she was a runaway, seeking to escape an abusive foster home. Piper said in court that a man took her in before forcibly trafficking her to other men for sex. She testified that one of those men was Brooks, who repeatedly raped her at knife point. We reached out to Brooks's attorney, but have not heard back. Police and prosecutors have not disputed Lewis was assaulted and trafficked, but they have argued that Brooks was asleep at the time he was stabbed and not an immediate threat. Prosecutors today telling NBC News they, quote, recommended that she goes to a woman's facility to provide structure and deal with the issues that she has. Advocates argue her actions were the result of the trauma she faced.
You know, many of the things that we heard during the trial around not only what she experienced, but also her reactions to that are very common trauma reactions for survivors.
Piper's circumstances are not uncommon. Of the more than 25,000 cases of children who had run away and were reported missing to the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children in 2021, the center says 1 in 6 were likely victims of child sex trafficking. Lewis is not the only alleged child sex trafficking victim to kill an abuser, but she is one of the few to avoid prison time after such a crime.
That does feel in some ways like a win, though, to be really real and really frank, the way that our criminal legal system works, 5 years probation in a controlled facility means that you don't have any wiggle room.
That day, a combination of complicated actions took place, resulting in the death of a person as well as stolen innocence of a child.
Our thanks to Maya Eglin for that report. Chinese leader Xi Jinping and Russian President Vladimir Putin met today at a summit in Uzbekistan. Here's NBC News foreign correspondent Janice Mackey-Frayer with what they talked about.
There was more formality to this meeting than the last time Xi Jinping met Vladimir Putin. It was here in Beijing when they declared a partnership with no limits, and weeks later, Russia invaded Ukraine. Now, China has never supported the war, but it hasn't publicly condemned it either. And so when Putin conceded that China has, quote, questions and concerns, it was a rare admission that suggests two things. First, that material support from Beijing may not be guaranteed. And secondly, that Beijing may not want to back a loser. This is coming at a crucial time for Russia as it's retreating from territory it took months to capture in Ukraine. China has said that it's willing to continue to work with Russia. It's going to deepen trade ties already. China's been buying Russian oil and gas, giving diplomatic support at the UN, and amplifying propaganda here. But Xi Jinping is weeks away from securing a third term in power. It will be unprecedented. So he wants to bolster his foreign policy credentials right now and not take any political risks.
That was NBC News foreign correspondent Janice Mackey-Frayer. You're watching NBC News Daily.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Right now on NBC News Now,
we begin with breaking news just coming in.
What's happening now, what's happening next, and what it means for you. We're continuing to follow the Russian attack on Ukraine.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind.
Fewer people are content to just offer their thoughts and prayers.
Stunning testimony at the January 6th hearing.
Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades.
Parts of Virginia cleaning up after severe storms.
Flames forcing thousands to evacuate. When do I play meteorologist? Only when the heat is this bad.
Another special night of election coverage right here at NBC News Now.
Results are coming in.
This Tuesday is going to be huge.
This is big when we're talking about November.
This feels like an ideological fight to the death. Is there room for common ground?
What do you think when you see the activism? Do you think this could have happened without social media? We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods.
These are our missing daughters and sons.
We need anyone who saw something to come forward.
She was wearing a black jacket, a black top.
I'm going to bring my son home alive.
Dateline, Missing in America. Listen to the full season now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
No stress, no mess, just yum. That's it.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
No stress, no mess, just yum. That's it. Welcome back to NBC News Daily. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Nguyen. Making news right now. No strike. Railroad companies and union workers have reached a tentative agreement. Labor Secretary Marty Walsh saying the groups negotiated for more than 20 hours. President Biden calling it a win for all parties involved.
Mr. Biden hosting the United We Stand summit today at the White House to counter racial, religious, and ethnic hate-fueled violence. The event comes just weeks after Biden's speech in Philadelphia, where he warned against the threat that extremists pose to our democracy.
And tennis legend Roger Federer announcing his retirement after 24 years as a pro. The 20-time Grand Slam champion posting a heartfelt message on Twitter, thanking competitors and the game of tennis itself. All right, so the billionaire owner of the clothing company Patagonia is staying true to his lifelong environmental calling.
That's right. Founder Yvon Chouinard is announcing he's giving away the company to fight climate change. Here's NBC News correspondent Emily Ikeda with that story.
Behind the world-renowned company, famous for outdoor clothing and gear, is 83-year-old Yvon Chouinard, a climber, surfer, and lifelong environmentalist who just gave away his estimated $3 billion business, born from blacksmithing in a shed. His family transferred ownership of Patagonia to a trust and nonprofit organization created to funnel all of the apparel company's profits to fight climate change and defend nature. Instead of going public, you could say we're going purpose, Chouinard wrote in a public letter. Instead of extracting value from nature and transforming it into wealth for investors, we'll use the wealth Patagonia creates to protect the source of all wealth. The reluctant billionaire has never been swayed by business norms, even encouraging consumers to limit their spending at his company.
You know, you've heard of recycle and reuse, stuff like that. You also have to consider refuse. Refuse to buy something just because, you know, if you don't need it, don't buy it.
For decades, he's given away 1% of Patagonia's annual sales to environmental causes.
For me, it's an earth tax. It's a tax, taxing ourselves for being polluters, for using up non-renewable resources.
But the climate advocate says that's no longer enough, writing, "We can save our planet if we commit to it." And that's just what Chouinard is doing. Emily Ikeda, NBC News.
Well, Hispanic Heritage Month begins today, and the growing Latino population is now more crucial to American life and to American politics than ever. People who identify as Hispanic made up more than half the nation's population growth and are now nearly 20% of the total U.S. population. But the question is what it means to be Latino. It's changed dramatically in the last 10 years in ways that could shape the country for years to come. We dove into the numbers and we spoke to people right here in New York and across the country about what being Latino means to them.
Here at La Dinastía in Manhattan's Upper West Side, owner Richard Lamb lives in two worlds.
So Richard, what do we have here? What dish is this?
This is the chicharrón de pollo sin hueso with some pork fried rice.
His father, a Chinese immigrant, started this restaurant in the 1980s after living in South America, where he met Richard's mother, a native Peruvian.
What does it mean to be Latino?
That means everything. It's mi vida, it's my life, it's my heritage. I mean, a lot of people still get surprised when they hear me speak Spanish, but there are so many interracial, everywhere, especially here in New York City, right?
I'm Latina, I'm very proud to be.
And it's not just here. Based on the latest U.S. Census, the Latino community has grown dramatically and is now more diverse than ever. Nationwide, the number of Hispanics or Latinos reporting more than one race has skyrocketed in the last 10 years, from 3 million to over 20 million, while the number who identify as only white has dropped by nearly half. For journalist and writer Janelle Martinez, whose work focuses on culture and identity, it's a change she's seen firsthand.
Over the last 10, even 5 years, I think there's been a greater conversation around the terminology that we use. So Latino, Latina, Latine, Latinx has become a more visible conversation. People are pushing back and really honing in on what do we mean when we are using these terms.
So what's changed? First, social media, where a wave of young creators is exploring their own identities and sharing their journey along the way.
I just started posting. I'm like, yeah, I look Asian, but I'm Mexican. You have to deal with it.
Secondly, language. The share of U.S.-born Hispanics who speak Spanish at home has declined by nearly 10 percentage points in the last 4 decades, with second and third generations less likely to encourage their children to speak the language. A trend that comedian John Gonzalez, who identifies as half white and half Hispanic, has seen in his own life.
My family, they would speak Spanglish. So my dad always told me he's going to teach me Spanish when I was growing up. Obviously, he never did. And he would just tell me things and I would kind of catch up on it. So I think that it's starting to become more of a normal thing.
But whether it's Latino, Hispanic, or Latinx, the flavor of the culture is reaching everyone.
This is the chicken.
The chicken has to die for.
It shouldn't be surprising to anyone anymore. Everyone is interracial, everyone's mixed.
It's time people caught on, huh?
It's been time people caught on that we are.
So I have to tell you, it is my ultimate honor to bring on our next guest, MSNBC anchor Jose Diaz-Balart. He is una leyenda. He is a legend. He is a bilingual broadcaster. He's also my mentor and one of the people I look most up to in this world and in this business. So Jose, first, I want to thank you for making time out of doing all of your anchoring and reporting to spend it here with us. And look, as we just heard, defining what it is to be Hispanic or Latino is constantly changing. You and I have had these conversations. In fact, just today, someone asked me about the use of the term Latinx and whether it was something they could or could not use. Where do you think things stand when it comes to the most accurate and inclusive way to address and define Latinos today?
Well, that's a great question, and thank you, Morgan. And I want to say how fortunate I feel that I get to be with you and Vicky on this inaugural week in so many ways. You are also breaking so many barriers and are so extraordinarily significant what you're doing and how you do it. And you know, what is it to be a Latino, right? You know, I had today on my MSNBC program, I had Senator Menendez on, right? Chairman of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee. And what it is to be a Latino. Well, you have people who speak Spanish, who don't speak Spanish, who speak abuela Spanish, which is Spanish that they just can use with their grandma and grandpa. But there are some things that I think we all share, which is the blood of immigrants, the blood of people who at one time or another decided to come to the United States to look for a better life for themselves and for their children, and who have made this country better. Also important to remember that Latinos were here before the United States was the United States. So it's sometimes, important to remember that. And Morgan, it's so wonderful that you highlight, for example, Chinese, Peruvian restaurant that is the background of that gentleman. We have to remember that Latin America is a blend of so many peoples and so many traditions and so many backgrounds. Havana had the largest barrio chino in Latin America for many years, and the oldest. And so Latino means many things to many people, but there are some things, I think, Morgan, that we all share, which is that background and that determination to make a difference.
Jose, Morgan's not the only one who thinks you're a leyenda or a legend, right?
Mira que está aprendiendo español. We've got this one learning Spanish now.
Dusting off that Spanish from high school, practicing. But you have been in this industry, and you've watched it evolve since you started at WTVJ in Miami. That was back in the late 80s. You have been a real trailblazer, not just for Latino broadcasters, but for many of us in this industry. And I'm really curious about the changes that you have witnessed, and also what you think we need to still be doing, the work that needs to be put in, where things need to go when it comes to representation in media.
Yeah, and Vicki, my admiration to you as well. I've got to tell you, I started in television in 1984. It was in Spanish language television. I think that the Latino community in the United States maybe was 9 or 10 million. In 1984, my numbers are a little bit. Oh, look at those pictures. Good hair.
Look at that handsome guy.
I was going to say, look at that hair.
But I have, when Spanish language television was kind of just starting in the early and mid 80s, that's when I started my television career. I have seen and witnessed the evolution. When I was just starting and when I was a kid in the United States, I didn't see people like Morgan or Vicki on television news, and it meant a lot to have people that look like you or have names like you, because they have the sensitivity that you do and the life experience. And so I think that we have a lot more to do, but representation matters, and it matters with Vicki and Morgan. It matters with Senator Menendez and so many other Latinos that work and are part of the fabric of our country. Cesar Conde, the chairman of news of NBCU, matters enormously. And so much more needs to be done, but I think that the fact that we have brilliant, extraordinary people, Vicki and Morgan and so many others in NBCU that are in front of the cameras and behind the cameras, that bring their sensitivity, their unique life experience to the front, and they're able to make a difference. I think a lot more needs to be done, but boy, looking back to 1984 till today, two things. One, that was a long time ago, but two, things have changed, and they're getting better.
Speaking of that, Jose, when we talk about change, there was something that you said that really struck me at our National Hispanic and Black Journalist Conference a few weeks ago. You said, mi idioma es mi herencia. My language is my inheritance. My parents, made sure this was part of my inheritance. When you talk about the change in this community, right, there's generational change, there's migration pattern change, there's racial change, and there's also change when it comes to language. As we saw from that report, there's been a decline in the number of Latino households that are speaking Spanish every day. And one of the most common questions I get as a bilingual journalist is, oye, I want to report in Spanish, but my parents didn't teach me Spanish, or lo que sea. What do you say to people who feel shy or feel like they're, not able to connect in certain ways? How important is language, and is it ever too late to learn?
Never too late to learn, and that's the key, and I've said this in kind of private and in some meetings, but I'll say it again, I feel so lucky and fortunate because when my parents passed, they left us no money, but they left us an inheritance far richer than the children of the richest of the rich ever get, which is another language, another culture, another understanding of the world and of our world based on two different concepts. And that story that you had in there, Morgan, when the gentleman says, you know, sometimes I live in two lands and two worlds. How many times have you and I not talked about that? And Vicki, how many times have we not felt that we live in two different worlds? And so the way that all of you are making a difference by being who you are, as prepared, smart, and intelligent, and just how you are makes a huge difference.
Listen, Jose, I'm so happy that, you know, the world obviously knows you as a professional. Every single day you bring us the news, all types of news, global news, international news, national news. But I'm so glad that the world also gets to know you personally. MSNBC anchor Jose Diaz-Balart. Thank you, Jose. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Morgan. Thank you, Vicki.
All right, well, the hit musical Chicago has a new star after the break. Actress Angelica Ross joins us to talk about being the first transgender woman to step into Roxy Hart's shoes on Broadway. More NBC News Daily right after this.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Tonight, I interviewed Secretary of Transportation Pete Buttigieg about the ongoing delays. You seem to be pointing the finger at the airlines. They're pointing the finger back. Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were going to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations? Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
These are our missing daughters and sons.
We need anyone who saw something to come forward.
She was wearing a black jacket, a black top.
I'm going to bring my son home alive.
Dateline, Missing in America. Listen to the full season now.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast, available anytime and anywhere.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods.
The indictment of a former president, perhaps candidate for president, would arguably tear the country apart. Is that your concern? Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
It's a historic week on Broadway.
Angelica Ross is the first transgender woman to play the role of Roxy Hart in the Broadway musical Chicago. Angelica joins us now live to talk about this trailblazing performance. Angelica, great to have you with us. Thank you for joining. Talk about what this moment means, not just for you, but for Black trans women.
It means that we ain't going nowhere and we can't be stopped. That's what it means. It means that, you know, as much as people pine away at the good old days when, you know, less people were able to access opportunities, the world is still moving forward. So I'm grateful to be one of those people that are pioneering this, continuing forward.
I love that. I mean, how are you sort of putting your own spin on this already iconic role? We're dying to see more.
You know, I'm just bringing my full self to the role, especially as an actor, as a 41-year-old woman, you know, that has experienced a lot of things. Each Roxy that comes to the role, from Brandy to Erica Jane to all of the ones that have come before me, you know, each woman proves a point that we're all different. But even though we're all different, there's these similarities that we have, and we can focus on our differences, or we can focus on those stories, those opportunities, and those sort of challenges and dreams that we all sometimes share that deserve to be seen.
I love how you pay homage to the women who came before you.
Absolutely.
Can I get personal for a moment? I want to talk about opening night, right? Like when you are the star, you're it. You're the reason everybody's in the audience, paid their money, bought that ticket. How do you kind of center yourself, calm your nerves, and then harness the energy that you need to bring it all out there on the stage for the audience?
Well, I would say that it's very difficult. It's very difficult because, you know, I was very anxious going into this opportunity, but I just took a deep breath. And once, you know, they call for places, there really is no room for fear or anything else. Now it's time to just show up. And that's what a thing that I continue to do is just show up and show out.
And when you talk about showing up, I mean, you're expanding the boundaries of inclusion, right? Which is what is so beautiful. Where does the theater industry, where does entertainment still have left to go when it comes to inclusion and representation? Where's the work that has yet to be done?
Well, I think there's a lot of work that, you know, needs to be done, but it is done by folks like me showing up, you know, even just in Chicago and working with the Chicago crew. You know, there's these small changes, like with Mary Sunshine, in the role of Mary Sunshine. I kind of wanted to talk about it and just give the role of Mary Sunshine more agency. So there was just these little changes where Mary Sunshine takes her own wig off now and does a sort of reveal, which gives her more agency than it feeling. To me, I was concerned about my trans and non-binary people in the audience and that they would feel some kind of way seeing somebody being revealed in that way. But we all love a good reveal on RuPaul's Drag Race, so it was a hit in the audience.
A hit. All right, Angelica Ross, thank you so much. We appreciate your time. And fans, you can watch Ross in the musical until November 6th right here in New York City. Thank you so much.
Break a leg, Angelica. Thank you.
You're watching NBC News Daily.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers right now on Morning News Now.
We're staying on top of the breaking situation in Ukraine.
We are watching dangerous heat this week. Recession, I mean, is that where we're headed? Is there any way to avoid that?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers right now on Morning News Now.
We're staying on top of the breaking situation in Ukraine.
We are watching dangerous heat this week. Recession, I mean, is that where we're headed? Is there any way to avoid that?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
And what do you love about fatherhood?
The chaos, the learning. Is climate change one of your top priorities?
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference in their own communities?
Believe in yourself.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
The indictment of a former president, or perhaps candidate for president, would arguably tear the country apart. Is that your concern? Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open.
Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Yamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
No stress, no mess, just yum.
That's it. The road ahead for electric vehicles is taking shape at the Detroit Auto Show this week, and not every American driver is ready to go all in on going green. NBC News technology correspondent Jake Ward shows us what's being done to calm those concerns.
In the birthplace of the modern auto industry, the buzzword getting the most mileage is electricity. From hot rods to Humvees, from suburban chariots to charging stations, Detroit's auto show is back, and with more than just cars.
Electric propulsion has become so sophisticated and manufacturing has become so nimble that companies here are even offering personal flight vehicles that are all electric.
Manufacturers like GM and Ford are rushing to electrify their fleets, chasing the dominant EV seller Tesla, a no-show at the big show.
Now we're choosing to build a better America.
President Biden, who hopped in an EV at the show, wants 50% of all auto sales by 2030 to be electric vehicles. But to power them all, we will need 20 times the number of chargers. The president says he's on it.
We're investing $7.5 billion to build electric vehicle charging stations all across America. So today, I'm pleased to announce we're approving funding for the first 35 states.
New tech has empowered startup founders like Detroit's Andy DiDeRossi, who plans to build two-seater electric trucks here.
Manufacturing works a lot more now like software startups, where somebody can have an idea and you can have something on the road in 6 or 8 months.
But even with all these new models, most owners only buy a new vehicle every 12 years. So an all-EV America is a long way away. And while the average American only drives 40 miles daily, range anxiety is a real thing.
Well, none of this happens overnight, but we also know that we're in a race against time. There's no question that the world is going electric. The question is how we make sure that it happens fast enough, how we make sure that it's accessible to everybody and affordable.
The possibilities and potential of the road ahead. Jake Ward, NBC News, Detroit.
Well, one man's legacy is living on now through his friend's amazing act of kindness. He is now giving a complete stranger a second chance at life. NBC News national senior correspondent and top story anchor Tom Llamas brings us the story.
On February 11th of this year, the Wordle answer of the day stood out to Randy Staples, who plays the online game every day. It's because he had a life-altering decision in front of him.
The Wordle of the day for you is amaze. And what's about to happen in 9 days is amazing. Just think about it. My portion of my liver is going to go into another person to save that person's life.
Randy was originally approved as a liver donor for a close friend, but after that friend suddenly passed away, Randy still felt he could help someone else.
I just knew that I needed to continue. If I could save another human's life, I wanted to.
So Randy decided to move forward with his organ donation, giving away more than half of his liver to a complete stranger.
I'm almost certain this is the first one that's been done in North Texas where the donor and the recipient did not know each other.
That surgery, a success. Randy spent months in recovery, waiting to meet his transplant recipient.
To me, that meeting is going to be amazing, you know, just to know that I saved somebody's life.
That meeting finally happened this August.
Are they here yet? Yes. Okay.
Randy meeting his liver recipient Lee Hatcher for the first time in this emotional moment. Both men happy, but more importantly, in this case, healthy.
Yeah, everything's wonderful.
Randy, remember, he's an avid Wordle player, describing the relationship over text.
The text chain we got going. The text feed is called chopped liver, and then Lee is just a sliver. I did that because it rhymes, but in reality, he took a chunk.
The pair showing off these liver transplant t-shirts inspired by Wordle, but for Lee, there's only one word to use how he feels, and it doesn't fit in a 5-letter box.
Oh, I'm grateful. It's my blood brother, grateful, pretty grateful.
I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were going to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were going to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
What do you love about fatherhood?
The chaos, the learning. Is climate change one of your top priorities?
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference in their own communities?
Believe in yourself.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top story with Tom Yamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
We're here to start conversations because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now tonight with Joshua Johnson, weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top story with Tom Yamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers right now on Morning News Now.
We're staying on top of the breaking situation in Ukraine.
We are watching dangerous heat this week. Recession, I mean, is that where we're headed? Is there any way to avoid that?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Happy Thursday to you. Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Vicki Wynn.
And I'm Morgan Radford. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today is Thursday, September 15th. Crisis averted. The White House announces a tentative deal between freight railroads and unions, sidestepping a strike which would have plunged the economy into chaos. We're live in Washington.
Unexpected arrival. Buses carrying immigrants sent from Texas dropped off at the vice president's home. Critics are calling it a harmful stunt, weaponizing the most vulnerable.
On the rise as mortgage rates climb to levels not seen in more than a decade. We'll tell you what you need to know to make it through this tricky market.
And Generation Next Hispanic Heritage Month kicks off today, and we're going to introduce you to the Latina founder of an all-electric rideshare company, the country's first, helping the environment and breaking barriers.
Welcome to NBC News Daily. Thanks for being with us. We start with breaking news. No strike for now. A massive rail strike with crippling economic impacts that was set for tomorrow. It's now off.
And that is what President Biden is speaking about in the tentative deal in this Rose Garden this morning after making a crucial call last night that helped end the stalemate.
Leading us off this hour, NBC News Chief White House Correspondent Peter Alexander. Peter, good to see you. Phew, right? Some were estimated that if a strike happened tomorrow, it would have cost our economy more than $2 billion a day. Just think about all the goods that are delivered by rail. So this is a big win for President Biden if the deal sticks. What did he say about this tentative deal and his involvement, Peter?
Well, the president recognizes that this is a big deal, not just for his administration and for him, but it's a big deal for those workers and for the rail companies as well. And frankly, a big deal for all Americans, as you just laid out right there. The big challenge that the White House was fearing, in the words of the labor secretary, it would have been catastrophic if there had been a strike here. Obviously, about 40% of freight that travels around this country long distance is moved by rail. The things you eat, lumber, auto parts, parts and the like. So you can imagine the impact of those supply chain backlogs. This came together after a 20-hour face-to-face meeting that was overseen by the Labor Secretary Marty Walsh here in Washington, D.C., with leaders from both sides. At 2:30 this morning, they finally got the handshake they needed. At 4:30, the Teamsters board signed off on this. For those workers, among other things, it's going to mean a 24% wage increase over the course of the next 5 years. And also importantly for them, they're going to get some better benefits as it relates to their health care, including 1 day of paid leave for medical needs and then unpaid leave to be able to have visits with doctors and medical professionals as necessary without punishment. Hard to believe that existed, but that was one of the things that they were fighting for. Certainly for the president, those were crucial issues that he wanted to see get done. Here's what President Biden said.
And this is a win for tens of thousands of rail workers and for their dignity and the dignity of their work. It's a recognition of that. This agreement is validation what I've always believed. Unions and management can work together for the benefit of everyone. Today is a win, and I mean it sincerely, a win for America.
A win for America, in the words of the president today. Vicki and Morgan, back to you.
Yeah, Peter, I mean, the economy, of course, is at the forefront of a lot of Americans' minds, especially with inflation being so high. And this strike, I mean, it could have crippled the country's supply chain. It could have driven up prices. It could have just caused massive headaches for travelers, all right before those crucial midterm elections. So, Peter, talk to us about the political implications of this deal.
Well, for the president, it's a big deal. He was asked as he was walking out of the Rose Garden today, and I was there. He was asked specifically, what do you say to those Americans who were seeing prices of food go up about 11 to 13% year over year? And in his words, he said the rails are moving. It's not going to go up, hoping that this is the peak and those inflation numbers start to come down. Obviously, the economy and inflation top of mind for so many voters heading into the midterms, which is why a crippling strike would have been so problematic, not just for the country, but politically for the president and for Democrats as well. Take a look at some of the good news the president's had lately. Here's a poll figure that just came out today from the Associated Press. The president seeing his numbers rise almost 10 points over the course of the last couple of months. In July, his approval ratings hovering at about 36%. Now that number in September closer to 45%. Much of this, Vicki and Morgan, is due to those Democrats coming home, so to speak, more satisfied with the president's handling of his time in office.
All right, NBC News Chief White House Correspondent Peter Alexander. Peter, thank you so much.
Well, Morgan, as you know, today mortgage rates are reaching the highest level in 14 years. And if you are in the market for a new home, there's good news and bad. On the good side, you're facing fewer bidding wars and a lot less competition. The bad news, your mortgage will cost you a lot more each month. But here's what the experts say about how home buyers and even homeowners can find ways to save.
Getting that dream home just got more expensive. Mortgage rates climbing above 6% for the first time since 2008. That's about double the mortgage rate from a year ago.
If you were buying a home on January 1st of this year, there's a $700 difference in your monthly payment now compared to what you would have paid back then.
Even those not looking to buy a house right now could be affected. Americans who took out an adjustable rate mortgage, or ARM, at lower rates could now see their monthly payments go up. The increase coming after Tuesday's inflation report revealed the price for nearly everything is still sky high, and fears the Federal Reserve will hike interest rates once again at its meeting next week. Growing mortgage rates plus high home prices creating the least affordable climate for homes since 1989. That means fewer people are actively looking to buy, and mortgage applications are on the decline. Alex Zanakis and his family sold their home near Denver to move to Tucson, Arizona last month.
Our housing payment would have been over $1,000 more a month, just in interest, for a similar type of loan.
He says they decided to lease a townhome for $1,850 a month instead of opting for a monthly $3,000 mortgage payment.
I think because of interest rates, it's made us pump the brakes. It doesn't hurt to wait 6 to 9 months, maybe even a year, to see where the prices level out.
And for those not in the market for a mortgage, a silver lining.
Higher rates mean that the government is actually kind of succeeding in its mission to address inflation.
In this economic climate, some real estate experts say consider an ARM if you plan on staying in a home short term. It can help make purchasing a home more affordable. ARMs often offer a lower starting interest rate when compared to a typical 30-year fixed mortgage and usually last 5, 7, or 10 years.
What do buyers need to know before they get into an adjustable rate mortgage?
Now, it could adjust down, but it's more likely these days that the interest rate will adjust higher.
Experts say home buyers should shop around and compare lenders to get the most competitive interest rate. And be patient.
How can you be safe and smart with your money if you're shopping for a home?
There's always another house. So be careful about getting into that emotional bidding war, because while that might have been the market 6 months, a year ago, it is not the market today.
To afford a home, real estate experts say they're seeing more people pooling their funds, joining with friends or family members and buying homes that are multi-generational. Now, if you're already in a home and you're worried about increasing expenses, experts say consider renting out a room or even a backyard or a garage space. There are a lot of apps out there to help you make some extra money with the space that you already have. Morgan?
Love those tips. All right, Vicki, thanks so much. Newly released text messages are increasing the scrutiny facing NFL Hall of Famer Brett Favre. He's caught in the middle of a welfare fraud scandal. Now, the money in question was meant for Mississippi's low-income families, some of the poorest in the country. But instead, it went toward a new stadium project at Favre's alma mater. Here's CNBC correspondent Perry Russell.
Court documents filed in Jackson, Mississippi show in 2017 Brett Favre texting, "If you were to pay me, is there any way the media can find out where it came from and how much?" No, we never have had that information publicized. I understand you being uneasy about that, though. The texts are between Favre and Nancy New, who at the time ran the Mississippi Community Education Center, a nonprofit in Jackson. The texts appear to show a coordinated effort to find money to build this volleyball facility at the University of Southern Mississippi. In April, New pleaded guilty to misspending welfare money. The texts are part of a court filing by her attorney. In 2017, New texting Favre, "Wow, just got off the phone with Phil Bryant. He is on board with us. We will get this done." Favre responds, "Awesome. I needed to hear that for sure." Bryant at the time was the governor of Mississippi. Months later, Favre texting in part, "Nancy, Santa came today and dropped some money off. Smiley face, smiley face." Construction costs for the building started to rise. In 2019, court documents show Favre texting New, "About to see Governor Bryant. Anything I can say to him that could help?" New responds, "Let him know how much we work together on youth development, sports programs that instill leadership, and future work skills." Court documents show after the meeting, the governor texting New, "Just left Brett Favre. Can we help him with his project?" A month later, New texting Favre, "Confidential. Do you get the impression that the governor will help us?" Favre responding, "I really feel like he is trying to figure out a way to get it done without actually saying it." Favre has not been charged with any criminal wrongdoing, but the state's Department of Human Services is suing him and others to get millions of dollars back, money intended for the state's poorest of the poor. Favre says he did not know the money was coming from welfare funds and says he did nothing wrong. His lawyer says Favre acted totally honorably in everything.
And we have a statement from the former governor. His lawyer says in part this should be playing out in court, not the media. He did not want these texts to be shown. He wanted them to be used in court with restrictions, but it is way too late for that. Back to you.
All right, Perry Russin, thank you. Some good news now. For a fifth straight week, unemployment claims are on the decline.
That's right. The new Department of Labor report shows that seasonally adjusted initial claims tallied 213,000 last week, and that's down 5,000 from the week before. CNBC senior markets correspondent Dom Chu joins us now. Dom, what does this all tell us about just sort of the overall state of the labor market right now?
So, Morgan, Vicki, the jobs market remains strong, which is resisting the Federal Reserve's efforts to slow the economy by raising rates. It's faced with a continuing shortage of workers right now, the U.S. economy is, but many employers are trying harder to keep the people they've already got. Federal regulators are warning there are some risks because consumers may not fully understand the buy now, pay later plans. The Consumer Financial Protection Bureau says some of the lenders are harvesting a lot of data and charging big late fees. It wants to regulate the business the same way it oversees credit card companies. And Kanye West is breaking up with the Gap. His company Yeezy is telling the retailer it is terminating their contract, accusing Gap of failing to put Yeezy's products in its store shelves. Yeezy's plan now, we're told, is to open Yeezy retail stores himself. Ladies, back over to you.
All right, CNBC senior markets correspondent Dominic Chu. Thank you, Dom. Well, coming up, Republican governors are intensifying the battle over immigration. The states where they're sending migrants to make a political point. You're watching NBC News Daily.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast, available anytime and anywhere.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast, available anytime and anywhere.
The indictment of a former president, or perhaps candidate for president, would arguably tear the country apart. Is that your concern? Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
We're here to start conversations, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Our show is about sparking conversations around today's biggest issues. The Fed raises interest rates. That controls inflation. Explain how that works. Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs and their relationship to their employers? Can you just remind us why there are 9 justices on the Supreme Court instead of 3 or 20 or 2? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
All right, so Republican governors are escalating the battle over immigration, and they're putting migrants right there in the middle. In fact, in the last 24 hours, Governors Ron DeSantis of Florida and Greg Abbott of Texas sending migrants to both Martha's Vineyard and to the vice president's residence in Washington to protest the administration's border policies. NBC News reporter Gary Grumbach joins us now from just outside the U.S. Naval Observatory in Washington, which is the site of the vice president's residence. Gary, first off, why are GOP governors sending migrants to these spaces specifically, and frankly, why now?
Well, it's all politics, Morgan. Governor Greg Abbott of Texas has been sending migrants to Washington, D.C. almost weekly since April. And Florida Governor Ron DeSantis has been threatening to send migrants to Wilmington, Delaware, the home of Joe Biden, and to Martha's Vineyard for months now. And in the past 24 hours, we've seen these threats really turn into action. And this morning, just before 7 a.m., we saw 101 men, women, and children get off the buses here right in front of the gates of the U.S. Naval Observatory, which is where the vice president lives. And the governor Greg Abbott actually took credit for this in a statement recently, and he said that he did this because of an interview that Vice President Harris did with Chuck Todd on this Sunday's Meet the Press, where she said she believed the border was secure. Morgan?
Gary, these are people we're talking about here, right? They're people who are often fleeing very violent and dangerous circumstances. So what happens to them once they do get here? Are there services that are just providing the basic needs, at least for the time being?
Well, it really depends where they end up. Here in Washington, D.C., yes, there has been a system put in place because since April, this has been happening. There's an Office of Migrant Services here in Washington, D.C. that gets them the basic needs and has the volunteers and church groups with them and working with them to get them the food, the water, the needs, and the travel to wherever their final destination is going to be if it's not Washington, D.C. New York has similar situations. But Martha's Vineyard, it's a town where 17,000 people live full-time. It's a vacation town. It's a place that is not equipped to handle the thousands of people that could be arriving on these planes.
I mean, the truth is, if you go to Martha's Vineyard without a reservation months in advance, anyone would have a hard time finding a place to stay, especially given that the island is so small. But there does seem to be some political nuance here. I mean, help us understand that. I mean, why Martha's Vineyard, though, specifically? Because isn't the governor of Massachusetts Republican? So why would a Republican governor from another state send the migrants there?
Yeah, Charlie Baker is a Republican, but the Senate and the Congress and the people that represent Martha's Vineyard are all leaning Democratic for sure. And Martha's Vineyard is a very affluent place. It's a place where the well-off go to vacation and enjoy time away from the rest of the country. And that's, I think, why the governors of Texas and Florida wanted to do this, to send a message saying this is what we've been dealing with in Texas and Florida. And that's a little bit of a taste of what you see there.
So more a message to the voters instead of the politician. NBC News reporter Gary Grumbach for us there. Gary, thank you.
Well, the murder trial featured in the viral podcast Serial, you may remember it, it could be retried. Adnan Syed has served over 20 years in prison since being found guilty in the 1999 murder of his former girlfriend, Hae Min Lee. But now the defense and the prosecutors are saying the prosecution failed to disclose key evidence that could have prevented his conviction in the first place. Here's NBC News reporter Julie Sirkin with the details.
A bombshell announcement by Baltimore prosecutors on the notorious murder case involving Adnan Syed, convicted of killing 17-year-old Hae Min Lee, his former girlfriend and high school classmate.
It's Serial, one story told week by week.
A case that gained national attention in the hit podcast Serial.
Whatever the motivation is to kill someone, it didn't exist in me.
After a year-long investigation by the Baltimore State Attorney's Office and Syed's defense team, it was discovered that prosecutors did not disclose the existence of two more suspects to the defense in the 1999 murder of Hae Min Lee, resulting in a motion to vacate Syed's conviction after spending 23 years in prison for the murder.
I just sometimes wish they could look into my brain and see how I really felt about her.
Prosecutors are now requesting a new trial. While they say they aren't asserting Syed's innocence, the Baltimore State Attorney's Office now saying, quote, the state no longer has confidence in the integrity of the conviction. Syed's case was meticulously followed by Sarah Koenig in 2014 and the millions of listeners who became obsessed with the case, at times pointing to evidence that would later convince a lower court judge to overturn Syed's conviction. In 2019, Maryland's highest court denied a second trial, but the case still garnering attention. In 2019, HBO releasing a 4-part series.
Serial is what brought new evidence to the case, but Serial is not going to exonerate him.
And today, renewed hope for Syed. The state attorney's office writing in the motion that the prosecutors, quote, robbed the defendant of information that would have bolstered his investigation and argument that somebody else was responsible for the victim's death. And while the identities of the two new suspects will not be revealed.
That was NBC News reporter Julie Sirkin. You're watching NBC.
No stress, no mess, just yum.
That's it.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
The indictment of a former president, or perhaps candidate for president, would arguably tear the country apart. Is that your concern? Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
Right now on NBC News Now.
As we come on the air, here's what we know.
It has been dramatic, powerful.
We begin with breaking news just coming in.
What's happening now, what's happening next, and what it means for you.
We're continuing to follow the Russian attack on Ukraine.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
We're getting out of this area right now because more air raid sirens are sounding.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind.
Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No, fewer people are content to just offer their thoughts and prayers.
And the House has answered the call to create new gun laws.
The stunning testimony at the January 6th hearing on Capitol Hill.
Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades. decades.
Parts of Virginia cleaning up after severe storms.
A terrifying night of flash floods.
Flames forcing thousands to evacuate.
When do I play meteorologist? Only when the heat is this bad.
Another special night of election coverage right here at NBC News Now.
Results are coming in.
This Tuesday is going to be huge for primary purposes.
It's an interesting race here. I've just never covered anything like it.
This is big when we're talking about November.
How many doors do you think you've each knocked on?
This feels like an ideological fight to the death. Is there room for common ground on this issue?
What do you think when you see the activism that's happening right now?
Do you think this movement could have happened without social media?
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
More than 6 months after the Russian invasion of Ukraine, millions of Ukrainians have fled their home country. Some have been forced into so-called filtration camps in Russia, where they're processed, interrogated, and sometimes even killed by Putin's forces. U.S. officials are now drawing comparisons between these camps and the Holocaust. Here's NBC News correspondent Josh Letterman.
When Anastasia and her mother fled occupied Mariupol in May, she says there was only one safe way out: through Russian filtration, a system set up by Russia to temporarily detain and interrogate Ukrainian civilians. The goal? To single out any who might pose a threat to Russia's invasion, according to U.S. intelligence. Their first stop, a center in Donetsk, where she says they slept with 50 others in a school gym that smelled of trash and death.
That night, somebody died.
Somebody died?
Yeah, somebody died.
While you were at the filtration center?
Yeah. It was an old man. When I saw that they just took away this body, I just think, okay, so you are not a people, you are not a human if you behave like this.
The next day, she says they were sent farther east, to the Russian border, where they were interrogated about Ukraine's military and on their views about the war.
You have to smile. Because you have to survive.
Anastasia says the Russians let them walk over the border into Russia, where they began a weeks-long journey back to Ukraine. The United States says as many as 1.6 million Ukrainians have gone through filtration, including 260,000 children. Some have reported being beaten and tortured, denied food and water.
What it boils down to is a series of horrors happening in real time in Europe that echoes a very dark period of the past.
Vlad Buryak was 16 years old in April when he says his car was stopped at a Russian checkpoint. He says troops searched his phone and found pro-Ukrainian social media.
And these Russian soldiers put on me guns and say me, maybe I kill you right now.
Vlad says he was detained at a filtration camp for 48 days.
In 48 days, I worked and my obligation was cleaned torture room. It was a room where Russian soldiers torture Ukrainian military people, Ukrainian civilian people.
How did they torture them?
Russian soldiers use electricity, use needles under the nails.
Vlad says his cellmate, a 24-year-old church worker, emerged from 2 days of torture and slit his wrists in front of Vlad.
I tried to save him, but I understand that this man have a problem with head after tortured. He broke.
Vlad says he doesn't know whether the man survived. And a few weeks later, Vlad says he was released from Russian filtration. A new U.S. intelligence assessment lays out the filtration process, from intake at centers or checkpoints to interrogation and processing. It says those deemed most threatening are detained, some indefinitely. Those less threatening are forcibly deported to Russia. Ukrainians deemed non-threatening are either deported or allowed into Ukrainian-held territory. Last month, Yale University and the Conflict Observatory used satellite imagery to identify 21 filtration sites with high confidence, just in one part of eastern Ukraine. At one prison camp, they identified recently dug up earth.
We believe that there is enough evidence to say that these objects are consistent with grades.
Moscow dismisses all of these allegations as propaganda. Russia's UN ambassador says more than 2.4 million Ukrainians have entered Russia since the war started, but all voluntarily, fleeing Ukrainian violence, and none of them imprisoned or mistreated.
Do you seriously think that such a large number of people could be forced to move and forced to keep silent?
But the head of Ukraine's National Security and Defense Council says Ukraine knows the truth. He says, after the war, we'll do everything in our power to return Ukrainians to their motherland.
That was NBC News correspondent Josh Letterman reporting for us.
And straight ahead, we're celebrating Hispanic Heritage Month by talking to a 26-year-old Latina CEO who's revolutionizing the tech world one car at a time. It's a story you will not want to miss. You're watching NBC News Daily.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
Tonight, I interviewed Secretary of Transportation Pete Buttigieg about the ongoing delays. You seem to be pointing the finger at the airlines. They're pointing the finger back. Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better?
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
And what do you love about fatherhood?
The chaos, the learning. Is climate change one of your top priorities?
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference in their own communities? Believe in yourself.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Back now with our NBC News exclusive.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Welcome back this Thursday. I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Morgan Radford. Making news right now, President Biden announcing that freight whale workers will get better pay and improved working conditions, as well as health care benefits. The Department of Transportation Secretary saying that negotiations took 20 consecutive hours.
The death toll in Pakistan reaching almost 1,500 after unprecedented floods just a few weeks ago. The record monsoon rains caused an estimated $30 billion in damages and displaced more than 33 million people.
And a ceasefire called between Armenia and Azerbaijan, ending 2 days of heavy fighting. The truce brokered thanks to international mediation and took effect last night. The fiery clashes over territory have killed over 175 soldiers from both sides. The ceasefire is holding thus far. Well, today marks 1 week since Britain's longest reigning monarch, Queen Elizabeth II, died.
Today, her coffin is lying in state at Westminster Hall in London. Mourners have gathered by the thousands to pay their last respects to the only monarch many of them have ever known. Yeah. NBC News foreign correspondent Matt Bradley has much more for us now from London.
Guys, so the Queen has been lying in state in Westminster Palace behind me for just over 24 hours. And these are all of the people who are filing past, waiting hours and hours to finally see her. This Queen, the longest reigning in Britain's history. I spoke with some of them. Here's what they had to say.
I'm a former civil servant, so technically she's my former boss, and I had to come down here.
It's going to be an overwhelming experience, and I had to come. There was no doubt in my mind, you know, I had to.
The atmosphere it's very friendly, very mellow, and everyone here is for a common purpose.
And also today we're getting some new details about the funeral for the Queen that's going to be held on Monday. That's the final day of all of this more than a week-long mourning process. We understand this is kind of going to unfold like a Russian doll, with the largest funeral happening at Westminster Abbey across the street from Westminster Palace behind me. Some 2,000 guests are expected to be invited, including many heads of state. After that, she will be moved to Windsor Castle, which is about an hour west of here, and that's where there'll be a much smaller service for a closer group of invitees, about 800 people, and then finally a third service just for close family members, a much smaller service before the Queen is finally interred in St. George's, under St. George's Chapel, alongside her husband. Vicki, Morgan.
Matt, thank you. Former NSA contractor Reality Winner was prosecuted by the Trump administration for leaking a classified document to the media. Now she is calling the investigation into Trump's alleged mishandling of classified information, quote, incredibly ironic. NBC News national correspondent Gabe Gutierrez sat down with Winner for an exclusive interview.
The charges against then 25-year-old Reality Winner were as unusual as her name.
Are you a spy?
No.
She's an Air Force veteran who became an NSA translator. But in 2017, while working in Georgia, she leaked a classified document to a media outlet that then published information about Russia's election interference. Winner, who pleaded guilty to one felony count, says she did it because the American people were not getting the full story.
You broke the law.
I did break the law.
Do you regret it?
I regret the pain that it's done to my family, and I regret betraying the trust of the American people.
This is her first interview since the FBI's search of former President Trump's Florida estate, which the Justice Department says turned up more than 100 classified documents.
It wasn't hard to believe. This is a guy who really likes trophies. I don't know if he actually had much thought behind it. I'm not really here to speculate on that. But it is incredibly ironic.
Ironic because it was the DOJ under President Trump that aggressively prosecuted her.
Do you think you were made an example of?
Definitely. I was the head on the pike.
And yet, she has a view that may surprise some critics of the former president.
Based on the evidence that's been released so far by the Justice Department, do you believe Donald Trump should go to prison?
No.
Winner says the World War I-era Espionage Act, which he was prosecuted under and that former President Trump is now being investigated for, is vague, political, and often weaponized.
It's incredibly inconsistent. It changes from district to district.
After spending 4 years in prison, Reality Winner is on probation and working as a CrossFit instructor in South Texas.
Has it been worth it?
No. Because to say it was worth it would be to say that committing a felony was worth it.
Her father wanted a real winner, she says, hence the name. Now she's hoping to move on from a harsh reality she never imagined. Gabe Gutierrez, NBC News, Kingsville, Texas.
Well, Hispanic Heritage Month kicks off today, and we want to highlight some of the people of Latino heritage who've really made a difference in their communities and also in the world. One of those people, Raven Hernandez, a young CEO who's the founder of one of the first all-electric rideshare companies in the country. Luckily, I got a chance to sit down with Raven to really talk about her journey and really what advice she has for the next generation of young entrepreneurs hoping to enter the tech world on their own terms. Take a look.
27-year-old Raven Hernandez has always been driven.
So I heard these things go pretty fast. They do? Oh!
Now she's in the driver's seat.
It's getting back a little bit of charge.
As the founder and CEO of an all-electric rideshare company called Earth Rides.
When was your first time in an electric vehicle ever, period?
Ever that I drove was 2018.
Just 4 years ago.
Just 4 years ago, and now we are showing EVs and highlighting them all over the country.
In 2020, Raven took her passion into overdrive.
Hi, I'm Raven Hernandez, founder and CEO of Earth Rides,
and founded the first rideshare company in the U.S. to offer an all-electric fleet of vehicles.
We don't market ourselves as just an eco-friendly company. For us, it's really important about the safety and the quality of the rides. The majority of our passengers, they're looking for something better.
A lot of people who get started in this space, they have some connection to financing or venture capital firms. Did you have any of that?
I had hustle. My mother and my grandmother were both single mothers. They taught themselves English. You know, they really hustled for everything they had, and I think that grit allows me to be where I'm at today.
But you had to sort of open your own doors to get there, it sounds like.
It's definitely opening a lot of doors. I mean, it's knocking, right? It's knocking on as many doors as possible and seeing which ones are going to open, and not every room is meant for you.
A journey she started as the child of immigrants growing up in Nashville, Tennessee.
My family is from Panama, in a town called Santiago. You know, it's amazing and it's beautiful just to see how far we've come along in 3 generations.
But like all journeys, this one had its turns.
I had no idea this was in my future. I'm a licensed attorney, but along the way I saw this opportunity to bring clean technology to communities that don't normally see it.
Where did you find the drive?
I mean, when I think about a hard day at work, I know that I have it way easier than my mother or my abuela ever did. I mean, my grandmother left her jungle and where she lived at 10 years old to go find work and support her family. And so when I think about getting to be in spaces like this with you, I mean, it's humbling, and it just makes me fuel my own fire to keep going.
A fire that's helped the company expand from its home base in Nashville to 3 cities, serving more than 300,000 passengers to date. An accomplishment that's even more remarkable given the state of the industry, where women currently make up less than 30% of the clean energy workforce, and Latino founders accounted for just over 2% of all venture capital funding last year.
A moment ago, you described having to knock on doors and that sometimes the rooms weren't always intended for you. When you got to those rooms, did you see other Latinas or Latinos?
Not often, and so getting to be the first Latina in the room as an entrepreneur showing up in this space on behalf of my family and everyone else in the community, it's quite a load, and I always think about that and understand that I'm not the last, right? I might be the first, but I'm definitely not the last.
Bringing others on a journey that's just beginning.
Focus on what makes you uniquely you. Find strength in what makes you different, and then run into that room and knock that door down.
What a great conversation, Morgan.
Yeah, she was so inspiring.
Yes.
And luckily, to help continue to inspire us, we have the Managing Director of Hispanics and Philanthropy and the Managing Director of Inicio Ventures, Jorge Calderon. Jorge, it's great to see you this afternoon. First off, just kind of looking back at that, Raven told us how she went from maxing out credit cards to raising $2 million of outside funding to date. So how important is it for Latinos to be a part of and included in the tech industry, and how hard is it for them to enter?
Yes, well, thank you. Thank you again for having me on, Morgan, and I appreciate it. Also, congratulations to you both on this new show. You are both entrepreneurs, so innovators yourselves. Happy HHM, and thank you for both being inspiring women. So I think in answering your question, so let's think about this in terms of innovation. So what do we have in terms of the opportunities that innovation brings, right? So it can be a financial value. It could also be solving social impact, social environmental issues. And so what that innovation is built on is human capital. That human capital is the engine that actually creates innovation and then therefore supports that value. If we restrict that engine to just small segments of the population, then we're losing on opportunities to really increase that rate of innovation, right? So because the Latinx community, women, other groups have been marginalized outside of that innovation cycle, we're just not fueling that engine with the ingenuity and the potential that these groups bring. Yeah, and so we really need to think about that.
We know the data does show companies that are more diverse, that have more diverse leadership, tend to perform better from a dollars and cents perspective as well. Jorge, let me throw some stats at you. According to a Pew Research Center study from 2021, Latinos 25 and older, they only make up 8% of all STEM workers. That's up from 1% in 2016. So it's moving in the right direction, but very slowly. How do we get more Latinos into these fields? Science, technology, engineering, math. They tend to be higher paying, and they also tend to provide more opportunities long run.
Yeah, thank you. So that is a reason to be optimistic, right? That's an 8x change from 1%. But at the end of the day, we really want to get that higher. So we need to do more of what you're doing right now. Amplify the now generation to inspire the next generation, right? But let's not just do it during HHM. Let's do it all year long. Second, fund HiQ and HBCU programs. Those innovation programs on their campuses, they starve to death for grants, for funding, et cetera. Expand corporate innovation programs. Those work very well. So those apprenticeship programs that really dive deep into diversity, those are really supportive. Invest in K-12 STEM programs at the very early stage. We invested in a company called Thimble, run by Oscar Pedrosa, an incredible way to kind of provide STEM kits and support to schools across the U.S. And then pay teachers better. That should be obvious by now. Let's get more teachers there by incentivizing them and having more folks teaching the STEM curriculum.
Yeah, Jorge Calderon, thank you so much, Managing Director of Hispanics and Philanthropy. We appreciate your advice, and thanks for your time.
Thank you. Take care.
Electric cars are in the spotlight at the Detroit Auto Show. Next, Ford Motor Company CEO Jim Foley on what consumers should know before taking the plunge. More NBC News Daily right after this.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers right now on Morning News Now.
We're staying on top of the breaking situation in Ukraine.
We are watching dangerous heat this week. Recession, I mean, is that where we're headed? Is there any way to avoid that?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were going to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that.
Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
NBC News, streaming free now.
Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Back now with our NBC News exclusive.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Back now with our NBC News exclusive.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
And what do you love about fatherhood?
The chaos, the learning. Is climate change one of your top priorities?
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference in their own communities?
Believe in yourself.
These are our missing daughters and sons.
We need anyone who saw something to come forward.
She was wearing a black jacket, a black top.
I'm gonna bring my son home alive.
Dateline, Missing in America. Listen to the full season now. The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
The Detroit Auto Show is underway right now, and all the focus is on the future of the car industry. Grabbing the headlines today, electric vehicles and next-generation models.
But today, Ford is stealing the show, unveiling its new Ford Mustang with their strongest engines yet. So the question now is, how does this all play into their green future? Joining us now from Detroit, we have Ford Motor Company CEO Jim Farley. Jim, it's great to see you today.
Thank you for having me on the show.
Good to have you, Jim. Let's talk about the new Mustang that everyone is buzzing about. You just unveiled the redesign. It is a fully gasoline model. We know General Motors has committed to going fully electric, but Ford has not. So why not? And also, where do you think this new Mustang fits into the overall market?
Oh, we're number 2 in electric in the U.S., right behind Tesla. And so, what matters for us is our actions. The F-150 Lightning and the Mustang Mach-E they're doing great, multi-year order banks, and now we're number 2 in EV sales. But, there are other parts of the market where an electric vehicle isn't, perfect. And we've always committed to a V8 and an internal combustion engine lineup for people who don't find that the electric is exactly right for them. And we're on our 7th generation of Mustang. We sold 10 million of these. We've been number 1 in the segment. We're the number 1 sports coupe globally. Almost 20% of our production in Michigan for Mustang is exported. It's one of our biggest exports. So this is a big investment for us because, we're the segment leader, and not every vehicle is going to be electric. And if you have a Super Duty pickup truck or a Mustang, that fits for a lot of people.
And I do want to talk about that because you actually split Ford into 2 divisions, Jim. One for combustion engine cars, the other for electric vehicles, called the Model E. But you said that you didn't want to rush dealers into being a Model E dealer before they were actually ready to. So can you explain that to us? Sort of how do you balance both sides of the business while trying to ultimately become a greener company?
It's a great question because both businesses are really different, and even the way you distribute and market and sell them is really different. Everyone wants more e-commerce, but we rolled out our new dealer standards for our dealers for electric. They're going to have to require to invest $500,000 to $1.2 million. They have about 2 months to decide. They have to install chargers. We're going to go to non-negotiated price, so the price you see is the price you buy, and 100% pickup and delivery for all customers, so you don't really have to go into the dealership to buy. We think those kind of standards match our electric lineup. Now that we're number 2, we're really gaining volume, and we don't want to force all dealers to take that, because for some dealers we have a growth internal combustion engine business, like Super Duty pickup trucks and Broncos, and these are all growing, and so we have a growth opportunity on both, and we split them because they're different businesses and they require different talent.
Jim, let me jump in here. You're aiming to get 50% of sales from EVs by 2030. Full disclosure, I have a Ford Mustang Mach-E. That's the electric version of the Mustang, But where are you on electric development and infrastructure, frankly, to make it more user-friendly for EV drivers across the country?
It's such a big question because now we're number 2. We're learning a lot, like from you, about the importance of charging, and it's becoming more and more important for people. What's really a key for us, we have the largest network of chargers, but for you and so many other customers, they want high-speed chargers. So the most important thing is we work with government, local cities to install high-speed chargers. In fact, the investment for our dealers, 90% of that $1.2 million is chargers, because that's what we need, and we need high-speed chargers. That's what we found out from Norway and lots of other countries that have gone electric already.
That's all good news for us.
Ford CEO Jim.
All right, our thanks to Jim Foley there. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Right now on Morning News Now.
We're staying on top of the breaking situation in Ukraine.
We are watching dangerous heat this week. Recession, is that where we're headed? Is there any way to avoid that?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
The indictment of a former president, or perhaps candidate for president, would arguably tear the country apart. Is that your concern?
Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by. Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
All right, so here's what's trending now. Oscar winner Matthew McConaughey's latest movie is scrapped before filming even started. McConaughey was set to play the coach in the true story of a high school girls soccer team that went to China in 1984 and beat some of the best teams in the world.
That's a bummer. I hope they revive it. Well, your Merriam-Webster dictionary, it's out of date. The latest edition has 370 new words, including dumb phone. That's a phone that doesn't do anything but make a call. Other new words, supply chain, sub-variant, and pumpkin spice. And here's a favorite of mine, Morgan, banh mi. That is a spicy Vietnamese sandwich. I don't have to tell you.
Favorite of mine as well. And there's a new generation of Ali fighters stepping into the ring. ESPN reports that Muhammad Ali's grandson just signed an MMA contract. 24-year-old Biagio Ali Walsh says that he's inspired by his late grandfather. Walsh's brother is a fighter as well. It's a historic week on Broadway.
Angelica Ross is the first transgender woman to play the role of Roxy Hart in the Broadway musical Chicago. Angelica joins us now live to talk about this trailblazing performance. Angelica, great to have you with us. Thank you for joining. Talk about what this moment means, not just for you, but for Black trans women.
It means that we ain't going nowhere and we can't be stopped. That's what it means. It means that, you know, as much as people pine away at the good old days when, you know, less people were able to access opportunities, the world is still moving forward. So I'm grateful to be one of those people that are pioneering this, continuing forward.
I love that. I mean, how are you sort of putting your own spin on this already iconic role? We're dying to see more.
You know, I'm just bringing my full self to the role, especially as an actor, as a 41-year-old woman, and that has experienced a lot of things. Each Roxy that comes to the role, from Brandy to Erica Jane to all of the ones that have come before me, you know, each woman proves a point that we're all different. But even though we're all different, there's these similarities that we have, and we can focus on our differences, or we can focus on those stories, those opportunities, and those sort of challenges and dreams that we all sometimes share that deserve to be seen.
I love how you pay homage to the women who came before you. Can I get personal for a moment? I want to talk about opening night, right? Like when you are the star, you're it. You're the reason everybody's in the audience, paid their money, bought that ticket. How do you kind of center yourself, calm your nerves, and then harness the energy that you need to bring it all out there on the stage for the audience?
Well, I would say that it's very difficult. It's very difficult because, you know, I was very anxious going into this opportunity, but I just took a deep breath. And once, you know, they call for places, there really is no room for fear or anything else. Now it's time to just show up. And that's what my, a thing that I continue to do is just show up and show out.
And when you talk about showing up, I mean, you're expanding the boundaries of inclusion, right? Which is what is so beautiful. Where does the theater industry, where does entertainment still have left to go when it comes to inclusion and representation? Where is the work that has yet to be done?
Well, I think there's a lot of work that, needs to be done, but it is done by folks like me showing up, even just being in Chicago and working with the Chicago crew, there's these small changes, like with Mary Sunshine and the role of Mary Sunshine. I kind of wanted to talk about it and just give the role of Mary Sunshine more agency. So there was just these little changes where Mary Sunshine takes her own wig off now and does a sort of reveal, which gives her more agency than it feeling. To me, I was concerned about my trans and non-binary people in the audience and that they would feel some kind of way seeing somebody being revealed in that way. But we all love a good reveal on RuPaul's Drag Race, so it was a hit in the audience.
A hit. All right, Angelica Ross, thank you so much. We appreciate your time. And fans, you can watch Ross in the musical until November 6th right here in New York City. Thank you so much.
Break a leg, Angelica. Thank you.
Well, UPS is already gearing up for the busy holiday season. The company is hiring more than 100,000 seasonal workers. UPS says that 80% of the full and part-time positions do not require an interview. In fact, potential workers can be hired as soon as 25 minutes after applying online. Yeah, really quickly. Most of the positions are for delivery drivers and for helpers.
Well, the popular Netflix series focused on the royal family, The Crown, it's begun filming again. The production was paused as a mark of respect for Queen Elizabeth II. A spokesperson says the production will be put back on hold on the day of the Queen's funeral. More news on the way.
It's the best time of the morning, time for that pop start, baby.
I'm feeling the vibe today on the show.
The indictment of a former president, or perhaps candidate for president, would arguably tear the country apart. Is that your concern? Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were going to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
These are our missing daughters and sons.
We need anyone who saw something to come forward.
She was wearing a black jacket, a black top.
I'm going to bring my son home alive.
Dateline, Missing in America. Listen to the full season now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers right now on Morning News Now.
We're staying on top of the breaking situation in Ukraine.
We are watching dangerous heat this week. Recession, I mean, is that where we're headed? Is there any way to avoid that?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods.
Hi, everybody. I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow. NBC News Daily starts right now. Today, Thursday, September 15th, 2022. Back on track, rail companies and union workers agree to an 11th hour deal, narrowly averting a strike. Why it took President Biden himself to get them to find common ground.
Border battle. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis ordered migrants onto planes and then sent them to the Northeast. The move some are calling outrageous, but he claims is necessary.
Final farewell. Tens of thousands of mourners streaming past the coffin of Queen Elizabeth. The emotional tributes to the monarch as the royal family prepares for her funeral.
And dose of hope. Why a party drug could actually be a game changer in the fight against depression. It is 11 a.m. in Reno, 1 p.m. in Shreveport, and 2 p.m. here in New York City. Welcome to NBC News Daily.
We begin this hour with a major crisis averted. After 20 hours straight of face-to-face negotiations, railroad companies and their workers have come to a tentative deal to avert a strike that would have crippled the U.S. supply chain. The deal truly came at the 11th hour. The strike would have started tomorrow.
And that would have been catastrophic. 40% of all goods that are shipped long distance in this country rely on the rail system. Shutting it down would have cost the U.S. economy $2 billion per day. And that's on top of making an already fragile supply chain even worse.
Let's bring in NBC News correspondent Cal Perry and NBC News chief White House correspondent Kristen Welker. Cal, what do we know about this tentative deal? What were the rail workers fighting for in the first place, and what's happened?
Well, look, what we know is there is that tentative deal. Some of it was just about salaries. I can go over those very quickly. First, the agreement gives union members an immediate 14% raise with back pay that dates to 2020. Those raises will be up to 24% through the length of this contract in 2024. Those are sort of the basic salary numbers. What was really important, though, to so many people who worked in this industry was a quality of life discussion. So many of these rail workers would say that they were on call for days, weeks at a time, and there were discussions, lengthy discussions, going on for weeks, for months, about medical paid time off as well. And so that is part of the agreement. And while we're just getting sort of the sketches of the agreement, what we know is that the contract language will exempt time off for certain medical events. That was key, as I said, to so many of the people who were involved in those negotiations. It is, of course, a conversation that we are having nationally in so many job roles where people say they're not being paid enough and they don't have the quality of life. This certainly is something that they were hoping to achieve in the negotiations, and maybe at least temporarily they've done so, guys.
Well, Kristen, the Labor Secretary spent, 20 hours trying to broker this deal with the parties involved in this case, and the president even made that call at one point, we know. How did the behind-the-scenes work to help make this deal happen?
Well, good question, Aaron and Kate. According to administration officials, the tentative deal came in the form of a handshake at 2:30 this morning. The last-minute agreement avoiding what would have been, as Cal was just laying out, just a crippling rail strike, the first in 30 years. Now, in remarks at the White House earlier today, President Biden hailed the agreement as a big win for America and a victory for the railway companies. Take a listen to a little bit more of what he had to say.
This is a win for tens of thousands of rail workers and for their dignity and the dignity of their work. It's a recognition of that. And because of the labor agreement, those rail workers will get better pay, a 24% wage increase over the next 5 years, improved working conditions, peace of mind around their health care by capping the cost that workers will have to pay.
Now, Labor Secretary Marty Walsh tweeted that deal came after 20 consecutive hours of negotiations. Walsh and other top officials here were really sounding the alarm, saying that a strike would have been catastrophic for all of the reasons that you just heard Cal lay out. Politically speaking, this is a boon to President Biden just 2 months out from the midterms, guys.
And Cal, some Amtrak services were suspended, right? Long-haul Amtrak runs were suspended over fears about this strike. Any word on whether those are back up and running now?
They're coming back online right now, some today, some tomorrow. Amtrak is reaching out to customers. But the big bullet that was dodged is those regional commuter carriers, like the place I'm at now. Metrolink serves 11,000 people a day, would have gone offline tomorrow. People would have hit the highways. That was all avoided.
And very quickly, before we let you go, Kristen, I just saw your email about some breaking news involving the president and Americans detained in Russia. I think we still have Kristen Welker in D.C. Kristen?
You do. We are learning, according to a senior administration official, Aaron, that President Biden will be meeting with the family members of Brittany Griner and Paul Whelan here at the White House on Friday. This is going to be 2 separate meetings. And this administration official telling me this is the president's way of stressing to these families and, frankly, to everyone across the country that they are still focused on getting those 2 Americans out of Russia. They have been detained in Russia. We know that the United United States put a deal on the table to release those 2 Americans in exchange for a Russian arms dealer. There have been talks going back and forth. They are ongoing. The families of those 2 detained Americans feel as though, obviously, this is not going fast enough, that there hasn't been enough pressure. They have tried to keep up the pressure on the administration to bring their loved ones home. So Friday will be yet another step toward that end. Guys, back to you.
Kristen Welker in D.C., Cal Perry in California. Thank you both.
There's a new twist in the fight over immigration. For several months, Republican governors have been sending buses of migrants to Democratic-led cities. They're doing it to draw attention to an immigration surge at the southern border. But today, those GOP leaders are taking it to another level. Buses from Texas arrived outside Vice President Kamala Harris's residence in Washington, D.C. this morning. And meantime, Florida GOP Governor Ron DeSantis is taking credit for sending 2 planes filled with migrants up to Martha's Vineyard in Massachusetts. Joining us now, NBC's Gary Grumbach outside the VP's house, and then Homeland Security correspondent Julia Ainsley's with us in Washington as well. Gary, I'll start with you. Do we know how many people arrived in Washington outside the vice president's home, and what's being done with them to help them?
Yeah, 101 men, women, and children were dropped off by charter bus just behind me in that grassy area of the Naval Observatory. And they had their pillows, they had blankets, and they had garbage bag filled with the only possessions that were still to their name. And now Washington, D.C. is not new to migrants being bussed here. This has been happening from Governor Greg Abbott and Governor Ducey since April, happening on a weekly basis. So there's really a system set up here. The D.C. government has an Office of Migrant Services that they've put up, and there's volunteers and church groups where they have food and water and shelter, and they start to plan for these migrants' future. But they were ready today, but they were ready downtown near Union Station, where they've been dropped off since April. Today was a little different, and it caught everybody by surprise. Here's what one volunteer had to say.
I think it was intentional. I think the plan was from last night, from what I'm hearing from agencies, that the plan that the government was to drop them off here, but not give anybody a heads up.
So they literally dropped them off and the buses left?
I believe so. By the time we showed up, they were already gone.
And we are hearing this was indeed intentional. In the past few minutes, Governor Greg Abbott saying that he did this because of an interview that that Vice President Harris did on Sunday with Chuck Todd on Meet the Press, saying she believed the border was secure.
All right, Gary, stand by. Julia, let me go to you, and let's talk about Martha's Vineyard. I'm imagining what this must be like for the migrants. Martha's Vineyard is an island. It's a tourist spot. Are they going to help the migrants relocate somewhere else?
Well, at this point, all the local officials are promising is to be able to give necessary aid to what we now know is about 7 Venezuelan families that arrived in Martha's Vineyard late yesterday. The community has come out donating supplies. They've actually said they have more than enough supplies now. But you're right, it's an island. They don't have the infrastructure that a big city might have. They might look at sending them to a place like Boston. There's even been some reporting, not confirmed by NBC, that these migrants thought that they were on their way to Boston and ended up in Martha's Vineyard. So right now they're in a place it's much harder to get to. But look, it's a political stunt that's getting a lot of attention from Republican Governor Ron DeSantis as he possibly eyes a presidential bid. Everyone is very interested in the fact that these migrants are now in this very posh, oftentimes very liberal vacation destination. Kate?
Gary Grumbach, Julia Ainsley, thank you.
Well, today is the first full day that Queen Elizabeth is lying in state at Westminster Hall. I want to show you some live pictures right now from there. Hundreds of thousands of people are expected to file into this room between now and the state funeral on Monday. Let's bring in NBC News foreign correspondent Matt Bradley now. Matt, talk to us about how the public viewings have been going so far.
Yeah, I mean, they've been going like clockwork. I mean, the organization leading up to this has been planned for years, so it's no real surprise, Aaron. This line behind me is moving pretty quickly, but the folks here tell me they've been standing here for 4 hours since the end of the line. They've got another almost 4 hours to go as the line snakes all the way around here and goes right around, coils through this park off to the left, and then goes
into the actual Palace of Westminster. But those who are joining the line now, they can expect a lot longer of a wait. It's late in the afternoon. This goes 24 hours until Monday morning, and that's when we're going to see the Queen's coffin finally lifted off the platform where it's been resting for those 4 days. It's going to move across the street to Westminster Abbey. That's when we're going to see a star-studded funeral, about 2,000 guests, some of whom including heads of state and other massive luminaries. And then after that, the Queen's coffin will be whisked off to Windsor Castle. There will be another 2 services, the last one including just very close, intimate members of the Queen's family, before her body is finally interred below St. George's Chapel alongside her husband. Guys?
Matt Bradley in London today. Matt, thank you. Well, Tesla is having a tough time with its strict return-to-office policy.
Sources say the company doesn't have room for all of its workers. CNBC's Brian Sullivan joins us now with CNBC's Money Minute. Brian.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, at the end of May, Elon Musk emailed all Tesla employees telling them they need to spend at least 40 hours in the office because anything less, quote, is phoning it in. But more than 3 months later, internal documents seen by CNBC show that Tesla doesn't actually have the room or the resources to bring everybody back in. That has been confirmed to us by people who actually work for Tesla. And probably no surprise here, we're also hearing the policy has caused a significant decline in morale among some employees. You're being forced back to the office, and you find you don't have a desk. Also happening today, all Snapchat users can now access the media platform on their desktop computers with the new Snapchat for Web app. And that is news because that feature had been limited to paying subscribers. And Ye says nay. Kanye West is saying goodbye to The Gap, his company telling the retailer their contract has been terminated, accusing The Gap of failing to get its Yeezy products into stores. Kate and Aaron, back to you. Imagine being asked to come back by NBC to the office and there's no desk.
Oh, yeah, you're switching back to that. I was going to say Ye says nay. Was that what you just said?
That was good. Nice job
that was
with
really
that.
good.
It's not mine. It was, we used it on, I stole it. I have to say, I don't know who came, a genius though.
Very, very good. Brian Sullivan.
Juan Orrego.
Oh,
Producer got it.
Yeah, the producer. There we go. Thank you.
She served more than 4 years in prison for leaking classified documents. And now Reality Winner says it's incredibly ironic the former president, Donald Trump, is accused of the same thing. The exclusive interview next. You're watching NBC News Daily.
News is happening now.
To look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
No stress, no mess, just yum.
That's it.
News is happening now.
To look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Can you tell us what it was like? Our NBC News exclusive.
No stress, no mess, just yum.
That's it.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
News is happening now.
To look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
These are our missing daughters and sons.
We need anyone who saw something to come forward.
She was wearing a black jacket, a black top.
I'm going to bring my son home alive.
Dateline, Missing in America. Listen to the full season now.
It's the best time of the morning. Time for that pop start, baby.
I'm feeling the vibe today on the show.
A federal jury in Chicago has convicted singer R. Kelly on 6 counts of child pornography and exploitation.
But jurors also acquitted Kelly on 7 other counts. That 5-week trial stemmed from complaints by women who said Kelly lured them into sex acts while they were underage. NBC News correspondent Ron Allen joins us now. He's been tracking this story. So we had yesterday's verdict that came like a year after the previous federal trial on racketeering and sex trafficking here in New York. Let's talk about yesterday, though. Break this down for us, the decision we got from the jury.
Basically, he was found guilty of abusing 3 underage women and videotaping them, making videotapes of the whole thing. He was found not guilty of a range of charges, along with 2 co-defendants who worked for him, of trying to obstruct justice, trying to hide and cover up what he had been doing for years. The real heroine in all this is a woman named Jane, who is also identified as his goddaughter. And this goes back to the late 1990s. For decades, she had denied that there had been anything improper between her and Kelly. However, she changed her mind a few years ago, said she got tired of living with the lies and came forward and testified about her years of horrific abuse is the only way to describe it. She refused to testify at a trial back in 2008, and that's when he was acquitted. So this goes back to the 1990s. Prosecutors have been after him for a couple of decades. And afterwards, attorneys commented on the mixed verdict. Here's some of what they had to say.
They looked at each count separately, and they obviously concluded, as I concluded long ago, as this case was overcharged.
We are pleased with the fact that Robert Kelly is finally being held accountable for that reprehensible conduct. We are particularly pleased that Robert Kelly is finally being held responsible for the abuse of his 14-year-old goddaughter.
He faces 10 to 90 years in prison. That's on top of a 30-year sentence for the other case in Brooklyn. And prosecutors have said they want those sentences to be consecutive, not concurrent. So we may have seen the last of R. Kelly as a free man.
Ron Allen, thank you. Do you remember the name Reality Winner? She's a former intelligence contractor who was convicted on charges that she leaked classified information about Russia's 2016 election interference.
And now she's weighing in on the investigation into those classified documents recovered from Mar-a-Lago. NBC News national correspondent Gabe Gutierrez has that exclusive interview.
The charges against then 25-year-old Reality Winner were as unusual as her name.
Are you a spy?
No.
She's an Air Force veteran who became an NSA translator. But in 2017, while working in Georgia, she leaked a classified document to a media outlet that then published information about Russia's election interference. Winner, who pleaded guilty to 1 felony count, says she did it because the American people were not getting the full story.
You broke the law.
I did break the law.
Do you regret it?
I regret the pain that it's done to my family. And I regret betraying the trust of the American people.
This is her first interview since the FBI's search of former President Trump's Florida estate, which the Justice Department says turned up more than 100 classified documents.
It wasn't hard to believe. This is a guy who really likes trophies. I don't know if he actually had much thought behind it. I'm not really here to speculate on that. But it is incredibly ironic.
Ironic because it was the DOJ under President Trump that aggressively prosecuted her.
Do you think you were made an example of?
Definitely. I was the head on the pike.
And yet, she has a view that may surprise some critics of the former president.
Based on the evidence that's been released so far by the Justice Department, do you believe Donald Trump should go to prison?
No.
Winner says the World War I-era Espionage Act, which she was prosecuted under and that former President Trump is now being investigated for, is vague, political, and often weaponized.
It's incredibly inconsistent. It changes from district to district.
After spending 4 years in prison, Reality Winner is on probation and working as a CrossFit instructor in South Texas.
Has it been worth it?
No. Because to say it was worth it would be to say that committing a felony was worth it.
Her father wanted a real winner, she says, hence the name. Now she's hoping to move on from a harsh reality.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers right now on Morning News Now.
We're staying on top of the breaking situation in Ukraine.
We are watching dangerous heat this week. Recession, I mean, is that where we're headed? Is there any way to avoid that?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were going to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
It's the best time of the morning. Time for that pop start, baby.
I'm feeling the vibe today on the show.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Our show is about sparking conversations around today's biggest issues. The Fed raises interest rates. That controls inflation. Explain how that works. Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs and their relationship to their employers? Could you just remind us why there are 9 justices on the Supreme Court instead of 3 or 20 or 2? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Back now with our NBC News exclusive.
Parts of central Ukraine are underwater, but it's because of something man-made. Russian forces hit a dam, triggering evacuations just south of Kharkiv. Now efforts are underway to repair the damage there. NBC News correspondent Aaron McLaughlin joins us now with more on this. Aaron, the area hit also happens to be Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky's hometown. What do we know about the extent of the damage?
Well, Kate, they're still assessing the damage as the attacks continue from Russia on the town of Kryvyi, as you say, is President Zelensky's hometown, but it's also strategically located further south of Ukraine near the ongoing counter-offensive that Ukrainian military has waged against Russian-occupied areas to the south. So this is a centrally located town, and it's still under attack. Just hours ago, Russian missiles striking an industrial site, according to Ukrainian officials, causing, quote, serious damage, although, as I said, they are still assessing the extent of that damage, as well as damage done to a key dam in the region. 8 Russian cruise missiles striking that dam yesterday, causing flooding in the area. Dozens evacuated, dozens of homes underwater, 15,000 homes without water. Although Ukrainian officials say that the damage done there, they have managed to make some repairs, and those floodwaters, they say, are now receding. Kate.
All right, Aaron McLaughlin, thank you.
And for the first time since the start of the war, Russian President Vladimir Putin and Chinese President Xi Jinping came face to face. NBC News foreign correspondent Janice Mackey-Frere is in Beijing for us today. So, Janice, this meeting came at really a delicate time for both of these leaders. What do we know about what they discussed?
Well, both leaders are at odds with the West. Both are facing isolation. But arguably, Vladimir Putin had more at stake going into this meeting, looking for Chinese support. The last time these two men met, they had declared a partnership with no limits. China has not overtly condemned Russia for the war in Ukraine. It hasn't supported it either. So when Putin conceded that China has, quote, questions and concerns about the war in Ukraine, it was a rare admission that Beijing is not likely to change its tact on the war, nor is it likely to offer Russia any sort of material support, the sort of support that Putin is looking for as Russia is losing ground in Ukraine. The two men met, what is usually warm, seemed a little more detached and formal. The Chinese readout spoke in generalizations, and Xi Jinping was very careful to steer clear of anything that could be construed as an endorsement because he doesn't want to trigger secondary sanctions from the West.
Janice, you mentioned at the beginning there that Xi and Putin are at odds with the West. We know that's a reality. Do we have a read on how the rest of the world is receiving this meeting, especially the West?
Well, the U.S. in particular has long argued that China has needed to take a stance, that it needed to publicly condemn what Russia was doing, and certainly to stop enriching Russia by doing heavier trade. And that's what's happened. China is buying a lot of Russian oil and gas. They've offered diplomatic backing at the UN. They've been amplifying Russian propaganda here and offering rhetorical support. But again, Beijing has been walking a very fine line, straddling it in a way because it still wants to have access to global markets and it doesn't want to suffer sanctions. What's also important here is what Xi was looking for in this meeting. He is a month away from the Communist Party Congress that will give him an unprecedented third term in power. He was looking to shore up his foreign policy credentials. It played big on state media TV here, a whopping 40 minutes of coverage of Xi Jinping's visit to Central Asia, and yet did not mention that meeting with Vladimir Putin.
All right, Janice Mackey-Frere for us in Beijing today. Janice, thank you. Appreciate it.
Prosecutors say they want a new trial for one of the subjects of the hit podcast Serial. How they're trying to free one man more than 2 decades later. You're watching NBC News Daily.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Can you tell us what it was like? Our NBC News exclusive.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Right now on NBC News Now,
we begin with breaking news just coming in.
What's happening now, what's happening next, and what it means for you.
We're continuing to follow the Russian attack on Ukraine.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind.
Fewer people are content to just offer their thoughts and prayers.
Stunning testimony at the January 6th hearing.
Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades.
Parts of Virginia cleaning up after severe storms.
Flames forcing thousands to evacuate.
When do I play meteorologist? Only when the heat is this bad.
Another special night of election coverage right here at NBC News Now.
Results are coming in.
This Tuesday is going to be huge.
This is big when we're talking about November.
This feels like an ideological fight to the death. Is there room for common ground?
What do you think when you see the activism? Do you think this could have happened without social media? We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
And what do you love about fatherhood?
The chaos, the learning. Is climate change one of your top priorities?
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference in their own communities?
Believe in yourself.
We're
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Bottom of the hour now. Here are some of the stories making headlines on NBC News Daily. The Justice Department may take the Mar-a-Lago search to a higher court. A district judge in Florida ordered a special master to review documents seized from former President Trump's Florida estate. The DOJ appealed that decision and wants to continue reviewing the classified materials it found. If the judge doesn't decide whether to allow that review today, the DOJ will go to the appeals court for permission while the special master order is being appealed. The first abortion ban passed since the overturning of Roe v. Wade takes effect today. Indiana is now banning abortions at all stages of pregnancy. The exceptions include cases of incest, rape, and serious medical emergencies. And one of the biggest names in tennis has announced he is hanging up his racket. 41-year-old Roger Federer says he's retiring from competitive tennis, ending his legendary career with 20 Grand Slam titles. Federer will play his final professional match next week.
The family of a Colorado man who was shot 5 times after calling 911 now want police officers to face charges. 22-year-old Christian Glass called for help after getting his car stuck on the side of the road back in June. Police say Glass had weapons. His family's attorney argues they were geology tools. NBC News correspondent Corey Coffin's been following this story for us. Corey, what have we learned?
Yeah, Kate, for the first time, we're seeing police body camera footage provided by the attorney for the family of Christian Glass. Now, the video reveals the encounter between Glass and police lasted nearly 70 minutes, escalating dramatically and tragically. Take a look.
I miss him so much. It's so unfair.
The parents of 22-year-old Christian Glass speaking out for the first time this week after police body cam footage provided by his family's attorneys reveal new details about the nearly 70-minute police encounter between their son and Colorado officers back in June, which ultimately resulted in his death.
He was a gentle soul with a big heart.
I'm in a vehicle. My vehicle got stuck.
Glass had called 911 for help after getting his car stuck on the side of the road. But in the video, responders said they were concerned about weapons in the vehicle.
Step out of the car now. I will break the window. Step out of the car.
The weapons of concern, 2 knives, a hammer, and a rubber mallet. But attorneys for the family say that's because Glass was an amateur geologist.
How about you step out of the vehicle?
The Clear Creek County Sheriff's Office alleging that Glass became argumentative and uncooperative, according to a June statement. But his parents say Glass was in the midst of a mental health crisis.
He was just too scared to get out of his car.
Glass even offering to throw his weapons out of the car.
No, do not throw them out. Do not touch them. Do not reach for them. I want you out of the vehicle now.
This situation escalating dramatically when deputies decide to smash open his window. Officers ordering Glass to drop the geology knife and then shooting him with beanbags, tasing him, and eventually shooting him 5 times, killing him.
He trusted the police to come and help him. Instead, they attacked and killed him.
The Clear Creek County Sheriff's Office has not responded to requests for comment. The family now calling for charges to be filed.
What keeps me upright and what keeps me putting one foot in front of the other is to seek justice and really to get that behind bars.
Now, the Sheriff's Office says the Colorado Bureau of Investigation is looking into this, and a deputy has been placed on administrative leave pending the outcome. The Clear Creek County District Attorney also says her office is reviewing the shooting to decide if an indictment should be issued. Kate?
Oh, such a sad story. NBC's Corey Coffin. Corey, thank you.
In Baltimore, prosecutors are asking for a new trial in a more than 2-decade-old murder case. Adnan Syed was convicted of killing his ex-girlfriend back in 1999. That case gained national attention after it was chronicled in the hit podcast Serial. Now, though, the defense says it's uncovered new evidence undermining his conviction. I want to bring in NBC News correspondent Vaughn Hilliard and our legal analyst Danny Savalos as well. Vaughn, tell us about the new evidence in this case. What exactly did the defense find?
Yeah, Aaron, after a year-long investigation by the Baltimore State Attorney's Office, Adnan Syed's defense team, it was found that prosecutors did not disclose the existence of 2 more suspects to the defense in the 1999 murder of Hyman Lay. That resulted in a motion to vacate Syed's conviction. After he spent 23 years in prison for the murder, Lee vanished in early 1999. Her body was found weeks later in a park. She had been strangled. Syed was eventually accused. His first trial ended in a mistrial before prosecutors won conviction in that second trial. Prosecutors, however, are now requesting a new trial. While they say they aren't asserting Syed's innocence, the Baltimore State Attorney's Office is saying, quote, the state no longer has confidence in the integrity of the conviction. A circuit judge overturned Syed's conviction back in 2016, but Maryland's highest court reinstated it in 2019. Aaron?
So, Vaughn, what happens if Syed does actually win this new trial?
Yeah, if the defense wins the new trial, Syed's life plus 30 years conviction would be overturned. And while the identities of the 2 new suspects will not be revealed, according to the motion, prosecutors say that one of the suspects had threatened Lee, saying, quote, he would make Lee disappear. He would kill her. Through it all, the now 42-year-old Syed has always maintained his innocence. Aaron?
Danny, you know, this seems to be a pretty significant piece of new evidence we're talking about here. What's the likelihood that Syed's case could actually be overturned here?
Very likely. In fact, the likelihood at this point statistically is that the prosecutor will not choose to retry. And if they do choose to retry, they're going to be facing the challenge of retrying a case that is decades old after witnesses have disappeared, died, or just forgotten what has happened. And they're on record as saying there are no less than 3 concerns with the original conviction. Cell tower evidence, the fact that there may have been witnesses that were, suspects that were not disclosed, which is a major Brady violation, and possible DNA testing. The astounding thing is this is not a case that nobody ever heard of. It probably had the most scrutiny of any case ever. So it begs the question, and I wonder if we'll learn, how did the prosecution, how did the state not know about these 2 potential suspects, and why weren't they disclosed after this much scrutiny of this case?
Much more scrutiny to come. NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalos, Vaughn Hilliard for us as well. Thank you both.
We're learning new details today about an NFL legend. He's facing serious questions about his connection to the misuse of funds meant for welfare recipients in Mississippi. Brett Favre is accused of accepting money that was supposed to help people in need, money that instead went to pet projects of his. And now NBC News is learning the potential scandal appears to go all the way to the top of the state government in Mississippi. NBC News investigative reporter Laura Strickler is staying on top of the story for us. Laura, good to see you. These text messages that came out, I saw some of them. They read like texts that someone would not want all of us to be seeing right now.
Yes, Kate, that's right. Favre asked the governor for this money for this volleyball facility, and the governor referred him to a nonprofit that was handling welfare funds. In one of the text messages, Favre asked the nonprofit executive if anyone will find out about the arrangement. He writes, if you were to pay me, is there any way the media can find out where it came from and how much? She responded, no, we never have had that kind of information publicized, adding, I understand you being uneasy about that, though. And Kate, to be clear, these text messages came to light because they were filed in court. Now, the state hired a lawyer, Brad Pygott, to find out where the money had gone in this broader welfare scandal. But he was fired when he demanded answers on the volleyball facility. We wanted to know what he thought about these text messages.
Over a 3-year period, Mr. Favre all but badgered the governor of Mississippi to get this public money to his the purpose of building a volleyball facility.
And Kate, obviously a volleyball facility does not lift families out of poverty. But one point here is that federal regulations explicitly forbid using welfare funds for brick and mortar projects.
Yeah, and how, so we're talking about this volleyball facility, by the way, because that was the pet project, right? Because Brett Favre's daughter, I think, had a connection to volleyball there. How have the former governor responded, and how is Brett Favre responding to this whole investigation?
So the former governor Phil Bryant, his attorney has responded that he had criticized the release of these texts. Brett Favre's attorney said Brett Favre did not know these funds were welfare funds, and he's paid back $1.1 million.
And people will wonder, football fans will wonder, could Favre face any financial or legal consequences, Laura?
It's a great question. This is all part of a broader welfare spending scandal that's under investigation by the FBI, looking at $77 million in misused funds. We reported Favre has been interviewed by the FBI, but at this point, there's no indication he's under law enforcement scrutiny.
All right, Laura Strickler with all that for us. Laura, thank you.
A small town in Idaho is becoming the epicenter of a fight between government and religion. The pastor of a church in Moscow, Idaho, says that he's trying to turn Moscow into a, quote, Christian town. He's not alone either. Members of the community there have embraced a more robust role for religion in government. NBC News correspondent Ann Thompson joins us now with more on this story. So, Ann, talk to us about Moscow, I should say. I'm trying to get the pronunciation right there in Idaho, and how it became a flashpoint in this battle.
Well, Moscow, Idaho is really, it's a very curious place for this battle because it's a college town. It's where the University of Idaho is headquartered, and 8 miles away is Washington State University. But Pastor Doug Wilson says he chose this town very specifically, very strategically, to make this fight, to turn it Christian.
From this former art house movie theater, Wilson leads his campaign to make Moscow a Christian town.
Idaho is a very red state. Moscow was historically a very blue dot in this red state. And so consequently, the fact that we've done this has been disruptive in the minds of some, but the feasibility of evangelizing in Moscow had to do with the importance of the university and the size of the town.
So in your version of a Christian town, would there be a place for non-believers?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
Would there be a place for same-sex couples?
But you mean legally?
Yes.
You mean like marriage? Mm-hmm. No marriage. But there'd be same-sex couples.
No marriage, even though it's the law of the land in the United States?
Just like Roe used to be, right? In my belief system, in our doctrinal stand and what we believe the Bible teaches, homosexuality is not only a choice, but a sinful one, yes.
Pastor Doug Wilson leads a church that believes in a very masculine, muscular version of Christianity, where men are superior and women submit to their husbands. But can this move beyond Moscow? And how much progress has he made in turning Moscow, this college town, into a Christian town? We'll take a look at all of that and what it means for the rest of the country on Meet the Press Reports on Peacock. Aaron?
You have sold me. I'll be watching for sure. Ann Thompson for us in D.C. today. And as Ann said, you can see more of that report tonight on the season premiere of Meet the Press Reports. You can watch that at 10:30 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now and on demand on Friday on Peacock.
That looks fascinating.
Yeah.
New relief for those living with depression and anxiety. A promising new study involving what used to be a street drug. More on NBC News Daily right after this.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were going to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
Harry Styles!
Tonight, I interviewed Secretary of Transportation Pete Buttigieg about the ongoing delays. You seem to be pointing the finger at the airlines. They're pointing the finger back. Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better?
No stress, no mess, just yum.
That's it.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were going to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that.
Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
We're here to start conversations because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Back now with our NBC News exclusive.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
So you may have seen ads for this. It's a treatment called ketamine being touted as life-changing for millions of Americans who experience depression.
Yeah, this psychedelic, often used as a party drug, is approved by the FDA for use as an anesthetic. But more clinics around the country are offering ketamine to help treat depression. And a new study shows it appears to be working. We want to bring in NBC News senior medical correspondent Dr. John Torres to talk a little bit more about this study. So, Dr. John, walk us through this study and what it's found at this point.
And I think the operative word there, it seems to be working. There's still a lot we need to understand about this, but ketamine originally started out as an anesthesia drug. You used it for surgeries, and then it evolved into the party drug, and they were finding out, particularly in people that they took to the hospital and ambulances that ended up getting ketamine for whatever reason, they said, I seem to be feeling a little better with my depression. So that kind of started the ball rolling at looking at this. There is an FDA-approved treatment called S-ketamine, which is part of ketamine that is used for treatment-resistant depression. It's a nasal spray. But now they're looking at it for people using IV infusions, and particularly for people that have suicide ideation, depression, but these are treatment-resistant depressions. And in a study of over 400 people, for about a year, they looked at them, and they found out it seemed to work fairly well. As a matter of fact, we have some graphics here that show the percentage it worked at. In one case, 72% saw some improvement. Now, some improvement is kind of a bit vague, but 38% were symptom-free. And probably more importantly, for that suicidal ideation, people who were seriously thinking of suicide, 85% said after 15 infusions, but that's a lot of infusions because it's very expensive to get these. They ended up losing that suicidal ideation thought, which is fantastic.
If that holds, that's huge.
That is huge, and that's the big question. Will it hold? We don't know, because in this study, which is one of the biggest ones that was out there, it was only for a year. You also have to remember the study was done by the clinic that gives the infusion, so that always raises a few eyebrows. You know, is it a good study? Do we need more studies? That kind of thing.
We're talking infusions where
IV infusion,
IV
yes.
in you.
Right.
Okay, so what's the potential side effect from that?
So the potential side effects, if you use it in an abusive fashion, you get heavy doses, party drug type things. We know it can make some brain changes. We know it can cause some issues long term. High blood pressure, dependency, abuse, those types of things. What we don't know in these low doses at long term, if there's going to be any effects. But all indications, no. But again, the verdict's still out.
Yeah, and this is not a prescription. I mean, this is it's a very supervised treatment that people will go through if they're having these infusions done. I want to ask you about cost, though. We've been able to find that these treatments can cost up to $500 per session for some people. Why is it so expensive when it seems like this is a drug that's fairly available?
Yeah, and that's the big question, because it's a very, very cheap drug. It's been around for decades. And why it's $500 per infusion? It's more than likely because, you know, that's the cost of them administering, the cost they can get, because these are for-profit institutions. And, you know, at the same time, it's going to restrict some people. That one we talked about, the suicidal ideation, 15 doses, that's $7,500. And they might need continuing doses as time goes on every time they start getting back into that situation. So it can be very expensive. My guess is if it ever gets to the prime time situation, situation where people start using it on a regular basis, that cost will come down or insurance will cover it.
So bottom line, if people have depression, would you encourage them to talk to their doctor?
I would definitely encourage them to talk to their doctor. There's a lot of treatments, and if you remember at the beginning, I talked about this being used for treatment-resistant depression. And if you looked at the studies, the antidepressant medications and even the magnetic treatments that they use, the brain stimulation, that actually had the same effect as these. And so there's a variety of tools out there. We have a very deep tool chest we can use for depression, for suicidal ideation, those types of situations. This is not the only answer. There's other ones that are already out there. Definitely talk to somebody.
All right. Dr. John Torres, we appreciate it.
You bet.
Great to have you with us. And if you or someone you know is experiencing depression, severe depression, know that there is help out there. You can talk to someone at the National Suicide Prevention Hotline 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. It is 988 is the new number, or you can text HOME to 741-741.
There is much more news ahead.
You are watching NBC News Daily.
Up here.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Tonight, I interviewed Secretary of Transportation Pete Buttigieg about the ongoing delays. You seem to be pointing the finger at the airlines. They're pointing the finger back. Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better?
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Yamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Back now with our NBC News exclusive.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
It's the best time of the morning. Time for that pop start, baby.
I'm feeling the vibe today on the show.
Harry Styles!
It is day 2 of the North American International Auto Show in Detroit, and electric vehicles are stealing all the headlines.
Yeah, a lot of companies rolling these out. Ford has its own line of electric vehicles. We've seen those. Last night, though, Ford unveiled its new 2024 Mustang, and it's making headlines of its own right now because of the new Mustang not being electric. Joining us now on NBC News Daily is Jim Farley, the CEO of Ford Motor Company. Jim, we appreciate you being here today. You know, I have to tell you, there were folks who were surprised to see this beautiful Mustang you rolled out, but to see that it's still gas-powered, while a lot of other companies are really making that pivot toward electric cars. How do you square that? Is the Mustang, the 2024 Mustang, going to be the last gas-powered Mustang?
Well, we're number 2 in electric sales in the United States with F-150 and the Mustang Mach-E, and we have a Mustang that's electric, the Mach-E already. That allows us to have this coupe with a V8 engine in it, and there's a lot of people who love this kind of product. We want to grow our internal combustion engine business, and we want to grow our electric business. And there's some customers, like the Mustang customers, who really won't shop electric. The duty cycle's different, and it works for them. 7th generation. Will we do it 8th? We'll see.
We'll see. Well, let me ask about California, because they've banned the sale of new gasoline cars, as you know, by 2035. So what position does that put you in, not just with the Mustang, but with your entire line of models? Are you going to have to make some changes?
Not really. I mean, we're number 2 behind Tesla. So, I mean, maybe other companies do, but we're in really good shape. We're the 2nd most popular EV brand in America. And we're actually number 2 in hybrid as well. I think we're in great shape in California. I think California's really, that commitment is light duty vehicles for super duty and commercial customers, which we're number 1 in the country. You know, those duty cycles, very difficult to go electric right now. The technology's not ready. So, but we're in great shape as number 2 player.
I do want to ask you about infrastructure. The Biden administration announced that first round of funding for EV charging stations across 35 states, a $5 billion investment over 5 years to ramp up building the charging space. It's a big investment that was outlined in the infrastructure law, obviously, but do you think the government is doing enough to help companies like yours make the transition to support the demand that's building?
Well, first of all, I think the policy does support electrification. The fact is that, you know, for customers as number 2, they want us to go a lot faster. We have more plugs than anyone, but if you look at a country like Norway that's been electric for 10 years now, you know, we need more chargers. But the most important thing that the government needs to do, and we need to do as a private company, is put in high-speed chargers. And that fast charger exactly is what's going on in our new dealer network standards. Any dealer who sells an EV at Ford, they have to have these high-speed chargers.
Exciting new times. Ford CEO Jim Farley, thanks so much for being with us.
Thank you.
You know, while we're talking about the auto show, look at this. The world's largest rubber duck is also making an appearance at this year's Detroit Auto Show.
I guess it's 61 feet, and it's
Huge.
appearing alongside Jeep's lineup. Obviously good for Jeep here. It's part of the brand's ducking movement, where owners leave. Oh, I know about this. The rubber ducks on the
hood?
your dashboard. I have
On the
a Jeep.
dashboard,
I have a
okay.
Jeep Wrangler.
Yeah.
And someone once in Vermont just randomly left a Jeep.
A duck.
A duck. Well, one of those, the little ones.
Yeah.
So not a 61
Not the 61 foot.
Yeah, a little one on the hood of the car, and then you're supposed to pass it along. It's like a pay it forward thing. You
So it
pass
literally
along
there could be
to
one
another
duck
Jeep.
that everybody's getting?
Yeah, but always to a Jeep.
Yeah, yeah. I get
It's a Jeep thing.
I get it.
You also wave when you pass a Jeep.
Makes perfect sense. Let's talk about NASA. NASA says it could be closer to proving that there is life on Mars.
We have an update on the Perseverance mission 18 months after the rover landed on the red planet.
I'm certain there must be life elsewhere, really. When you just start to add up the number of stars, hundreds of billions of stars just in our own Milky Way galaxy, most of them probably have planets. And then billions and billions of galaxies out beyond that, each with hundreds of millions of stars, most of them with planets. When you just start to do the math, it's pretty overwhelming that somewhere life must have gotten started, and we hope to find it.
NASA scientists say they're studying new samples collected by the rover in what they call a rich geological area on Mars. The NASA Artemis mission still waiting, as you know, Aaron, for takeoff.
We'll be watching. I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
I'm Kate Snow. This is NBC News Daily.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world. Because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
NBC News, streaming free now.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
It's the best time of the morning. Time for that pop start, baby.
I'm feeling the vibe today on the show.
Hi, everyone. I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Aaron Gilchrist. NBC News Daily starts right now. Today, Thursday, September 15th, 2022. Full steam ahead. America's rail workers are staying on the job, avoiding a strike that could have devastated the economy. Why President Biden had to get involved.
Forced to fly, planes filled with migrants sent from Florida to the Northeast. Florida's Republican governor taking some of the credit. Why it's happening and what's being done to help them.
Sharing their grief, tens of thousands of people filing past the coffin of Queen Elizabeth II as she lies in state. How Britons are remembering her life.
And mortgage surge. A new spike in rates seems to make ownership even more out of reach, but there are things you can do to drive down costs. We'll show you how. We begin this hour with America's rail system back on track. It took late-night negotiations and a call from President Biden, but there is a tentative deal to keep America's cargo trains moving. Rail companies and unions came to an agreement in the early hours of the morning that will secure pay raises and more flexible schedules for workers.
Now, the U.S. rail system is critical to the supply chain. You may know that 40% of all goods that are shipped long distance in this country use the rail system.
If the workers had gone on strike, it's estimated that would have cost the American economy $2 billion per day, not to mention cripple our already fragile supply chain.
Leading us off this hour, NBC News correspondent Cal Perry and senior White House correspondent Kelly O'Donnell as well. Cal, we'll start with you here. Walk us through what we know about this deal, this tentative deal, and how we got to this point.
Well, hey, good afternoon, Aaron and Kate. So the tentative deal, basically to remain at work, includes a 14% immediate raise that will include back pay over the course of this contract, which is a 5-year contract. It'll include a 24% raise, but that's just sort of the top line. What was really important to so many people in this deal were working conditions and basically a quality of life discussion. So many of these railroad workers were telling us that they were on call for days or weeks at a time, and if they got sick or a family member got sick, that would either be held against them, they would lose pay, or they could lose their job. That a lot of the attendance regulations were very strict. So those were hashed out as well. And even though it was a handshake agreement, we do expect details of that in the coming weeks, guys.
Let me go to Kelly. The president was obviously very proud of this. How involved was he himself? And what about other members of the administration in these negotiations, Kelly?
This was a real full push from the Biden administration. The president placed a phone call trying to impress upon both parties here, labor and management, what was at stake for the American people. And other key cabinet officials were involved in trying to close the deal and also to do planning in case it didn't work out. How would they deal with this level of economic crisis? The president wanted to tout this as an achievement, averting a crisis, assuming, of course, that those bargaining unit members do vote vote to ratify this contract, what is a tentative deal at this point. He spoke about it in the Rose Garden earlier today.
This is a win for tens of thousands of rail workers and for their dignity and the dignity of their work. It's a recognition of that. And because of the labor agreement, those rail workers will get better pay, a 24% wage increase over the next 5 years, improved working conditions, peace of mind around their health care by capping the cost that workers will have to pay.
The president aligns himself with labor politically in many different circumstances. Today, he also talked about this being a benefit to management here, giving them some flexibility for the hiring they need to do in a complex economy. But the Biden administration wanting to stress with the economy with strong jobs but high prices right now with inflation, this was something they really needed to have resolved. And they are confident that this tentative agreement can be something that workers will look at and approve. That's their hope. Kate, Aaron?
And Kelly, I also understand that you have some breaking news involving the president and these Americans detained in Russia right now. What have you learned?
Well, we know that tomorrow that the president will be meeting with a family member for Brittany Griner and Paul Whelan. They have both been held in Russia for an extended period of time. The White House tells us that they do not have any breakthrough to report. They have made, of course, negotiated offers to Russia for an exchange to bring these Americans home. But officials tell us they want to show to these families that the plight of Brittany Griner and Paul Whelan is foremost in the president's mind. So he'll be having that personal contact tomorrow. Kate, Aaron?
All right, Cal Perry, Kelly O'Donnell, thank you both.
A feud between Republican governors and Democrat-led cities over immigration is escalating to an all-new level. Dozens of migrants from Texas are being taken to shelters after being dropped off outside Vice President Kamala Harris's house in D.C. Now, Massachusetts lawmakers are also slamming Florida Governor Ron DeSantis for flying migrants to Martha's Vineyard. NBC News reporter Gary Grumbach joins us now. He's in Washington today. So, Gary, I want to start with a tweet that we just got from the Texas governor, Greg Abbott, here. We'll put it up on the screen. This morning, 2 Texas buses of migrants arrived at the Naval Observatory in D.C., the vice president's residence. VP Harris claims our border is secure and denies the crisis. We're sending migrants to her backyard to call on the Biden administration to do its job and secure the border. So, Gary, first off here, what's being done with these migrants that have now been shipped to that area, and what's the White House saying at this point?
Yeah, Aaron, as you mentioned, Washington, D.C. is not new to migrants being bussed into the city. It's something that's been happening from the governor of Texas since April. So they've got systems and plans in place for when this happens. D.C. government has stood up an Office of Migrant Services. There's church groups and volunteer organizations that help these migrants get food, water, shelter, and help them plan for the future. But that's not what happened today, because those volunteers were ready downtown. Everyone was caught off surprise when the buses stopped here in far northwest D.C. Aaron, you know D.C. well. This is a very residential area, and it's where the vice president lives. So for about a half an hour, it was some bewildered Secret Service agents and 101 men, women, and children that were just sitting here, and the White House press secretary is not happy about that. Take a listen.
The fact that Fox News and not the Department of Homeland Security, the city, or local NGOs were alerted about a plan to leave migrants, including children, on the side of a busy D.C. street makes clear that this is just a cruel, premeditated political stunt.
And Aaron, as you said, Governor Abbott admitted that he's doing this because of Vice President Kamala Harris's interview with Chuck Todd on Meet the Press this Sunday, where she said that she believes the border is secure. Aaron?
I want to ask you, too, Gary, about the situation in Martha's Vineyard we've learned about today. How is the community there dealing with this surge of migrants who were sent there by Florida's governor?
Yeah, whereas New York and Washington, D.C. have plans in place because this has been happening for months, this has never happened in Martha's Vineyard before. And Martha's Vineyard is an affluent place, a place where folks go to vacation to get right away from the rest of the country. It has 17,000 full-time residents, so they were very much caught off guard by all of this when the planes landed at the airport there. And you can see in these photos that one of the representatives, the state representatives took, there's breakfast set up on a porch outside of a house. There are air beds set up inside what looks like a church common room. So these communities are really getting together up in Martha's Vineyard without any of the resources that they have here in D.C. or New York. Aaron?
All right, Gary Grumbach for us in D.C. today. Gary, thank you.
In England, they call it a queue, a line that has been miles long in London as people from around the world wait for hours just to have a moment next to the former Queen. Today is the first full day of public viewings of the Queen's coffin, and you're looking at Westminster Hall right now. Expectations are that 500,000 people will try to see the Queen before her burial on Monday. Let's bring in NBC News senior international correspondent Keir Simmons, who's with us. Keir, as people continue to file into Westminster, other members of the royal family have been keeping busy while this is all going on. Tell us about Prince William and his wife Kate meeting with mourners. What did they hear?
That's right, Kate. Behind me there, you can see that line. You could call it the Queen's queue. And just before I answer your question, just to explain, people are talking about when they get into Westminster Hall, and this word could never have been more appropriate, a majestic scene. The Queen's coffin there with the crown on top and the royal standard. They say it takes your breath away. And then each person you see walking down those steps, their own individual reason to want to be there and bowing or curtsying and saying a prayer and doing whatever it is that they choose to do in that very private moment. But as you mentioned, there is one person whose private moment yesterday was seen in public walking behind that coffin. Prince William describing it as bringing back memories, of course, of walking behind that casket of Princess Diana 25 years ago. Everybody hearing that surely can relate to how he must have been feeling.
And Keir, there's going to be a vigil for the Queen with members of the royal family. What do we know about that?
That's right. Tomorrow, behind me in Westminster Hall, where the Queen is lying in state, her 4 children, including King Charles, will once again, as they did in Scotland, stand there. They were for 15 minutes. Perhaps it will be that long again. There'll be this sense of private grief in public, very humbling moment for those who will be in that hall while those senior royals are there too with their own thoughts, Kate.
All right, Keir Simmons, thank you.
The video conferencing service Zoom is back up and running after a major outage this morning.
CNBC's Christina Partsenevelos is following that story and others in today's Money Minute. Christina?
Thank you. So I'm sure a lot of people rejoiced this morning when they didn't have to sign in for that meeting. That kept users from starting or connecting to calls for about a half an hour or so. Comments on Zoom's Twitter indicated a lot of those users are now disappointed that they have to go back to work and on to those online meetings again. Shake Shack is joining the trend towards hotter offerings from fast food chains as part of a promotion with the Hot Ones YouTube show that features celebrities eating increasingly spicy chicken wings. Shake Shack is highlighting menu items with what it calls its most unique and hottest sauces to date. And TikTok is responding to Be Real's growing popularity with TikTok Now. Just like Be Real, users will be prompted once a day to share a short video or photo from their phone's front and back cameras of what they're doing at that precise exact moment. The timing of this story is impeccable because literally last night I downloaded Be Real, the app. Guys.
Have you used it?
Yeah. No.
Right.
Literally, I saw that I have no friends that are on it, so clearly it shows my age demographic, or I'm just not cool enough.
My 17-year-old knows all about Be Real. This, for people who don't know, you're supposed to, when you get a notification, be real, like whatever you're doing in that moment, be real.
And that's all I know about it.
And now TikTok is sort of, imitation is the sincerest form of flattery, right, Christina?
Exactly. They all copy each other. Facebook, Snap, TikTok, Instagram. It's just a big pool of the same thing, sort of.
Christina, thank you.
Thanks.
Stay with us. Up next, a shocking order inside a courtroom. A victim of human trafficking ordered to pay the family of the person who victimized her. Her emotional message next. You're watching NBC News Daily.
And what do you love about fatherhood?
The chaos, the learning. Is climate change one of your top priorities?
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference in their own communities?
Believe in yourself.
Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Back now with our NBC News exclusive.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers right now on Morning News Now.
We're staying on top of the breaking situation in Ukraine.
We are watching dangerous heat this week. Recession, I mean, is that where we're headed? Is there any way to avoid that?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7. Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were going to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that.
Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers right now on Morning News Now.
We're staying on top of the breaking situation in Ukraine.
We are watching dangerous heat this week. Recession, I mean, is that where we're headed? Is there any way to avoid that?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We're following a case involving an Iowa teen who was trafficked and then stabbed her accused rapist to death.
The judge spared the 17-year-old from serving prison time, but says she still has to pay for the crime. NBC's Maya Eaglin is here now with more details on this story. Help us understand what happened here, Maya.
Yeah, so Kate and Aaron, Piper Lewis she killed her alleged rapist back in 2020 and has been in juvenile detention ever since. Now a judge is clearing her of prison time and enforcing Iowa's restitution laws in her case. Here's a bit more.
A teenager, the alleged victim of unspeakable crimes of human trafficking and rape, after fatally stabbing her alleged rapist, will stay out of prison. But a court ruling Piper Lewis must pay $150,000 to the family of the man who raped her.
The events that took place on that horrific day cannot be changed, as much as I wish they could.
17-year-old Lewis pleading guilty to involuntary manslaughter and willful injury in the 2020 killing of 37-year-old Zachary Brooks. She says he raped her multiple times in the weeks before his death.
I wish the events that took place on June 1st, 2020 never occurred. But to say there's only one victim to this story is absurd.
Her charges punishable by up to 10 years each in prison, but the judge taking a different path at sentencing.
Ms. Lewis, I will defer your judgment.
Lewis given 5 years of probation, but she could be sent to prison if she violates any part of that. Her conviction also carries an automatic requirement by Iowa law to pay restitution to Brooks's estate. The judge saying the court was, quote, presented with no other option. Lewis's attorney disagreeing at sentencing.
If you defer judgment, Mr. Brooks' estate is not entitled to any restitution whatsoever. And frankly, his estate doesn't deserve it because of his own conduct.
A GoFundMe started for Lewis has now exceeded that amount, saying the excess money will support her continued education. Lewis was just 15 when she stabbed Brooks more than 30 times in a Des Moines apartment. Officials say she was a runaway, seeking to escape an abusive foster home. Piper said in court that a man took her in before forcibly trafficking her to other men for sex. She testified that one of those men was Brooks, who repeatedly raped her at knife point. We reached out to Brooks's attorney, but have not heard back. Police and prosecutors have not disputed Lewis was assaulted and trafficked, but they have argued that Brooks was asleep at the time he was stabbed and not an immediate threat. Prosecutors today telling NBC News they, quote, recommended that she goes to a woman's facility to provide structure and deal with the issues that she has. Advocates argue her actions were the result of the trauma she faced.
You know, many of the things that we heard during the trial around not only what she experienced, but also her reactions to that are very common trauma reactions for survivors.
Piper's circumstances are not uncommon. Of the more than 25,000 cases of children who had run away and were reported missing to the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children in 2021, The center says 1 in 6 were likely victims of child sex trafficking. Lewis is not the only alleged child sex trafficking victim to kill an abuser, but she is one of the few to avoid prison time after such a crime.
That does feel in some ways like a win, though, to be really real and really frank, the way that our criminal legal system works, 5 years probation in a controlled facility means that you don't have any wiggle room.
That day, a combination of complicated actions took place, resulting in the death of a person as well as stolen innocence of a child.
So Iowa does have a mandatory restitution law, and as you heard the judge said, they really didn't have a choice about whether to enforce that or not. And the price point is as high as it is because Piper pled guilty as an adult originally, and she was charged as one too.
It's sort of an upsetting case when you get
really
into all
is.
these details. There's a GoFundMe page you mentioned.
Right.
What is that doing for the family?
So far, over $360,000 has been raised from over 6,000 unique donors, and it was created by someone who claims to be a former teacher of Piper.
All right, Maya, we appreciate the reporting. Thank you.
Still ahead, the comeback of satanic panic. What is behind the rebirth of that troubling phrase? You're watching NBC News Daily.
Right now on NBC News Now, we begin with breaking news just coming in.
What's happening now, what's happening next, and what it means for you.
We're continuing to follow the Russian attack on Ukraine.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind.
Fewer people are content to just offer their thoughts and prayers. Stunning testimony at the January 6th hearing.
Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades.
Parts of Virginia cleaning up after severe storms.
Flames forcing thousands to evacuate.
When do I play meteorologist? Only when the heat is this bad.
Another special night of election coverage right here at NBC News Now.
Results are coming in.
This Tuesday is going to be huge.
This is big when we're talking about November.
This feels like an ideological fight to the death. Is there room for common ground?
What do you think when you see the activism? Do you think this could have happened without social media?
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
And what do you love about fatherhood?
The chaos, the learning. Is climate change one of your top priorities?
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference in their own communities?
Believe in yourself.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Yamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Back now with our NBC News exclusive.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
At least 9 people are dead after a stampede at a large concert in Guatemala. Nearly 24 other people were hurt there. That concert was described as an event to celebrate the country's 201 years of independence.
Since the start of Russia's invasion of Ukraine, the United States says it has evidence that some Ukrainians have been forcibly deported into Russia and sometimes even killed.
NBC's Josh Letterman gives us an inside look at these filtration camps, and we should warn you, the details may be graphic.
When Anastasia and her mother fled occupied Mariupol in May, she says there was only one safe way out, through Russian filtration, a system set up by Russia to temporarily detain and interrogate Ukrainian civilians. The goal? To single out any who might pose a threat to Russia's invasion, according to U.S. intelligence. Their first stop, a center in Donetsk, where she says they slept with 50 others in a school gym that smelled of trash and death.
That night, somebody dead.
Somebody died?
Yeah, somebody died.
While you were at the filtration center?
Yeah. It was an old man. When I saw that they just took away this body, I just think, okay, so you are not a people, you are not a human if you behave like this.
The next day, she says they were sent farther east, to the Russian border, where they were interrogated about Ukraine's military and on their views about the war.
You have to smile. Because you have to survive.
Anastasia says the Russians let them walk over the border into Russia, where they began a weeks-long journey back to Ukraine. The United States says as many as 1.6 million Ukrainians have gone through filtration, including 260,000 children. Some have reported being beaten and tortured, denied food and water.
What it boils down to is a series of horrors happening in real time in Europe that echoes a very dark period of the past.
Vlad Buryak was 16 years old in April when he says his car was stopped at a Russian checkpoint. He says troops searched his phone and found pro-Ukrainian social media.
And these Russian soldiers put on me guns and say me, maybe I kill you right now.
Vlad says he was detained at a filtration camp for 48 days.
In 48 days, I worked and my obligation was cleaned torture room. It was a room where Russian soldiers torture Ukrainian military people, Ukrainian civilian people.
How did they torture them?
Russian soldiers use electricity, use needles under the nails.
Vlad says his cellmate, a 24-year-old church worker, emerged from 2 days of torture and slit his wrists in front of Vlad.
I tried to save him, but I understand that this man have a problem with head after tortured. He broke.
Vlad says he doesn't know whether the man survived. And a few weeks later, Vlad says he was released from Russian filtration. A new U.S. intelligence assessment lays out the filtration process, from intake at centers or checkpoints to interrogation and processing. It says those deemed most threatening are detained, some indefinitely. Those less threatening are forcibly deported to Russia. Ukrainians deemed non-threatening are either deported or allowed into Ukrainian-held territory. Last month, Yale University and the Conflict Observatory used satellite imagery to identify 21 filtration sites with high confidence, just in one part of eastern Ukraine. At one prison camp, they identified recently dug up earth.
We believe that there is enough evidence to say that these objects are consistent with graves.
Moscow dismisses all of these allegations as propaganda. Russia's UN ambassador says more than 2.4 million Ukrainians have entered Russia since the war started, but all voluntarily, fleeing Ukrainian violence, and none of them imprisoned or mistreated.
Do you seriously think that such a large number of people could be forced to move and forced to keep silent?
But the head of Ukraine's National Security and Defense Council says Ukraine knows the truth. He says, after the war, we'll do everything in our power to return Ukrainians to their motherland.
Josh Letterman reporting there. Thank you. Coming up, the importance of a single vote. What students at historically black colleges in Texas are focused on ahead of the midterms. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
The indictment of a former president, or perhaps candidate for president, would arguably tear the country apart. Is that your concern? Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
No stress, no mess, just yum.
That's it.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Our show is about sparking conversations around today's biggest issues. The Fed raises interest rates. That controls inflation. Explain how that works. Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs and their relationship to their employers? Can you just remind us why there are 9 justices on the Supreme Court instead of 3 or 20 or 2? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Bottom of the hour now. Here are some of the stories making headlines on NBC News Daily. We start with breaking news. The governor of Mississippi has lifted the boil water advisory for the city of Jackson. This is a story NBC News has been following for weeks now. Severe flooding and a failure at the city's largest water treatment plant led to brown water coming out of faucets throughout Jackson. Now, though, the governor says the water is once again safe to drink. The man who wore a hoodie with the words Camp Auschwitz to the January 6th riot has been sentenced to 75 days in prison. Robert Keith Packer was first arrested a week after the attack. He pleaded guilty a year later to a misdemeanor charge of unlawful picketing and parading. Television personality Wendy Williams has checked into a wellness facility. A representative for Williams says she's seeking help to manage her overall health issues. It wasn't specified what type of facility she's at. Williams has spoken publicly about her stays in sober living homes, as well as her past struggles with substance abuse. We are just 54 days out from the midterm elections, and as the country gears up for November, we're looking into just how significant midterm elections actually are. Aaron?
We are also hearing from young black voters in Texas in particular. They're talking about the issues that matter most to them ahead of this election. Let's start our coverage there with NBC's Tremaine Lee. He took his Into America podcast on the road to historically black colleges and universities. Tremaine, you just moderated a town hall in Houston there. Talk to us about what you learned there.
That's right, Aaron. I moderated that town hall right here at Texas Southern University. It was a great opportunity to engage with students and educators, change makers and thinkers, all around this idea of who controls what history is and whose history matters, who gets to be the gatekeepers in this. It's more than just what's happening in textbooks. This basically spreads to how folks see themselves as Americans, as American citizens. Now, we had a chance to, again, talk to a bunch of students. Here's one of them. Let's take a listen.
I personally believe that the attack on CRT is more of a situation where some people don't want their grandparents to be seen. They don't want their aunts and uncles to be seen in those pictures of lynchings and things of that nature, because they're going to recognize those faces.
It's certainly been politicized and weaponized, but as that young student said, there may very well be some shame attached to the way folks are approaching this as well.
A lot of thoughts to parse through there with those students, obviously, Tremaine. I'm curious, too, about the issues politically. What are some of the main issues that these young voters are concerned about there in Texas ahead of the midterms?
You know, one thing, Aaron, that came out of my conversations here in Texas and across the South as we're moving through the country is that there isn't always just one issue. When you think about Texas, for example, the same folks who are pushing CRT bills, anti-CRT bills, are the same folks that are pushing bills that limit a woman's reproductive rights, are the same people who are gerrymandering districts and limiting the franchise for black folks. So even though you'll have the normal list of, you know, law enforcement issues and student loan debt, certainly, they're all seen through a certain lens, that there seems to be this attack on black people in general, especially these young voters who have weathered, you know, crises after crises already.
All right, Jermaine Lee for us today in Texas. Jermaine, thank you. And of course, you can listen to the first episode of Into America, The Power of the Black Vote, right now, wherever you get your podcasts. New episodes drop every Thursday, and you can check out Jermaine's Town Hall special from Texas Southern University. That's tomorrow on Peacock. Well, we all understand the value of presidential elections.
But the midterms are no slouch either. LX News national political editor Noah Pransky takes a look at the impact they have on the policies we all live by.
You may come out to vote every 4 years because, yeah, choosing a president is important. But do you vote in the midterms when almost all of Congress is up for re-election and just a few votes could set off dominoes that fundamentally alter the laws we live by for generations to come? Like they did in the 1986 midterms when President Ronald Reagan's Republican Party lost 8 seats in the Senate. It cost them the majority, and thus their ability to support the Reagan agenda. That majority may never have been more important than the following summer when Reagan got to pick a Supreme Court justice.
But it's with great pleasure and deep respect for his extraordinary abilities that I today announce my intention to nominate United States Court of Appeals Judge Robert H. Bork.
A U.S. Court of Appeals judge whose staunchly conservative credentials put civil rights and women's groups on high alert. Democrats declared war, and hyperbole was not off the table.
Robert Bork's America is a land in which women would be forced into back alley abortions, blacks would sit at segregated lunch counters, rogue police could break down citizens' doors in midnight raids, and school children could not be taught about evolution.
So I don't think Reagan was prepared for the degree of opposition to his Supreme Court nomination.
Andrew Bush is a professor of history at Claremont McKenna College and the author of Horses in Midstream, a book focused on midterm consequences. He says 1987 ushered in a new era of partisan confirmations.
The liberal wing of the Democratic Party in the Senate went on the warpath and brought the rest of their members along with them.
After a brutal confirmation process, Bork was rejected by the Senate's new Democratic majority, and Reagan had to instead settle for a more moderate conservative, Anthony Kennedy, who would sit on the nation's highest court for 30 years.
But that one Supreme Court appointment, I think, made the difference between winning and losing on the different sides in a whole bunch of very important decisions that were 5-4 decisions.
Decisions that helped define society for decades. Kennedy shocked the nation in 1992 by upholding Roe v. Wade in a case conservatives believed would end nationwide abortion access right then and there. He shocked them again in 2016, siding with liberals and upholding race-based admissions at public universities. And he authored a series of landmark opinions during his career expanding gay rights, including the 5-4 decision in 2015 that guaranteed same-sex couples the right to marry. All those falling dominoes, which have touched tens of millions of Americans, can be traced back to a single midterm election in 1986, whose results can be traced back to the simple failure to turn out just a few thousand more votes in just a few key swing states.
So interesting, and Noah's with us here now. Noah, what do we know about potential turnout this fall for the midterm?
It will probably look more like 2018 than 2014. It may not quite be a presidential year, but some key indicators I'm watching: polling and voter registration numbers at this point. We're 2 months out. We're seeing a lot more millennials and 20-somethings registering to vote than we did just 4 years ago, and we're seeing more women than men right now. Maybe an indicator of the kind of issues that are popping for a lot of voters.
All right, Noah Pransky with us today. Noah, thank you. We appreciate it.
President Biden is hosting a summit aimed at reducing hate-fueled violence this afternoon. The president is meeting with a group of civic, faith, and business leaders from around the country. Today's event also recognizing communities that have been impacted by hate-based attacks. NBC News Chief White House correspondent Kristen Welker joins me now. Kristen, what are some of the actions being announced at this summit?
Well, big picture first, Kate. In addition to everything you just mapped out, the president's also convening experts, survivors, and local leaders to discuss hate-fueled violence. And the event will also honor communities that have endured hate-based attacks, like those who survived the mass shootings in Buffalo, New York, and El Paso, Texas. The president plans to announce new actions to strengthen the government's ability to help these communities respond to and also recover from this type of violence, including new resources for local schools, new websites to foster dialogue, and the administration plans to push online sites like YouTube and Meta to limit hate contact. Now, according to the Center for the Study of Hate and Extremism, hate crimes in major U.S. cities rose during the first half of 2022 after really sharp increases over the past 2 years, Kate.
Use the word bipartisan there, Kristen. I wonder what the administration is thinking about working with Congress to try to make some bipartisan efforts, paths forward.
Yeah, well, that's where it gets really complicated, Kate. While the president is not expected to push for specific legislation, he has called on Congress to direct funding to agencies like DHS that work to combat hate-fueled violence. And it is worth noting that there will be a bipartisan group of lawmakers who are expected to attend today, Kate.
All right, Kristen Welker, thank you. Do you remember this phrase from the 1980s, satanic panic? It was sort of shorthand for a slew of false accusations that children were involved in satanic rituals.
Yeah, well, now the conspiracy is making a comeback online, and this is thanks to groups like QAnon. You know that name. NBC News senior reporter Brandy Zadrozny covers extremism and the internet for us and joins us now. So, Brandy, in your story, you highlight the story of a Republican who's running for re-election in Utah. Help us understand the connection here.
Well, this Republican prosecutor was running for re-election in Utah. He was the top prosecutor. He was pretty progressive. Some people labeled him soft on crime, but he was an upstanding Mormon guy, pillar of the community. And what had happened was these old allegations made in the 90s and the early aughts were sort of brought up again by political foes, by someone who he was extraditing from another country, and weaponized against him. These allegations are wild. They are very unlikely to be true. And unfortunately, what happened was people got them in public records requests and spilled them all over the internet. He had to come forward into his real life and say, neither I nor my wife, who is a professor at BYU, are doing these things, cannibalizing children, murdering children, things too awful to even think about. And because of that, in part, he lost the election.
You and I have worked on some of these QAnon stories together. We know how these things can just go viral for no reason. I heard that you're reporting that Astroworld, the music festival last year, which is where 10 people were killed, is also involved in some of this conspiracy theory?
Yeah, well, Kate, the thing is that now, because of the internet, ferreting out Satan is now sort of a participatory misinformation quest. And so a thing like Astroworld happens and something terrible happens. And so it's not just enough that something terrible happens. It's that Satan is somehow involved in it. And people are seeing symbols and somehow signs, piecing together parts of social media. And it's not just things like Astroworld, right? It can happen in any sort of situation. So we're seeing that sort of satanic labeling and piecing together clues happening in all sorts of situations and events. It's pretty widespread now.
Very disturbing. Brandy Zadrozny, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
And stay with us. Soaring mortgage rates are now a huge factor in whether many people buy a home. But there are ways to lower other costs. We're going to show you how when NBC News Daily continues.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Harry Styles!
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
Right now on NBC News Now,
we begin with breaking news just coming in.
What's happening now, what's happening next, and what it means for you.
We're continuing to follow the Russian attack on Ukraine.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind.
Fewer people are content to just offer their thoughts and prayers.
Stunning testimony at the January 6th hearing. Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades.
Parts of Virginia cleaning up after severe storms.
Flames forcing thousands to evacuate.
When do I play meteorologist? Only when the heat is this bad.
Another special night of election coverage right here at NBC News Now.
Results are coming in.
This Tuesday is going to be huge.
This is big when we're talking about November.
This feels like an ideological fight to the death. Is there room for common ground?
What do you think when you see the activism?
Do you think this could have happened without social media?
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Our show is about sparking conversations around today's biggest issues. The Fed raises interest rates. That controls inflation. Explain how that works. Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs and their relationship to their employers? Could you just remind us why there are 9 justices on the Supreme Court instead of 3 or 20 or 2? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
We are talking inflation this hour and the impact it's having on the housing market.
Mortgage rates climbing above 6% this week. That's the first time since the housing crash of 2008 that they've been that high. But whether you're in the market for a home or you already own a home, there are ways to lower your home costs despite those rising interest rates. Here's NBC's Vicki Nguyen.
Getting that dream home just got more expensive. Mortgage rates climbing above 6% for the first time since 2008. That's about double the mortgage rate from a year ago.
If you were buying a home on January 1st of this year, there's a $700 difference in your monthly payment now compared to what you would have paid back then.
Even those not looking to buy a house right now could be affected. Americans who took out an adjustable rate mortgage, or ARM, at lower rates could now see their monthly payments go up. The increase coming after Tuesday's inflation report revealed the price for nearly everything is still sky high, and fears the Federal Reserve will hike interest rates once again at its meeting next week. Growing mortgage rates plus high home prices creating the least affordable climate for homes since 1989. That means fewer people are actively looking to buy, and mortgage applications are on the decline. Alex Zanakis and his family sold their home near Denver to move to Tucson, Arizona last month.
Our housing payment would have been over $1,000 more a month, just in interest, for a similar type of loan.
He says they decided to lease a townhome for $1,850 a month instead of opting for a monthly $3,000 mortgage payment.
I think because of interest rates, it's made us pump the brakes. It doesn't hurt to wait 6 to 9 months, maybe even a year, to see where the prices level out.
And for those not in the market for a mortgage, a silver lining.
Higher rates mean that the government is actually kind of succeeding in its mission to address inflation.
In this economic climate, some real estate experts say consider an ARM if you plan on staying in a home short term. It can help make purchasing a home more affordable. ARMs often offer a lower starting interest rate when compared to a typical 30-year fixed mortgage and usually last 5, 7, or 10 years.
What do buyers need to know before they get into an adjustable rate mortgage?
Now, it could adjust down, but it's more likely these days that the interest rate will adjust higher.
Experts say home buyers should shop around and compare lenders to get the most competitive interest rate. And be patient.
How can you be safe and smart with your money if you're shopping for a home?
There's always another house. So be careful about getting into that emotional bidding war, because while that might have been the market 6 months, a year ago, it is not the market today.
And Vicki joins us now to talk a little bit more about these mortgage rates. And my question is, I guess, when you think about mortgage rates being what they are, for folks who are able to buy a home right now, what are they doing? How are they making it happen?
Aaron, they are getting together. Real estate agents and experts we spoke to said you're seeing more multi-generational home purchases and even friends saying, you know what, we're done renting. Let's pool our money, go halvesies, put a down payment. And also, you know what, if you're already in a home and you're worried about the rate adjusting up, or it's just more expensive, frankly, because of inflation, if you have a backyard, if you have a parking space, there are all sorts of apps right now that you can use to rent out that extra space or even a room in your house, maybe for the next year that you may not need.
Your parking space.
Absolutely.
Creative.
Kate, if you live in
Never thought
San
of that.
Francisco or New York, you've got a parking space on the street or a driveway, that can fetch you real cash per month.
Super
I like
tips.
it.
Yeah, great tips, Vicki. Thank you.
Yep.
And SpaceX could be coming to your next Frontier flight. The budget airline says it's considering adding the company's Starlink satellite internet to its planes. Frontier doesn't have in-flight Wi-Fi right now. The company's CEO says there isn't a timeline for adding that service, and it could still partner with another provider. SpaceX has not commented.
With inflation forcing families to tighten their budgets, a lot of people are foregoing expensive trips to museums. But this Saturday, those fees will be waived by nearly 1,000 museums, zoos, and science centers nationwide. That program comes as the industry tries to bounce back from the pandemic when it saw attendance drop by nearly 40%.
And one of the biggest names in tennis is announcing that he is hanging up his racket.
41-year-old Roger Federer is retiring from competitive tennis, ending his legendary career with 20 Grand Slam titles. Federer will play his final professional match next week. That's going to be a lot of people will turn out to see that. He's played 1,500 matches, he said, and it's just time. He's had too many operations. It's time to go.
It's interesting. You know, we talked with Raheem Ellis earlier this week after the U.S. Open, talking about this next generation of tennis players coming in and really making a name for themselves in a big way. And it's interesting now we're seeing some of the faces we've known for so long starting to say, you know what, maybe it's time to make a little room for those folks.
I think it is. I mean, you think about the guy who won the U.S. Open and
the 19 years old, Alcaraz.
We're going to get his name wrong.
I know.
But you know who I'm talking about. He's the next generation. That's my point. There is much more news ahead.
You're watching NBC News Daily. Right now on NBC News Now,
we begin with breaking news just coming in.
What's happening now, what's happening next, and what it means for you.
We're continuing to follow the Russian attack on Ukraine.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind.
Fewer people are content to just offer their thoughts and prayers.
Stunning testimony at the January 6th hearing. Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades.
Parts of Virginia cleaning up after severe storms.
Flames forcing thousands to evacuate.
When do I play meteorologist? Only when the heat is this bad.
Another special night of election coverage right here at NBC News Now.
Results are coming in.
This Tuesday is going to be huge.
This is big when we're talking about November.
This feels like an ideological fight to the death. Is there room for common ground?
What do you think when you see the activism?
Do you think this could have happened without social media? We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were going to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Tonight, I interviewed Secretary of Transportation Pete Buttigieg about the ongoing delays. You seem to be pointing the finger at the airlines. They're pointing the finger back. Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better?
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
The indictment of a former president, or perhaps candidate for president, would arguably tear the country apart. Is that your concern? Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods.
A 27-year-old Latina is the driving force behind America's first all-electric rideshare company.
Yeah, Earth Rides offers on-demand, eco-friendly options so passengers don't need to choose between convenience and the planet. NBC News Daily anchor Morgan Radford went for a ride with the young CEO.
27-year-old Raven Hernandez has always been driven.
So I heard these things go pretty fast.
They do.
Now she's in the driver's seat.
It's getting back a little bit of charge.
As the founder and CEO of an all-electric rideshare company called Earth Rides.
When was your first time in an electric vehicle ever, period?
Ever that I drove was 2018.
Just 4 years ago.
Just 4 years ago, and now we are showing EVs and highlighting them all over the country.
In 2020, Raven took her passion into overdrive.
Hi, I'm Raven Hernandez, founder and CEO of Earth Rides.
And founded the first rideshare company in the U.S. to offer an all-electric fleet of vehicles.
We don't market ourselves as just an eco-friendly company. For us, it's really important about the safety and the quality of the rides. The majority of our passengers, they're looking for something better.
A lot of people who get started in this space, they have some connection to financing or venture capital firms. Did you have any of that?
I had hustle. My mother and my grandmother were both single mothers. They taught themselves English. You know, they really hustled for everything they had, and I think that grit allows me to be where I'm at today.
But you had to sort of open your own doors to get there, it sounds like.
It's definitely opening a lot of doors. I mean, it's knocking, right? It's knocking on as many doors as possible and seeing which ones are going to open, and not every room is meant for you.
A journey she started as the child of immigrants growing up in Nashville, Tennessee.
My family is from Panama, in a town called Santiago. You know, it's amazing and it's beautiful just to see how far we've come along in 3 generations.
But like all journeys, this one had its turns.
I had no idea this was in my future. I'm a licensed attorney, but along the way I saw this opportunity to bring clean technology to communities that don't normally see it.
Where did you find the drive?
I mean, when I think about a hard day at work, I know that I have it way easier than my mother or my abuela ever did. I mean, my grandmother left her jungle and where she lived at 10 years old to go find work and support her family. And so when I think about getting to be in spaces like this with you, I mean, it's humbling, and it just makes me fuel my own fire to keep going.
A fire that's helped the company expand from its home base in Nashville to 3 cities, serving more than 300,000 passengers to date. An accomplishment that's even more remarkable given the state of the industry, where women currently make up less than 30% of the clean energy workforce, and Latino founders accounted for just over 2% of all venture capital funding last year.
A moment ago, you described having to knock on doors and that sometimes the rooms weren't always intended for you. When you got to those rooms, did you see other Latinas or Latinos?
Not often, and so getting to be the first Latina in the room as an entrepreneur showing up in this space on behalf of my family and everyone else in the community, it's quite a load, and I always think about that and understand that I'm not the last, right? I might be the first, but I'm definitely not the last.
Bringing others on a journey that's just beginning.
Focus on what makes you uniquely you. Find strength in what makes you different, and then run into that room and knock that door down.
She seems so impressive, Morgan, but we're dealing with cars and rideshare. That's got to be expensive. How did she get funding?
Extremely expensive. I mean, you heard her talk about how she had to knock down these doors and really use a lot of her own hustle, but she also had to use her own capital to start. In fact, Raven said she maxed out all her credit cards, her personal accounts, just to kind of get this thing off the ground. And now, just speaking of the company's growth, they've received $2 million, Raven says, in outside funding. So pretty impressive.
Yeah. What about the rest of the industry? I mean, did you get the impression that she's just just really ahead of the curve on this?
Ahead of the curve. I do like that, Aaron. Yeah, I say that. But she's saying, yeah, look, she wants to expand. She's already in 3 cities, and she wants to grow bigger. But what's interesting is how now the other rideshare companies are kind of making similar moves. In fact, just this morning, Uber announced that they plan to be fully electric by 2030. So we're definitely seeing a shift in the industry.
If I had a choice, I would want to go in an electric car.
They're very cool. I mean, I took a little whirl around 30 Rock, and it was very cool. 2 Southern girls driving in the city. Everybody had to hold on to their chanclas, you know?
It was great, though. All right, Morgan, thank you.
Of course, thanks.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Aaron Gilchrist. You're watching NBC News Daily.
And what do you love about fatherhood?
The chaos, the learning. Is climate change one of your top priorities?
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference in their own communities?
Believe in yourself.
We're here to start conversations because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Tonight, I interviewed Secretary of Transportation Pete Buttigieg about the ongoing delays. You seem to be pointing the finger at the airlines. They're pointing the finger back. Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better?
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers right now on Morning News Now.
We're staying on top of the breaking situation in Ukraine.
We are watching dangerous heat this week. Recession, I mean, is that where we're headed? Is there any way to avoid that?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Harry Styles!
If it's Thursday, human beings being used as political pawns in the political fight over border security. Florida's governor, which does not touch the border, sends 2 plane loads of migrants to Martha's Vineyard, as the Texas governor sends buses to drop off migrants at the doorsteps of the vice president's house. Plus, Presidents Putin and Xi face-to-face for the first time since Russia invaded Ukraine, with Russian troops still stunned from Ukraine's counteroffensive. The high-stakes reunion and what it means for the war in Russia ahead. And Theocracy Rising, the future of Christian nationalism, and how one Idaho community became the latest flashpoint in the battle between church and state. Happy Thursday and welcome to Meet the Press Now. I'm Chuck Todd. There is perhaps no issue that better exemplifies the dysfunction in American politics than immigration and the border. Democrats and Republicans know our border policy and immigration policy badly need of an overhaul. But the political will to move forward, it's not there. And instead of solutions, politicians, particularly those on the right, are turning to stunts, impacting real human beings. Florida Republican Governor Ron DeSantis sent 2 planes of migrants to the island of Martha's Vineyard yesterday, funded by taxpayer dollars in the state of Florida. It's part of an effort to, in the words of his spokesperson, to, quote, transport illegal immigrants to sanctuary destinations. According to the Martha's Vineyard Gazette, these 50 migrants are mainly from Venezuela. They're being sheltered by local aid groups. DeSantis commented himself on his action this afternoon.
We take what's happening at the southern border very seriously, unlike some, and unlike the President of the United States, who has refused to lift a finger to secure that border. If you have folks that are inclined to think Florida is a good place, our message to them is we are not a sanctuary state, and it's better to be able to go to a sanctuary jurisdiction. And yes, we will help facilitate that transport for you to be able to go to greener pastures.
We'll fact check him on that, because actually the state of Florida, at least his administration, when it comes to Cubans, is apparently a sanctuary state. Now, there was a similar move this morning. Texas Republican Governor Greg Abbott sent migrants outside to Washington, D.C., specifically outside the vice president's residence here in Washington, D.C. Governor Abbott has bused more than 9,000 people to Washington, D.C. in recent weeks, and at least 1,000 to New York. He normally sends them to this building where I'm broadcasting from, because it's where Fox News's camera crews are, and they will alert the Fox News camera crew. They do not want to alert other news organizations of this for whatever reason. Now, today's actions by Abbott clearly seemed like an act of political trolling of the vice president after she made these comments to me about the state of the border on Sunday's Meet the Press.
The border is secure, but we also have a broken immigration system, in particular over the last 4 years before we came in, and it needs to be fixed.
We're going to have 2 million people cross this border for the first time ever. You're confident this border is secure?
We have a secure border in that is a priority for any nation, including ours and our administration. But there are still a lot of problems that we are trying to fix, given the deterioration that happened over the last 4 years.
To be sure, yes, you can spread some blame around on this issue. Big cities like New York and D.C. arguably do have more infrastructure to handle an influx of migrants. But we're in this situation in immigration because our entire governing structure has zero appetite to reach a solution. Democrats do have policy prescriptions, but right now they aren't willing to put them in front of voters right now, simply because we're 54 days before an election. And it's an election that they want to make all about abortion access, not border security. Republicans, meanwhile, they don't want to consider action that would alleviate the problem because they think the issue of border security helps fire up their base, and polling seems to prove this. These recent stunts from DeSantis and Abbott, there never have been about serious solutions, attempts to find a solution to the very real problem. Neither one of them have ever actually offered up an actual solution to the border problem. What they are is an attempt to get national attention, negative reaction from much of the media, and of course, you'll see the fundraising emails tonight based on what members of the media or politicians said about their actions. So it's a fundraising ploy. And it's all due to treating people as political pawns, leaving some migrants who might have been misled to believe they were going elsewhere, as reported by NPR, on a literal island that doesn't have any infrastructure designed to help them at all. In a word, it's inhumane. Bottom line, a grand bargain on immigration has eluded politicians for nearly a generation because of politics, pure and simple. And when neither party has the will to get things done, we're left with a broken system and politicians like Ron DeSantis deciding to govern by cruel memes. And right now, he thinks he's being rewarded for it. I'm joined now by 2 of my NBC News colleagues who report on 2 sides of this story very closely. Our Homeland Security correspondent, Julia Ainsley, our senior national political reporter, Mark Caputo, who basically owns the Florida beat for us. But Julia, let me start with the current situation. How did these migrants, how did the governor of Florida order migrants in Texas to land in the state of Massachusetts?
Yeah, exactly. It seems like he definitely would have had to have some coordination with Texan Governor Abbott. That seems very likely in this case. They also came through Lackland Air Force Base, we understand, right outside of San Antonio. So begs the question, was the federal government not alerted if they're able to use an Air Force base to transport these people? And it also definitely makes a well-deserved fact check for what the Governor DeSantis said right there, saying that this is not a sanctuary state, when in fact we know many Cubans can come there, do stay, as you pointed out, obviously for political reasons, and that he's not actually taking migrants out of the state of Florida and in the first place, they're out of the state of Texas. We understand from Lackland Air Force Base, they did go to Florida, then to Charlotte, North Carolina, then all the way up to Martha's Vineyard, a long journey. And some of them might have been deceived. Some may have thought they were going to a different place, as NPR reported. We also understand from attorneys who have talked to these migrants on the ground that they thought they were going to a place where they could get a job, that this would be the place for them. Of course, it's very hard to be going in to a tourist destination at the end of a tourist season.
What's the status that Venezuelans have right now in America? Because there's been some, do they have temporary protected status or not?
Well, not for those who have recently entered. That's not the way temporary protected status works. It sets a date and time and says anyone who's here now can have it. The thing is, though, Venezuelans are not what they call amenable to Title 42, meaning they cannot use those COVID-19 restrictions to push Venezuelans back into Mexico. Mexico won't.
So that's why they
them.
weren't sent out of the country.
Exactly.
He chose not to send them out of the country. Because they're Venezuelan.
Right, because and Mexico won't take them back because they can't be deported to Venezuela. So there are certain nationalities, Venezuelans, Cubans, Haitians in large part, and Nicaraguans too, that simply can't be pushed back. They stay in the country, and it's even more of a draw for them to come. Also keep in mind, they're escaping desperate situations in Venezuela.
Mark Caputo, I want to get to the Florida side of this. First of all, there's a question about whether the governor followed the law he got passed, which gave him the financial ability to pay for these flights because it was supposed to take illegal immigrants out of the state of Florida. Now, I guess this plane technically touched down in Florida, and perhaps that's their fig leaf here, but is it clear that he followed the law?
Well, the budget proviso, as it were, the budget language specifically says they're using COVID relief money for this program, by the way. It's $12 million total budget.
The interest on COVID relief money, I believe, technically, right?
Right.
Yeah.
And it is migrants, I think it's unauthorized aliens is the exact phrase, from this state. So, yes, it looks like DeSantis might have imported unauthorized aliens, to use the term in the budget, in order to then export them to Martha's Vineyard. His team is not making much secret of this, at least privately. Yeah, they totally admit this is a troll. He's going to troll his way possibly to the White House if Trump doesn't run, because this is the stuff that makes Republican hearts go pitter-patter. But the reality is DeSantis was in Congress when the bipartisan immigration bill passed the Senate and died in the House, and he didn't do anything about that. So he did have an opportunity to weigh in on immigration in Congress and didn't take that opportunity.
Mark, let me ask you this. Walk me through, you were on top of this when it happened. His lieutenant governor, Jeanette Nunez, had said, we're shipping anybody out, including Cubans. And then all of a sudden, there was an uproar. And I believe the governor there spoke incorrectly about Florida's not a sanctuary state. Well, I guess it depends on your perspective. If you're a Cuban, it is.
Well, it's technically they're following the Cuban Adjustment Act. So if you're Cuban and your foot hits U.S. soil, you can plead asylum and more easily get in the country. So, yeah, de facto, Miami has been a sanctuary city for Cuban migrants and really migrants from around Latin America, especially Venezuela, Nicaragua, and the like. You know, the sentiment has changed, though. Donald Trump won a very large share of Latino communities' votes, including Venezuelans, even though he did nothing about TPS, which we just spoke about a second ago. Joe Biden actually did. But if you talk to people in the Venezuelan community, in the Cuban community, Honduran, Nicaraguan, you'll actually hear them say, look, there are a lot of their fellow Honduran, Cuban, Nicaraguan, Venezuelan, Colombian American neighbors who, once they got their TPS, their green cards, their citizenship, became far less interested in their fellow man getting it as well. So it's been a history of immigrant communities in the United States. Sure. Once you get here to draw up the bridge. And that exists in the Venezuelan community here as well as the others.
Look, I remember this during the so-called Marielito boat lift, and there were Cubans versus Cubans on that down in South Florida. But is there any political risk here by him being so? I mean, again, this is a guy who rails against socialism. These are people fleeing socialism. Pure and simple. Are we no longer going to be a sanctuary for those fleeing socialism?
Good question. We'll have to see. There's no estimate about the number of Venezuelan voters. There's 14 million registered voters in Florida. Probably the best unofficial estimate is 50 to 60,000 Venezuelans. But Juan Escalante, who's an immigration rights advocate, has TPS as Venezuelan. He had coined the term Magazuelans to describe that aspect or that group of Venezuelans in the Miami community who are firmly in the Donald Trump and DeSantis camp. I'm not sure what sort of risk it has. This is how politics unfolds. Let's see what Charlie Crist, his Democratic opponent, does with it.
Well, that will be fascinating to watch on that front. Very quickly, Julia, I want to bring up one point that Governor DeSantis made in that same press conference. We played a clip from it. He said, this is no different than when the federal government takes migrants and spreads them around the country. What say you?
That is different.
Okay.
That is because when the federal government takes migrants, they're moving them to places like detention centers. It's coordinated. If they're moving them to another city, the migrant has paid or their family has paid for their transportation because they're often, most of the people who come here have family in the United States. They're going to stay with relatives and sponsors until their immigration dates. So this is very different, especially with the fact that they are not coordinating with these cities and states so that they're purposely caught by surprise in a chaotic situation without anyone to care for them.
A perfect transition for my next guest. Julia and Mark, thank you both for your reporting. And joining me now is Massachusetts State Representative Dylan Fernandez. Dylan Fernandez represents Martha's Vineyard as well as Nantucket and parts of Cape Cod in his state House district there. And Representative Fernandez joins me now. Really appreciate you giving me a few minutes. Let me just start simply with the well-being of the migrants. What is the status today, and have they all chosen to stay in the facilities that have been provided for them, or are some of them leaving?
Sure. So as soon as these immigrants arrived, our island jumped into action, providing people with the beds, the health care, the food, shelter, everything that they needed. We even set up a play area for the children that were shipped here. And we have immigration attorneys who are Spanish speaking, working with everyone on their immigration claims. So right now, everyone is in good shape. Currently, they're housed at a parish in Edgartown. This is only a temporary solution. This is where we have our wintertime homeless shelter. It doesn't have the facilities for the amount of people that are here. So we're working with our state and federal partners on a more permanent solution.
What do you know about their journey? What have you learned from conversations perhaps with these immigration lawyers that are now having conversations? What were they told when they got on this plane?
They were told they were spun a bunch of lies. They were told that they would be met here by people giving them jobs and housing. Some of them were told they were going to New York. Others it appears were told that they were headed towards immigration meetings. And they showed up with absolutely no notice. But this is an island community. This is a state that immediately sprang into action to get these people the resources and help that they need.
What has this incident taught you, or has it taught you anything? And what does it make you think of our national political debate these days?
Well, look, these immigrant families, women, children, are being used as political pawns. The governor of Florida, one of the largest states in the United States, is spending his time not helping the people of Florida and the many issues that need help in Florida, but instead spending his time hatching a secretive plot to send women, children, immigrant families here, also that he can get a couple minutes on Tucker Carlson and Fox News, and bang his chest about being tough on immigration. Right. There is nothing tough about using women and children for your own political gain. Governor DeSantis is a coward. He is weak. And what gives me hope here is how quickly this island community rallied, how quickly the state rallied to support these incredibly vulnerable people that are here coming in to meet every need that they have. That is what makes this country great. That is what makes this community great. And I couldn't be prouder to be from here.
I want to confirm, were all these migrants Venezuelan? Most of them? Do you have a full count?
So there's 48 people who got off the plane. It's my understanding that nearly all of them are Venezuelan, right. but cannot confirm that exactly.
Well, we're going to delve into the fact that these are folks that are escaping socialism, and Governor DeSantis chose not to worry about that. But I am curious, given perhaps I see Ted Cruz is talking about creating a new port of entry in Martha's Vineyard, and my point is this, Representative Fernandez. There are going to be politicians on the right that view this as, oh, this was great. Look at the attention he got. More of this, more fundraising on Fox or whatever it is. Is Martha's Vineyard prepared for more planes?
I mean, look, here's what I can tell you is that we are an immigrant community. We have a vibrant immigrant population here. We always have. 20% of the students in our public schools are English language learners. Over a third of our public schools here are students who are non-white. We have a vibrant immigrant population here. And look, immigration is a federal issue that needs to be solved federally. But what I can tell you is that this is a welcoming community. This is a community that prides itself on the diversity that immigration brings here, and that as long as people here, we're gonna make sure that they are treated with the dignity and respect that they deserve.
Now, these folks are not detained in people. If they choose to leave, they can. Are you gonna, if they would like to go to Florida, for instance, because my guess is many of them, being Venezuelan, they may have a family member or somebody, a friend of a family in there, and that's a place they can find shelter. If they come to you or come to the state and say, hey, we'd like to get down to South Florida, are you guys going to facilitate that transportation?
We're working all of that out right now. I mean, look, this is, not even 24 hours. Next step is dinner, right?
Of course.
For these folks. And then we're working towards a longer term solution for a facility for people here long term. The facilities here are not adequate, but we're working on that really rapidly. That is, we're going through everyone individually with a team of Spanish-speaking immigration attorneys here to work through each person's individual claim, individual case. Right. And then from there, we're going to respond to their needs.
Massachusetts State Representative Dylan Fernandez, when you ran for this office, I'm guessing this is not an issue you expected to be dealing with in your district. Appreciate you coming on and sharing your experience with us.
Good to be with you.
Coming up, Putin meets Xi face-to-face as an increasingly isolated Kremlin looks for help in Ukraine amid a potential turning point against the Russians in this war. Plus, we're live from the White House, where the president has been hosting a pro-democracy summit amid rising threats of hate crimes and political violence. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
Right now on NBC News Now,
we begin with breaking news just coming in.
What's happening now, what's happening next, and what it means for you.
We're continuing to follow the Russian attack on Ukraine.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind.
Fewer people are content to just offer their thoughts and prayers. Stunning testimony at the January 6th hearing.
Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades.
Parts of Virginia cleaning up after severe storms.
Flames forcing thousands to evacuate.
When do I play meteorologist? Only when the heat is this bad.
Another special night of election coverage right here at NBC News Now.
Results are coming in.
This Tuesday is going to be huge.
This is big when we're talking about November.
This feels like an ideological fight to the death. Is there room for common ground?
What do you think when you see the activism? Do you think this could have happened without social media?
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. Tonight, I interviewed Secretary of Transportation Pete Buttigieg about the ongoing delays. You seem to be pointing the finger at the airlines. They're pointing the finger back. Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves.
You can actually see they're pushing the gates open.
Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one?
You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months.
Exactly.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
And what do you love about fatherhood?
The chaos, the learning. Is climate change one of your top priorities?
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference in their own communities?
Believe in yourself.
Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods.
Welcome back. Russian President Putin and Chinese President Xi met in Uzbekistan today. It was the first time the two of them have met face-to-face since the start of the war in Ukraine. And for Xi, really, it's the first time he's left China since COVID. According to a transcript from the Kremlin of some of the opening remarks from the meeting, Putin thanked China for their, quote, balanced position on the war in Ukraine and said he understands Xi's questions and concerns about the situation. China's readout made no explicit mention of Ukraine as they try to maintain their support towards Russia without facing backlash from the West. The meeting comes as Putin becomes increasingly isolated on the global stage. His forces have suffered stunning losses in parts of the northeast and southern Ukraine, and Russia has now turned to Iran and North Korea, two other pariah states, for weaponry. That's how low Putin is running. Putin and Xi last met in early February. That was when Putin went to China before the war, and it was ahead of the Beijing Winter Olympics. Now, in a statement that followed that meeting, the two countries declared a friendship with, quote, no limits. But I'm joined now by retired Lieutenant General Sept, former Deputy Commander of U.S. European Command and an NBC News military analyst. And I also have Ambassador Mike McFaul. He's a former U.S. Ambassador to Russia and an NBC News International Affairs analyst. Mike, I want to start with you and the specific readout of Putin. This is what you do. You help us decipher Kremlin speak. Balanced approach to Ukraine. When he says that of China, you tell me, how much of that was Putin having to acknowledge that China actually is trying to not help them too much?
Chuck, I thought it was extraordinary. These are not strong statements. If I tell you, hey, Chuck, I have some concerns about your behavior, that doesn't sound very friendly, does it?
No, it doesn't.
And for him then to say balanced, that means, you know, he's acknowledging that Xi Jinping is standing on the sidelines here. Yeah. What he wanted was enthusiastic support. What he wanted is what Zelensky gets when he meets with NATO leaders or European Union leaders. He did not get that in this meeting. And even more so, read the readout that the government of China put out. The word Ukraine does not appear in their readout. That is a blow to Putin.
So, General Twitty, let's take it to the battlefield here. It's hard not to connect China's, I guess, renewed hesitance to back Russia with what we're seeing on the battlefield.
Well, obviously, you do not want to hitch your cart to a runaway horse. And in this case here, this is a losing horse going into battle here. And I don't blame the Chinese not one bit for not supporting. You know, over the last couple of days, I just read where the Ukrainians have taken now 8,000 kilometers not just in the east, but also in the south. So that's a tremendous accomplishment by the Ukrainians. And so the Russians are on their heels right now, and Putin needs to figure out how he can regain this momentum. And I'm not so sure that he's going to be able to do that anytime soon.
I was just going to say, General, what is the next window here? I mean, when it comes to winter is coming, it's a phrase we know is familiar to TV fans. But winter will stop this war for a while. What are you watching for over the next 3 months, particularly, you know, how aggressive should the Ukrainians be in these months leading up to the cold?
Well, the first thing is you heard me talk about, again, the 8,000 kilometers. So anytime you take land, you have to figure out how you hold that land. So all the land that's been taken so far, the Ukrainians will have to consolidate those gains, put soldiers there to hold them, hold that terrain, because if they don't, the Russians are going to come back in, and then you have another fight on your hands, and perhaps the Russians will take it. And then after you consolidate the gains that they've had, they must continue the momentum. They have the Russians on their back heels, so continue that momentum and continue to defeat them throughout their territory. With winter coming, you can anticipate that the majority of fighting will be regulated to the roads, and will also be regulated with missile strikes and artillery strikes. And I think that's where the Russians will go. We've already started to see that. He attacked a missile strike in a dam today in President Zelensky's hometown. I think you're going to see an uptick of that because he has no options at this point. And I think the HIMARS and the drone capability that we put in from the U.S. and so forth will make a difference during the winter months as well.
All right, Mike. So Putin's out here looking for help and support from China, doesn't get it. He sees what's happening on the battlefield, as General Twitty is describing it. What is happening in the Kremlin right now, and what is his most realistic next move here?
Well, I want to be clear. I don't know what's happening in the Kremlin because I don't interact with people in the Kremlin. I'm on the sanctions list, haven't been there for 8 years. I used to go there. I don't anymore. But if I had to guess, Chuck, I'd say two things. First of all, there's a blame game going on, and that's spilled out into the public, by the way, even on Russian state television. Somebody's got to be responsible for this. It can't be the good czar, so it has to be the generals or somebody else. And second, I think they are laying the predicate to try to double down, to try to push back. I don't know if they have the capabilities. I most certainly hope they do not have the capabilities. But I don't think Putin is going to think about what happened in Kherson and this humiliation and say, okay, now it's time to stop fighting. I think he will want to double down if he has the ability to do so.
But what do you make of the criticism coming now from the right? I mean, it's funny you say that. I was listening, don't judge me, but I was listening to the Paul Feinbaum show, and there were a bunch of Alabama fans refusing to criticize Nick Saban, but he goes, those coordinators are terrible. They've got to fire the coordinators. That sounds like what you're saying, that the right-wing commentators are saying, fire the coordinators, Mr. Putin.
Well, Chuck, we were just saying that after our loss to USC, just so you know, out here at Stanford. But exactly, there's an old tradition. The good czar, the bad boyars. That's a phrase from pre-Soviet times, and that's exactly what's going on. Putin's untouchable. Of course, nobody's going to call for him to resign. There's not going to be a coup, but I would not be surprised to see a shakeup, particularly the Minister of Defense, Mr. Shoigu. I think he's in a lot of trouble right now. He could be the sacrificial lamb for a shakeup of their military operations in Ukraine. And I want to be clear. I hope it does not succeed. You didn't ask me what I hope for. What I predict is that we're going to see more activity and perhaps some resignations.
General Twitty, react to that assumption there that Mike said of what he expects. You had your expectations there. So what do the Ukrainians need to do then?
Yeah, here's what I will tell you. I think the Ukrainians are in a period of vulnerability right now. You know, I talked about the missile strikes and the artillery strikes and rocket strikes. I think there's going to be an uptick there, but we must not forget about chemical weapons that could come into play and also tactical nukes that can come into play. Putin's back is up against the wall, and he can always pull those as trump cards.
Mike McFaul, I don't know if you noticed the abstainers on the IAEA vote. Very quickly, there were two on there that jumped out at me. Not surprising about China and Russia, of course. But the two that jumped out at me are India and South Africa. And I guess you could throw Vietnam in there because I know it's certainly the West is trying really hard to get those three countries in particular sort of into Western thinking alignment. What say you?
I think this is a big part of this horrible war period that we haven't been paying enough attention to, Chuck.
Yeah.
We have our views. We look at the autocrats getting together at their summit. And I would rather be a Democrat than an autocrat because the Democrats of the Democratic countries have given a lot more to Zelensky than the Shanghai Cooperation Organization has. But in the global South, we are not winning that argument.
Nope.
And we have got to do more to convince the global South that this is a war of imperialism. It's a war of annexation. And we haven't won that argument. And that vote is one more illustration that we haven't won that argument yet.
I'm so glad you put it in the terms of global South. This has been a challenge for us for years, frankly, not just with this issue. Lieutenant General Steph Twitty, Ambassador Mike McFaul, really appreciate your expertise on this story. Thank you. Up next, the mass shootings, the polarizing politics, and this hate-fueled violence. White House is hosting a summit on protecting democracy and public safety amid a dangerous rise of extremism and division. We're going to check in on that after the break.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Right now on NBC News Now.
As we come on the air, here's what we know.
It has been dramatic, powerful.
We begin with breaking news just coming in.
What's happening now, what's happening next, and what it means for you.
We're continuing to follow the Russian attack on Ukraine.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
We're getting out of this area right now because more air raid sirens are sounding.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind.
Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No, fewer people are content to just offer their thoughts and prayers.
And the House has answered the call to create new gun laws.
The stunning testimony at the January 6th hearing on Capitol Hill.
Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades.
Parts of Virginia cleaning up after severe storms.
A terrifying night of flash floods.
Flames forcing thousands to evacuate.
When do I play meteorologist? Only when the heat is this bad.
Another special night of election coverage right here at NBC News Now.
Results are coming in.
This Tuesday is going to be huge for primary purposes.
It's an interesting race here. I've just never covered anything like it. This is big. When we're talking about November, how many doors do you think you've each knocked on?
This feels like an ideological fight to the death. Is there room for common ground on this issue?
What do you think when you see the activism that's happening right now?
Do you think this movement could have happened without social media?
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
We need to say clearly and forcefully, white supremacy, all forms of hate fueled by violence have no place in America. Failure to call it out is complicity, my dad would say. If your silence is complicity, we can't remain silent. There's those who say we bring this up, we just divide the country. Bring it up, we silence it instead of remaining silent. For in silence, wounds deepen.
Welcome back. That was President Biden just a few moments ago at what the White House has dubbed the United We Stand Summit. It's an event that comes 2 weeks after the president's speech in Philadelphia, where he warned that, quote, MAGA Republicans pose a threat to democracy. It's a phrase, though, I believe he did not use in today's remarks. But let me get more on that from Kelly O'Donnell. She joins me from outside of the White House now. And Kelly, I guess bookend the two speeches for me, right? With Biden in Philadelphia versus what today's event was. Because I get the sense that they didn't necessarily want today to be seen through the prism of the midterms.
Very much so. This was much more of a sermon-like quality, if I could use that term, where the president using the bully pulpit to talk about the soul of the nation, a phrase he likes to use, but to speak in terms of what the outcome of hateful acts that become violent really does to the nation, and connecting some of the different experiences he has had as president when he and the First Lady traveled to Atlanta, for example, when there was violent actions and a deadly shooting against Asian Americans, or when he talked about the holiday season coming and Jewish Americans gathering for high holy days and recalling temple shootings of just a few years ago. Really speaking more in terms of what the character of the nation is, not so much about putting this in political terms. So definitely a different tone than Philadelphia, definitely not in the politics of the next few months, but at the same time very much trying to urge people to view this as a call to have everybody in every kind of segment of American life to take action. There are some specific steps that the administration is calling for. The president didn't get into much of that either. It was really more speaking in terms of the heart of the nation, his views on why all Americans need to step up and to speak against acts of violence that are motivated by hate. And so this was the kind of thing that brought together people who've been affected personally by it. He was introduced by the mother of Heather Heyer. She, of course, was killed at Charlottesville. The president talked about that being really a decisive point for his own decision to enter the presidential race, as you recall, Chuck.
Absolutely. Kelly O'Donnell at the White House for us on yet another event that is at least on the concerns over extremism in this country. In one other piece of news, by the way, emanating from the White House, they confirmed that President Biden will be meeting tomorrow with the families of Brittany Griner and Paul Whelan. Those are two of the Americans currently being held hostage in Russia right now. It'll be the first time the president has met with those families in person. White House says the president wants to let the families know that securing their release remains a top priority for his administration. Up next, same-sex marriage legislation gets delayed till after the midterms, and a flip-flop for the ages in a key Senate race. Panel is next. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
We're here to start conversations because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now tonight with Joshua Johnson, weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Allie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
No stress, no mess, just yum.
That's it.
Right now on NBC News Now.
As we come on the air, here's what we know.
It has been dramatic, powerful.
We begin with breaking news just coming in.
What's happening now, what's happening next, and what it means for you.
We're continuing to follow the Russian attack on Ukraine.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
We're getting out of this area right now because more air raid sirens are sounding.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind.
Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No, fewer people are content to just offer their thoughts and prayers.
And the House has answered the call to create new gun laws.
The stunning testimony at the January 6th hearing on Capitol Hill.
Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades.
Parts of Virginia cleaning up after severe storms.
A terrifying night of flash floods.
Flames forcing thousands to evacuate.
When do I play meteorologist? Only when the heat is this bad.
Another special night of election coverage right here at NBC News Now.
Results are coming in.
This Tuesday is going to be huge for primary purposes.
It's an interesting race here. I've just never covered anything like it. This is big when we're talking about November.
How many doors do you think you've each knocked on?
This feels like an ideological fight to the death. Is there room for common ground on this issue?
What do you think when you see the activism that's happening right now?
Do you think this movement could have happened without social media?
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
No stress, no mess, just yum.
That's it.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. We got a lot to chew over, so I've got a great panel to chew it over with. Joining me now is USA Today Washington Bureau Chief Susan Page, Democratic strategist, Adrian Elrod, and former Republican congressman from Florida, and an NBC News political analyst, Carlos Curbelo. All right, news item I have not touched today, the senators working on same-sex marriage, sort of codifying it into law before it ends up showing up in the courts. Tammy Baldwin, Susan Collins, they announced that they're going to hold this vote after the midterms. Don't Ask, Don't Tell was repealed after the 2010 midterms, Susan Page. So I think they're right. They'll get a lot more votes for it after the midterms. Question I have is, why do you think the Democrats conceded?
Yeah, well, not all the Democrats are happy that they conceded. I mean, because that gave them an issue, right, that would force Republicans to vote on what has become a very popular issue in America, which is support for same-sex marriage, not to mention interracial marriage, a debate we have had and it is settled. But if what you really want to do is enact the law, not get the issue, this is the way that you do it.
That, Adrian, I mean, that does seem as if the decision that was made by leadership, we all know if you can drive a wedge into the other side, you'll do it. But they chose not to on this. Why?
Well, because I think the stakes are too important. I mean, they feel very strongly that they've got to codify this into law because the Supreme Court could very well overturn this. So this is something that I think Democrats and a handful of Republicans who are working on this want to get this right. But I want to also say, Chuck, this shows how out of touch Republicans are. 70% of Americans support marriage equality. This is an issue that we have debated. We thought it was settled law. The fact that this is even Republicans can't get 10 votes together tells you everything you need to know.
Carlos, Marco Rubio and Rick Scott didn't want to have this vote, did they?
No, this is a problem Republicans have with their base. They want to keep their base united, and even if they take this position that's very popular, it could cost some base erosion, and that's what the focus always is for Republicans. But I will say, Todd, this is also a credit to the advocacy community. On both sides, there are a lot of Republicans on the outside that support, gay marriage, support marriage equality, and they have asked these senators, please put politics aside, and the senators are listening.
As Susan put it, like, if you care about the policy, this is a good day.
This is the best way to do it.
Because this is going to get 70 or 80 votes now in the lame duck. Speaking of base politics, the new nominee in New Hampshire Senate is, I think, testing this premise of how important is the base. This is an election denier, Don Bolduc. He sort of was as Trumpy as you could be, trying to be this. Well, anyway, we've got a sort of greatest hits of him, but he is now flipped on the election. Here's the entire evolution of Mr. Bolduc.
I signed a letter with 120 other generals and admirals saying that Trump won the election, and damn it, I stand by my election. We, live and learn, right? And I've done a lot of research on this, and I've spent the past couple of weeks talking to Granite Staters all over the state from, every party. And I have come to the conclusion, and I want to be definitive on this. The election was not stolen. Was there fraud? Yes. Is that a concern of Granite Staters all over the state? Yes, there is. Is there a responsibility for public servants and elected positions to ensure that our citizens have faith in their voting system? Yes.
Now, what they didn't show you there in that clip, guys, is that Governor Chris Sununu was behind the chair I'm just half kidding. Was this the price of Governor Sununu's endorsement, you think?
Thank God for video, right? Because the difference between before and after is so incredibly stark. And I wonder if this is, just politically speaking, the smart move, because it's got to alarm the people who actually believe the election was stolen. Those people turned out and voted for him. And does it persuade the people who are upset by election deniers that that he is not, at his heart, an election denier. I just don't know if this works because the flip was so, it's kind of a triple dip flip.
It is absolutely 180. There's no degrees
I mean,
about it.
honestly, it's hard to believe this is real life. I mean, are people going to watch that and say, oh, I guess he changed his mind, now I can trust him? I mean, this exposes the fraud in the Republican Party. And I say it painfully because it's bad for the party. I think it's bad for the country. But this is what it comes to. People lying either before or now in order to get elected. And let's say this person gets elected. Who's going to trust him on the Hill? I mean,
okay, let me try to be the most positive on that. Is it at least a baby step in the right direction that he realizes, oh, maybe I should tell the truth? Is there any?
I'm not going to give him that. I mean, look, this is
I'm not even really trying to, but it's sort of like, I guess it's better that he finally did change his mind.
This is a page out of the Republican playbook that we've seen time and time again, where they say one thing and then something happens, they say something else. I mean, how many times have we heard Republicans saying, oh, January 6th didn't really happen, or these were just tourists, when we have photographic evidence of exactly what happened on January 6th? This is a tactic they're trying to use in many different topic areas, and it's not working.
Will Trump respond?
That's a question.
Great question.
Yeah. I mean, does he accept that same? You're right. We shall see. All right. Let's end this where I began the show, which is with Governor DeSantis. First, Carlos, let's talk local politics very quickly. I know Venezuelans, as Mark Caputo called them, were a thing in 2020, that there was a Venezuelan community that was shifting due to the S word, thanks mostly to Bernie Sanders and AOC, but the use of the S word. Is there any risk here for DeSantis that he looks a little too cruel to Venezuelans?
There is a risk, and not just with Venezuelans, Chuck. There's a great deal of solidarity in South Florida between Cubans, Venezuelans, Nicaraguans, Colombians, and this is a 2024 play. The problem is that there's a 2022 election. Now, there's some upside here for Republicans. They want to remind people that the border is still chaotic, right? The three Republicans need: inflation, immigration, and crime. Those are the three issues they need to highlight before the election. This certainly does the job, but I do think it goes a little too far, especially when you consider that these people were not even in Florida. Florida taxpayer dollars are being used to transport people from Texas to Massachusetts. I do think that there could be somewhat of a backlash here in the Latino community in South Florida, where Republicans have done exceptionally well in recent years.
And the fact is that margin, they can't afford that. Susan, it's not hard for me to be cynical these days. Ron DeSantis has been scared of one issue. He refuses to talk about it. It's abortion. Look, this did something today that if you're Mitch McConnell, you're actually kind of pleased about, which is it took Lindsey Graham off the front page for a day in that debacle of earlier this week. And here's Ron DeSantis, like, it's hard not to look at this and say, hey, I know how to change the conversation. Let me try this.
Yeah. Look at Ron DeSantis. He has really positioned himself in a very shrewd way as Trump without the baggage. And I think that is what this is about, and this is what almost everything he does is about.
Yeah. What do you make of the fact that it appears to me the National Democratic Party is not really backing Charlie Crist and not giving Ron DeSantis a campaign that arguably, Carlos is just outlining, one that could provide some pain?
Yeah, I mean, I think the Democratic Party is still standing with Charlie Crist. I just don't know that he's necessarily.
Where's the financial proof?
I don't know that it's a top race for the National Democratic Party. But look, I think going back to this issue, I mean, the thing that I think is hilarious, frankly, is that if you survey the average voter right now, immigration is not even a top 3, top 4 issue. So the fact that the Republicans like Abbott and DeSantis are doing this. It might be a base motivator, but it's something that is turning off a lot of those independent voters and obviously a lot of swing voters. And it's not a tactic that I think is going to work in the midterms. Maybe it's more toward 2024.
Motivates the Republican base, and I think it divides, complicates things for Democrats. I don't think Democrats have had an effective response to, okay, what are you going to do about the border? If the border is under control, how are you going to do it without policies that treat people?
But isn't this the problem the Democrats are in, though? I mean, in Carlos, which is there's only one side that wants to negotiate. There is no evidence that the Republicans want to negotiate on immigration, is there?
We tried hard in 2018, got a discharge petition signed. It was really the only way to kind of force House Republicans to deal with immigration. I get every once in a while someone would come and say, gee, I wish we would have voted for that bill, but no one wanted to do it. Yeah, I think Democrats a lot of the times want to negotiate up to a point, but without a doubt, Susan, I mean, I think this issue is better for Republicans, so to speak. I mean, very few Americans look at what happens at the border and say, okay, this is working, this is okay.
This, to me, is a trap for your side, Adrian, which is simply the chaos is terrible and it looks incompetent. At the same time, there's only so much you can do if the law doesn't get changed.
Yeah.
And the fact, and I get that, but there is a point of like disconnect in, for instance, the vice president's answer or other White House officials' answers. Well, we proposed an immigration bill on day one. Okay, what else have you done?
Well, look, I will say this, though, and I think that the administration needs to keep harping on this. We don't have any cooperation from any Republicans in this Congress right now to get something done on immigration. So, yes, is it something that perhaps this is in the Democrats' court because we have control of the White House and in the Congress? Sure. But we have no one willing on the Republican side to come to the table and try to help us come up with a solution on comprehensive immigration reform.
Greenland and Donald Trump. And I say this because I feel like there's so many of these anecdotes, Susan, where it's like, and I love Peter Baker and Susan Glasser's book here, but it's like, where does that one rank on the list of, oh my God, I'm not surprised, but I'm shocked by that, or I'm not shocked, but I'm surprised by that.
So Trump has created a new category, which is shocking but not surprising.
Yeah, there you go.
So one disclosure after another, it's like, I can't believe a president did that. I cannot believe he did that.
The West Bank to Jordan.
But
That
surprising?
was a good one.
Not really surprising.
Right, yeah, and is there diminishing returns on the impact of this?
I mean,
with voters or not?
Look, for example, I wasn't shocked because the president once explained to me, showing me the Electoral College map, that he did not cancel NAFTA because the red parts would have gotten angry, and those were the people who supported him. That Secretary Perdue had convinced him that he shouldn't do it. So I wasn't surprised, and I think it is a problem that we're not shocked or surprised by any of this stuff because it's becoming normal, and it's not.
And I think that's the thing, the normalization then all of a sudden allows Ron DeSantis to think his behavior is normal.
Yeah, no, that's exactly right. This is what Trump has done. He has said and done so many crazy, erratic things over the last 6-7 years, even longer than that, that we now aren't even shocked when we see these things. And you're exactly right. When we are not shocked by that, that is where we do have bigger problems.
The lack of shock
Sure.
is actually a big problem. Susan, Adrian, Carlos told you we had a lot to chew over today. We chewed a lot of it, so thank you. We also, before I go to break, we have some news out of Jackson, Mississippi. This afternoon, the governor, Tate Reeves, announced that clean water has been restored to the state's capital city after recent testing indicated that the water was finally safe to drink. Following the governor's press conference, the state's health department announced that the boil water notice has been lifted for residents of Jackson. Governor Reeves was cautious, saying that further interruptions are still possible because, frankly, there have been over the last 6 months. But the state will continue to monitor the system. The city has been under a state-issued boil water advisory since July. Still to come, Christian nationalism and the fight between church and state. The gripping story behind tonight's Season 5 opener of the Meet the Press Reports series after a quick break.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now you can listen to it as a podcast, available anytime and anywhere.
The indictment of a former president, or perhaps candidate for president, would arguably tear the country apart. Is that your concern? Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
And what do you love about fatherhood?
The chaos, the learning. Is climate change one of your top priorities?
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference in their own communities?
Believe in yourself.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
What do you love about fatherhood?
The chaos, the learning. Is climate change one of your top priorities?
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference in their own communities?
Believe in yourself.
These are our missing daughters and sons.
We need anyone who saw something to come forward.
She was wearing a black jacket, a black top.
I'm gonna bring my son home alive.
Dateline, Missing in America. Listen to the full season now.
Welcome back. Theocracy. It's not a word you hear often in American politics. In fact, in some ways, we sort of usually refrain from it. But it seems more and more the idea may not be as far-fetched as it used to be, given the rhetoric coming from some newer-ish Republican figures. From the halls of Congress to the campaign trail, the idea of separation between church and state does not seem to be a given anymore, particularly with this new breed of Republican officeholder. In the town of Moscow, Idaho, the fight between church and state is taking a new turn. Residents of this mostly liberal college town are at odds with the pastor of Christ Church, whose mission is to make, quote, Moscow a Christian town. So what does this mean? Well, some basic tenets include the complete submission of women and an unquestioning obedience to authority. My colleague Ann Thompson sat down with the leader of Moscow's Christ Church to learn more.
From this former art house movie theater, Wilson leads his campaign to make Moscow a Christian town.
Idaho is a very red state. Moscow was historically a very blue dot in this red state. And so consequently, the fact that we've done this has been disruptive in the minds of some, but the feasibility of evangelizing in Moscow had to do with the importance of the university and the size of the town.
So in your version of a Christian town, would there be a place for non-believers?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
Would there be a place for same-sex couples?
But you mean legally?
Yes.
You mean like marriage? No, no marriage. But there'd be same-sex couples.
No marriage, even though it's the law of the land in the United States?
Just like Roe used to be, right? In my belief system, in our doctrinal stand, and what we believe the Bible teaches, homosexuality is not only a choice, but a sinful one. Yes.
All right, joining me now is Ann Thompson. And Ann, the whole point we were doing here is that there does seem to be, the question is, there's a growing movement. And I guess the question is it a loud movement or a truly growing movement? And I guess what would you describe it as?
I would say, at least in Moscow, it is largely a loud movement. Doug Wilson knows how to get a lot of attention, but he's kind of hit a critical mass as far as his influence throughout the town. He has about 2,000 attendees out of a city that is 25,000. So is he going to take over the city? That doesn't seem possible. They've run 2 candidates for city council. Both were soundly defeated. So he's got a choice. Either he brings people in or he just continues to make more noise.
You did a terrific piece about sort of the competing worlds of evangelical Christians back in the state of Tennessee. And we were talking about Trump churches at the time. What is the what are the similarities between what Mr. Wilson is trying, Pastor Wilson is trying to do, and what are the differences between what you saw there in Tennessee?
The biggest difference, Chuck, is that politics is not practiced in Doug Wilson's church.
Oh, interesting.
In a blatant kind of way, the way it is in the Patriot Church of Ken Peters. There's no American flag on Doug Wilson's stage. He does not stand there and tell people vote for Trump. But the values are the same. These are anti-abortion, anti-gay marriage, people who are very concerned about gender identity, people who feel that something is being taken away from them. And that's why they want this return to, as they say,
and very patriarchal,
the Christian roots.
Right?
Yes, very, very patriarchal.
Yeah, that seemed to be a huge description there. You do these stories for us. They're tremendous. This one is also. So thank you. You can catch more of Anne's reporting on tonight's Season 5 season premiere of Meet the Press Reports. Watch it tonight at 10:30 Eastern right here on NBC News Now, and it's available on demand tomorrow on Peacock. NBC News Now coverage will continue with Hallie Jackson right now.
On the air with a supply chain and commuter crisis averted for now, with President Biden working to get rail unions and freight companies back on track with the labor deal. But are workers all aboard? We don't really know 100% just yet. What we're hearing today from the Labor Secretary. Plus, the families of Brittany Griner and Paul Whelan set to meet face-to-face with the president tomorrow, with those Americans still stuck in Russia. We're going to give you the new details we're just getting about a spy Moscow wants in return. And Florida's governor apologizing to no one for flying migrants to Martha's Vineyard. How that community is now helping people caught up in a political stunt. Plus, what if we told you you could quit work way before Social Security kicks in and retire comfortably? In tonight's original, we bring you the Fat Fire movement, seen by some as the polar opposite of quiet quitting. And if you're in the mood to watch a little NFL football tonight, do not look for it on broadcast or cable. You can only watch it on Amazon, while the NFL is making this big bet on streaming. Hey, I'm Hallie, and hopefully you're all set with your train tickets, because tomorrow all of Amtrak's routes will be back up and running, all of them, after President Biden says he got to a tentative deal between freight companies and unions to avoid a nationwide rail strike. This is a big deal, but there's also a big question. Are the workers going to agree to it? They haven't approved it yet. We don't know what they will do for sure. The deal sealed with a couple of handshakes after the Labor Secretary, Marty Walsh, worked all throughout the night. And check this out. You've got the president standing up there with union negotiators saying this is a deal that works for everybody.
This agreement is validation what I've always believed. Unions and management can work together for the benefit of everyone.
We are not exactly awash in the details, but here's what we do know from the two biggest unions and the companies. Workers are set to get raises, the biggest in 45 years. No major changes to the health care plan, but there will be some tweaks to attendance policies and an extra paid day off. Now, that last point is why there's still somewhat of a question mark about whether or not workers will agree to it, because after years of negotiating, they want big changes, like real changes to their quality of life in this job. No vote's been scheduled yet. What we can tell you, there is not going to be a strike tonight. We're now in this kind of cooling off period, and that's big news for an economy that relies on the railroads, like ours does, which handle a big chunk of our exports and long-distance freight. As for travelers, some of them are just glad they can get home, as one told our own Cal Perry. Watch.
I would be going home, but it would probably be a lot more expensive because I would have to figure out a car, rent a car, or something like that, and I hate to drive in LA. So I'm feeling lucky, so maybe I should buy a lottery ticket today.
CNBC's Kayla Tausche is joining us now live from the White House. It's good to see you, Kayla, and there's so many interesting details on how this came together, including this nugget from the Washington Post that caught our eye from two sources, that the president was really animated. He was like confused and angry that the companies really wouldn't budge on the scheduling flexibility, which to me, Kayla, speaks to the president's personal hand in these negotiations. He wants to be a pro-labor president. He also, let's be real, wants to make sure there's not an economic catastrophe, 50 days from the midterms.
And it also, Hallie, speaks to how much is outside of the president's control. One of the reasons why the railroads were in this situation where they had all of these workers on standby, going through last-minute scheduling and having them on these long-haul trips is because they laid off 45,000 workers in the last 5 years. And so what they were left with was essentially a skeleton crew where they didn't know how much demand and supply they would have on any given day because of the pandemic and the economy coming roaring back. And they didn't really exactly know what they needed. They didn't want to spend the money to bring all of those people back, and they were having a really hard time hiring them, like a lot of businesses in other industries. So even though I also have confirmed that the president was very frustrated with what was seemingly a very easy term for the companies to agree to, that he couldn't just snap his fingers and make it happen. He had campaigned as the pro-labor president all throughout this week in his public events. He talked about how the union worker needed more credit and he or she was not getting the credit that she deserved. But when it actually came down to it, Secretary Walsh said that, it really was that last term, that last detail that took them 20 hours to work out. It came down to the language. And even now, Hallie, not every rank and file worker is happy with the outcome.
Well, that's the question mark, as one of your colleagues there in the White House press pool pointed out at today's press conference. I want to play a little bit of this. Listen.
Mr. President, is it premature to celebrate before the union's vote?
Is it premature to celebrate before the union's vote? That's a good question, because it is a question, right? This is not a done deal until the workers vote for it. I think back to a few months ago when there was that John Deere strike that got extended because workers were not a fan of the initial deal. You talked with Labor Secretary Marty Walsh, who I think sounded kind of confident with you, right?
He was fairly confident. He was asked this question multiple times today because it is the most pressing question about this deal. What happens from here? How quickly does it go into effect? He told me that unions are going to need about 4 to 6 weeks to start discussing the real meat of the deal with members, to field questions and to really get them to yes. But he did sound an optimistic note. Here's the Labor Secretary.
This is a good negotiation for the respect of the workers, and I think that that's really important. And the leadership of the union did a really good job understanding the challenges. And also, this contract's been up for 2 years now, so you know there's been some hard feelings out there. So this is a good result.
Hallie, I also asked him, you know, it's not just the rail workers. Yes, they have a deal for now for this one industry, but you have talks with port workers that have stalled. You have newspaper guilds that are forming that are unhappy. You have 15,000 nurses that have walked off the job. And I asked him, if the job market is so hot, why is morale so low for so many workers? And he said it's all part of the pandemic, getting back to business and figuring out what workers want and need now.
Smart question, Kayla. It's such an interesting point. Thank you so much for bringing it to us. I'm sure we'll talk more about that in the days to come. Appreciate it, Kayla. Good to see you.
Thanks.
And right before we came on the air tonight, we had 2 senior administration officials telling NBC News the Kremlin wants a Russian spy released from the U.S. in exchange for American Paul Whelan. That's in addition to convicted arms dealer Victor Boot for Brittany Griner, right? So we're talking about these prisoner swaps here. It's no longer 1 for 2 under discussion. Russia wants it to be 2 for 2. It comes as the White House is confirming President Biden will meet personally for the first time with the families of both Griner and Whelan tomorrow. Griner's wife and Whelan's sister will be at the White House. 2 separate meetings, by the way. It's not like one big thing. The administration today telling reporters the president plans to reassure these families their loved one's release is still top of mind as the White House keeps negotiating with Russia.
The Russians should accept our offer. They should accept our offer today. We will keep working diligently until the day we get to share that good news.
Joining me now is Kelly O'Donnell from just outside the White House. And Kelly, these talks have been a long time coming, it feels, but it doesn't mean there's been a breakthrough in some kind of prisoner swap discussion. Fair to say?
That is fair to say. That question came up in the briefing today. Was this meeting somehow an important data point that there was a breakthrough? And Karine Jean-Pierre, the press secretary, said while the administration wished that could be true, that is not what this is about, that this is an opportunity to remind the families that the concerns that this administration has for their loved ones remains front and center. It is an important chance for them to listen, for the president to personally hear from the family members and to demonstrate that the administration is working on this. These have been very high-profile cases. It is often the case, as you know well from your time here working with us on the White House unit, when there are high-profile hostages, detainees, people being held in another country, the more you talk about it can sometimes raise their value. That can actually work against the outcome you're looking for. So it can be very difficult for the administration to talk about it publicly. At the same time, the families and loved ones want to turn up pressure and make certain that there is attention being brought to bear. Brittany Griner, of course, is an Olympic gold medalist, is an WNBA player, custody since 2018, and his family has expressed concern about has he been overlooked in all of this. So having these 2 meetings tomorrow is certainly an important step for the administration at a time when they want to demonstrate that they've made what they believe, the Biden administration believes, is a good faith effort that they wish the Russians would take. As you pointed out, the Russians have some other things in mind that they would like to try to retrieve in part of this. And it's, of course, coming at a time when the U.S. and Russian relations are at a clearly very negative position because of the Ukraine war, makes all of this harder. Hallie?
Okay, so then where do those negotiations stand? And Kel, talk to us, too, about, I think, some of the public optics of the fact that this meeting is happening. I know it's been a priority for both the Griner and Whelan families to be putting pressure on the administration, to be seen as putting pressure on the administration because they saw that what the Reid family did worked in that instance with the release of Trevor Reid.
There have certainly been times when families believe that having public attention gets a result, and who could blame them? At the same time, there is concern among those who are doing the negotiation about trying to remain open in the lines of communication that are going on. There's also the concern about former New Mexico Governor Bill Richardson, who has been very successful in the past at getting hostages out of places like North Korea. He has been a strong voice in these kinds of matters. He has gone to Russia, and the United States is saying they don't want him to, as a private citizen, to be in the way of what they're doing. So these are complicated issues, and they're trying to certainly demonstrate compassion and concern to the families, while they're also hoping that Russia will play ball in these negotiations. Hallie?
Kelly O'Donnell, thank you for being so on top of this for us. It's good to see you. We've got a lot of news coming into us in just the last hour or so on the investigations into former President Trump by the Justice Department and by members of Congress. In the last hour or so, our Ali Vitale caught up with the committee chair of the January 6th Select Committee, Benny Thompson, to ask, hey, why is the panel not planning to cooperate with the DOJ investigation until maybe after the hearings are done? Watch what he says.
No, it's just that we still working. And we just feel that our information is still our information. And the Justice Department is on a totally separate track.
We're also learning from a source familiar that former White House Chief of Staff Mark Meadows has complied with a subpoena from the DOJ. Ken Delanian is joining us now. And Ken, let me start there with Mark Meadows. This is not a subpoena from the Select Committee. This isn't a subpoena you can kind of say no thank you to. Not that any subpoena you can say no thank you to, but a DOJ grand jury subpoena, that's like a different kind of beast here. So it's not shocking that Meadows is complying. Is that fair to say?
That is absolutely correct, Hallie. And it is a sort of the case, apparently, that you can say no thank you to a congressional subpoena. Mark Meadows got away with doing that.
He did it already.
They referred him to the Justice Department, and he has not been prosecuted. And they held him in contempt. But look, you absolutely must comply with the DOJ subpoena, and he has done that, according to our information. And it's just fascinating that the DOJ is seeking his information and his records and potentially his testimony. It just shows you how that they are proceeding along in their criminal investigation that has very serious implications.
You're making an important point, and I want to be sort of crystal clear to people. And I know I talk with my hands a lot, but this first track, right, is the DOJ investigation. Yeah. Separate track is the congressional investigation from the January 6th Select Committee. Okay, so same stuff, same investigation into the insurrection. Two different sort of tracks on this DOJ Congress. Why? Help us understand, and we heard Benny Thompson there, but what is the rationale that makes sense from a legal perspective of why the committee wouldn't want to just kind of keep that porous with the DOJ, show them what they've got, et cetera?
Hallie, I wish I had an answer for you. It's absolutely mystifying to me. I couldn't tell you. I spent the last half hour on the phone with people representing both perspectives on this, and I don't have an answer. The Justice Department is completely confused. They have no idea. They're asking for this information, and they say there's no good reason they shouldn't have it. Now, I know that there are some people on the committee who believe that there is a potential discovery issue, that if they give these transcripts, never before publicized deposition transcripts, to the Justice Department, then some of the January 6th defendants will be able to request them under discovery in their trials, and it could delay the trials. But the Justice Department, the people actually prosecuting these cases, they're not apparently concerned about that. They don't accept that as an explanation. So, you know, normally in Washington, we understand why people do the things they do, whether it's for political reasons or strategic reasons. I cannot explain this, Hallie. It's mystifying.
Will it set back the DOJ investigation at all? In other words, like, could the fact that, the answer is yes?
Yeah, because they want to, if people have been under oath in a deposition before Congress and they are trying to now interview these people or take them before the grand jury, they want to be able to compare their sworn statements. It gives them leverage. If somebody says something different in two instances under oath, that could be a false statement case. Suddenly they have leverage over this witness. They don't have that without the transcripts, Hallie.
There's one more outstanding thing, like outstanding piece of information we're waiting to find out either by close of business, by midnight, at some point before the end of today, which is the DOJ wants this judge looking at these Mar-a-Lago documents to basically change up the ruling she's already made and say, okay, DOJ, you can keep looking at some of these documents. You can keep investigating as you would like to do. It's kind of a fake deadline because the DOJ doesn't get to tell a judge like when she has to do something. The judge is the one who orders a deadline. But I wonder what this means. Like I'm thinking if we wake up tomorrow morning, could there be some big news out of the Mar-a-Lago piece of it?
Oh, yeah, there could be some news tonight. I mean, this judge has shown that she does not keep banker's hours. She's willing to file post rulings after hours. So we could very well see something tonight. And you're right, the Justice Department can't tell a judge what to do. But they have a big stick here. They have threatened to take this to the appeals court if she doesn't rule by today. And you're right, what they would love for her to do is what you said, to modify her order, to say that they don't have to, that they can now use the classified documents that she told them they couldn't use. But what they'll settle for is she just puts a temporary stay on her order while they appeal it to the 11th Circuit so that they can use those classified documents. And most legal experts say they have a very, very strong hand here. As a legal matter, we'll just have to wait and see what this judge does, Hallie.
Ken Delanian, you also do not have banker's hours, so I look forward to seeing more notes from you throughout the night. Appreciate it. To the new details now, we're learning about the migrant drop-offs on the island of Martha's Vineyard off the coast of Massachusetts. NBC News can now confirm that 24 hours ago, yesterday, Florida officials actually picked up these migrants we're talking about from a Texas Air Force base and shipped them off to another state. And as we're learning that, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis is defending his decision to do it today. He's getting a bunch of criticism from Democrats, but on Twitter, he's taking credit. Watch.
We are not a sanctuary state, and it's better to be able to go to a sanctuary jurisdiction. And yes, we will help facilitate that transport for you to be able to go to greener pastures.
Texas Governor Greg Abbott also pulled the same kind of political stunt, dropping 2 busloads of migrants near Vice President Kamala Harris's home here in Washington today. The vice president's residence. It's the latest in a series of moves by some Republican governors to protest what they say is a lack of action from the Biden administration to keep the southern border secure. Our Carrie Sanders is joining us now from Florida. Carrie, we're glad to have you. And we're going to talk about the politics of this in a second because I want you to help us understand that. But before we do that, we've got to talk about the people. Right, because there are human beings involved in this. And there is a local, like, state Massachusetts rep who tweeted today some pictures of people on Martha's Vineyard, in his words, rallying to support migrant children and families. You see beds, you see food. He says, this is the best of America. It was confusing when they got there. Now there's like this scramble, and we're hearing from even the Massachusetts governor they're trying to help. Help us put this into context for us.
Well, there are 48 of the Venezuelan migrants who arrived. Most of them said that they did not know where they were going. Some of them thought they were going to New York. But when they wound up on Martha's Vineyard, they discovered they were on an island. Most of them did not know anything about Martha's Vineyard. Their journey has been incredible, coming out of Venezuela, mostly on foot through what's known as the Darien Gap, which is a horrific passage coming up through into Central America and then on foot to Mexico into the United States. So they're in the United States, and then they get told that they're getting on these planes, thinking that they're going not only to New York, but being told, we're taking you to a place where there may be jobs. And so now they're on Martha's Vineyard. Interestingly, the community there has responded in a remarkable way, not only helping provide, a dormitory for them to sleep in at one of the local churches, the youngest 3 years old, but at the same time helping feed them and clothe them, to the point that they didn't just bring down old clothes and dump it there. They said, what are your sizes? And people went through their sizes to see if they had the clothes that would fit those that need it. It's really kind of I think the officials in Martha's Vineyard said it best, that when they found out that these people are arriving, they responded in the scramble the way you might respond to a natural disaster. It just happened all at once, Hallie.
What is the political calculation strategically here from Governor DeSantis or from Governor Abbott?
Well, you can talk about local politics in the state of Florida, because remember, the Republican governor, Ron DeSantis, is running for re-election in Florida. And so he potentially, and we've heard today from some Venezuelan voters as well as from some Cuban voters who feel that maybe this is not necessarily something that fits with what they would support. It doesn't mean that Ron DeSantis lost all support, especially under the largest voting bloc of Cuban Americans in the state, but they're not happy, some of them say. But on the national stage, this very much puts very squarely this issue of the crisis in the border front and center. I mean, in the last year, a record number have crossed over the border, and we're talking about 2 million plus. 11,000 in New York City, where the governor there, Democratic governor, the Democratic mayor says that, you know, there is a breaking point that's about to happen. So there are political calculations here, but speaking to those who are red state supporters, they're happy. And the blue state supporters, well, I think Dylan Fernandez, the state representative from Massachusetts, said it well when I talked to him, and he said this is inhuman and depraved. So that's the two opposite sides here, and I don't think that these two sides are going to come together on this one.
Kerry Sanders, glad to have you with us. Thank you very much for that reporting live for us from Florida. Appreciate it. We'll take you overseas now, because as we learn more about Queen Elizabeth's funeral on Monday, take a live look here at these pictures. It is late night in the UK, but people are still lining up in a big way to say their goodbyes to her at Westminster Hall. This is kind of not quite the middle of the night, but pretty late. The wait's at least 9 hours long, by the way. That's how long people are waiting to be able to pay their respects. And as time goes by, it's getting more emotional for some people. Watch.
I am finding myself feeling more emotional the closer I get, which I didn't think I would. I thought I was going to be fairly steady, but you can feel the energy changing the closer we get.
Here in the United States, leaders at the UN headquarters in New York remembered the Queen with a moment of silence. We're expecting more than 2,000 people to attend the Queen's state funeral in Westminster Abbey. More than 800 would be at her burial in Windsor. Further north, Prince William and Princess Kate stopped by to thank people who came out, with William saying that walking behind the Queen's coffin yesterday during the procession brought back a few memories, he said, of the procession for his mother, Princess Diana. You can see those side-by-side shots there. Boy, that is quite a split screen. Lindsay Reiser is in London for us, and it is incredible, Lindsay, these lines, to think of a line that's like nearly 5 miles long, right, or whatever it is, like the hours, the fact that it's so late there, people wanting to see the Queen and say goodbye to the Queen one last time.
Yeah, almost 10:30 p.m. local time, and I keep looking behind me because the crowds have been filing behind me, but they are staggering them. So the line was just let up to go across Lambeth Bridge there and closer to Westminster Hall. But you mentioned it, 9 hours long, nearly 5 miles. People are happy to do it. There's a chill in the air. We're getting later into the night, but people are making friends. And we know that this means so much for people to not just see it on TV, to be a part of it. I actually spoke with some women who are already camping outside Westminster Abbey, so not too far from where we are here. That is where the state funeral is going to be held on Monday. They're already camping out now with these cold nights. Let's go ahead and listen to what they said about why.
I can see Westminster Hall where she's lying in state, right from where I'm sitting in my chair. I know that on Monday her coffin's going to come past me and it's going to be in Westminster Abbey, and then I'll know it's a real goodbye.
So she and this woman actually met each other at the Queen's Platinum Jubilee. They had tents out on the mall. They became friends. They decided to do this again together. And Hallie, they've got sleeping bags. They've got those blankets that you see marathoners wear to keep warm during the night, Hallie.
You know, you've got people canceling doctor's appointments. You've got people putting off, like, non-emergency procedures. It's kind of brought the country to a standstill in some ways because they want to be there to be in line to pay their respects to the Queen. And we're getting some new information on what the rest of the sort of memorial, the mourning period will look like, if you will, with some new info about the royal family standing vigil, what Harry and William are going to do.
So, Hallie, this is a national bank holiday, so it's between employers and their employees on whether they get off and they get paid for the day. But we know several markets are going to be closed. Supermarkets are actually lowering the volume of the checkout beeps out of respect in this period of mourning. On the day of the funeral, movie theaters will be closed. Some of them will be streaming the service for free. And also, you mentioned some events that we're going to be looking ahead to. The King and Queen Consort will be visiting Wales tomorrow. We will see the King and his siblings holding vigil over their mother's coffin tomorrow around 2:30 p.m. in the afternoon Eastern time. Her Majesty's coffin will lie in state until 6:30 local time Monday morning, and then we'll see the royal family again, including Princes William and Harry, behind their grandmother's coffin as it is led from Westminster Hall on that very short walk to Westminster Abbey. We expect that state funeral to be about an hour. We expect about 2,000 people, including 500 global dignitaries, of course, President Biden and First Lady Jill Biden included. And then Hallie, Her Majesty's coffin will be taken to Windsor, where she will be buried in St. George's Chapel. That is where her late mother and father and sister's ashes are buried. And Prince Philip will be transferred from the royal vault to lie next to Her Majesty Hallie.
Lindsay Reiser, thank you for that update from London. Appreciate it. Coming up here on the show, Mississippi governor says clean water is back in the state capital of Jackson. That is significant news, but will it last? We'll talk about what this means for the people who live there who have been boiling their water for weeks. Plus, could there maybe be some life on Mars? Scientists are trying to figure that out, and they had some new pictures and new findings today. We'll tell you about it after the break.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Back now with our NBC News exclusive.
No stress, no mess, just yum.
That's it.
The indictment of a former president, or perhaps candidate for president, would arguably tear the country apart. Is that your concern? Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
No stress, no mess, just yum.
That's it.
Right now on NBC News Now.
As we come on the air, here's what we know.
It has been dramatic, powerful.
We begin with breaking news just coming in.
What's happening now, what's happening next, and what it means for you.
We're continuing to follow the Russian attack on Ukraine.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
We're getting out of this area right now because more air raid sirens are sounding.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind.
Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No.
Fewer people are content to just offer their thoughts and prayers.
And the House has answered the call to create new gun laws.
The stunning testimony at the January 6th hearing on Capitol Hill.
Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades.
Parts of Virginia cleaning up after severe storms.
A terrifying night of flash floods.
Flames forcing thousands to evacuate.
When do I play meteorologist? Only when the heat is this bad.
Another special night of election coverage right here at NBC News Now.
Results are coming in.
This Tuesday is going to be huge for primary purposes.
It's an interesting race here. I've just never covered anything like it.
This is big. When we're talking about November,
How many doors do you think you've each knocked on?
This feels like an ideological fight to the death. Is there room for common ground on this issue?
What do you think when you see the activism that's happening right now?
Do you think this movement could have happened without social media?
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Kanye West now ending his company's relationship with The Gap. We'll tell you what made him uneasy about the partnership in just a minute. But first, reproductive rights groups are taking the state of Indiana to court next week over its brand new abortion ban that went into effect today. You've got Planned Parenthood and the ACLU now suing the state. They say this ban violates privacy laws, violates religious freedom protections. The ban, which was the first to be passed by a state legislature and signed by a governor after the Supreme Court overturned Roe, only includes narrow exceptions for rape and incest before the 10th week of pregnancy and medical complications and emergencies. It comes after the legislature in West Virginia banned nearly all abortions just a few days ago. All of it, right, adding to the political fight over this issue less than 2 months from the midterms. I want to bring in now Chloe Atkins on our investigative team. Chloe, talk to us about the lawsuits here and how Indiana is responding.
Good to be with you, Hallie. There is an ongoing battle over this ban taking place right this moment. The next hearing is this upcoming Monday, so around 4 days from now, where a judge will hear oral arguments of a request for a preliminary injunction. And if that preliminary injunction is granted, it will offer relief to both providers and patients in the state. So the status quo of having abortion being available around 20 weeks would remain while this case plays out. But Hallie, the caveat here is we don't know whether or not this judge will grant this request. And we've heard from providers in the state over, the last few hours on the phone and even in press statements to the public saying that they won't stop until Indiana patients get the care that they need. But look, the Attorney General and the state of Indiana isn't backing down, and they are citing that abortion rights aren't explicitly protected or covered in the state's constitution, and that they're going to continue to defend this law. So as of right now, Hallie, abortion remains banned in the state, and patients are currently feeling the impact of it.
Let me pull up a map kind of showing what the landscape looks like all across the country, because in Indiana specifically, when we talk about restrictions, the first is on women who live in that state, and the second on the providers. Doctors could lose their licenses, abortion clinics will lose their licenses. But as we look at this, you can see this landscape, Chloe, and I know you know this so well as the tip of the spear in our coverage of reproductive rights here. This is what it looks like in this country after the overturning of Roe versus Wade. And that is going to be a factor in the midterms, Chloe. You know that I'm in D.C. and cover politics. It is a huge part of the political fight. Democrats seem newly energized on this. And there's some recent polling, right, that shows that more people now versus in the spring say that this issue is going to be very important to them at their polling place come November.
That's right, Hallie. I mean, we've seen a huge amount of people turning out at the polls. And if, any recent elections or any indication of that, I mean, just look to Kansas. And I think we'll see another example play out in Michigan. And I think the headlines of seeing the impact of these laws in huge swaths of the South and Midwest take effect and what that impact looks like and that real world impact, it's really hitting home for many Americans who are now planning to turn out this election season.
Chloe Atkins, thank you so much for being with us. Good to see you. Let's get you over to the 5 things our team thinks you should know about tonight. Number 1, today, Mississippi Governor Tate Reeves said the boil water advisory that's been in effect in the state's capital for nearly 7 weeks, guess what? It is finally lifted. The governor finally says that the water in Jackson is now okay to drink. He says the state's going to keep monitoring it and do more testing. The water crisis, we covered it a ton. You probably know all about it. It affected something like 150,000 people after the city's main water treatment plant failed. So finally some relief there. Number 2, a January 6th rioter who wore this, you see it on screen, that Camp Auschwitz hoodie inside the Capitol, has been sentenced to 75 days in prison. That's how long prosecutors wanted. The man had pleaded guilty to a misdemeanor charge of unlawful picketing and paraded. He admitted to traveling from Newport News, Virginia, here to D.C. and going into the building, even though he saw broken windows and police deploying tear gas. Number 3, the average 30-year mortgage rate, it is above 6%, for the first time since the 2008 housing crash. That's according to some new data out from Freddie Mac. It's like double what it was this time last year, okay? Here's the thing. The rates are going up. That is cooling down the housing market because obviously that's money, right? A higher interest rate means more money that you are paying in your monthly payments. We're watching that, of course. Number 4, CNBC reports Kanye West's Yeezy says it's calling it quits with Gap. In a letter shared by West's lawyer, Yeezy said Gap didn't stick to what it agreed to, like putting stuff in stores and creating dedicated Gap locations just for Yeezy items. The partnership was supposed to go until 2026. CNBC is out to Gap for comment. Number 5, tennis legend Roger Federer announced his retirement today. This is somebody who's won 20 major single titles. He's like considered, if not the GOAT, a GOAT, right? He's 41 years old, but his final competitive match is going to be next week in London. He says he'll play more tennis, but like not on the courts, not competitively. So if you're a Fed fan, like next week, mark your calendars. Check this out. Watch your screen. Look at this here. New pictures from NASA today. So you might be looking at this going, okay, Hallie, what is this, Hallie? Is this dirt? I don't understand what we're looking at here. They are samples, actually, from where an ancient river and lake came together on Mars. and could give us the answer to whether there is life on Mars. Maybe not in the way we're thinking. We're not talking about like little alien beings or even like currently living bacteria or whatever. Scientists are going way back billions of years to see if there was ever any life on the planet, like historically. NASA today is highlighting what the Mars Perseverance rover has been doing for the past year and a half, mostly grabbing rock samples around the area you see on your screen called the Jezero crater. Ann Thompson is with us now. It is like, can we just say that anything like life on Mars related is catnip for people? It's fascinating.
It is. It's absolutely cool, and especially this area that they've taken the rock samples from, Hallie. It's perhaps 3.5 billion years old. Can you imagine?
Wild.
So they're trying to figure out, was there life there?
Like before,
right,
ever.
Before,
yes.
right, because this is what they're looking at. So they've got these rock samples, and now they've got the problem of like, okay, how do we get them back? Which is the big thing about it. It's the big challenge. So what they're going to do is in 2028, they're going to send a mission that will include a rocket that will go to Mars and that will land on Mars. And then the mission will pick up the rock samples and come back to Earth. That may not happen until 2033. So we've got lots of time here between when they take. Yeah,
like
exactly.
I'm thinking tomorrow. No, that's not happening.
We've got a lot of time.
What would it mean if they were to find evidence that there had ever been life on Mars? Because they've said that the burden of proof is like really high, right? They're not just gonna like roll the dice and be like, well, maybe there's life.
No. And they're very optimistic that in fact these rock samples may answer those questions. But one of the things they're looking for is to figure out if there was life 3.5 billion years ago, what happened to it? And why did it suddenly come to an end? And what would that tell us about what possibly is happening or is happening on Earth? Are there any parallels? And then the other thing they're going to do, because it takes so long to get these samples back, is they're not going to use them all up. So it's like, the way I think about it, if you have a biopsy and they don't use all the tissue to test for whatever disease they're looking for, they're going to keep some of the tissue aside. Same thing with the rocks.
Same concept. What's the thing that surprised you most as you were reporting this story out?
I think that the length of time is just...
That it's forever away.
It's phenomenal. That really sort of blows me away, and that people can even think in 10-year, 20-year time spans. I mean, we're doing everything in 30 seconds.
10-second and 20-second
exactly.
thing,
So there is that. I'm also fascinated with how they are going to... You send a rocket up there and then get the rocket to lift off, get the rocks, lift off of Mars and bring it back.
Because it's unmanned.
Right. Yeah. But all of this is an effort to get man to Mars. Eventually, that is one of NASA's goals. And this is what these rocks will tell them, not only how life, if it was there, came to an end, but also may give them some clues as whether what people would have to have in order to live on Mars or in order to work on Mars. It really is fascinating.
Totally agree. It's great to see you in Washington, Ann. Thank you.
It's nice to be
Thank
here.
you for joining us for your first time on set.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
Of course. Coming up here on the show, when we get back, we're taking you overseas now because Ukraine says Russia targeted a dam flooding the hometown of Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky. We'll talk about what he's saying tonight. Plus, Vladimir Putin's high-stakes meeting with the Chinese president today. Putin's kind of surprising admission after the break.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Can you tell us what it was like? Our NBC News exclusive. Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Tonight, I interviewed Secretary of Transportation Pete Buttigieg about the ongoing delays. You seem to be pointing the finger at the airlines. They're pointing the finger back. Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better?
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Today in Ukraine, people in the city of Kryvyi Rih, President Zelensky's hometown, they're slowly coming back to their homes after Russian missiles hit a big dam there and flooded the area totally. More than 100 houses covered in water. Look at this. People are having to sweep water out of their homes. Nobody was killed, but Ukraine is calling this a terrorist act. They're also saying it was a pretty close call because even though a Russian missile hit the dam, it didn't leave a big hole. The attack coming as we've really seen the Ukrainian military move forward with this counteroffensive to try and take back territory from the Kremlin. And in turn, Russia is responding with things like this, attacks on infrastructure. Just this week, they hit power plants in Kharkiv, knocking out power for parts of Ukraine's second biggest city. Erin McLaughlin has more.
Hey there, Hallie. For the last 48 hours, all eyes have been on President Zelensky's hometown of Kryvyi Rih. It's a strategically located town not far from the front line where Ukrainian military is waging its counteroffensive to the south of the country. It's been subject of Russian bombardment. Some 8 cruise missiles yesterday striking a dam in the area, causing some flooding, dozens of homes underwater, dozens evacuated, although Ukrainian officials say that they are working to make those repairs as the missiles continue to fall. Just hours ago, striking an industrial site in the area, causing serious damage. That damage, they say, is still being assessed. This as there's been an ominous warning from the Kremlin, a spokesperson for the Russian Foreign Ministry, directly warning the United States not to provide long-range missile systems, saying that that is a red line for the Kremlin. Providing long-range missiles will carry serious consequences. This as John Kirby, the National Security Coordinator, announced today that the United States will be unveiling the next round of military aid for Ukraine in the coming days, although the details of what's inside that aid package have yet to be announced. Hallie?
Our thanks to Erin McLaughlin for that reporting. As we talk about Ukraine, there's a little bit of drama today between Russian President Vladimir Putin and Chinese President Xi Jinping, because at a meeting in Uzbekistan, Putin says he understands that China has some questions and concerns when it comes to the war in Ukraine. He didn't go too deep on what exactly he meant, but it is him acknowledging publicly that even though both countries are pretty close, they may not be on exactly the same page when it comes to this war that Putin is waging. In fact, President Xi didn't even talk about Ukraine today, not once. It's Xi's first time traveling outside China during the pandemic. At the start of the meeting, Putin went after the U.S., saying it's making a, quote, ugly effort to maintain what Putin is describing as a perceived global domination. Janice Mackey-Freyer is joining us now live from Beijing. Janice, we're glad to have you up early for us here. And it seems like we don't want to overstate it, but there is a bit of tension in the dynamic between these two leaders right now who are in countries that have been largely isolated by the West.
Well, there was more of a formality to this meeting. Look, China and Russia have good relations. They are strategically aligned in being at odds with the West. Vladimir Putin had more at stake with this meeting because China at this point doesn't have many other friends to turn to beyond China. There's also the personal relationship between Xi and Putin. They have met dozens of times. They made that declaration of a partnership with no limits. Since Russia invaded Ukraine, China has not condemned the war. It hasn't condoned the war. It won't even call it a war. So with Putin making this rare admission that he is aware that China has concerns and questions, signals that Beijing is not going to change its tact anytime soon, and it's probably not going to offer any sort of material or tactical support, the sort of support that Russia is looking for right now. Beijing also doesn't want to lean in too far to what seems to be Russian weakness, with Russian forces in retreat in Ukraine. And Hallie, it's not just about Beijing and Moscow. There are other players here, too. Xi is making this trip to attend a summit, a Chinese-backed summit in Central Asia that's also being attended by leaders of post-Soviet republics who are not at all comfortable with giving Russia a stronger footprint. So Xi Jinping in this is also looking to not upset that balance.
And he has other strategic considerations to think about, too, right? He's under pressure because the zero COVID policy, as you and I have talked about a lot over the course of the pandemic, has been putting pressure on the Chinese economy. He's getting ready for an unprecedented third term as president ahead of a meeting next month. Talk about how that plays into this, too.
Well, that Xi Jinping is even traveling before the Communist Party Congress is not insignificant. The last party Congress in 2017, he didn't leave the country for 3 months before the meeting. And this one is particularly historic because he's going to secure that third term in power. So in making this first trip abroad since the beginning of the pandemic, he's also trying to signal confidence, that he feels confident enough to leave the country, even though the economy is wobbling under COVID restrictions and millions of people are in lockdown right now. But this is also about sending a strong signal to his neighbors. He wants to show that he can bolster his foreign policy credentials for a domestic audience here. And I think it's worth pointing out that on the main news bulletin tonight, in the 40 minutes of coverage of Xi Jinping in Central Asia, the meeting with Vladimir Putin was not mentioned at all. Hallie?
That is such an interesting anecdote. Janice Mackey-Freyer, thank you, because we can only get that perspective from you live in Beijing. Appreciate you. Coming up, the new work trend that's like the opposite of quiet quitting. It's about making money fast and then retiring fast. We'll tell you how people are doing it. Plus, the moments a Chick-fil-A employee steps in to save a woman and her baby when they were allegedly being carjacked. Where do you see it? Next in The Local.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were going to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that.
Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers right now on Morning News Now.
We're staying on top of the breaking situation in Ukraine.
We are watching dangerous heat this week. Recession, I mean, is that where we're headed? Is there any way to avoid that?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
No stress, no mess, just yum.
That's it. News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods.
NBC News, streaming free now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
NBC News covers hundreds of stories each day, and because you couldn't possibly read or watch or listen to them all, our bureau teams have done it for you. This is what they tell us is going down in their regions in a segment we call The Local. From our Southeast Bureau, a Dallas anesthesiologist has been arrested on federal charges, accused allegedly of tampering with IV bags, which ultimately led to the death of a fellow doctor and multiple other cardiac emergencies. Public records show this doc has a criminal history for assault and cruelty to animals. He could not immediately be reached for comment. Also from our Southeast Bureau, check out this video. You can see a Florida Chick-fil-A worker fighting with a guy who police say, look at this, tried to carjack a woman who was holding a baby. Obviously, this employee is getting a ton of praise for rushing to help her. Officials say this woman was trying to get her nephew out of her car when somebody walked up to her, demanded her keys. The employee was able to hold the suspect until police got there and arrested him. From our Northeast Bureau, taxpayers in Massachusetts may soon have a few more bucks in their pockets. You want to know why? A state official says a $3 billion tax surplus has to be given back because of this obscure law from the 1980s. That's kind of all we do. We know. We don't know how much money people are going to get or what, but imagine that. Your state just finds $3 billion and gets to give it back to you. Not too shabby. So tonight's Original Now, with in-depth reporting on a topic we've been keeping an eye on. Even though the economy is feeling a little bit weird right now because of inflation, what you've seen in the jobs market, claims falling for the 5th week in a row. And by now, you've probably heard of this new work trend, quiet quitting, AKA doing your job, but doing exactly just your job, right? Not going above and beyond because you're looking for a better work-life balance. But there's this new trend we're talking about, kind of on the opposite end of the work-life balance debate, called fat fire. The idea is do what it takes, work your butt off, get rich real fast, and then retire. Be done. Fire yourself from your own career and be free. Jake Ward has the story.
Meet Toronto area native Jim Chong. He's a semi-retired former entrepreneur who uses TikTok to share financial literacy tips. By the time he turned 40, he made enough money to live comfortably without needing to work for the rest of his life. It's being dubbed Fat Fire, a growing movement where folks hustle, accrue wealth quickly, and retire early with big money.
Fat Fire is a process and lifestyle where you organize things in a way so that you don't need to work sometime in the future, sooner than later.
FIRE stands for Financial Independence Retire Early. FAT means retiring with a big nest egg.
If we keep going like this, it's not sustainable.
Dave McKeown runs a consultancy that helps leaders achieve their goals.
With the Fat Fire movement, that's essentially saying, okay, we see that the system's broken, but rather than just feeling like we're on a hamster wheel for the next number of years, why don't we actually try to do something about it?
This movement is growing. A subreddit community to discuss Fat Fire tips has reached about 330,000 members. Jim was not born into wealth. He got his first job at age 14, washing dishes for $4 an hour. By the mid-90s, he'd launched a company that helped other businesses get on the internet. He then joined a Fortune 500 company, and later he learned how to invest his earnings. He says there are 4 steps to achieving Fat Fire status.
One is to reduce your cost of living. Next is increase your ability to earn. The third is to know how to use the money. And the fourth is protection.
Many Fat Firers learn to live below their means, in some cases far below. Like, say, instead of renting their own place, they live with a roommate.
Now it seems the millennials are sort of waking up, especially during the pandemic, and thinking, what am I grinding for? What does my future look like? And do I want it to be exactly the same as the boomers?
49% of workers are not thriving and not engaged at work, according to a recent Gallup survey.
You hear about the quiet quitters, where essentially folks are basically saying, look, I'm just going to go back to doing my job. No more, no less, not enough for me to get written up for, but certainly not enough for me to get any promotions.
But the Fat Fire movement is not for everyone.
There's a lot of people that have that ingrained sense of work equals purpose.
Dana Menard says abandoning the sense of purpose a job can give you can have a negative effect on people's psychology.
When your purpose has been the job and the work that you do,